Chapter 1, Trash from the Heavenly Realm. The Zhao family home is setting the table. Today's betrothed is the village chief's son, Zhao Jinlong. Zhao Jinlong's stupid black thick face pockmarked. The bride-to-be Zhao Pingping beauty like a flower. The villagers came to say with open eyes that the two people are talented and beautiful. That is in the face of the village head Zhao Fugui. The village rejoiced and celebrated. There was only one person, howling with grief. Father, mother, my child is unfilial. My daughter-in-law, who has never been married, has been robbed. Now even the old house cannot stay. 18 years old, the college entrance examination failed Li Bo. Rubbing the cracked lens of the eyeglasses to carry simple luggage, kicked open the door of the dilapidated cellar. Just let a person beat up, in front of the whole village face, was grabbed by the neck collar a big mouth. This is nothing, Li Bo are used to it, but the bride price of 50,000 yuan that mom and dad had saved up from exhaustion in blood, in exchange for a daughter-in-law, Zhao Pingping, will be Zhao Jinlong's goods embraced on the bed in a few days. When I think of this, Li Bo's liver hurts. Thief God, I'm going blind. Are you blind too? Nowadays, I can only live in the cellar. Agu, cursing Li Bo, a foot stepped on the air, planted into the cellar. What's wrong? I remember my family cellar is not this deep. A full free fall of more than 10 seconds, which led to a head stuck in the middle of a pile of miscellaneous objects. Who the hell is so unethical to take my family's cellar and throw garbage? Li Bo cursed, originally highly nearsighted, close to half blind. This moment of black light, but also cannot see anything. Reach out a stroke. Feel the hand or some bricks and tiles and other things, just worrying about how to climb up. Suddenly heard the sound of a girl's voice beside his ear. This newly found place isn't bad, it's an abandoned cellar. I think we'll be able to throw the trash of the heavenly realm here without being noticed. Immediately followed by another woman's voice. The gods in this heaven are also really too difficult to serve. The garbage thrown away is getting more and more every day. Don't complain, just throw it here on a regular basis from now on. It also saves us the trouble of running around. And we can still reap the benefits of solving the garbage dumping problem for these gods. That's right, as long as it's not discovered by mortals, there's no problem. We have to know that the garbage in the heavenly realm thrown to the mortal world can be treasures. If it's picked up by mortals, wouldn't it be going against the heavens? Crow's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. We are begging the heavenly Pang Marshal to privately open the channel between the heavenly realm and the mortal realm. In case something against the heavens really happens, the two of us will surely be relegated to the mortal world and become ordinary people. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? You can talk about love. Find a handsome guy. Isn't it much better than those old godly men in the sky who have lived for thousands of years? We cultivate thousands of years into the heavenly realm, but in the end to the gods as a servant girl. Think about it to be angry. Li Bo was depressed for a while and shook his head vigorously. It can't be that the fall is stupid, right? But the voice that spoke was getting clearer and clearer, and it was coming from inside the wall. Trembling and touching the wall to stand up, just put his face over the blur. He saw a bright light in front of him. Two dainty and cute girls in ancient costumes were holding a bunch of things in their hands and were throwing them at their faces. Holy, bam! There was no telling what happened to hit the door of the head, and blood immediately flowed out. I'll you up. Li Bo was so angry and confused that he cursed at the top of his voice. A woman's voice came from the other side of the wall. Why did I hear someone cursing just now? Immediately followed by another girl's petulant laughter. I think you were tossed silly by that heavenly canopy marshal and hallucinated, right? Then there was a scuffle. Heavenly fluffy marshal? What the hell? Li Bo touched his head and stood up. Li Bo, who seriously suspected that he had been beaten silly, once again put his face to the wall. Hearing the girl's sighing voice, these immortals are really rich. Such a good golden pills whole furnace to throw out. This Taishan Laojuan's 100 Herbs secret record manuscript also don't want it? Only a pity. We are just ordinary maidservants. Not enough level. Cannot swallow the immortal pills. Immortal maid? Immortal pills? It suddenly occurred to him that this is a cellar, several meters below the ground. Where would a fairy come from? Li Bo scared out of a cold sweat. Also do not care about the pain in the face. Wide-eyed to look at the wall, but this moment only gnawed a mouth of mud. Bah! It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Cursing twice, he felt something kicked over by his feet with a bang. Reaching out and touching it, there were a few round things, still glowing with golden light in the night. No way? Is it really an immortal elixir? Li Bo jumped up at once. After a few seconds, he forced down the excitement in his heart and carefully scrutinized the three round things inside his hand. I don't know if it's really fake. What if it's a new type of rat poison? Li Bo rambled endlessly, and finally gritted his teeth. Death is death. Living in such a wimpy way, might as well just die here. Then put the mouth a sheet. Gulp a sound are swallowed. Is also enough honesty. Not good. To die. After eating it felt like a fire in the stomach. The internal organs are cooked, and the bone cracks are smoking. Li Bo wanted to cry without tears. A gamble. Fainted. When he opened his eyes again, Li Bo realized that the entire cellar was brightly lit. My eyes? Li Bo rubbed his eyes, only to realize that it wasn't that the cellar was bright, but that he could see clearly. What is this? On the floor next to him was a bronze furnace with a bit of blood on it. Further to the side was a book, one of those ancient wire-bound editions. Am I dead? Or has the old sky opened its eyes? Li Bo reached out and gave himself a mouthful. It hurt so much that he grinned. Why is the strength so great? Squeezing his fist, he found that the joints crackled and popped, and casually slammed his fist on the wall next to him, directly pulling out a big hole. Oh, exempt? Awesome. Li Bo's body was weak, but it didn't mean that his brain wasn't sharp, and he quickly had figured out what was going on. Which is this cellar? This is clearly the place where those two fairies dumped the garbage. No, I should say it's a recycling station. A heavenly recycling station. Li Bo joyfully twisted his head and plowed on the ground. But unfortunately, other than that bronze Dan furnace, and that thread-bound book, the rest was really just garbage. Bricks and tiles, tattered clothes. Are all the gods in the sky so unethical too? What's with the littering? Casually flipping through the book, his eyes immediately lit up. The 100 Herbs Secret Record? It was full of detailed records of various herbs, including identification methods, picking and cultivation techniques, as well as the process of refining various medicines. Turning back further, there was everything from slash and burn farming to feng shui physiognomy, dragon tiger Dan, 100 herb pill, tendon milk bone cream. Li Bo was rambling like a psychopath. The book quickly flipped through, and the content inside actually memorized all of it, just like it was imprinted in his brain. This Nima said that knowledge changes fate. I have this book, guarding this heavenly realm recycling station. That is not the wind to get the rain? Zhao Jinlong, Zhao Fugue, and Horseface, dog leftover. You wait for death. From here upwards, there are 7 or 8 meters high. Li Bo gently jumped upwards, directly to the head. Awesome. Old man became Superman, standing at the door of the cellar, looking at the old house that was about to become someone else's property not far away. Li Bo forcibly held back the desire to roar wildly to the sky, and raised his eyes to the central location of the village. At this moment, it was bustling with activity, and even though it was dark, Li Bo was still able to see clearly. Zhao Jinlong was grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth and black paws, wrapping his arms around Zhao Pingping, who was waving like a flower, and was going from table to table toasting the elders in the village. Zhao Pingping's smile was also very sweet, and she didn't look coerced at all. Li Bo remembers very clearly Zhao Pingping before the dark but cried and said to him, "Let Li Bo take himself far away." But Li Bo just arrived at the agreed location. Was Zhao Jinlong with his a few lapdogs to seize, brought to the face of the village men, women and children, a beating, forced to take out the deed to his family's old house in exchange for a dog's life. All bullying is not it? Dog men and women, face the blistering wind. Chapter 2. Break the legs first. Li Bo first hid the medicine stove, wiped his face 2 times carelessly, and took a big step towards the village head's house. Eat and drink well, everyone. In 2 days it will be the day of my marriage to Pingping. You will come back then. Zhao Jinlong was already a little bit drunk, and his hands were very unfaithful, lowering them down one by one. Zhao Pingping, who was about to become the village chief's daughter-in-law, twisted her body without a trace of anger. It was as flirtatious as possible. You two can't get married. Li Bo's appearance immediately silenced the scene. The crowd looked at him with either surprise or contempt and disgust. It was as if Li Bo was a piece of in this joyous betrothal banquet. TMD. I didn't beat you up just now, did I? Zhao Jinlong blared and was about to get angry. A few doglegs beside him immediately got ready. However, Zhao Pingping turned around and stopped Zhao Jinlong, softly whispering, "Brother Jinlong, today is a great day for the two of us to get engaged. Why should we fight twice over such a loser?" Unlucky. Hearing Zhao Pingping, that cherry mouth inside spit out the word waste. Li Bo heart the last trace of hope broken. Those villagers around, mocking and contemptuous gaze, relative to Zhao Pingping's words, is nothing at all. Zhao Jinlong smiled sinisterly. That's right, it's unnecessary to spoil everyone's fun for such a piece of trash. No matter what, both of you are better off, so hurry up and let him get lost. With those words, Zhao Jinlong pushed Zhao Pingping. Zhao Pingping frowned and said angrily, "Brother Jinlong, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be good with a loser like Li Bo? What I like is a magnificent man like you. There's nothing between the two of us. People are still original." When this kind of words were said, the surrounding villagers were immediately uproarious. Zhao Jinlong wanted this kind of effect. Grinning there, the eyes that looked at Li Bo were full of mockery. "Li Bo, if you still want to have face, hurry up and leave. Do you think this kind of occasion is something you can come to?" Zhao Pingping twisted her thin waist and came in front of Li Bo with her frame. Then she said, "I know you've always liked me, but have you seen which toad can really eat swan meat? You can't even count as compared to the golden dragon. Before I talk to you, I just pitied you, so you be a person, hurry up and leave. Zhao Pingping's face, cold as ice, the tone of her voice, ruthless as the wind in the cold night. Li Bo just stood there. The expression on his face changed from anger to numbness, followed by a cold smile, laughing like a cutie, and again like a madman. You're deaf. You have to wait for me to beat you up? Zhao Jinlong took a look at Li Bo's appearance and immediately came over. With a teasing face, he opened his mouth and said, if you don't have the ability, don't think about pretty women. I know you like Zhao Pingping, but it's a pity that you can't get it. As long as Lao Zi is happy, I'll get it done tonight. Gasps you to death. The crowd burst into laughter. Zhao Pingping was shy and playful. Zhao Jinlong was extremely proud, holding his head high like a proud rooster. Zhao Jinlong waited for Li Bo, just like always, to lower his head into his pants and walk away. But this time, Li Bo instead lifted up that skinny chest and raised his head, with a hint of never-before-seen confidence and determination on his face. I said, you can't settle for this kiss. Zhao Pingping, this little wavy hoof. Whether I want her or not is another story. But if you want to get your hands on it, you have to ask me if I'm willing or not. At least wait for me to use it after. Li Bo's voice was not big, but the people present heard it clearly. What did you say? Do you want to be shameless? Zhao Pingping immediately became angry. Zhao Jinlong even clenched his fists to dislike Li Bo's face. Li Bo reacted quickly and took half a step backward to avoid it, then sneered, if you hit me again, I'm going to hit you back, and I'll suffer the consequences. What big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Today I will definitely break your legs. Zhao Jinlong stared tightly at Li Bo's face and cursed fiercely. Don't stop anyone. Li Bo still had a smile on his face. Okay, all men, we have to say it in advance. Whoever gets injured and maimed will have to recognize their own bad luck. The villagers were all happy. Who didn't know that Zhao Jinlong was unstoppable in fights inside the village? Is this Li Bo crazy? Li Bo, listen to uncle's advice. Don't disgrace yourself here. Hurry up and leave. Village chief Zhao Fugue walked over with a gloomy face, pretending to be a good guy. Li Bo glanced at him, adding a few more points of fire in his heart. Zhao Jinlong was running rampant in the village, robbing his unmarried daughter-in-law, and robbing his family's house. Wasn't it because of this father who was the village head? I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll fight this battle today. Li Bo replied decisively. Ungrateful thing. Zhao Fugue glared at Li Bo and turned around with the intention of telling Zhao Jinlong to take it easy and not beat people to death. But at this moment, Zhao Jinlong had already made his move. The big fist was about to dislike Li Bo's face. Everyone in the village waited for Li Bo to let out a scream and fall to the ground. But Li Bo quickly reached out and pinched Zhao Jinlong's wrist with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and casually twisted it to the side. Ka-ching! Ouch! Zhao Jinlong screamed. His face changed shape in pain. The villagers were dumbfounded, staring with wide eyes. I'll go NM. Zhao Jinlong had never suffered such a loss before. Gritting his teeth, he raised his leg and kicked at Li Bo's knee. If this kick hit, the leg would have to be broken. Click! Ah! Zhao Jinlong howled like he had died his own father. One leg was already twisted and deformed, lying on the ground and rolling around. Li Bo broke Zhao Jinlong's leg? Is this true? When did he have this ability? Li Bo rolled over for the first time in Zhaojia village, beating the son of the village head still. At this moment, he could clearly feel the disdain and disgust on the faces of the surrounding villagers turn into surprise and awe. Sure enough, only by being a ruthless person can you win the respect of others? Li Bo had a feeling in his heart and casually shook his shoulders, feeling that he had inexhaustible strength. The guts were also strengthened. You a small, do not want to live? The village head Zhao Fugue all jumped up high, pointing his nose and scolding Li Bo. Zhao Jinlong's few dog legs were already ready to make a move. Just now, but we have agreed. Whoever loses will bear the burden themselves. If any of you are not convinced, you can also come and try. Li Bo squeezed his fists, crackling with a burst of sound, then coldly swept his face around. The few people who were ready to make a move clearly saw a flash of ferocity erupt from Li Bo's eyes at this instant, and immediately chilled all over their bodies. They looked at Zhao Jinlong, who had fallen to the ground. His legs twisted and fainted, and then retreated. The village chief, Zhao Fugue, was also a bit scared, feeling that this loser Li Bo standing in front of him had changed like a person, and had become very scary. Li Bo, what do you want? Zhao Fugue looked at Li Bo with some weakness. Wasn't it clear just now? Zhao Pingping took our family's dowry. It's mine. What's mine? I can throw it away as trash, but I definitely won't allow others to rob it hard. Li Bo's tone was firm. Next to the frightened Zhao Pingping, her face immediately turned ugly for a few minutes. Never thought that the loser Li Bo could actually kick Zhao Jinlong's leg off today, and treat himself as garbage in front of so many people. Zhao Pingping was a bit exasperated. What exactly do you want? I don't even like you. How can you leave? Li Bo snorted coldly. You took our family's dowry. That's what my parents worked hard to save. You have to give a statement. Zhao Pingping first denied it with an innocent face, followed by a sneer. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know that your family is so poor? Where did you get the dowry money? You're just a toad who wants to eat swan's meat. What do you want to say? You're a poor man. Why should I like you? Look at others. Jinlong brother directly gave 100,000 yuan bride price, not to mention they also have a small car. Do you have? Li Bo laughed coldly. Isn't it $100,000? Not just a small car? As if anyone can't afford it. Bragging is not afraid of flashing your tongue. Zhao Pingping skimmed her lips. If you can gather $100,000 in 3 days to buy a small car, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Everyone knows that Li Bo died 2 years ago, and his family is very poor. Not to mention $100,000. $10,000 cannot come out. Not to mention what to buy a car. But Li Bo at this moment faced with confidence, staring tightly at Zhao Pingping's eyes, word by word. This is what you said, in front of the face of the whole village. Don't you regret it? Ah, and what if you can't do it? Zhao Fugui had a malicious look on his face, pushed Zhao Pingping aside and coldly stared at Li Bo. If it wasn't in front of the whole village, if it wasn't because there were rules in this village, he would have gotten someone to break Li Bo's legs and throw him out. Within 3 days, if I can't do it, the same will be at your disposal, Li Bo said lightly. Fine. I want to see what you take to give. After 3 days, if you can't come up with the money, don't blame me for kicking you out of this village. Zhao Fugui threatened ruthlessly. Chapter 3. Garbage turned into treasure. At this moment, the people in the village are carrying Zhao Jinlong to the car with 7 hands and 8 feet. Li Bo did not hesitate to turn in the direction of their own home to go. The villagers saw Li Bo walked over as if the enemy rushed backward, with fear and suspicion in the eyes. The force is loaded. The gas is also out. But the next Li Bo on the difficult. Within 3 days where to get $100,000? Frowning and looking into the distance, he coldly realized that there was actually a burst of bright light on the hill outside the village. What's going on? Li Bo was a little surprised, and when he looked more closely, the mountains and forests in the middle of the night were already seen as bright as day. There's something good, right? After eating the golden pill, Li Bo was enlightened. He ran towards the mountains, and the journey was like flying. Directly stuck his head into the mountain forest. The place where the bright light flashed out was a big stone. Inside the cracks of the boulder there is a piece of black stuff growing. If someone else saw it, I'm afraid they would think it was a fungus growing inside a rotten log. But Li Bo's eyes widened. Ghost Lingji? Is it really Ghost Lingji? How much is this worth? Li Bo instantly distinguished it based on the knowledge he had learned in his mind. He knew that the medicinal value of this ghost Ganoderma was extremely high, completely surpassing decades of wild ginseng, only that it was extremely difficult to find in normal times, and not many people recognized it. According to the records in the 100 Herbs secret record, Li Bo carefully broke a branch and picked the only few pieces of ghost Lingji. At this moment, he realized that he had eaten the golden pill and had opened the eyes of heaven, and that wherever there was light in the mountains, there was treasure. Sure enough, next, in the forest inside a half circle, a variety of precious medicinal herbs, packed full of a big pocket. Li Bo happy bad, excitedly back to their own yard. I intend to early tomorrow morning, directly to the town to sell herbs. According to the precious degree of this ghost Ganoderma lucidum, 100,080, 000 should not be a problem. In the calculation, in the future, we should go to the mountains to pick more medicine for money, and plan our life properly. After clearing his mind, he carefully took out the herbs he brought back from the mountains and dried them, thinking that tomorrow these things can be exchanged for money, although now do not know the value of how much, but certainly not less. When I pulled out my pocket, I realized that I had 2 broken bricks inside my pocket, which should have been brought out from the cellar when I fell into it. With a pinch of his hand, the bricks were directly pinched into powder, and just like that, he sprinkled it in the small vegetable garden in his yard. Li Bo, ready to have a good rest and get up early tomorrow, but lying in bed, but found that his body inside a kind of stupid power, their own in the back and forth scurrying. The heart of the face suddenly surprised to find that their eyes can actually see the body clearly. This heavenly eye was really something. There was a golden thread inside the meridians that was slowly flowing week after week. Each turn was able to make Li Bo feel like he was recovering a point in his physical strength and spirit. Just like this, he fell asleep in a daze, and early in the morning of the second day, he felt full of energy, and his body was full of energy. He ran inside the courtyard to check out the several kinds of herbs with gusto. What's going on here? When his eyes turned to the small vegetable field next to him, Li Bo was startled. The vegetable field was lush and green. What with the eggplants, peppers, and cucumbers, lentils, directly growing all over the place. How come it grows so fast? Li Bo jumped to the vegetable garden at once, touching this and looking at that. He remembers very clearly. Yesterday when he came back, these crops are still just shoots. How a night on the blossom and fruit. And this cucumber must have his arms so thick and so long. The tomatoes are catching up with the small size of the pumpkin. Simply do not need to be close. Can smell the natural tantalizing aroma of the food. Li Bo frowned and couldn't figure it out, and then realized that the best grown ones had a red powdery substance on the surface. Isn't this the brick that was crushed yesterday? Li Bo squatted down, reached out and immediately judged it. This heavenly realm's garbage are all treasures too. Is this stuff so effective? Li Bo immediately jumped up and flipped in place. One's own home cellar that must have old many broken bricks and tiles in it. How much land must be planted then? How many magical crops would grow? Fortune has been made. Fortune has been made. God has opened his eyes. Li Bo quickly picked a basket of these fruits and vegetables. There must be nearly 100 pounds. Gathered up the ghost lingji and other medicinal herbs that he had picked, and just like this, he carried the basket with one hand behind his back, and walked out of the door with ease. At this moment, in the town's hospital, Zhao Jinlong, who had a plaster on his leg, was crying. Father, why didn't you find someone to beat Li Bo to death yesterday? Village chief Zhao Fugue immediately scolded. What are you yelling about? Your father. I'm the village chief. Can I just beat people up? Besides, you agreed to Li Bo's challenge yesterday. Don't you know the rules of our village? I don't care. Now that my leg is broken, you have to avenge me first. Zhao Jinlong opened his mouth to catch a piece of apple handed over by Zhao Pingping next to him and cursed vaguely. Don't you care about this thing? Zhao Fugue glanced at Zhao Pingping, who was peeling an apple with her head down, and stopped talking. Li Bo's footsteps were light, and it would take about 2 hours to walk from here to the town. Zayajayaswang is poor and remote. The village road is sparse. There are not many motorcycles in the village except for Zhao Fugue's family who has a small car. Li Bo, where are you going? As he was walking forward, the sound of a motorcycle came from behind him. Li Bo turned his head to take a look, and his face instantly darkened. Sitting on that brand new small motorcycle was a young woman, the village chief's third wife that he just married. Liang Yu. I heard that she was a city dweller, and usually, no matter how she spoke or dressed, she was very different from the country people. The skin is fair, the appearance is handsome and charming, and the body always carries a scent. I heard that this year has just reached the year of life. Then Zhao Jinlong is only 2 years older, but the village head Zhao Fugue are already more than 50. Chapter 4. The village chief's stepford wife. Asking you, why don't you squeak? Liang Yu stretched out her 2 long legs, picking and pushing the motorcycle, chasing forward after Li Bo, who did not speak. Li Bo remembered that when he kicked off Zhao Jinlong's leg yesterday, Liang Yu, his stepmother, was watching from the side. He and the village chief's family is considered to have formed a beam. Why this woman is still smiling at himself? She returned with a muffled voice. I don't have anything to say to you. Liang Yu followed up again. 2 long legs a row. The women in the village wore fat pants, but Liang Yu wore tight jeans. Her legs were long and thin, so she looked good. Where are you going? I'll take you for a while, carrying such heavy things. When will it end? Your matter with Jinlong has nothing to do with me. If you don't get in the car, I will follow you all the way. Liang Yu is quite stubborn. In the end, Li Bo really has no way. Piece of leg to sit on Liang Yu's small motorcycle, and then put the basket behind himself, grasping it with his hands. So heavy ah, Liang Yu muttered, and then closed the 2 long legs, blasting the gas pedal abruptly. The road was bumpy and the car was compact. Although Li Bo tried to lean back as much as possible, but in the end, he still ran into Liang Yu's body again and again, and the kind of fragrance on his body teased Li Bo for a while. You embrace me. The road ahead is not good. In case you fall off, what to do? Liang Yu's head did not return. Had to urge a sentence with a commanding tone. Li Bo is a raw egg, and Zhao Pingping talked for so long, but also pulled a small hand, or only a few times, with the village's most beautiful and fashionable woman so close. Would have been nervous enough? How dare you really go to embrace ah? Are you deaf? I'll have to pay for it if I hurt you by falling. Liang Yu turned her face and blankly glanced at Li Bo. Realizing that Li Bo's face was red, she immediately understood what was going on, and then giggled. What? You're still shy? You have to call me auntie if you're in a position of seniority. Besides, the village chief's wife's waist is not who want to embrace can embrace. There are cheap you still do not occupy? This half-joking words made Li Bo a burst of blood surging. The ghost of God really reached over, very nonchalantly embraced Liang Yu's slender waist. In his heart, he hatedly thought, Zhao Fugue, you gave birth to that little man. Hitting the idea of Laozi's fiancé, Laozi will take advantage of your wife. This is a kind of revenge mentality. But the hand to the person's waist, suddenly feel that something is not right. Li Bo snapped out. Do you have a stomachache recently? Liang Yu's motorcycle shook for a while. Then she turned her face in surprise and looked at Li Bo. How do you know? Li Bo hemmed and hawed. Touch out. Virtue, you really dare to take advantage of me? Liang Yu glared up, but it didn't look like she was angry. Instead, she was somewhat happy. No, I can really feel out your stomach pain. It's been 2 or 3 days. Isn't it still forked in the morning? Li Bo knew that he was able to judge Liang Yu's condition so accurately. That was because he had eaten the golden elixir and had learned the knowledge inside the 100 herbs honeydew. You're really good. I'm just about to go and deliver food to Jinlong. And by the way, I'm going to prescribe some stomach medicine. Liang Yu looked back at Li Bo again, then said, this hand of yours is hot. It's quite comfortable on my stomach. Why don't you rub it for me? Li Bo didn't take it seriously, thinking that it would be a test of his ability to cure diseases, so he gently rubbed on Liang Yu's stomach according to the method he had mastered. Well, did you learn it? Liang Yu blushed and her breathing was a bit rapid. What? Li Bo asked, getting quite comfortable. I feel much better. As soon as the words were spoken, Liang Yu seemed to realize that she had said it wrong, and immediately stopped squeaking. Only after a while did she wriggle her body. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you. Oh, it's fine. Li Bo was quite a bit reluctant to let go of his hand. He realized that just now when he gave Liang Yu a massage, the golden thread inside his body had already run to his palm, so the palm of his hand was now hot. It looked like the cure could have a good effect. Apart from the proper method, the most important thing was this golden color power inside his body. Arriving at the patch of woods close to the town, Liang Yu slowly stopped the motorcycle. What for? Li Bo asked. You wait here, I'll be back in a while. Liang Yu blushed and said, then quickly pulled out a few tissues from the bag next to her and ran inside the woods. Li Bo immediately understood and felt a little funny in his heart, thinking that no matter how expensive a city beauty is, when she arrives in a place like the countryside, she still has to follow the customs of the countryside like other women. Li Bo, you cannot go. I am afraid. Liang Yu's voice came out from inside the grass at the edge of the forest. Timidly, it seemed to be really timid. Li Bo subconsciously twisted his face to look. His eyes immediately straightened. City people are white. Muttered. What did you say? Liang Yu seemed to have heard it. Frightened, Li Bo hurriedly turned his face back again. Did you peek just now? Liang Yu covered her face and stared at Li Bo while straightening her tight-legged jeans. No, heaven and earth. Conscience. Li Bo swore to heaven. Virtue. Just look at it. I can put you what? Liang Yu, full of care, on the motorcycle directly sent Li Bo to the edge of the town. To hear Li Bo said anything to get off. If you let others see, the impact is not good. Liang Yu went directly to the hospital. Li Bo thought to look for a place to see if there is a collection of medicinal herbs, the ghost lingji, to sell. However, he just took 2 steps forward, and let an older woman with a vegetable basket stop him. Young man, are you selling the vegetables in this basket? The older woman had an expectant look on her face. Li Bo hurriedly smiled and put the basket down. Not a large amount of effort surrounded a large group of people, and in the end they all grabbed on. A large basket of vegetables, directly sold out, which made Li Bo somewhat regret not raising the price a little. After going back, I have to plant more vegetables. It's also an income. Thinking prettily, he then came to the medicine store, the only one in the town. It's a pity that this remote place, there is also no one with eyesight. Not only do not recognize the ghost Ganoderma lucidum, but also the price of other medicinal herbs are minimized. A face that you love to buy or not buy get lost. Grandpas. Li Bo cursed and came out, then turned his face towards the internet cafe diagonally across the street. Daifei, open a machine for me. Li Bo casually threw the basket aside. Daifei should be considered Li Bo's only friend and a diehard friend. He was working as a webmaster in this internet cafe. Hearing Li Bo's call, Daffy then reluctantly moved his head away from a pretty girl's shoulder. You finally gave up and came out? Usually, when I call you to come for a drink, I don't go out when I say anything. Daffy handed Li Bo a cigarette. The grade wasn't bad. What are you holding on you? Daffy asked with narrowed eyes. Got some herbs, turn around and send it online to see if anyone buys it. Li Bo's phone didn't have a photo function yet. He ended up borrowing Daffy's phone to take pictures while explaining. Originally thought that it would take a while before there would be news, but it didn't occur to me that just after posting it online for less than 2 minutes, the phone rang. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Li Bo muttered and answered the phone. Inside was the voice of a sweet-sounding woman who should be very young. Was it you who just listed the ghost Lingji online? How much do you want to sell it for? The voice was sweet, but the tone seemed a bit icy. One could tell that it wasn't the kind of woman that was good to deal with. Li Bo bit his lips for a moment and finally said with a ruthless heart, $100,000. With this $100,000, and then find a way to sell all the other medicinal herbs, it would be enough to buy a small car. At that time, they will be able to return to the village to raise their eyebrows, so that the watery Zhao Pingping obediently to their parents' graves to kneel down and kowtow. $100,000 or two. Are you sure? The tone of the woman on the other end of the phone was a little strange. Sure, Li Bo suddenly had a burst of hot blood. What did the woman mean just now? $100,000 for one or two? The ghost Lingji that he dug back was half a catty ah. Chapter 5, The Magnificent Female Client. It's settled. Give me your exact location and I will come to you. The other party seemed to be afraid that Li Bo would back out and immediately finalized the price, asking for the address in a hurry. He also wanted Li Bo's bank account. Li Bo reported the name of his village with a wooden expression, and the other party immediately hung up. That is, in less than half a minute's work, a text message came from Li Bo's worn-out second-hand phone. Dear Hualong Bank customer, arrived. Holy, 100,000 directly? A deposit? Li Bo felt a dryness in his throat. Having grown up so much, he hadn't seen so much money at once, counted those zeros back and forth several times, which only revealed a smile on his face. Lousy has money. This is all true. Li Bo could hardly control the ecstasy and excitement in his heart. The poor boy was going to turn over a new leaf. Although it was only $100,000 in hand now, according to the weight of that ghost Lingji, it was at least $500,000, and this was only the beginning. The hills behind the village were full of treasures. After learning this skill by himself, and guarding the heavenly dump, he might pick up the treasure at some point. Isn't this invincible? Li Bo, what's wrong with you? I heard that you were always bullied in the village. Did you let someone beat you silly? Da Fei next to him looked at Li Bo who was dancing around and thought he was sick. Blinking his little eyes, he looked at him one after another. Li Bo raised his eyebrows and wrapped his arms around Da Fei, almost in tears. Lousy has developed. You're afraid that you're not very sick. Picking up a golden dollar? Da Fei didn't think that Li Bo could get rich, guarding that small and broken poor ravine. Li Bo people and honest, not much ability, in the village can almost let people bully to death. Guarding the 2 acres of thin field where to earn money to go, it can be more powerful than picking up a golden dollar. Li Bo took a deep breath, feeling that he should keep a low profile. Reaching out and patting Da Fei's shoulder, he squinted his eyes and said, I'm going out to do something. I'll come back to you. Daffy blinked twice and looked at Li Bo with some confusion. When Li Bo walked out of the doorway, he shouted behind him, then come over early. I'll open a machine for you to keep. Let's have a drink at night. Li Bo's heart was touched for a moment, waved his hand behind him, and left in stride. Li Bo, these 2 years' life is not very good, but every Sunday, Da Fei will call him out. It was said to be a catch-up between brothers, but it was actually to find an opportunity to improve Li Bo's food. The first time I came to the bank in the town, came to the ATM, and sure enough, there was an extra $100,000 inside the bank card. Take out $20,000 to bring on the body. Li Bo felt that he should change his smartphone first. It is not to catch up with the fashion, mainly because the original phone is really too broken. What function is not? Buy a smartphone, and then you can access the internet and take clear pictures, so that if you put the herbs on the internet to sell can also save a lot of things. There are a lot of cell phone stores in town. Li Bo, who has money, is very strong. Choosing the biggest one, he walked in with his head held high. Welcome. There were 2 attendants in shirts and black pants standing at the door. Seeing someone come, instinctively greeted up with a smile to greet, but as soon as they saw the one Li Bo wore, the moment you see the Li Bo wearing that, it was no wonder that these 2 women looked down on him. The clothes on Li Bo's body were already white from washing, although it was freshly washed and still wafted a smell of soap. Even in this countryside place, it looked quite shabby. The shoes on his feet were about to wear out and had a piece sewn on them. It just didn't look like they could afford a high-end cell phone. Li Bo could feel the displeasure and contempt on these 2 snobs' faces. If it was in the past, Li Bo wouldn't even dare to walk towards the door. But now was different. With a hard pile of money in his pocket and the heavenly recycling station behind him, Li Bo didn't feel that he would still be inferior. So he just swaggered in. I want to look at the cell phone. Li Bo tried to speak in a calm tone. He was not willing to be a thug full of copper flavor. At least he had studied for a few years. No one cares about him. They are all looking at the joke. There were quite a few young waitresses inside the store, and a few of them were quite pretty, but after glancing at the line on Li Bo, they directly turned their faces away, chatting and getting high. Going to the wrong place, right? A rustic old man, even entering the most upscale cell phone store in our town. Someone mocked. Li Bo blushed for a moment, but quickly raised his head slowly and reached out to knock on the counter twice. Opening his mouth, he said, Is there a breather here? I want to see a cell phone. Knock what? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? If you don't have money, don't act like a big-tailed wolf like others. The cheapest cell phones here are all over $3,000. There's a used cell phone seller next door. Go there and take a look. A woman with freckles on her face glared fiercely at Li Bo, her mouth full of mockery. If you can afford it, I can afford it. Li Bo was about to suppress his fire. When he was poor, He really didn't dare to say this, but now that he was rich, being looked down upon by a waiter was something that couldn't be tolerated. Li Bo, is it really you? At this time another sales clerk dressed next to him, a tall girl, walked over. When Li Bo looked at it, his little heart immediately followed with a few wild beats. Zhou Lingling, Li Bo's old classmate. Junior high school. When he was in junior high school, Zhou Lingling was one of the most beautiful girls in the class. These years have not seen more and more out of the fall of the slender and moving, fair skin and delicate face, especially the pair of big eyes, flickering, exceptionally rare. When Li Bo went to school with the other boys in the class, all quietly like Zhou Lingling, the bold ones wrote love letters and secretly stuffed them into Zhou Lingling's desk. The heartless ones are the ones that block the doorway after the evening study hall. Li Bo goose a batch, only dare to think in the heart, even words do not dare to say more. At this moment to face again, the heart of the mixed feelings, the color of the face flushed. Do you want to buy a cell phone? Zhou Lingling looked at Li Bo with a smile on her face, not half looking down on her. The voice that spoke was also gentle. You work here? Li Bo gathered enough courage to say a sentence, suddenly feeling that his heart was not as flustered as before. It might be because of the series of things that happened last night, or it might be because he had money now. He remembered that Zhou Lingling had good grades when she was in school, and according to reason, she should be able to go all the way to college. How did she come to be a waitress inside a cell phone store in town? When I was in high school I got sick and dropped out halfway through, so I worked here. Zhou Lingling spoke with a slight regret on her face. Chapter 6 Who can't afford it? Li Bo gave an oh-so-sweet sound and reached out to point at the wide array of cell phones inside the counter. Opening his mouth, he said, I want to change my phone. What kind do you want to buy? What price level? I'll introduce it to you. Zhou Lingling walked inside the counter, always with a smile on her face. Her eyes were slightly shy when she looked at Li Bo, as if she was equally excited. Li Bo did not understand why Zhou Lingling would have such a reaction. Is it just because this girl is simple and gentle? Zhou Lingling, are you poor and crazy? How does this kind of person look like he can afford a high-end phone? The freckled-faced waitress next to her sneered. Along with that, she squeezed Zhou Lingling as well, and it looked like the atmosphere inside this cell phone store wasn't very harmonious. A few other girls beside her were also looking at the joke with cold eyes. Dog's eyes looking down on people? Li Bo frowned and finally fought back. What did you say? You bumpkin. How dare you talk about me? The freckled girl was angry. Her face reddened and she reached out her finger that was about to poke the tip of Li Bo's nose. Li Bo knew that arguing with a woman was the most stupid and shameless behavior. If you win, people will say that you are bullying women. If you lose, you are really worse than a loser. So he used the simplest and most brutal way, feeling out his pocket for the $20,000 that had just spit out from the ATM. Snap, just like that, he threw it on the counter. The power of money was indeed strong enough. A mere $20,000 slapped on the counter with a crisp sound. It seemed like it also slapped on the tips of the hearts of this group of snobs. The one with the ugliest face was the girl with freckles, blushing and frozen in place, looking at Li Bo in shock. In the end, she still swallowed back her words of mocking abuse hard. Li Bo is very satisfied, also feel very mocking, profoundly realizing that in this world, the vast majority of people only recognize money. No wonder the rich are so arrogant. Zhou Lingling looked at Li Bo with some surprise, but in the end didn't say anything more and directly took out a cell phone from inside the counter. Said, Li Bo, this machine has good performance and the price is more affordable. It should be good for you to use. Li Bo just saw the price tag, a little more than 3,000. It looked like Zhou Lingling did not intend to let herself break the bank too much. In this moment, Li Bo also saw the girl with freckles, and her face was about to show a look of contempt again. Li Bo cleared his throat and said to Zhou Lingling with a smile, give me one with better performance. I usually surf the internet more often. I want one with a larger storage capacity. Zhou Lingling froze for a moment, as if she understood what Li Bo meant. Then she took out a piece of 8,000 plus cell phone next to her, and said with a slight hesitation, this one is the newest in our store, and the storage is also the highest. Li Bo did not hesitate to push the money forward. Buy it, what you introduced is definitely right. Zhou Lingling joyfully took the money and checked out. The surrounding several female sales clerks on the other hand revealed a look of remorse. With an $8,000 phone, the commission was quite a lot. There might be people in this town who could afford this kind of phone, but there definitely wouldn't be many. Li Bo found himself seeming to enjoy the contrast. Maybe it was because he had been suppressed for too long, and once he turned over a new leaf, an envy from others, or a look of false politeness, would make him feel good. Sending Li Bo to the entrance of the store. Old classmate, I have to thank you. What? Li Bo was a bit puzzled. This month, you're the first order I opened. If it wasn't for you, this month's bonus would have gone down the drain. Zhou Lingling pouted in a cute manner. It's okay, originally I also wanted to change a good call. Li Bo smiled cheekily. In order to thank you, wait for me to get off work to invite you to dinner. Our old classmates have also not seen for such a long time. Zhou Lingling said sincerely. A pair of big eyes flickered and stared at Li Bo, looking a little shy. Zhou Lingling, a beautiful woman, invited herself to dinner. Li Bo wondered if his ears were deaf. Li Bo was poor in the past, but it didn't mean he was stupid. He could tell that Zhou Lingling didn't invite herself to dinner because she was taking care of her business. What? Now that you're rich, you look down on your old classmates? Zhou Lingling pouted her cute little mouth again and squinted her eyes at Li Bo. How could a girl be so cute and inviting? Li Bo sighed for a while in his heart. Okay, what time do you get off work? Li Bo hurriedly gave a response. When I changed your card just now, I left your cell phone number, so I'll contact you then. Zhou Lingling smiled and shook her cell phone at Li Bo. Then she turned around and walked back to the store with light footsteps. How is this after eating the golden dan? Is it even peach blossom luck? Li Bo scratched his forehead, full of joy. Playing with his newly purchased cell phone and familiarizing himself with the various dazzling novelty functions, Li Bo was ready to go to the internet cafe to find Dafe. Then he waited for the evening to take Zhou Lingling to dinner. As he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a large group of people in front of him and heard noisy voices. What happened? There were two buses parked next to each other that came to travel. Li Bo knows that there are several villages in the town, and because the leadership team is more reliable, it has developed a small fishing village tourism resort. Now is the good season for traveling, so there were often buses passing through the town. Curious, I walked into the crowd and found an old man sitting on a chair in a snack store next to him with an iron face. Next to him were several people looking anxious. Some were calling for an ambulance. Some were vigorously rubbing the old man's chest. Li Bo only took a look at the old man, and immediately judged roughly from the surface symptoms that it should be a heart attack. The old man is so old, coupled with the hot weather. The tour group is crowded. It would be strange if he did not fall ill. Li Bo has always been a warm-hearted. Immediately separated from the crowd directly to the side of the old man, he reached out to feel his pulse. What are you doing? A tour group. The staff reached out and pushed Li Bo. Instead of pushing Li Bo himself, he took 2 steps backward and almost sat on his butt on the ground. His face wore a look of shock and anger. Is there no medicine? This old man looks like he's having a heart attack. Li Bo reached out and put his hand on top of that old man's wrist. In this instant, a faint golden light flashed in Li Bo's eyes, and the meridians in the old man's body as well as his internal organs were able to be viewed roughly. Sure enough, there was a problem with the heart, and it was feared that it would be the end of the game if it wasn't treated immediately. I brought medicine. I don't know when I lost it. Next to a woman in her 50s, her expression was anxious and full of self-reproach. It looked like she should be this old man's relative. Although her age was no longer small, she was still able to vaguely distinguish that she must have been a great beauty when she was young. Dressing appropriately, skin maintenance is also very good. Chapter 7, Li Bo, you've fallen. What do you do? Don't make a mess here. Who can't tell it's a heart attack? The staff of the tour group gathered around trying to pull Li Bo. The one who was rubbing the old man's chest twisted his head and glared fiercely at Li Bo. I saw the sign hanging on his chest, which said something about a doctor accompanying the tour. Only this accompanying doctor didn't seem to be very reliable, and the crude way he used would only cause the old man to die faster. Li Bo gently shook his shoulders, and those 2 tour group workers simply fell straight to the ground this time. Grimacing, what you're doing will only make the old man's situation worse. I can cure this disease. Li Bo was eager to save others, and with a gentle lift of his hand, he pushed that doctor accompanying the group to stagger. On his own, he once again approached that one old man with iron-blackened lips. Catch him. This kid is trying to harm people. The ambulance will be here soon. We must perform a push to keep the patient's vital signs up. The accompanying doctor let out a shout and yell. The middle-aged woman next to him was a little hexed, and for a moment she didn't know who to trust. Look at him. Does he look like he knows medicine? Don't believe him. I have a license to practice medicine. The accompanying doctor pulled out a small book. Li Bo couldn't care less at this moment, as he pushed the accompanying doctor away, then reached out and gently pressed twice on the old man's heart position. The strange thing was that the kind of golden breath in his own body actually slowly injected into it, and then let the old master's iron face slightly ease. Does it work that well? Li Bo was bursting with joy. Then he tried again. There were more and more people watching, and there were also sharp-eyed ones who could immediately see that the old master was in a much better condition. The eyes of the middle-aged woman next to him glowed, revealing a hint of hope, and then coldly glared at the few people from the entourage who had gathered around. All of you, get out of the way. Let this young man heal. Li Bo gave his full attention and utilized the breath in his body, quickly restoring the old man's heart to its normal state. The person was also awake for quite a while, but Li Bo was able to detect that the old man's physique was already very poor, especially his heart veins. If he continued to infuse his breath, in case if he didn't have a good grasp of the strength, it would kill him. When he was hesitating, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have any medicine with him. He hurriedly took out a wild ginseng dug up in the mountains from the cloth bag he was carrying. I pulled off a whisker and rubbed it vigorously with my hands. Immediately turned into a powder, and then to the old man under the nose. It was breathing. Medicinal powder was directly sucked into the middle of the nasal cavity, and quickly integrated into the bloodstream. The old master completely recovered. Slightly panting, his eyes looked at Li Bo and nodded slightly. Opening his mouth, he said, "Young man, thank you very much. You are hard, pulling me back from the ghost gate." The moment these words came out, the crowd was, all of them, praising. The eyes that looked at Li Bo were all different. The accompanying doctor blushed and had already quietly slipped away. "Young man, what's your name? I have to thank you properly for this." The middle-aged woman and Li Bo helped that old man up together and were also full of gratitude. Li Bo smiled bashfully. "No need to put it on your mind for a show of hands. The old man's physique is not very good. You must pay special attention when you go out." While talking, Li Bo pulled off a few more whiskers of wild ginseng and casually rubbed them in his palm. The tour guide asked for a piece of paper, and after folding it, he put the powder inside and handed it to the middle-aged woman. He opened his mouth and said, "This is pure wild ginseng. Although it can't compare to the quick-acting heart-saving pills, but once the old man's heart is not feeling well, you can put it under your nose and inhale a part of it, and at least until you go back to the hospital and get the medicine, you will be able to save your life." The middle-aged woman received the paper packet with gratitude and carefully put it away. "I have to pay you for this. This old man of mine never accepts favors for nothing." After saying this, he took the money out of his bag. Li Bo hurriedly waved his hand. "For money I wouldn't have tried so hard. Besides, I didn't lose anything," said the words, turned around and was about to leave. "You wait for a while," the old man said, and then tremblingly touched something from inside his own pocket. A peculiarly shaped, bronze-colored coin that looked some years old. He handed it to Li Bo's face. "This young man, a healer, is benevolent and not burdened by the stench of copper. Giving money would seem abrupt. This is a trinket I play with. It's not worth much. Keep it on your body as a souvenir. Take it as a piece of gratitude from my old man. In the future, no matter where you are in trouble, just go to your local area and get it from the highest authority." Seeing this bronze-colored coin, the middle-aged woman next to her revealed a look of surprise, then nodded her head at Li Bo, opened her mouth and said, "Take it, young man. Otherwise this old man of mine will not eat well and cannot sleep." "This is not money." Li Bo hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out and took it. "Not for any favor. Just didn't want to make it difficult for that old man." "Thanks to the old man. I'll leave the stuff, but this ginseng is for you. Don't ever excuse yourself." After saying that, he took out that wild ginseng from inside the cloth bag and directly stuffed it inside the middle-aged woman's bag, turned around and left with big strides. Although the wild ginseng is not very old, it should be worth tens of thousands of dollars, but Li Bo does not hurt other people in the eyes of expensive medicinal herbs. The mountains behind his village, although not quite full of mountains, but definitely not less. As long as you put in some effort, you can pick them at your fingertips. Li Bo played with the copper coin in his hand, and came to the internet cafe in a comfortable mood. "What did you do? Asterisk 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 where did you pick up this cell phone?" Dafe saw the latest imported cell phone in Li Bo's hand at a glance. Eyes are straight, directly as snatched over, constantly playing, full of envy. He said, "So new. You are really lucky." Li Bo gave him a blank look. "Where to pick up 10% new cell phone? Ah, can't it be the one I bought?" "Bought?" Daffy had an unbelievable look on his face and stared tightly at Li Bo. Then all of a sudden, he came to Li Bo's face, with a look of hatred. He opened his mouth and said, "Li Bo, you've learned a bad lesson. You've fallen just for a new cell phone?" Li Bo frowned, snatched the cell phone and stuffed it into his pocket. "I just bought a cell phone. How is it degenerate? Less pretending with me. You have a smell of children's perfume on you." Dafe came closer again for a burst of sniffing, then skimmed his mouth. "Tell me honestly, did you go to accompany which rich woman? Can you do it with this small physique?" Chapter 8. Some people need to be beaten. Li Bo was furious after hearing this. There were quite a few people in the internet cafe. Daffy's voice was thick. There were quite a few people who cast their suspicious and contemptuous gazes over. Among them, there were a few people who were actually a little envious. Li Bo couldn't wait to poke Daffy's head hard inside the chassis. "Can you stop grinning blindly? This is what I earned money to buy myself," Li Bo said with hatred. "What? Where did you get the money?" Daffy didn't believe it. "This you don't care. I'll treat you to a good meal tonight. Hurry up and open a machine for me first." Without looking back, Li Bo found a place to sit down. Daffy didn't ask too many questions. Opening the computer, Li Bo skillfully went on his game account. A large number of messages popped up. "Li Bo, why haven't you been on for so many days? I've fallen to bronze here. Quick help. Brother Li Bo, remember to reply to me when you're online. Bring me to score. Ah, all of them are begging for help. Li Bo usually do not have much pastime, also do not have pastime capital. Almost a week, come back to the internet cafe to rub the internet, but his skill is really not cover. In the game has a very high popularity, harvested a large number of fans of the land fangirl, and even people have taken the initiative to put forward to the body, just to let Li Bo help coaching. Li Bo always keep his body like a jade. The main reason is that he is afraid of his own poor appearance. Scared. Those in the game voice sweet people beautiful sister. Just finished a game. Unsurprisingly, won the game MVP. Li Bo found that after eating the golden dan, not only the strength is big, light as a swallow, and their ability to calculate and analyze, and even reaction speed are greatly improved. Simply winning should not be too easy. He was killing time, calculating how to get rich next. Just heard the entrance of the internet cafe making a noise. Li Bo took off his headphones and looked up to see that Dafe had already copied a steel pipe and flew out. Asterisk. What is this noise? Li Bo hurriedly stood up and ran outside. There were 7 or 8 motorcycles parked at the door, and a dozen people surrounded Daffy. The leader is a young man with a tattoo on his neck, followed by a sultry girl wearing a short leather skirt and stepping on the sky high. The makeup was like a ghost, but the figure was not bad. Most of the other people behind them are the kind of non-mainstream in the urban and rural areas, and it's not a good thing to look at. Dafe, you dared to mess with my beloved. It's time for us to settle the score. The male youth with a tattoo on his neck looked at Daffy with a playful face. This kid was called Lu Ping, the town's delinquent youth, entangled a gang of non-mainstream idol hooligans. His notoriety spread far and wide. I don't know how Daffy messed him up. Dafe tightly clutched the steel pipe inside his hand. You're playing a game whole like being overpowered by a bully, screaming one after another, affecting others to play the game. I can only invite her out. Lu Ping, what do you want? Dafe fights also have a number 1. In the past when he was in junior high school there was no shortage of blocking knives for Li Bo, but at this moment, there are more than 10 people on the opposite side of the family. If he really wants to fight, his body is not enough meat for others to cut. Dafe, you do not just open a broken internet cafe? What do you want to do with me? Lu Ping threw his cigarette hard on the ground and cursed. In front of my brother, apologize to my object, and then give $2,000 for damages, and this will be over. Otherwise, I'll smash your broken internet bar. Lu Ping is very arrogant, and also a bit of arrogant capital. It was said that he had quite a lot of dealings with the big gangsters in the town and knew quite a lot of people. Who are you going to smash the internet cafe? Li Bo slowly walked to the side of Dafe, standing side by side with him, with some flirting in his eyes. Li Bo, this matter you do not care. Daffy hurriedly stopped, fearing that Li Bo would be killed by people's fists in a while. The opposite group of non-mainstream immediately burst out laughing. Daffy, I heard that back then when you went to school you also had a no. 1. Why did you accept such a loser as a little brother? The one who spoke was Chow Yun, who went to the same school as Li Bo Dafe back then. At that time, Chow Yun had not been beaten up by Dafe. So today, within this group of people, he yelled the most fiercely. Li Bo slightly shook his shoulders, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He stepped aside from Dafe's side, then took 2 steps forward to directly face Chow Yun, combing a non-mainstream head. You really consider yourself a socialite? You're ing looking for death. Chow Yun's small eyes narrowed and he swung his fist towards Li Bo's face. Snap! Chow Yun was swung out like a dead dog by Li Bo's slap and fell to the ground with a hard huff. The teeth seemed to have fallen out. Everyone was stunned, including Dafe. Clutching the steel pipe in his hand, his mouth was greatly open. How could he not think that that good buddy Li Bo, who was always protected by himself, actually had this ability? This is the first time in his life that Daffy has seen Li Bo beat up someone. Previously, it was always Li Bo who let others beat up. Q. Lu Ping, who was next to him, had seen a bit of the world. The first to react, raised his leg and kicked at Li Bo's waist. Bang! Lu Ping, who was known as the little prince of fighting who singled out the little bully, received a punch on his chin and flew out with a crooked mouth and eyes. Li Bo fought. The movement was so fast that the group of non-mainstream punks in front of him did not see clearly. No one dared to move him. Originally, this was all just a group of people who relied on being outnumbered in bullying. Seeing Chow Yun and Lu Ping being lightly beaten down by Li Bo, they had long been shocked. One by one, they looked at Li Bo as if they had seen the king of hell. This is my brother's internet cafe. In the future, if anyone wants to come and cause trouble, they can come directly to me. If you want to fight, I welcome it, but if you're fine, hurry up and get lost. Li Bo roared with a slightly domineering voice. The group of people in front of him slipped faster than a rabbit. Li Bo shrugged his shoulders and turned toward the internet cafe. At this moment, the young men and women inside the internet cafe are all stretching their necks and staring at Li Bo with wide eyes, feeling that Li Bo is really too windy and powerful. Daffy was also in awe, plus puzzled. He came over to the side of Li Bo's seat and stared at him with wide eyes one after another, sending Li Bo into a frenzy. Old me doesn't like men, what are you always staring at me for? Li Bo did not have the good sense to scold. How come the more I look at you now, the more wrong I am? Daffy muttered. Immediately afterward, he added, that stance you fought with just now was just too powerful. How come I haven't seen you strike before? You're playing deep cover with me? It was no wonder that Daffy was surprised and even a little annoyed. Li Bo had been harboring for almost 20 years, and he exploded all of a sudden in the cold. Anyone would not be able to accept it. While entering the game, Li Bo lightly replied back, enough of harboring anger. I don't want to endure it. Chapter 9, The Active Zhou Lingling. Defei rubbed the back of his head, and ultimately did not ask again. Looking at Li Bo's killing line inside the game, invincible, he couldn't help but say, that little girl who was dying to meet you, is still pestering you recently? Li Bo frowned and revealed a bitter smile. Opening his mouth, he said, don't mention it, I'm about to let this little lowly drive me crazy. A few months ago, when Li Bo was dabbling with the internet here in Defei, inside a game with voice on, there was a little girl with a particularly sweet voice, who was beaten by the other party without any power and abused several times. In front of everyone's ears, the little girl cried. Ultimately, Li Bo cannot stand to see. He came to a section of the divine operation. The other 5 people to kill the piece of tile no exist, with the little girl and teammates, forced the other side to surrender. After that, the little girl had to call Li Bo her husband, hate to announce to the world that Li Bo is his man. Later on, she offered to meet up, scaring Li Bo every time he logged into his account. If you ask me, that girl is well behaved and good looking. The game is full of skins to buy. She must be a rich lord. Why don't you just submit to it? It's better than going to accompany a rich girl? Defei had a look on his face. Li Bo's 7 orifices smoldered. If you dare to mention the matter of accompanying a rich woman again, I'll shake out the matter of you seducing someone else's object. Don, you spare me. I won't say any more, okay? Defei hurried over and covered Li Bo's mouth. Whispered, if this is spread out, her object will not live chopped me. They are powerful. I cannot afford to mess with. Li Bo laughed and scolded. Can't afford it? Why don't you take care of your dick thing? Now you know you're scared? Inside the internet cafe, a few girls who often come to the internet, after discovering Li Bo, they all came over, begging for a belt. What cigarettes melon seeds drink? Bought a whole lot. A strong to Li Bo body to get together. And then there are 2 simply sat on the armrests of Li Bo's chair. That is called a make-out. The big fly to the envious do not want. Until nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Bo is finally the sight of these girls are satisfied. After stretching his back, he heard the phone ring. Your cell phone ringtone all sounds so pleasant. Li Bo pulled out his cell phone. He didn't know when Zhou Lingling had already stored the phone number for herself. With a burst of excitement in his heart, he hurriedly answered it. Li Bo, I'm off work. Are you coming to pick me up? Zhou Lingling's voice was sweet and crispy. Li Bo hung up the phone and borrowed Dafei's electric scooter. He sped all the way to the door of Zhou Lingling's cell phone store. Zhou Lingling has changed the usual clothes. It can be seen, carefully dressed up. Her face was made up. Not flirty but slightly sexy short skirt, long slender legs wrapped in black stockings, hair cascading above the shoulders, white printed cartoon short-sleeved body t-shirt. How to see how beautiful. Li Bo heart had a burst of excitement, opened his mouth, just want to greet and boast 2 sentences, suddenly found a figure next to him, quite familiar, Zhao Pingping, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. She just came out of the hospital next to her. There was no need to guess that she must have gone to deliver food to Zhao Jinlong. At this moment, she was frowning, glancing at Li Bo, and then glancing at the playful Zhou Lingling next to her, with a somewhat complicated expression. Then he spoke coldly to Li Bo. Li Bo, you're really shameless. I've already said that there's no possibility between the 2 of us. Why are you still chasing after the hospital? Li Bo frowned. You're overthinking it. I'm not like Zhao Jinlong. I like all kinds of goods. You, who gave you the guts? And don't look at your poor appearance? Zhao Pingping was instantly on fire and opened her mouth to curse. What's wrong, Li Bo? Isn't this our old classmate Zhao Pingping? Zhou Lingling, who was next to her, approached Li Bo and opened her mouth to inquire. Zhou Lingling? Zhao Pingping also recognized, somewhat surprised, looking at the beauty that had fallen like a lotus flower. Zhou Lingling. There was a bit of a feeling of self-shame in this instant. It's fine, let's eat. Li Bo lazily took care of Zhao Pingping and directly patted the back seat of the electric mini motorcycle. Li Bo, you're crazy, right? Even if you want to be angry with me, you are not so heartless. As if she had seen through something, Zhao Pingping sneered from the side. Can someone else? Big beauty Zhou, look at you? Li Bo hadn't even said anything yet, but Zhou Lingling naturally lifted her butt and sat sideways on the back seat of the electric motorcycle, sticking close to Li Bo. Then she wrapped her arm around Li Bo's waist. She opened her mouth and said, "Let's go, honey. Let's eat something good tonight." Li Bo's heart was about to explode, and he could clearly feel something leaning on his back. What made him feel the most cool was Zhao Pingping's unbelievably ironic face. "No problem. Whatever you want to eat, you can pick any place you want." Li Bo shook his hair in a rather pretentious manner, and then he increased the gas pedal. Bastard! Is Zhou Lingling crazy? How could she fall for this loser Li Bo? Zhao Pingping hatefully stomped her foot, watching Li Bo and Zhou Lingling talking and laughing as they drifted away. Only when they reached the entrance of the internet cafe did Zhou Lingling put her arm back. The appearance was very normal, not half a bit different, as if they were really lovers. "Just now, thank you." Li Bo blushed and said, "Thank me for what? I just don't want to see others treat you that way." Zhou Lingling had a smile on her face. Then she opened her mouth and asked, "What's going on between you and Zhao Pingping? I heard that the two of you aren't engaged to be married? You know all this? Who did you hear that from?" Li Bo was surprised for a moment. He himself had no contact with those former classmates, let alone the great beauty Zhou Lingling. "I also unintentionally heard it from someone else." Zhou Lingling was also slightly shy. "The two of us broke up a long time ago. We are destined to not be able to drill under the same blanket." Li Bo replied casually. "Broke up?" Zhou Lingling looked as if she was quite happy. While the two were talking, Daffy came out of the internet cafe in a trot. "Yo, isn't this the great beauty Zhou Lingling? I said, why is this internet cafe fluffy? But it's getting prettier and prettier, ah." Daffy complimented with a smile. Zhou Lingling smiled generously and reached out to take Li Bo's arm. "Very naturally," she said. "Daffy, you two are still so affectionate?" Daffy froze, staring at Li Bo and then at Zhou Lingling. "When did you two get on well?" Li Bo was embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Zhou Lingling beside him, on the other hand, beamed and said, "Let's eat. After working all day, people are hungry." Chapter 10. Did you two have sex? Not far from the side there is a restaurant, newly opened. Looks like the scale is quite large. The door is also parked a few in the countryside for the quite high-grade car. The money Li Bo, of course, want to take two companions to eat good. Daffy pulled Li Bo with a hand and took 2 steps back. Staring with small eyes, he asked, "You're good. You even got Zhou Lingling. Did you two aha?" Zhou Lingling in front seemed to have heard it, and her footsteps were a little shaky, blushing and did not turn back. Li Bo directly hooked Xiao Fei's big thick neck and gritted his teeth. "I'm not as nasty as you are. If you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being merciless." Daffy heatedly smiled, with an ambiguous look. "Stinking shameless. You two, surely that's something. This hotel is indeed quite upscale." The door actually stood 2 delicate and lovely waitresses, not because Li Bo's body were shabby and looked the other way. The same with a sweet smile, polite greeting. The business inside the store was very good, and the people who came were all the dignitaries in the town. Coincidentally, there was only one last private room left, just ready to go inside the private room. This time another group of people walked in from the door. "I'm sorry, sir. So far the private rooms are full. Would you like to sit in the lobby for a while?" A foreman-like person came over and greeted politely. "What? We've come here specifically for this. We can't wait." Walking in the front was a young man wearing a set of Armani. He looked as if he had a bit of money, and next to him, he had his arm around a young girl who was also fashionably dressed. Behind him were 5 or 6 people, all of whom were not too old. "Didn't I hear just now that there is another private room?" "We'll take that private room," the young man said in a cold voice. Then he walked over like the doorway of the private room that was still open, trying to stop, not stopping. "Yo, isn't this the great beauty Zhou Lingling? This body development is getting better and better." The young man arrived at the door and recognized Zhou Lingling at a glance. Narrowing his eyes very nonchalantly, he swept up and down a few times. "Zhou Jie, speak politely." Daffy called out the other party's name. Coincidentally, they used to be classmates in junior high school. This Zhou Jie relied on his old man to open a small factory in the town, and used to always have a few $100s of pocket money in his pocket for school, so he gathered a lot of lapdogs around him. There was also a deep conflict with Daffy. "Daffy, what are you doing here?" Zhou Jie frowned, and only then did he see Li Bo, who was right next to Zhou Lingling. A mocking look appeared on his face. "Isn't this that loser Li Bo? This kind of place doesn't have low consumption. Don't come here to disgrace yourself. Hurry up and let this private room out." Zhou Jie thought it was the time when he went to school, and thought that Li Bo would definitely not dare to make a scene, even if he was followed by Daffy, who was a great fighter. He had 5 or 6 brothers behind him, so Zhou Jie was wild, waiting for Li Bo to lower his head and leave in ashes. He even added a sentence. "Zhou, big beautiful girl, give us a favor and eat with us? What do you want to eat? Just order. After we finish we will go to KTV to sing." Naked provocation and molestation. The girl next to her was a little dissatisfied, twisted her body, but Zhou Jie did not take care of her, just staring colorfully at Zhou Lingling. "Be sensible, The person who brought the others, hurry up and get lost. I invited 2 friends for dinner today. I don't want to beat you up. Li Bo slightly raised his eyebrows, his expression calm, but he said the same arrogant words. What? You've been blowing the sea breeze in the countryside and you're blowing yourself silly, aren't you? Jay laughed, taking 2 steps forward. He looked at Li Bo with a scornful face and spoke. Look at you dressed like a beggar. With me this poor cross-ah? Hurry up and get lost. Do you hear me? Or else beat you to death. You didn't beat you comfortably when you went to school, did you? Da-Fei, very righteous, blocked in front of his brother, clenched his fists. Zhou Jia face fearful color, but then followed behind. A few other people also came up. Suddenly let him feel short-term earned a lot. Both sides had their swords drawn, and it looked like they were about to make a move. Li Bo opened his mouth to speak. At this time the foreman-like person intervened and hurriedly blocked. Everyone, we are here to eat. Have something to say properly, don't hurt the peace. This private room is really their 3 guests arrived first. The foreman was quite upright. How much can these few poor people consume? At most, they can just drink 2 bowls of noodles. Aren't you guys losing money? Zhou Jia really didn't seem to dare to make trouble here, because he had heard that the owner of the restaurant here had a good background, but he had no qualms about Li Bo and Da-Fei. He pulled out a bunch of bills from his pocket, slapped them in his hand, and then arrogantly said, "What's the most expensive dish here?" The foreman frowned, and reached out to point to the row of glass cabinets full of seawater next to him. Opening his mouth, he said, "Grouper, the last one, $1,000 a caddy." Zhou Jia froze for a moment, turning his head to look at that glass cabinet. That big grouper must be 3 to 5 pounds at least, plus processing fees and so on. Number 5,000 cannot come down, although his hand's a little money, but after all, not really rich second generation. Take $5,000 to eat a fish. A little heartache, but then gritted his teeth and prepared to speak. However, at this time, Li Bo said with a bashful face, "Trouble you, make this fish for us, steamed." The foreman also looked at Zhou Jia a little bit unfavorably and complimented you for being so knowledgeable before turning around and arranging to go. Li Bo, are you crazy? Can you get the money? Playing the big tail wolf with me here. Zhou Jia's face was red and his words were mocking. Li Bo smiled and came over, his eyes instantly becoming fierce as he approached Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia hadn't seen such a stance before, and immediately took 2 steps backward with a weak heart. What are you doing? Want to fight? I have more people than you. Zhou Jia was arrogant again. This is not a place to fight. One has to be polite and understand etiquette. Li Bo pulled out the remaining $10,000+ from inside his pocket and waved it around. Then he turned around and wrapped his arms around Zhou Lingling's slender waist and headed inside the private room. Da-Fei grinned and looked at Zhou Jia, scolding, "Don't disgrace yourself here. Hurry up and get lost." Zhou Jia's face was furious, but he really didn't dare to make trouble at this time. Eventually gritted his teeth and led the way out. When he reached the door, he rushed to a person behind him and whispered, "You stand guard here. In a moment, see where they go after they finish eating. Notify me at the first opportunity. Tonight I'll let this poor boy know what it means to know the heights of heaven." The dog-legged man promised and then ran off to squat in the corner. Inside the box, Zhou Lingling was a bit restless all of a sudden. She tried her best to persuade her. "Li Bo, what are you doing with someone like Zhou Jia? $5,000 to eat a fish is too wasteful, right?" Li Bo casually waved his hand. "I just can't stand the sight of him being poor and proud. Sensei, no matter how expensive the food is, treat you and my brothers to a meal. I don't care how much it costs." Chapter 11, The Village Chief's Secret. Daffy heatedly, "Li Bo, it looks like your kid is really hairy. What kind of lucrative business can you reveal?" Zhou Lingling beside him was also full of curiosity. She knew that Li Bo was not a person who would puff up his face just to save face. "Keep it a secret for now, but don't worry, I definitely won't forget you as a good brother." Li Bo smiled as he picked up the tea and took a sip. The dishes were soon served slowly. The expensive grouper was personally brought up by the foreman, politely introduced. "You can really have an eye. This fish is the villagers of the nearby seaside have just fought up. It is not common to see it in normal times. This fish does not need to be introduced by the foreman." Li Bo also understands. Their village is guarded on the seashore. For the fish in the sea, Li Bo knew it well. It was only that even if they hit on fresh top-quality seafood, they rarely gave up to eat it themselves. Poverty was the only reason. A fish served on the table cost more than $5,000. Li Bo seems to have found a business opportunity in the book that he picked up from the heavenly dump, but it recorded all kinds of knowledge about slash and burn farming, planting, fishing and hunting. A meal was eaten happily. Li Bo got up to go to the restroom, and when he passed by the side box, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from inside. "Village Chief Zhao Fugue." Li Bo didn't have the problem of eavesdropping, but vaguely heard Zhao Fugue mention the sea around the village. Stopping in his tracks, he stood at the door of the box and lit a cigarette. Zhao Fugue's drunken speech was a bit unclear, Boss son, don't worry about this matter, although our village is small, but that piece of sea all belongs to us. The head of the village is poor. There is no one who can afford to buy a big boat, and also can't afford to engage in farming. As long as you prepare the money, prepare the formalities, within 3 days I will pack that piece of sea to you. However, this commission, immediately followed by a man's voice, the benefits naturally cannot be missing you. This 100,000 yuan you first take, when the matter is accomplished every month or not less. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Bo cursed in his heart. Zhao Fugue, this old yakuza, actually was planning to sell the right to use the piece of sea that belonged to the village. There wasn't much land in the village, and usually, the villagers would use their own boats to go fishing to supplement their families. If this is contracted out, let others to engage in farming. The villagers later want to go out to sea. It will be difficult. The most important thing was that Li Bo had just thought of a good business opportunity to get rich. It was definitely not allowed to be wantonly snatched by others just like this. Within 3 days, is it? Baohai needs a lot of money, right? Li Bo eyed someone walking over, then turned around and left. When he returned to the box, he had been thinking about his mind. Dafei had drunk a lot of wine at this moment, and was already red in the face. Putting his arm around Li Bo's shoulder, there is a KTV in the town that is good. It is rare for our brothers to get together once. And there is also a big beautiful girl Joe accompanying her on the side. Li Bo immediately reacted, glanced at Joe Lingling next to him. Are you free? Joe Lingling, although only drank 2 glasses of beer, but the small face is also red, up 2 red clouds, immediately nodded. The 3 people hit it off immediately. After settling the bill and coming to the door, Li Bo did not find the person squatting at the opposite intersection smoking. Not too long ago, Zhou Jie, who was hugging a girl and drinking inside the KTV, received a phone call. What did you say? This guy also came to Imperial KTV? Really looking for death? Even sent it to his door. Zhou hung up the phone with an excited face. Then smiling, he put his face to the left side, beside a bald man. The man was in his 30s, full of horizontal meat, and there were knife scars on his chest. This was a real gangster, not those non-mainstream hooligans on the streets. Brother Long, did you finish what you agreed to just now and come back to drink again? Zhou Jie had a flirtatious smile on her face. Brother Long frowned and pushed away the escort girl who was lying on his shoulder. Full of concern, he grunted, no comment. Let Changzi bring a few people over. This kind of small character is not worthy of me personally. On the opposite side of the sofa, a tall male youth immediately stood up and waved his hand, and followed out another 4 or 5 people. Zhou Jie's heart burst with dark pleasure. He had always felt that as a rich man, there was no need to personally go and fight a poor guy like Li Bo. Spending a little money and treating Dragon to a meal would quickly put Li Bo in his place, and he could also beat him up pretty badly without having to take the blame himself. Li Bo brought Zhou Lingling and Dafei just walked through the door, when several men came over aggressively from the opposite side. At a glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary goods. Chang Zi identified his target and directly rushed Li Bo and crashed over. Li Bo slightly sidestepped, but since Zhou Lingling was beside himself, he couldn't help but brush his arm with Keiko. TMD, don't you have eyes? Chang Zi cursed ferociously, and the people behind him immediately surrounded him. Doing this kind of thing, they were simply familiar with it. According to his intention, no matter whether Li Bo recognized his weakness or was tough, he would have to slap him a few times, and then this matter would be over. He even felt that a country bumpkin like Li Bo wouldn't even dare to raise his eyes. Li Bo stopped his footsteps, turned around, and returned with a cold voice. The one who went out without eyes seems to be you. Li Bo could see that these few people were deliberately looking for trouble, although the reason for this was still unknown. But ever since that night, Li Bo had told himself that he would no longer accept anyone's insults and provocations. With no fear on his face, his eyes grew cold. Egu my ass. Haven't been beaten up before, have you? Chang Zi immediately got energized, ready to make a move. Brother Chang, give a face to my brother who drank too much. Dafei knows Chang Zi and knows that this guy is the one hitter under the hands of Brother Long. He was afraid that Li Bo would suffer, so he hurriedly pulled Li Bo a bit and put his little face in front of Chang Zi. Brother Chang is what you call it. Get out of the way, or else even you will be beaten up. Chang Zi's little follower came over and directly pushed Daffy. Raising his leg, he was about to kick Daffy in the stomach, but just as he raised his leg, he suddenly felt as if his stomach had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and then he flew backward more than 2 meters, lying on the ground without moving. You seek death. Xiangzi realized that it was Li Bo who moved, and with glaring eyes, he raised his elbow and slammed it into the bridge of Li Bo's nose. The reaction was quite fast, but it was not as fast as Li Bo's movements. Li Bo similarly still raised his leg and kicked out. Chang Zi, the gold medal fighter under Long's hand, flew even farther than the little follower just now. On the ground, he spat out all the wine he had just drunk. his body twitching. Inside the KTV's box, Zhou Jie was waiting for the news to come that Li Bo had been beaten up. The door was slammed open and a person stumbled in, his face covered in blood. "Brother Long, our man was beaten up," the visitor roared miserably and incomparably. Chapter 12, What's your problem? What person? Brother Long stood up in a mischievous manner. In this territory, he was number one, and he knew very well how powerful Keiko was. He thought that it was a gangster from a few nearby towns who came to look for trouble. "It is the one called Li Bo just now, and the strong son was beaten and could not climb up," the visitor said again. Zhou Jie just drank in the wine, directly sprayed out, stood up and stared at the eyes and said, "Impossible, that Li Bo was a goon, but also next to him that Dafei a little bit of ability." Brother Long glared fiercely at Zhou Jie, and then led the few remaining people inside the private room to stride outside. He came to the hall just in time to catch a few people from Li Bo coming inside the corridor. "That's him," the little brother with a head full of blood immediately called out. Brother Long narrowed his eyes and looked at Chang Zi and the others who had fallen to the ground, and he was really surprised in his heart. "Did you beat up the people?" Brother Long coldly scanned Li Bo, who was standing at the front. "I'm the one who hit them. What do you want?" Li Bo responded blandly. "Not a little bit of guts. Do you know who I am?" Brother Long walked forward. The two behind him immediately followed, ready to strike at any time. "This is our brother Lung, the famous one. Li Bo, you're dead." Although Zhou Jie didn't understand what was happening here, he felt that brother Lung had personally made a move, so Li Bo was definitely going to have bad luck next. "So it's you that's causing trouble. Think you can do anything to me by finding a few punks?" Li Bo looked at Zhou Jie with a look of contempt. Brother Long glared up and grunted, and the few behind him immediately pounced towards Li Bo. Li Bo, who had eaten the golden elixir, dealt with these ordinary hooligans without half an effort. It was so easy that he had to dodge left and right, looking for the right opportunity to strike. In just 10 seconds or so, those few people under Brother Long's hand were all put down on the ground by Li Bo. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. "This can't be." Zhou Jie stared with wide eyes. How could he not believe that Li Bo, who was usually bullied to death by himself, was actually so powerful? Long also panicked at this moment. His hands are full of sweat, under the hands of 7 or 8 people, so that others easily on the extreme cleaned up. He does not think that his own too can be good to wear, but as the dignity of the boss, and does not allow him to admit defeat on the spot, is gritting his teeth, ready to bend over and pull out a knife when, beside hurriedly walked over a silhouette. "What's going on?" A 25 or 26-year-old woman, fashionably dressed, sexy not sultry, flirtatious but not flirtatious. The voice that spoke sounded like a foreign accent at first glance. "Isn't this Brother Long? What's going on?" The woman directly inserted herself between Li Bo and Brother Long. After sweeping a glance at Li Bo, she came in front of Brother Long with a calm expression, but her face revealed a hint of nobility. Li Bo realized that the woman was followed by a few people, who had sharp gazes and brawny figures. It could be much more imposing than the group of hooligans under Brother Long's hand. "This woman is not simple." This is Li Bo immediately made the judgment. Sure enough, after Brother Long saw the woman, the flesh on his face shook twice before squeezing out a smile. Opening his mouth, he said, "Sister Hua, I have a little conflict here." Disturbed, "You do business." "Sorry." Long was over 30 years old, and he called this woman sister and had a polite look on his face. On the contrary, he didn't feel aggrieved at all. Li Bo was even more curious about the identity of this woman called Sister Hua, so he stood by the side and watched quietly. "Since you know that you are disturbing my business, you know what to do, right? What comes as a guest," Sister Hua said lightly, then turned her face and sized up Li Bo with interest. Those people who were put down around them hadn't been able to all climb up until now, but even if they did, they were all far away from Li Bo, with fear in their eyes. "Your face is very raw. Is this your first time here?" Sister Hua spoke to Li Bo quite politely, with a smile on her face. Li Bo also grinned. "Indeed, it's the first time I'm here. I'm sorry for affecting your business. It is always better to be polite to a woman, let alone such a beautiful and temperamental woman." Sister Hua smiled again and turned her face to look at Brother Long again, instantly regaining her previous cold and noble demeanor. Brother Long hurriedly nodded. "I'll leave right away." After saying that, without hesitation, he lowered his head and led the people out, glaring fiercely at Li Bo as he passed by him. Li Bo also responded coldly without showing any weakness, completely not putting this what's-his-name big brother in his eyes. At the doorway, Zhou Jie reached out and pulled on Brother Long's arm. Opening his mouth, he said, "Brother Long, is this matter just over? Just now eat that meal is not cheap. I go NM. Brother Long cursed, raised his hand as a big slap, dumped in Zhou Jie's face. Zhou Jie was obedient and cooperative, falling to the ground, a burst of screaming. Immediately after that, Brother Long rushed up again and kicked several times in succession, leaving Zhou Jie with a head full of blood. UTMD, purposely pitting lousy, right? Lousy is worse than you for a meal? Don't let me see you in the future. After cursing, Brother Long led the men to leave. Li Bo and the others who stood in the middle of the hall watched Zhou Jie get beaten up, their hearts bursting with pleasure. Young man, what's your name? Sister Hua slowly walked to the side of Li Bo at this time, also following and looking out. My name is Li Bo, Li Bo replied dryly. Sister Hua nodded and unashamedly stared closely at Li Bo's face, looking left and right. Waiting for Li Bo was a little red in the face. After all, the chances of contacting a woman were too few, especially when facing such a noble and cold woman. Tonight's consumption is on me. Feel free to play and drink as much as you want. If you are free in the future, bring your friends to come more often. Sister Hua reached out and touched on Li Bo's arm, then turned around and led people back. Holy, Li Bo, when did you kid become so powerful, became so capable of fighting, got money, and even Sister Hua is so appreciative of you. Dafei wrapped his arm around my shoulder with a look of envy and jealousy. Is this Sister Hua very powerful? Li Bo casually asked. Of course, powerful. This KTV since the opening. There has never been a problem. Who does not know the origin of this Sister Hua? But I heard that the earliest opening when someone wanted to come to collect protection money, the results of the second day people are gone. Daffy said some the first time I saw the movie. It was a very good one, but it was a very good one. Li Bo also did not take it too seriously, directly with two people into the private room. Only then did he realize that Zhou Lingling's face next to him was a bit odd. What's wrong with you? Li Bo asked. Zhou Lingling hesitated for a moment before she spoke. I've encountered some trouble. Chapter 13, I have a big bed there. Li Bo could see that Zhou Lingling looked a little flustered and embarrassed. She hurriedly spoke. What kind of trouble? Can I help? Zhou Lingling frowned, then handed the phone in her hand to Li Bo's face. Zhou Lingling was being harassed, receiving quite a few text messages, talking dirty and quite shameless. This guy has been pestering me for a long time. Ever since he went inside our store to buy a cell phone once, he's always harassing me. Zhou Lingling frowned. Then she said, he said that he's going to wait for me in front of my house tonight, and it just so happens that the girl I share a room with isn't here today, so I'm a little too scared to go back. Li Bo laughed and comforted too. You don't need to take this matter to heart. I'll personally send you back in a while. It's best if he's there. Only then did Zhou Lingling smile again. Played to the night more than 10 o'clock. Li Bo considered Zhou Lingling day 2 still have to work. When checking out, the person really didn't charge a penny, and Li Bo didn't insist. Daffy went back to the internet cafe by himself. Before separating, Daffy put his arm around Li Bo's shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. Whispered, tonight is a great opportunity. I know that your kid has not tasted the taste of women. You must cherish it. After saying this, he threw 1,000 charming flying eyes to Li Bo and twisted his thick body to go away. What did Daffy say to you? Sneaky. Zhou Lingling stumbled over on her feet. Didn't say anything, asked me to protect you. Li Bo was a little embarrassed. To be honest, Li Bo also knew that usually, after young men and women finished eating and singing, the next thing was to do something more passionate. At first, Li Bo didn't think much about it, but after being reminded by Defei, his heart had been beating faster. Zhou Lingling greatly embraced Li Bo's arm, and the two of them stuck very close together. It made Li Bo's heart flutter for a while. Zhou Lingling was in the neighborhood, and as soon as she entered the mouth of the alley, a figure suddenly ran out. Ling Ling, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. A rather lewd-looking uncle came over with a playful smile. Seeing that there was an extra person by Zhou Lingling's side, he immediately frowned. Who is this kid? Li Bo turned his face to look at Zhou Lingling. Is this the pervert you were talking about? Zhou Lingling nodded, and the lewd uncle on the opposite side still wanted to pose, without even looking clearly at how exactly he was picked up single-handedly by Li Bo by the neck collar, his legs stomping in fear. What are you doing? The lewd uncle yelled. Li Bo single-handedly lifted the other side to find a large tin dumpster. Without saying a word, Bam threw it in. Then put the lid on. Let us go. I will send you back. Li Bo turned around as if he was nothing and helped Zhou Lingling all the way forward. Zhou Lingling's small face red. Both touched and feel some excitement. Li Bo, you are too domineering. This guy in the future I guess no longer dare to come to me. This is all a small matter. If there is trouble in the future feel free to come to me. Li Bo straightened his chest. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Zhou Lingling turned around, looked at Li Bo's eyes, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth. It's so late. I'm afraid it's not very convenient for you to go back to the village. Why don't you stay here tonight? I have a big bed there. Speaking of this, Zhou Lingling's voice was already getting lower and lower, and her blush was obvious. Li Bo felt a burst of dry mouth, and was tempted to just agree to it, and then go in with Zhou Lingling to close the door and do what needed to be done. But Li Bo didn't want to take advantage of Zhou Lingling while she was drunk, so he ended up ruthlessly refusing. It's okay, I'll borrow Dafei's electric car to go back. Zhou Lingling, obviously some disappointment, rather grudgingly glanced at Li Bo, then sighed, turned around and opened the door. All the time watching Zhou Lingling close the door behind her, the house lit up. Only then did Li Bo breathe a sigh of relief and walk towards the outside of the hutong. Li Bo, you are really a waste. Such a good opportunity is wasted. Li Bo grumbled to himself while walking, came to Dafei's internet cafe, being counted down by Dafei. I rub. You are also too fast in this action. Is it a kidney deficiency? Li Bo gritted his teeth and waved his fist at Daffy. If you want to get beaten up, you just say it. I'm not as shameless as you are. By the way, electric car lend me use. More than half an hour. Li Bo then returned to the village. The first time he directly drilled into the cellar of his house. Lying on the edge of the cellar, he didn't hear any movement, but he was able to see that there was something more on top of the pile of debris in the cellar. A few pieces of top-quality jade, although the surface was slightly flawed, but if placed in the human world, it was already a superb product. Li Bo's eyes glowed brightly as he put away a few pieces of jade. After thinking about it, he picked up a few broken bricks on the ground. He knew that this stuff would definitely work better than any high-grade fertilizer when sprinkled in the vegetable field. Climbing out of the cellar, he took the few bricks inside his pocket, rubbed them hard with his hands, and then sprinkled them inside his vegetable field. Just when Li Bo was ready to rest, he heard the window behind his house being gently knocked twice. Li Bo, is that you back? Li Bo's heart stirred. He hurriedly opened the back window of his house, and sure enough, he found Zhao Yaru, who was bare-legged and wearing a jacket, standing playfully under the moonlight. In her hand was a large bowl with rice inside. What have you been doing? Why are you so late? Zhao Yaru frowned and handed the large bowl through the window, looking at Li Bo with wide eyes. Li Bo hurriedly reached out and took it, and smiled. He went to the town to surf the internet. It's so late. You're still waiting for me. Zhao Yaru lived right behind Li Bo's house. Her parents were ordinary farmers plus fishermen. When I was a child, the two of them often played in a piece of the front and back of the house. Zhao Yaru's family is one of the few people in the village who are willing to get close to Li Bo. Usually know that Li Bo's family is difficult. Every once in a while to make a good meal will let Zhao Yaru send over. You still have the heart to go out and play? I heard that you broke Zhao Jinlong's leg last night. Aren't you afraid that the village chief will retaliate against you? Zhao Yara had a worried look on her face. Then she pulled out a roll of money from inside her clothes pocket. There were both zeros in whole, probably a few $100s, and sent it to Li Bo's face. That's all I have. Take the money and go out to the city to get a job. At least it's better than staying here. Li Bo's heart was touched for a moment, pushed the money back and said with a smile, Yaru, do you have a crush on me? You've taken out all the money you've saved for the dowry. Don't be stinky you. Zhao Yaru's small face flushed red and stomped her foot. The two big white legs were exceptionally dazzling under the moonlight. Looking at Li Bo with a shortness of breath. Chapter 14, The Grouper King. Not leaving and waiting to die here? Zhao Yaru glared at Li Bo again. It's okay, the village chief's family. I didn't even put it in my heart. And I'll have money soon. A lot of money. Li Bo put his head on the window frame and looked at Zhao Yaru's body with interest. Where to look? Looking for a beating, isn't it? Zhao Yaru pouted and tightened the clothes on her body again. In the end, she still threw the money in through the window. Hurry up and leave early tomorrow morning. Remember to call me later. After saying that, she turned around and flung open her two long legs and ran away. Li Bo hemmed and hawed, picking up the money on the ground and putting it in his pocket. Not only will I not leave, but I will also stay, so that everyone inside the village will be impressed with me, so that they will know that our Li family descendants are outstanding. Li Bo didn't waste the meal and wolfed down his fill. He slept comfortably for the night. Early in the morning of the second day, when the sky was cloudy, the first thing he did was to run to the yard to look at the vegetable plot. Sure enough, the fruits and vegetables grew even more arrogant than yesterday. Li Bo also did not rush to pick, but quickly grabbed the yard's fishing rod, stepped on the white fog meter, with a bucket hat, and ran to the outside of the village. Yesterday night has thought about it. Just selling vegetables to make money is a little slow. Go to the mountains to pick herbs. Temporary sales is a problem. So Li Bo was ready to follow the method recorded in the book of the 100 Herbs secret book to fish grouper. The village used to have people rowing small boats to the sea to fish. That time occasionally can be harvested, but in the last 2 years, grouper were rare, especially the big ones. The bigger they are, the more valuable they are. Li Bo has no boat at home. He chose a large rock on the beach, tentatively then far from the view. The sun has not yet risen, only slightly exposed ahead, but Li Bo a pair of eyes but covered with a layer of light golden light. Although not able to see what is in the head of the sea, but was able to carefully distinguish the direction of the surge of the tide. According to the book, Grouper, this unique sea creature likes to be near dark currents or whirlpools, foraging for food. After finding the right place, the next thing Li Bo did was to take out the bait that he had carefully prepared. Fishermen fishing for grouper used some small fish or shrimps, but Li Bo added some special ingredients to it according to the book. After hanging up the hook, he recognized the direction of the dark current and threw it over. I don't know if it will work, Li Bo muttered. Just after lighting a cigarette and taking 2 puffs, he violently realized that the fishing line was collapsed straight, and at the same time a strong force came up from under the water. I go! So much strength? Li Bo was instantly excited. Grabbing the fishing rod with both hands, he stood up, his movements skillfully erected. A wave tumbled up inside the water. In a short while, a huge head surfaced. So big, Li Bo's mouth is grinning. The so-called fishing rod was a bamboo pole, and fortunately, it was tough enough, plus the fishing line was also relatively thick. But even so, Li Bo still do not dare to use dead force. He knows that in case of bad grasp, this is about to get to the hands of the big grouper is going to fall out of the sky. He circled back and forth with the fish's strength for about 10 minutes. The big grouper, finally no strength, was Li Bo took the opportunity to drag directly to shore. Nearly 20 pounds, not to mention seen, not even heard of. Li Bo smiled, threw the grouper into a nearby puddle, and then proceeded to hang bait. It took more than an hour of work, not counting the other fish, just the grouper, harvested 100 pounds. The small ones were thrown back by Li Bo, picking more than 5 pounds. The hotel sells 1,000 yuan a catty. The purchase price how to 700 or 800 it. Li Bo calculating. The puddle inside the fish are fished up, and got some water plant seaweed spread in their own big basket inside. Live. The price is high enough. Carrying a large basket all the way to the head of the village to run. Li Bo, back what things ah? You're poor and crazy to pick up seaweed for food? Some idle villagers in the village joked. Li Bo did not bother to take care of. Just at this moment a big grouper is very restless. From the basket inside popped out. Fell on the ground. A few lively villagers' eyes are straight. Such a big grouper. Where did it come from? Immediately, some people gathered around. One by one, they were envious. Of course it was caught from the sea. Li Bo squatted down with a bashful face, pinched the big grouper and threw it back into the basket, then separated from the crowd and ran back to his own yard. At this moment Zhao Yaru was at the door. Why didn't you leave? I thought you went out. Zhao Yaru frowned. Go what? Told you. I'm definitely not leaving. I want to impress everyone. Li Bo opened the door and brought Zhao Yaru into the courtyard. Once inside the yard, Zhao Yaru was dumbfounded. How did you plant these vegetables? How come they're so big? Li Bo was a little smug. High tech. Turn around what vegetables your family uses. Come directly to pick it. While talking, he picked out a large grouper from inside the basket, which was more than 5 or 6 pounds, handed it to Zhao Yaru. Take this fish back. Give it to your parents to hurry up and do it, while it's fresh. Grouper? So much? Zhao Yaru's mouth couldn't close. How much does this cost? Did you catch it? As a mountain dweller by the sea, Zhao Yaru was able to roughly estimate that this basket of fish had to be tens of thousands of dollars at least, if not more. Just don't ask. Hurry up and take the fish back. Don't be polite with me. Li Bo directly took the fish, tied it with a rope and handed it to Zhao Yaru's hand. Then he picked a large basket of vegetables. At this moment, the sky was already completely bright. The basket of fish and the basket of vegetables were fixed on Dafei's electric motorcycle with a wooden frame. Li Bo greeted Zhao Yaru and then went all the way to the town. When the people in the village saw what was behind Li Bo's electric motorcycle, they were surprised beyond words and exclaimed in admiration. On the other hand, Li Bo was now calculating that he should get a whole car first. Otherwise, in the future, the sea fished out of the fish catch and planted these vegetables. To the town transportation is not very convenient. Dafei, this electric car is quite strong. Not be pressed down. Li Bo with the fastest speed to the door of the newly opened restaurant. At this moment there is a loading car, is moving things inside. Several chefs in the back kitchen were busy. Li Bo wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and walked up the steps with the basket in one hand. Big brother, do they take grouper here? Live? Li Bo asked politely. A plump chef twisted his face and looked at Li Bo with contempt. He opened his mouth and said, "Get out of here. Don't make trouble here. Get a basket of seaweed to make a fuss?" The dog's eyes looked down on people. Chapter 15 Let you open your eyes. If Li Bo did not think that in addition to this restaurant, other families cannot afford to accept their own grouper, has long been on fire, strongly suppressing the fire inside his stomach, he said, inside or grouper more than 5 pounds, just say whether to accept it or not. Wipe, the fat chef cursed, a face of contempt. Want to get beaten up a whole basket of grouper over 5 pounds? If you can pick out one, I'll eat this seaweed on the spot. If you can't get it out, I'll beat you to death. Li Bo smiled coldly. Then I suggest you go inside and get a pair of dishes. This seaweed is enough for you to eat for a while. After saying that, in front of the fat chef's face, he lifted the seaweed sheet on the surface, and hand carried out a large grouper. It was alive and kicking. More than 5 pounds. So big? It can't be farmed, right? The chef's eyes are straight came over with a skeptical look on his face. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. This was just fished out from the sea. Purely wild. Li Bo frowned and replied. What's the noise outside? The supervisor of the restaurant walked out from inside. At a glance, he saw the big, lively grouper that was picked up by Li Bo. With glowing eyes, he came over at a trot. Young man, are you selling this fish? The price is negotiable. As if he had picked up a treasure. Next to the fat chef also mocked it. Supervisor, this is certainly farmed. This kid is a liar. Get lost. Don't want to do it. Get lost. The supervisor raised his leg and kicked the fat chef's big ass. Then he turned around and looked at Li Bo with a smile on his face. I'm sorry. These goods haven't seen the world. I can tell that this is a pure wild big grouper. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Li Bo had a pretty good impression of this supervisor. Then lifted another layer of seaweed. Opening his mouth, he said, there's about 100 pounds in here, and there's an especially large one. The chef, the supervisor, and the workers who carried the goods, gathered around, and one by one, their jaws dropped. Boy, have lived for so long, never seen such a big grouper. This is simply the grouper king. Someone exclaimed. Give a price. Li Bo pulled out a cigarette. The fat chef next to him hurriedly handed over the fire with a smiling face. The supervisor fiddled with his chin. 800 a caddy. What do you think? Li Bo was just about to agree. The supervisor followed with another sentence. This biggest one. I'll give you $100,000 directly. But in the future, if you have this kind of thing, send it directly to me. I'll take it as it is. This time it was Li Bo's turn to be surprised, not thinking that this extra large grouper was actually worth so much money. The expression on his face, however, remained calm and then nodded. Several chefs were urged by the supervisor to put all those grouper inside the glass cabinet as fast as possible. The supervisor settled the bill as fast as he could. 160,000. The red ticket was inside a plastic bag. Li Bo walked out of the hotel door with a burst of refreshment. The fruits and vegetables that he had brought with him were discovered by the sharp-eyed supervisor, who also took them all. Li Bo was ready to return the electric car to Dafei. Just after leaving the intersection, he let a group of Amazons stop him. That's him. He was the one who sold vegetables here yesterday. A group of people shouted and surrounded Li Bo. Li Bo thought it was because they had eaten the vegetables. Only later did he realize that after these people ate the vegetables, not only did they feel that the taste was superb, but their bodies were light after eating them, and they actually had healthcare effects. Because the big mom, who originally had bad legs, even danced a bit in front of everyone. Young man, do you still have that dish? I'll take as much as there is left. There were constantly people asking. With an eager face, Li Bo scratched his head. Let's do it this way. I'll still be here early tomorrow morning. I'll ship the vegetables over. First come first served. Li Bo spent a lot of effort, which only stomped the small electric donkey, all the way to the entrance of Dafei Internet Cafe. What did you do with my beloved little motorcycle? The tires are flat. Daffy was in pain. Li Bo was quite embarrassed. The weight of those two large baskets just now was just too much. I'll get you a new one in a while, Dada said with a big grin. Forget it, you spent so much money on eating and singing yesterday. You'd better save some money. Daffy frowned at Li Bo. After chatting for a while, Li Bo went straight to the place in town where he bought motorcycles and tricycles. This was just a small place. It was impossible to have small cars for sale. Li Bo estimated that he now had more than 200,000 yuan in his hand, and had long since realized the cowhide he had blown out. Now just need to find time to go to the county town to buy a small car. So let Zhao Pingping and the village inside the group of snobs to see. Li Bo turned over, and it's still the kind of thing that will make him soar into the sky. It's still early. The places selling motorcycles and tricycles have just opened their doors. There were hardly any people there. Also blame Li Bo dressed too shabby, early this morning in a hurry, out of the door wearing a pair of slippers. When he came to the tricycle sales place, no one paid any attention to him. In the eyes of the group of salesmen, there is not a single valuable thing on his body, and carried a big black plastic bag. Li Bo does not seem to be able to afford the appearance of tricycle of tens of thousands of dollars. Li Bo also lazy nagging, snapped, threw the open black plastic bag to the counter. The sound of money, the most wonderful sound in the world. Big brother, which car do you see? There is a discount. Little handsome, can't see that you're so low-key. I have the most experience. I'll introduce you to male and female salesmen and women brain to Li Bo's heel, and is to make tea, and is to hand cigarettes. Li Bo despised this number of people, but quite enjoy the kind of envy in their eyes, and even worship. In this countryside place, carry more than $10,000 in cash, and with a broken plastic bag. This kind of thing is not common. They all took Li Bo as a tycoon. I want an agricultural tricycle, the kind that pulls more goods, with full horsepower. Li Bo simply stated his request. Under the introduction of the somewhat outrageously enthusiastic saleswoman, a 28,000 was chosen. The saleswoman even tried hard to leave a contact information with Li Bo, but she didn't know what she had in mind. Half an hour later, Li Bo drove the agricultural tricycle he had just bought and parked it in front of the internet cafe. You bought it? Dafe looked at his good brother Li Bo with an unbelievable face. The downtrodden teenager who was once so poor that he couldn't even buy or drink a bottle of beverage. Get the motorcycle in the back. Count it as a gift from me. Li Bo patted Daffy's shoulder, then pointed to the brand new motorcycle in the back that was packed in a box. Daffy was so happy that his teeth fell out, while saying something like how can this be a good idea to let you break the bank. While pouting his big butt, he anxiously climbed into the car. Chapter 16 You must have a conscience. Li Bo's heart is still thinking about the sea at the head of the village. He said hello to Dafe and drove his tricycle directly to the village. Halfway up the road, under the hot sun, I saw a woman with a very good figure in front of me, is pouting, slowly pushing a motorcycle forward. A pair of long legs, white and straight, reflected the light. Isn't this Liang Yu? Li Bo recognized it. Li Bo didn't want to provoke this woman's and sped up and was ready to go around the side. However, Liang Yu heard a movement behind her and turned around. Directly, she crossed her motorcycle in the middle of the road and stopped the tricycle. Can I trouble you? Liang Yu said in the middle of her words, and her eyes glared greatly. Recognized Li Bo. Where did you get the car? It just so happens that my motorcycle is broken. You take me for a ride. Liang Yu was a little excited and came up next to Li Bo's cab. His face was covered in sweat, and his upper body t-shirt was already sweaty. Li Bo took a look at the heart-stopping place and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a thud. What? You're not reluctant, are you? Liang Yu could see Li Bo's difficulty. Frowning her good-looking eyebrows, she said, being a man has to have a conscience. I helped you yesterday. Don't you know how to return the favor? You can't bear to see me, such a good-looking beauty, being thrown on the side of the road? Li Bo had no choice but to get out of the car. The two of us shouldn't be able to lift it up. Really? We can't find a place to put it first. Liang Yu bitterly pointed at the broken motorcycle. Immediately after that, he saw Li Bo too. Only hands grabbed the front and rear of the car, without much force, directly placed on top of the rear bucket of the tricycle. Yeah, can't see that you're so strong? Liang Yu opened her mouth wide in surprise. Get in the car, Li Bo muttered, always keeping a stern face. Liang Yu seemed to be unable to see that Li Bo was unhappy, and after getting into the car, she wiped the beads of sweat on her face and rambled on and on. This is a new car. Who bought it in our village? You helped drive back? Li Bo, also lazy to answer, self-centered smoking, driving the car. Why are you ignoring people? I have no grudge against you. Liang Yu is quite a bit aggravated. She married into this village only half a year long. Seeing that Li Bo still ignored himself, he simply turned around and played with the phone, his two long legs hitched together. Looking at Li Bo for a while, Liang Yu's phone rang, frowned as if it was reluctant, which answered. Li Bo's sense of hearing became very sharp, and was able to hear a man's voice coming from inside the phone. Xiao Yu said a piece of wine at noon. Why did you leave? Come back. Let's chat about your family Zhao Fugue, the re-election thing. Hearing this, Li Bo could not help but pay full attention. The man inside the phone. I go. The age is not small. And when speaking slowly and methodically with a few points of momentum, Liang Yu had a face of contempt, but still whispered back, Brother Lu, my physiological period in the past 2 days is really inconvenient to drink. Turn around and let our family Fugue accompany you to drink it. There will be an opportunity in the future. I still have things to do here to be busy. Not to mention. First, after saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Gnashing his teeth, he made a phone call to the outside, and opened his mouth to curse. Zhao Fugue, you are not a man. You want to be promoted, with their own skills to fight not on the line? Why do you always let me accompany those leaders to eat and drink? What do you take me for? Zhao Fugue's voice came from the phone. Baby, isn't this a critical time? I heard that the upper level this time to rectify the style of work, this time that surnamed Lu is crucial to me, is not just a drink? You just condescend to. Liang Yu cursed again. Bah, why don't you let your daughter accompany you? Shameless. Do you know that last night during dinner, that surnamed Lu touched my thigh? Disgusting. Zhao Fugue on the other end of the phone. His tone also changed. What are you talking about? Xiao Yun have object. In the city to work it, that surnamed Lu just touched too. Can put you how? You used to do this, didn't you? The amount of information in this sentence is really too much. Li Bo has been concentrating, slightly excited to eavesdrop, almost drove the car into the ditch. Liang Yu cursed 2 more times before she hung up the phone in exasperation, clutching her arms and clenching her teeth there one by one. Auntie, what did you do before? Li Bo really couldn't hold back and asked. Liang Yu glared at him. What? You want to take advantage of me too? None of you men are good. Li Bo frowned. I didn't think so. I was purely curious. Don't pretend with me. Although I'm only a few years older than you, but I've played with more of your men than you've seen. Don't think I don't know where your eyes have been looking. Liang Yu had a look of contempt on her face. Then she made a move that made Li Bo extremely surprised, directly pulling down her neckline, turning around, and saying, "Don't you want to see? I'll let you have a clear look." Li Bo felt like Liang Yu was crazy. Her face was smiling, but her eyes became red. "Auntie, what are you doing? Can I stop asking?" Li Bo didn't know what to do. He had never seen this scene before. "Don't call me aunt. I'm only a few years older than you. Isn't it because my parents looked at Zhao Fugui's 200,000 dowry money? Otherwise, could I look at that old thing of his? Why should I live a good life in the city and have to come to this village and be talked about behind people's backs every day? Usually having to be tossed around by Zhao Fugui, this softy, and having to go everywhere with him to accompany the leader and boss to dinner. What do you think I am?" Liang Yu became more and more agitated. In the end, she simply lost her voice and cried. Li Bo was completely confused, thinking that if he brought Liang Yu back to the village just like this, other people might think about it. He simply turned the tricycle toward the side road and stopped next to a small forest, hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort. "Aunt, oh no, Liang Yu sister, you don't cry. It's not good to let people see it." "See what?" Liang Yu exploded at once. Straight away, she climbed up from the seat and pressed on Li Bo's body, and her mouth cursed hatefully. "Zhao Fugui, this person. Didn't he say that I was born to be a wave? Didn't he look down on me? Let me go to accompany his leaders and bosses to drink, and watch me being taken advantage of by them. He likes to be a cuckold so much. I will fulfill him today." At first, Li Bo was still a serious man and pushed one after another, but when his hands touched some places that shouldn't be touched, it was as if his body's strength had been drained. Li Bo's brain is blank. I don't know exactly what happened, but then Liang Yu stopped crying. Chapter 17 Hit and Say. "Just now the matter you cannot tell others. I am also a little out of shape." Liang Yu some blush and climbed back to his seat, organizing the clothes. Li Bo a face of embarrassment scratching the back of the head. "You just scared me. If it is not for my integrity," desperately resisted, sworn not to follow. "The two of us on." Q. Liang Yu whitened Li Bo a glance. "Who just reached out and lifted my skirt? If it is not that I am not square today." Liang Yu stopped her mouth and did not say, and glared fiercely at Li Bo, laughing and scolding. "I thought that the men in the whole village belonged to you the most honest. I did not expect you to be the same." After this embarrassing scene just now, the relationship between Li Bo and Liang Yu seemed to be that much closer. "Liang Yu, so you married the village chief because of $200,000? Li Bo felt that Liang Yu was also quite pitiful. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me for selling myself for $200,000? Liang Yu misunderstood and her pretty face immediately tightened up. "No, just think it's really a bit of a pity. You're a city dweller and so good looking. You should have married a good person," Li Bo hurriedly explained. Liang Yu's face also showed a trace of misery. "I am saving money. When I get enough money together and pay back $200,000, I will divorce him." Then she gave Li Bo a somewhat wary look. "I shouldn't have told you this. You have to keep it a secret from me. If you dare to say anything, I'll tell you that you seduced the village chief's wife." After saying that, he himself first puffed and laughed. "You're the one who seduced me, okay? Besides, didn't we not have sex?" Li Bo muttered with slanted eyes. "Bah, getting a bargain is still a good thing." Liang Yu cursed again, but her face smiled with 1,000 charming smiles. "A lot of people in the village said that you definitely can't stay. The house let others occupy. The daughter-in-law also let people snatch away. I don't understand, you still stay here to do what?" Liang Yu gossiped. Li Bo's face showed a hint of gloom. "The house I can snatch back. Zhao Pingping, that rotten thing. I didn't put it in my heart. Everyone else wants me to get out of this village, but I want to stay here, so that everyone can't wait for me not to go." Liang Yu looked at the confidence radiating from Li Bo's eyes with some surprise. Then she swallowed her mocking words back into her stomach. He sent Liang Yu to the door of his house. The mayor's house was the most elegant in the village, with 5 large tiled houses and a concrete floor in front of the courtyard. Li Bo was pondering about the beach. Just came to the door. Just heard the backyard. Zhao Yaru's house is a little chaotic. It seemed like someone was arguing. Uncle Zhao's family usually took care of Li Bo quite well, so Li Bo immediately jumped off the tricycle and ran straight over. 2 small cars, which were not common in the village, were diagonally blocking Uncle Zhao's doorway. 5 or 6 run-of-the-mill male youths were shouting and cursing there. "Zhao Dahai, don't be a ing dog on a sedan chair. Hurry up and sign the contract, collect the money honestly, and don't give us a hard time." Uncle Zhao, holding a stick in his hand, stood at the door with an angry face. "Bull *********. That beach has been contracted by our family for many years, and a mere 50,000 yuan wants to buy it from me. You're robbers. Auntie Zhao and Zhao Yaro stood behind the uncle with frightened faces, shivering in fear. Where did the village people normally see such a scene? As soon as Li Bo saw that someone was really causing trouble, he directly squeezed in behind the youths and casually pushed down two of them. As soon as he turned around, he stood in front of Uncle Zhao and looked coldly at the several people on the opposite side. What are you guys going to do? Is there no king's law anymore? Li Bo spoke righteously. Damn, where did you pop out from? You have to weigh how capable you are even if you are meddling. Want to die? The leading young man directly pulled out a dagger from his waist, almost poking Li Bo's face. Arrogant. Li Bo, don't be tough with them. Uncle Zhao was afraid that Li Bo would suffer and hurriedly went forward to pull. Zhao Yaro and Aunt Zhao were also flustered. Uncle, don't be afraid. Leave this matter to me. Li Bo turned his face and smiled at Zhao Dahai. Uncle Zhao froze for a moment, feeling as if he didn't recognize the scion in front of him who had been bullied by everyone in the village. In this instant, Li Bo's eyes clearly revealed a strong sense of confidence inside, and even a slight hint of dominance. In just such a moment of concentration, Li Bo had already turned around once again and took 2 steps to meet the several male youths across the street. Let's beat them up first. The leading male youth raised his leg and kicked at Li Bo's stomach. He didn't put Li Bo, a plain countryside teenager, in his eyes. Bang! Ouch! Everyone watched as that male youth flew backward by more than 2 meters, directly lying on the ground and huffing. Together, the remaining ones with red eyes immediately pulled out knives and stabbed Li Bo's body. Zhao Yaro and Auntie Zhao wrapped their arms around each other and closed their eyes, not daring to look. The sounds of people screaming and falling to the ground could be heard right next to their ears. This, Zhao Dahai could see clearly, that Li Bo was like a leopard, and those few punks were like little sheep. In the blink of an eye, all of them were put down on the ground, and could not even crawl up. Li Bo, shaking his arms, directly came to the lead of the youth in front. Condescendingly glaring at him, he coldly opened his mouth. Who told you to come? Li Bo wasn't stupid. The piece of beach that Uncle Zhao had chartered, although it wasn't a large area, it happened to divide the area that the village belonged to into 2. Yesterday, he had just overheard the village chief that Zhao Fugue was going to contract that beach to someone else. Today, someone came to the door to forcefully buy and sell. There must be a connection here. The male youth didn't want to talk. Li Bo casually flipped up a rock from the side and punched it in half in front of him. Frightened, he shivered vigorously, opened his mouth and replied, "It's the mayor of your village. Gave us $5,000. Let us do this. We don't dare anymore. Spare me." As expected, Li Bo coldly grunted and opened his mouth. Li Bo snorted coldly and spoke, "Hurry up and get lost. If you dare to come to our village again, I'll break your legs." A few men were relieved, and in a sorry state, they climbed up and got into the car and ran away. Li Bo, are you alright? Are you hurt? Zhao Yaro came over with a concerned face and looked Li Bo up and down. It's fine. Li Bo smiled bashfully. When did you become so powerful? Zhao Yaro was a little surprised. Li Bo grinned and said, after letting people bully me for 20 years or so, it's time for a change. Zhao Yaro nodded with seeming understanding, as if she somewhat understood why Li Bo had no intention of leaving the village. Chapter 18, I've chartered this sea. Uncle Zhao invited Li Bo inside the courtyard and greeted Aunt Zhao and Zhao Yaro to hurry up and cook. Li Bo was not polite. He had something to say next. Li Bo, I always thought that my eyes were pretty accurate in reading people, but I never thought that I still looked away. Uncle Zhao was smoking a dry cigarette while staring closely at Li Bo's eyes. Li Bo hemmed and hawed. There are some things that are unexpected. How is the sea that you chartered in these 2 years? Uncle Zhao sighed. I can barely keep my capital and earn a little money. I don't understand why Zhao Fugue is interested in that beach. Of course he didn't understand, but Li Bo knew what was going on, so straight away, he told the news he had gotten. Uncle Zhao immediately stared up at his eyes. M.A. Botsies, I've long seen that this Zhao Fugue is not a good thing. 2 days ago, he kept blowing in my ear, saying that it's better to turn out if you're not making any money by guarding that piece of sea. So it turns out he's planning to sell that piece of sea. Auntie Zhao, who was passing by, sighed. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Today Li Bo helped to get rid of the people. What about tomorrow? Then Zhao Fugue will still give our family a hard time in the future? I think it's better to just transfer it to them. No way, Uncle Zhao said categorically. Our family depends on that sea to live. Others are afraid of him, Zhao Fugue. I'm not afraid. The big deal is to fight with him. Li Bo pursed his lips and said his own idea. Uncle, do you think this is okay? Why don't you just transfer that piece of sea in your hand to me? And I'm sure I won't let you suffer in terms of money. What? Zhao Dahai frowned. With an odd expression, he said, I just complimented you twice. Why are you still floating? I know you want to take that sea in order to help us solve our predicament against Zhao Fugue, but even if I minimize the price, where will you get the money? What's a poor kid like you going to do against Zhao Fugue? You don't have to worry about the money. Li Bo stood up and walked out with big strides. In a short while, he returned with a plastic bag in his hand. $100,000 spread on the table. Zhao Dahai and Auntie Zhao's eyes went straight. Is this enough? Squeak if it's not enough. Li Bo had a big smile on his face. Where did you get the money? You're not a bad kid, are you? I have to take care of you in this matter. Zhao Dahai glared. See what you're saying? I dug a few very valuable herbs in the mountains and just sold them for money. Li Bo hurriedly explained. Then said, if you think this price is reasonable, let's sign a contract and finish the formalities today. What herbs are so valuable? Auntie Zhao asked with an envious look on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Bo was usually honest and didn't tell lies, they would definitely doubt the authenticity of this matter. Why ask so many questions? Zhao Dahai glared, then put the money on the table and pushed back to Li Bo. That piece of beach originally did not earn any money. Free transfer to you. You hurry to take 100,000 yuan to buy your house back. At least this is your old father and mother stayed. Li Bo was touched for a while, but then returned the money, opened his mouth and said, don't worry uncle, the house I will definitely get back. Others owe me the same will not be less. But if you don't take this money, it's like slapping my face. Zhao Dahai hesitated for a while, and finally collected 50,000 yuan. The rest said nothing. Li Bo also did not insist, thinking that in the future to find ways to compensate up will also be on the line. You chartered this sea. That Zhao Fugui can do? This calf can know a lot of people outside. Today's matter you also saw. Zhao Dahai was still a little worried. It's okay, if Zhao Fugui dares to fool around in front of me, I'll still clean him up. Li Bo didn't care. After eating at Zhao Dahai's house and signing the contract, he was ready to go back. Li Bo's heart is still very happy. Taking the contracting right of the beach in Zhao Dahai's hand, Zhao Fugui signed the contract with the boss at this time, and it is impossible to get his hands on it, even if Li Bo contracted just a small part of it. After all, it makes that beach incomplete. Moreover, Li Bo also did his homework in advance. As a villager of this village, he has the priority to contract the beach. Of course, this thing also has to be as soon as possible. You have to apply before you can. Li Bo wrote the application as fast as he could and hurriedly came to the village office. Zhao Fugui was inside the hospital accompanying Zhao Jinlong. The only person in the office was the accountant, Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei was in the same class as Li Bo, and because she was related to Zhao Fugui's family, she was placed in the village as an accountant after graduating from junior high school. In fact, everyone knew that Zhao Fugui arranging his own relative to be the accountant was nothing more than a convenient way for himself to fish for oil and water. Li Bo, what are you doing here? Zhao Feifei, who was taking a selfie with her cell phone, was filled with impatience when she saw Li Bo push open the door and walk in. I came to hand in one application, Li Bo replied with a bashful face. As long as the application was put here, it was considered to be in line with the process. Turning around, he was ready to leave, but Zhao Feifei mocked with cold words. You're crazy, right? Do you know how much money it costs to contract a large beach? Who are you, a pauper, to fight the application? Li Bo frowned and turned his face. Whether or not I can afford the contract is my business, so you don't have to worry about it. What are you being poor with me for? Zhao Feifei slapped the table and stood up, approaching Li Bo. Staring at her eyes, she said, if you can wrap up this beach, I'll do whatever you want me to do. But if you don't have any money, why are you still pretending to be a big-tail wolf here? Li Bo did not want to cause trouble, but after nearly 20 years of suffering in the village, he did not want to endure anymore. His eyes stared dead at Zhao Feifei's face, and then went over to her small stomach. What are you doing? Playing the hooligan, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll find my uncle to break your legs. Zhao Feifei scolded. Li Bo smiled coldly. I remember you just got engaged and haven't set the table yet. Right, and this is pregnant? With Li Bo's eyesight and knowledge, he was naturally able to tell from Zhao Feifei's face, and had only intended to flirt. It didn't occur to him that Zhao Feifei's face instantly changed, and then he was busy closing the door of the accounting room, deadly staring at Li Bo's eyes. How did you know? You followed me to the hospital? Li Bo thought it was strange. Unmarried first pregnancy is not a big deal when put into the present. But this Zhao Feifei's reaction was also a bit too exaggerated. This is a good thing. Why are you panicking? Does your partner know? Li Bo inquired. Don't you talk nonsense. This can't be spread. Zhao Feifei had a nervous look on her face. Li Bo immediately understood that there was something going on here. Chapter 19, Female Big Money. Zhao Feifei was introduced by the village head Zhao Fugui and got married to a businessman in the town. But people in the village rumor, Zhao Feifei do not look at others. Behind the scenes seems to be in the town hooligans together. It looks like this is true. No wonder Zhao Feifei is so flustered. Li Bo, I don't care how you know. It was me who was wrong before. You mustn't tell it out. Zhao Feifei had a pleading look on her face, but there is no longer, just now, that arrogant and domineering condescending energy. Li Bo snorted coldly and didn't say anything. don't be like this. What conditions do you have? Just say it, let me do anything. Our family received someone else's bride price money. If this gets out, the marriage will blow up. Zhao Fei was about to kneel down. Li Bo didn't really want to do anything. Zhao Fei this kind of person. He is really not really on his mind now. But then he thought, he will inevitably fight with Zhao Fuguei, that old turtle in the village. And Zhao Fei is Zhao Fuguei's beloved, in charge of finances. This opportunity should be grasped. After thinking carefully, Li Bo slowly opened his mouth. It's fine if you want me to keep it quiet. You have to promise me a condition. Li Bo approached Zhao Fei with an evil smile on his face. Zhao Fei instinctively shrank back. What do you want? People usually come and go here. Why don't you wait for me to find you at night? Li Bo froze for a moment. Then he thought of Zhao Fei and misunderstood his meaning. Save it, I'm not interested in that from you. Li Bo snorted. You! Zhao Fei was furious with shame. Stomped her foot to start cursing, but then bit her lips tightly to hold it back. Then what exactly are you going to make me do? It's simple. You show me the village's account book. Li Bo said lightly. What are you looking at the account book for? Zhao Fei was instinctively a little wary, but still took the thick book of accounts out from the table. Li Bo grunted after flipping it twice. Do you think I'm stupid? Taking a fake book of accounts to fool me? I want the real account book. No way. You change your terms. Zhao Fei panicked again. Fine. Then I'll call and tell that object of yours right now, so he can take you to the hospital for a good checkup, to settle a fetus or something. Li Bo reached inside his pocket. Don't! I'll give it to you. Zhao Fei panicked and fished out another small ledger inside the locked drawer. After quickly flipping through it twice, Li Bo took out his phone and started taking pictures. How did you afford such a good phone? What are you taking pictures for? Zhao Fei was a bit incoherent. You don't need to care about anything else. Remember to save this application I just submitted. If you lose it, it'll be a big deal. Li Bo took the picture, then put away the phone and turned to walk away. Zhao Fei collapsed on her butt and sat down on a chair for a while. A relaxed Li Bo, ready to go to the seashore to take a look, was calculating in his mind how to use the knowledge he had learned to gather wealth in a hurry. He wanted all the villagers to be impressed, and to be clamoring to be the first to flatter him, the only person with a foreign surname. Father, mother, your two old men are in heaven. Take a good look. Our Li family is going to completely turn over here. Li Bo hadn't even gotten to the entrance of the village when he saw a small sedan speeding by. The village head Zhao Fuguei stepped down from the car and glared viciously at Li Bo. Opening his mouth, he said, Li Bo, I was going to give you the chance to get out on your own. You had to find death, didn't you? Li Bo raised his eyebrows. I don't quite understand the meaning of the village head's words. Don't pretend to be confused with me. Don't think I don't know what happened in Zhao Dahai's house. The village chief lowered his voice and cursed viciously. He then added, there's nothing I can't accomplish in this village. That beach of Zhao Dahai's must be turned out for me. It looked like the group that was beaten had approached Zhao Fuguei to sue him. Li Bo smiled coldly. You really can't do this thing, because Zhao Dahai's beach I've already wrapped up. The money is given to the contract right here. Li Bo took out the contract and waved it in front of Zhao Fuguei. Zhao Fuguei reached out to grab it, but wasn't able to succeed. He glared again. What the hell do you want? Tomorrow is the time. I'm going to drive you out of the village in front of all the men, women, and children of the village and dig up your family's grave. That's really ruthless. Zhao Fuguei didn't think that Li Bo could really take out $100,000. Li Bo's face also immediately became gloomy. But if you think I'm still the same Li Bo who let you guys bully me and didn't say anything, then you're very wrong. Not only have I chartered Uncle Zhao's piece of sea, but I'm also going to charter a whole piece of sea outside the village. Zhao Fuguei froze for a moment, then arrogantly laughed. You're crazy. Do you know that piece of sea? It'll take millions to charter it. What are you going to charter it with? You hit Zhao Jinlong this matter. I will count with you sooner or later. You just wait for death. Just when Zhao Fuguei was threatening, another car drove over from the village entrance. A very cool Mercedes-Benz Big G. The head of the village had never had such a good car before. The villagers immediately gathered around, talking with envy. Zhao Fuguei frowned, and then with a happy face, he turned his face and glared at Li Bo. I'm going to pick up the big boss. I don't have time to waste time with you. To tell you the truth, people are just here to charter our piece of sea. You'd better go home and dream. After saying that, he organized his hair and ran to the side of the big Mercedes. Li Bo frowned and hurriedly followed. Coming so fast? He was a bit worried. By the time Zhao Fuguei ran over, the car door had already opened. The first thing that caught his eyes was a slender, large white leg. Although she didn't wear stockings, the smooth jade-like skin, coupled with the playful white short skirt, delicate high heels. After the whole person came down from the car, it even caused the villagers' eyes to glaze over. It was simply a picture of absolute beauty. Excuse me, is this Zhao family village? The woman had a city accent. with delicate and moving features. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, she had quite a bit of a cold and noble temperament. It was also just in her early 20s. Such a beautiful woman, and driving such a racy car, was really eye-catching. Zhao Fugui hurriedly nodded with a flattering face. It was a previous appointment, right? Came here to talk about buying and selling, right? I'm the village head Zhao Fugui. Zhao Fugui said while still proudly sweeping the villagers, especially when he saw Li Bo. He was even a bit arrogant and stuck his chest out. He was filled with the thought that this was the person who, before, had made an appointment to come and pack the beach, and thought that this pretty woman might be the female secretary of the big boss yesterday. However, it did not occur to him that the woman frowned after hearing this and walked straight forward without even looking at Zhao Fugui. Eyes searching amongst the crowd, she slowly opened her mouth and asked, "May I ask if there's a Li Bo here?" Chapter 20 Real Gold and Silver. Zhao Fugui was dumbfounded, and so were the villagers. Couldn't figure out how a big beautiful woman who looked so pretty could be here to find the poor boy Li Bo. Li Bo was also a bit stunned, but still walked over and nodded at the woman. "I am. May I ask what is your business?" The woman took off her sunglasses, smiled politely at Li Bo, and then stretched out her white and tender hand. Opening her mouth, she said, "We had an appointment. I came to acquire your medicinal herbs." Li Bo suddenly realized, and greatly extended his hand to shake the woman's hand, feeling soft and tender. "Where are the things? I want to examine it." The woman seemed to be in a hurry, and the look on her face returned to the same coolness as before. "It's at my home. I'll take you there." Li Bo was bursting with joy. Now was the time when he needed money, and this god of wealth came to his door. "Take my car to go." The woman turned around, pulled open the door and got into the car. So Li Bo got into the car in the middle of the envious and surprised gazes of all the villagers, and went away in a roar of the gas pedal. The villagers couldn't help but talk for a while. No wonder this Li Bo recently became so tough. This is to recognize the female big money. What is their relationship? Wouldn't they be engaged in a relationship? No wonder Li Bo said he doesn't see Zhao Pingping. "What are you guys talking about?" Zhao Fugui cursed in a mute voice, feeling that his face was dishonored. Li Bo, who was in the car, looked a bit formal. The first time he sat in such an expensive car, he felt fresh everywhere, but then thought that he was now guarding the Heavenly Realm recycling station and had learned such a powerful skill. If you want to earn money in the future, wouldn't that be a handful? In the future, Laozi will also buy a car like this. Li Bo fumed in his heart. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Shui," the woman said faintly, frowning as she stood in Li Bo's empty yard. Li Bo did not nag, and directly went back inside the house to fetch out the ghost Lingji. As soon as she saw the thing, Chen Shui's eyes instantly lit up, and was very experienced, looking and touching it, putting it under the tip of her nose, smelling it, and sticking out her little tongue to lick it, when it is really sexy and enchanting to the extreme. Put a Li Bo to see. A burst of heart floating. Something good is true. From where? Chen Shui asked a sentence, eyes with suppressed excitement. "I picked up unintentionally." Li Bo stayed mindful and didn't say much. Chen Shui frowned, then turned around and came to the side of the car. There were delicate electronic scales, and a large leather box was placed next to it. 6 taels, is the price okay? Chen Shui carefully put away the ghost Lingji and placed it inside a box, casually opening the suitcase next to it. Inside were layers and layers of yards of banknotes. Li Bo was still a little excited, then nodded. Originally, he was worried that Chen Shui would haggle, but he didn't hesitate to count out 600,000 and pushed it in front of Li Bo. "Do you want to order some?" "No need." Li Bo took it graciously, casually pulling out a broken bag from the doorway to put it in. "Right, I have some other herbs here. Do you take them?" Li Bo remembered that he still had wild ginseng and immediately asked. "I don't accept ordinary things." Chen Shui was slightly disdainful. However, after seeing the herbs that Li Bo held out from inside the house, her eyes lit up again. "You picked up all these things?" The tone was somewhat skeptical. "Don't worry about this. Give a price." Li Bo had a bland smile on his face. Chen Shui was really experienced, and after quickly inspecting the authenticity of these herbs, she generously gave another $200,000. Li Bo was happy in his heart. Now counting up, he had almost 1,000,000 assets on hand. Simply like a dream. After all, 2 days ago, he was just a poor boy with a broken cellar. Now this was about to turn over. "Don't you have my contact information? In the future, if you have this kind of good herbs, feel free to give me a call and I'll bring cash to collect it." After Chen Shui snorted, she lifted her own long legs and got into the car, stepping on the gas pedal and leaving, feeling heavy in that broken silk bag inside his hand. 800,000 cash. At this moment the villagers all spontaneously came to Li Bo's door, intending to come to see the lively. The village head Zhao Fugui is also among them. Just now in front of the villagers face lost to face. The gas is not good. Intends to find Li Bo to spread the anger. Li Bo, I heard that you want to charter the sea of our village. Have hit the application. Do you have money? Also, you've already lost this house to Zhao Jinlong. Hurry up and pack up and get out. Zhao Fuguei spoke condescendingly. Originally thought you were a village chief and could be a bit insightful. How come you're just like everyone else? Dog-eyed. Who said I can't afford to pack up? Li Bo had a mocking face. What did you say? Zhao Fuguei was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many villagers present, he would have found someone to beat Li Bo up severely. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. You said you can afford it. Come up with the money instead. If you can come up with $100,000 today, I'll recognize that application of yours. Zhao Fuguei felt that he had grabbed Li Bo's lifeblood. That is being poor. Don't look at this kid. He's been quite cheerful these 2 days. But in the end, he's still a poor kid? This is what you said. Li Bo had a smile on his face. Then in front of everyone, he directly turned over the snakeskin bag inside his hand and shook it with a clatter. So much money? Real gold and silver. Has this Li Bo gotten rich? The villagers had never seen so much money at once. It exploded at once. Zhao Fuguei also wondered if his eyes were out of order, then squatted down and picked up 2 bundles from the ground and touched them. It is true. Zhao Fuguei's hands were shivering. Looking at the red tickets, he couldn't wait to gather them all into his pocket. How about it, village chief? What I said just now still counts. You've seen the money, and I've proved my strength. I'll definitely bag that sea. Li Bo didn't even look at the pile of money scattered on the ground. He just stared coldly at Zhao Fuguei. Zhao Fuguei's face went black, and reluctantly put the money in his hand back on the ground. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, but in the end, he was dazzled by the pile of tickets in front of him and couldn't come up with any ideas. In the end, Zhao Fuguei gritted his teeth. This money is not enough. That beach must be at least 2 million. Can you afford it? Zhao Fuguei didn't dare to ask for sky-high price. After all, the big boss outside is still waiting for the contract. Said too high. In the end can't justify himself. Moreover, Zhao Fuguei thought that even if Li Bo had some money at the moment, it was absolutely impossible to come up with a few million in a short period of time. Li Bo smiled bashfully. Consider these as a deposit. Anyway, my application has just been submitted. According to the regulations there is a 3-day grace period. In the past 2 days, Li Bo had checked the legal provisions clearly, so he was also confident at this moment. Chapter 21. What's wrong with the village chief? Zhao Fuguei frowned. He knew about this matter, but still gritted his teeth and threatened. I'll see how you'll come up with 2 million in 3 days. If you can't come up with it, the rest of the money is not refundable. Zhao Fuguei had his own plans. Afraid that Li Bo would back out, he busily squatted down and gathered the money into one piece. There's 800,000 here. 2 million to go. Zhao Fuguei's lips were shivering a little as he spoke. Li Bo nodded casually, and wasn't afraid that Zhao Fuguei would back out. After all, so many villagers around were watching. Next Li Bo came to the beach first. Zhao Dahai's beach also placed a lot of floating net boxes, which were cultured with the more valuable yellow croaker offshore. Although compared to grouper, the price difference is quite a lot, but after all, the amount is relatively large, only due to the fact that this place was too closed. There was no way to sell the seafood at a good price. Jumping on the boat, Li Bo rowed towards the depths with a familiar way. Usually he didn't come over to help Zhao Dahai, so he was already quite familiar with the situation here. The net box is just put in the fish fry. Want to grow? At least need to wait for half a year. That is to say, during this half year, there was only constant investment, without any harvest. 3 days of time is still short of more than 1 million. Can only think of ways from the sea. Li Bo muttered to himself, put his hand into the seawater, gently swayed twice. What made him feel surprised was that after putting his hand inside the water, those fish fry actually swam over in unison. Are they hungry? Li Bo pulled his hand back and then prepared to feed the bait, but then he realized that he stood up and the fry swam away aimlessly to the surroundings. Li Bo's eyes lit up. Could it be that it was attracted to me? But I have. On me. Li Bo subconsciously rummaged through the contents of his pockets. Apart from the pieces of jade that he had picked up from inside the cellar, there was only a small half packet of fish bait left. That was used to catch grouper in the morning. Trying to put the bait down, the fish fry immediately went crazy and surrounded it, competing to nibble. Even the fish fry in the net box next to it were trying hard to jump over. The next thing is even more strange. The fish that ate the bait actually grew a big circle at a speed discernible to the naked eye, and their size was much bigger than the original. There's actually this effect? Li Bo was overjoyed. He directly rowed the boat towards the shore, ready to hurry back to configure the bait according to the method recorded inside the 100 herb secret record. Originally, he had only chartered this beach in order to get an idea on the grouper, but now it seemed that as long as it was something inside the sea, he was able to create endless wealth for himself. The boat had just docked, and before he could jump off the boat, he saw a group of people running out of the forest in front of him. Each one of them rushed over with sticks in their fierce hands. Li Bo frowned, knowing that this was coming for him. That's right, it's him. Just break his legs and throw him into the sea. The people who came kept shouting, trying to cause psychological pressure on Li Bo. Li Bo jumped down from the boat, absently moving his body joints. Kid, do you still recognize me? A burly man with a leathery smile walked at the front carrying an iron rod. It was the gangster who had caused trouble in front of Zhao Dahai's house not long ago. Li Bo knew that he was being targeted. These guys were here to seek revenge, and this matter couldn't be dissociated from the village chief. He was also too lazy to speak, and directly walked towards the other party with a mocking look on his face. MD, I'll see how capable you can be. The man in the collision color knew that Li Bo was powerful, so he brought more people this time. Waving his hand, the people behind him swooped towards Li Bo in unison. In less than a minute, Li Bo had already entered the woods with light footsteps and headed in the direction of the village. There were a dozen people lying on the beach by the sea, and there weren't many left who could move. Back inside the courtyard, in the morning just picked a crop of fruits and vegetables. At this moment is again fruitful, almost about to pile up the corners. Li Bo with the fastest speed with the existing raw materials to mix a large basket of bait. By this time the sky was already almost dark. He was preparing to go and put in a batch before it got dark. The door was pushed open and Zhao Yaru, who was carrying a bowl of vegetables and a bowl of rice, walked in. Seeing the vegetables inside the yard, Zhao Yaru was first surprised for a while, then asked with some confusion, "What are you busy with?" Li Bo hemmed and hawed, took over the rice bowl, and said while swallowing with a big mouthful, "Isn't this the fishery of your house? I'll go feed some food in a while." Zhao Yaru frowned and scolded with a smile, "You want to earn money and want to go crazy? Feeding the fish only needs to be done during the daytime. I've never heard of feeding them at night." Li Bo waved his hand. "That's what you don't understand. Anyway, I have a number." "What kind of numbers do you have? I heard that you gave all the money you earned from selling herbs to Zhao Fugue? It takes $2 million to package the whole beach. Where are you going to get another million or so?" Zhao Yara had a worried look on her face. Zhao Yara knew that Li Bo had gotten lucky on the mountain and dug up wild medicinal herbs and sold them for a big price. But she didn't think that Li Bo would have that kind of luck next. The village chief gave that kind of condition. It is clear that he wants to hack Li Bo's 800,000 yuan. But this kid just drilled himself into the trap. Li Bo put the bowl down, burped a big burp, a face full of care, said, "Is not just a district of more than 1 million? When the time comes, I'll be able to get my hands on that beach by bringing the money. It's better than letting Zhao Fugue's old boy sell the beach." Zhao Yara frowned. "When did you learn the stink of bragging? Do you think more than $1 million is just drawn on a piece of paper? How can you be that lucky to pick up herbs in the mountains every day?" Li Bo was tempted to tell Zhao Yaro that the things worth money in the mountains and the sea weren't too difficult to get as long as he wanted them. But in the end, he still held back, seeing that Li Bo had finished his meal. Zhao Yaro dawdled and refused to leave. Li Bo cheekily teased, "What? Waiting to collect money for the meal? Or do you want to do something else?" Zhao Yaro stomped her foot with a red face and scolded, "Not only will you brag, but you are also learning to be more and more shameless. What do you want to do with me?" Li Bo was embarrassed for a while. He knew that Zhao Yara had always had that idea about herself. "Well, don't tease you. I find you today is to want to tell you something." Zhao Yaro came to Li Bo's front, a face of expectation. Chapter 22 Top Pearls. Li Bo froze for a moment, and painfully returned. "What is it?" "I received an invitation to attend a classmate reunion in the town tomorrow. I'm not too willing to go alone, and I want you to be my companion." Zhao Yara was a little embarrassed. Li Bo frowned. Things like classmate reunions were something he never considered. When he was in school, he was the most inconspicuous and poorest one in his class, and he didn't have much contact with his classmates after graduation. Seeing that Li Bo was very difficult, seems to be about to refuse, Zhao Yara hastened to add a sentence. "Other people have boyfriends, a pair of children, a pair of children. You cannot bear to let me go alone?" Li Bo had no choice but to agree. Now that he is no longer a poor boy, it doesn't matter if he goes to see his old classmates. Seeing that Li Bo agreed, Zhao Yara happily ran away. Li Bo did not waste half a point of time, directly carrying the adjusted bait footsteps briskly run to the village outside. Arriving at the beach, Li Bo was both threw the bait evenly around. It was as if a pot had been opened inside the sea. At first, it was just the fish fry constantly fighting for the bait, but not long after, Li Bo was surprised to find that the other fish in the seawater outside the net box were all scrambling to jump into the net box. They were all attracted by the special bait. Li Bo happy mouth cannot close, quickly distinguished those usually rare precious seafood. In his heart, he was calculating that if he came over early tomorrow morning to collect the goods, he should also be able to sell them at a good price. However, just as Li Bo squinted his eyes to take a closer look, he suddenly discovered that there was a faint flicker of light under the water in front of him, roughly dozens of meters away. What is it? Li Bo instinctively guessed that there must be something good there. Taking a deep breath, he directly jumped forward out of the small boat and landed on the outside of the net box. With abundant physical strength, he had reached the location where the light was flickering in the blink of an eye. Diving into the middle of the seabed, it was only a minute or so before Li Bo revealed himself on the surface of the water. With a look of excitement on his face, he held a white pearl the size of a dragon's eye in his hand. Under the light of the moonlight, it emitted a faint fluorescence. I also wonder how much this thing can be worth? Li Bo climbed back onto the small boat and carefully examined the superb pearl inside his hand. There was a burst of excitement in his heart. Playing with the pearl, Li Bo went all the way back to the village, thinking in his heart that tomorrow he would get up earlier and send the seafood inside the nets, as well as the vegetables inside the yard, to the town to sell. Together with this pearl, within 3 days to gather 1.2 million, simply as easy as a handful of. Back at home, Li Bo ghostly jumped into the cellar again. He knew that every night at a fixed time, the 2 heavenly fairies would come to throw garbage. He thought that he might be able to get some good stuff this time. As Li Bo imagined, not long after waiting, people really came. Can only hear the sound, cannot see people? With a few things were thrown in. Before Li Bo had a chance to look clearly, he heard the 2 fairies discussing. Sister, just now when the old Dragon King was drinking, he mentioned that this place we chose to throw the garbage is going to have a rainstorm. This place won't be washed away by the water, right? What? Li Bo was startled. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully, but the sound was already fading away and was completely inaudible. Li Bo was nervous. This village of theirs was originally a flatland, and there were mountains around it. Normally when it rained heavily, there would be stagnant water in the potholes inside the village, and it might even get worse. If it rains heavily and for a longer period of time, the whole village will be in trouble, and the villagers must be notified as soon as possible to make preparations in advance. Li Bo climbed out of the cellar in a hurry. The first time to go to the village head Zhao Fugui. When Li Bo kicked the door open, a woman's scream came from inside the house. It wasn't the village chief's wife Liang Yu, which Li Bo was still able to distinguish. TMD. Who is it? Zhao Fugui poked his head out of the window and cursed viciously. However, it revealed a little bit of weakness. As soon as he saw Li Bo standing inside the courtyard, he became even more alarmed. And bam! His head knocked on the window frame. Grinning in pain, Zhao Fugui thought that Li Bo had come to take revenge because of the attack. Li Bo, what do you want? I'm warning you. I'll call the police if you dare to mess around. I know people from the police station. Zhao Fugui threatened in a colorful manner. Li Bo frowned and vaguely saw a woman hiding on Zhao Fugui's bed. Seeing the figure and appearance, she seemed to be the village's women's director and Zhao Changyo's wife. At this moment, Li Bo couldn't care less. After all, the matter is important. Rushing, Zhao Fugui roared, "Hurry to greet the villagers with a loudspeaker to gather at the village committee. Something big is going to happen. Out of a big deal. Hurry up and roll. Hear me? Or else I'll find someone to arrest you." Zhao Fugui didn't cooperate at all. Get someone to arrest me? Li Bo had an evil smile on his face. He moved closer to the window and stood on his tiptoes to look inside. What are you looking at? Zhao Fugui looked alarmed. Isn't this our women's director? Village chief, you are quite busy. At night you still have to engage in women work. Li Bo intentionally pulled a long tone. Zhao Fugui coughed twice and said with a black face, "What are you going to do? I limit you within a minute to use the loudspeaker to summon the villagers to the neighborhood committee to gather. Take a good tool, or else I will summon the villagers over." Zhao Changyo's temper cannot be good. "We'll probably pick your skin off." Li Bo's threat quickly took effect. As he turned to leave the courtyard gate, Zhao Fugui's extremely reluctant voice rang out over the speakers. In the blink of an eye, the villagers all arrived at the neighborhood committee one by one with surprised and puzzled looks. "What is this for? Why did you summon us all here in the middle of the night?" the villagers murmured. Zhao Fugui had already straightened his clothes by now and pulled a long face, glaring fiercely at Li Bo. "It's Li Bo who said that something big is going to happen in the village. That's why I called you all over. What is it? You guys ask him." Zhao Fugui wasn't afraid of Li Bo's threats at this moment and directly dumped the pot. The villagers immediately threw surprised and even annoyed eyes towards Li Bo. "Everyone listen to me? It's going to rain heavily soon. Everyone guys hurry and get ready." Li Bo raised the decibel of his voice, trying his best to make everyone hear clearly. "Are you crazy? On this sunny day, where is the torrential rain coming from? You're clearly deliberately trying to toss the big guys." Zhao Fugui pointed at Li Bo's nose from the side and shouted curses. The villagers' emotions were immediately mobilized, and they were also accusing. There were those who said everything. Chapter 23, I'll call you father. Zhao Fugui became even more pleased with this situation and screamed with a sharp voice. "Are you making a demon out of this because you can't get the contracting money together? If it rains a torrential downpour tonight, I'll take your name." Li Bo returned with cold eyes. "I don't want to accept a godson like you." Then without waiting for Zhao Fugui to open his mouth, he followed up with another sentence. if you don't want your house to be washed away, listen to me and hurry up to dig the water channels and drains. Before this, Li Bo had already thought of a way to deal with it. How to dig the drains and how to be able to divert the water that had accumulated from the torrential rain was not a problem for him. After all, it was clearly written inside the 100 Herb secret record. It was necessary to utilize the mountain formations and veins of the earth to adapt to the local conditions. Big guy, don't listen to him, he just wants to fix things. I'll hurry back if it's alright. Zhao Fugui sincerely demolished the stage. Once Li Bo saw that the big guys didn't believe that there was nothing he could do, he could only cross his heart. You all listen to me. Hurry back to get the tools to dig the aqueduct. If it doesn't storm before dawn, as long as the people who work tonight, I'll give $1,000 each. What? There is such a good thing? The villagers exploded at once. As good as fake. Li Bo quickly ran back to his own yard, and then retrieved the rest of the $100,000 or so dollars. In front of the villagers, he handed the money over to the accountant. Zhao Fei, if it doesn't rain before dawn, you guys can split this money however you want. Li Bo had a determined look on his face. Real money was in front of him, plus the village was indeed deeply troubled when it rained in the past. So the villagers were immediately moved and ran home to get their tools. Once this kind of thing had made a start, there were others who immediately followed. In just 10 minutes, almost the whole village mobilized together. Li Bo knew that the vast majority of people were running for their money, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. Immediately utilized his knowledge, commanded the villagers to excavate all night long. Until the latter part of the night, the lowest lying part of the village had already opened up a canal that was 2 meters wide and more than a meter deep. During the whole process, Zhao Fugui was watching with cold eyes. The reason why he didn't block it was that he wanted to let Li Bo toss away the last bit of his family's wealth. It was best to be directly soaked to death by the villagers' spittle. Li Bo, if we wait any longer, it will be dawn. Where's the torrential rain you said? Zhao Fugui had a mocking smile on his face. If it doesn't rain, I'll see how you'll explain. Li Bo didn't panic and squinted at Zhao Fugui. You'll just wait to call me father. Bull asterisk. If it really rains today, I'll call you daddy in front of the whole village. If it doesn't rain, you'll get out of the village right now. Zhao Fugui jumped to his feet and shouted. Just at this time, in the middle of the sky, a muffled thunderclap rang out, scaring Zhao Fugui so much that he fell on his butt on the ground. Immediately after that, raindrops the size of soybean grains crackled down, and in the blink of an eye they formed a piece. The torrential rain was majestic. That is, in more than half an hour's time, the aqueduct was already filled up. The villagers didn't dare to go home. The look on their faces was with panic, but when they looked at Li Bo, their eyes became a little more admiring, even grateful. The role of the aqueduct was quite obvious. The stagnant water inside the village was almost unreservedly, all of them were filled with it, and it was rushing towards the big ditch inside the mountain. The heavy rainstorm continued until the dawn of the second day. The experienced old man in the village pulled Li Bo's hand with old tears. The villagers were also there. Thanks to this kid Li Bo, if he hadn't reminded everyone to dig a canal, our village would have been soaked in water. Our village men, women and children all owe Li Bo a life. Li Bo's prestige in the village immediately increased, and even the villagers who usually see Li Bo and ignore him have come over to get close to him, say nice things, and hand him cigarettes. The village head Zhao Fugui was left out in the cold. No one cared. There are a few good things in the village. Have coaxed Zhao Fugui to call Li Bo father. Zhao Fugui glared at him fiercely. Li Bo also did not bother to pay attention to him, wringing out the water on his clothes, directly to his own yard. Although the vegetables and fruits inside the yard were washed away by the torrential rain, they didn't suffer half a bit of damage. The growth is delightful. Li Bo hurriedly changed clothes, picked up 2 large baskets and went to the beach. At this moment, the villagers have been busy for most of the night have rested. The village is a little quiet. The water in the mountains comes in fast and recedes fast. Li Bo stepped on the muddy mountain road to the beach. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The netbox range was packed full of, what grouper, what yellow flower golden gun, one more than one, big head. The original netbox in the middle of those fish fry volume has also increased several times, although now cannot be considered a finished product, but not a few days will be almost. Li Bo smiled, fished out 2 big baskets of grouper, and walked back happily. Half an hour later, the agricultural tricycle has been loaded full of fruits and vegetables, just ready to go toward the town. There were footsteps outside. Seeing Zhao Yaru's appearance, Li Bo's eyes dropped. Usually Zhao Yaru in the village does not pay much attention to dress up, but today deliberately changed a slightly sexy package hip skirt, and also wrapped stockings, wore appear thighs long and straight, not much makeup, but the hair was carefully combed and washed. Standing in the sun, let Li Bo a burst of heart. Haven't seen a beautiful woman? Zhao Yaru saw Li Bo that look, immediately indelicate and happy, face also a little red. Li Bo laughed dryly. How come I didn't realize you were so pretty before, dressing up so nicely? Are you preparing to go on a blind date? What are you talking about? Have you forgotten what I told you? Today's class reunion is at noon. You promised to accompany me. Zhao Yaro stomped her foot and complained. Li Bo slapped his head. I'm in a hurry to go to town to sell vegetables. Why don't you wait for me to come back to pick you up? Zhao Yaro has already pulled open the door of the tricycle, ready to climb up. How troublesome that would be. Running back and forth. Don't wear you out. It's just as well that I'll follow you to the town. I can also help you solicit business. Zhao Yaro wore a tighter skirt and was a bit uncomfortable, and after trying for a while she wasn't able to climb up. Some annoyed turned his face to Li Bo and said, a little eye power cannot? You are to help ah. Li Bo walked over with a bit of mute, stretched out his big hand but didn't know where to put it, finally dragged Zhao Yaro's elastic buttocks and pushed upwards. Zhao Yaro exclaimed and scolded, stinking rascal, where to touch it? Chapter 24 Classmates. Li Bo was depressed for a while and rubbed his hands together to return. You asked me to help. Why are you flipping out at this moment? Zhao Yaro closed the car door with a red face and urged Li Bo to hurry up and get going. It rained in the village yesterday, and there was still a little water in some places, so the tricycle crawled a little harder. Zhao Yaro muttered, Zhao Fugue, this asshole, just knows how to embezzle public money. Never thought to fix the village road properly. Li Bo casually replied, when I contract that beach, I'll pay for the villagers to level the road. Zhao Yaro smiled and said, you do have the heart, but there's still more than $1 million missing. Where are you going to get it together? This is not for you to worry about. When you arrive at the town in a while, you don't need to do anything else. Just collect the money directly for me. Li Bo increased the gas pedal, with a confident look on his face. When he came to the town, he saw a lot of people waiting at the intersection from afar. Without waiting for Li Bo to stabilize the car, they had already flocked to the car. A whole carload of vegetables was snapped up in just 10 minutes, and except for the grouper, which was too expensive for anyone to buy, all the other seafood was also bought. Zhao Yaro today know what is called counting money to hand cramps. Looked at the bag inside the bulging bag of those $100 bills. Mouth cannot close. So much, there must be tens of thousands, right? Your speed of earning money can be so also pack what the see Zhao Yaro asked. What is this? A moment later when I sell the fish, you will know. Li Bo with a mysterious smile, drove the car to the entrance of the restaurant. 2 large baskets of grouper fish were sold for nearly $300,000. Zhao Yaro was completely dumbfounded. From the time she came to the town to now was no more than half an hour. $300,000 easily came to her hand. It made Zhao Yaro feel like she was dreaming. In a place like the countryside, making money wasn't that easy. $300,000 could even be half a lifetime's income for a farmer who farmed the land. Accompanying Zhao Yaro around the town, it was almost noon. Classmates reunion, chose in the town school. Today happens to be the weekend school inside no one. Come are junior high school classmates, and most of them are locals from nearby townships. It can be seen that these former old classmates, in order to today's party, are specially prepared. It is estimated that they have put their best clothes and most valuable belongings on their bodies. However, Li Bo was still able to see that most of the people were only at an ordinary level. There were not many people who drove here. The one who got the most attention was Li Liang, who was standing next to a Honda. At this moment, Li Liang's side is clustered around a few female students. A face of envy expression. Look at Li Liang. This guy bragged about how well they have been mixed in the past 2 years. The rest of the people are in groups of 3 or 5. Get together to chat. Far from the past can be distinguished. The ones who did well were in one group, and the ones who did poorly were in another group. Li Bo jumped down from the tricycle and pulled open the door for Zhao Yaro. Yo, isn't this Zhao Yaro, dressing up so tight today? There were a few male students who were usually naughty and mischievous who immediately made jokes. They were laughed at and scolded twice by Zhao Yaro. Some people recognized Li Bo, but not many greeted him. Li Bo, how did you show up here? I've heard that you've been so poor lately that you can't even afford to get out of bed, and you have the heart to come to a class reunion? Li Liang relied on his family to do small business. A little money in hand, exchanged a second-hand Honda car, looking to pretend to be a bully at the reunion. At this moment to see Li Bo, this honest poor classmate appeared, immediately burst out a sense of superiority, went up to flirt. Li Bo lazily ignored him and just casually greeted a few other old classmates. Treating me as heir or do you hate the rich Li Liang got even more energized, shaking the inside of his hand one by one, the keys of his Honda sparkling in the sunlight. Li Bo raised his eyebrows. Isn't it just an old used car? I can't see where you're rich. One sentence immediately made the surrounding students burst out laughing. What qualifications do you have to say such words? I'm afraid you can't even afford a used car, right? Li Liang squinted his eyes at Li Bo, then swept his slightly lewd gaze back and forth over Zhao Yaro's body. Zhao Yaro, You are growing more and more energetic. Don't mix with a poor guy like Li Bo. It will lower your grade. Li Liang made another snide comment. Zhao Yaro cannot blame the problem. Face scolded. Li Liang, I do not allow you to say so Li Bo. We are all classmates. Why come up to target it? Besides, Li Bo is much richer than you. What did you say? It's simply a big joke. Li Liang immediately glared at the moment he heard this. Walking over to Li Bo, he was almost on the verge of poking his finger on his nose. Then he pointed to the agricultural tricycle parked not far away. Just this broken tricycle or borrowed, right? He dares to say he's richer than lousy? You ask him if he can pull out $1,000 on him? Li Liang arrogantly returned to his car and took out a small bag that was very popular now. The genuine one was about $5,000 or $6,000. Several students were again envious. Immediately after that, he took out another $20,000 in cash from inside the bag and waved it in front of Li Bo. Don't you have money? Take it out and air it out. As long as the money you pull out today is more than what I have with me, I'll cover all the spending today. If you can't get the money out, get on your broken three-wheeler and get the hell out of here. Li Bo is still not willing to take care of him, and feels that fighting with this kind of fight is simply a self-degradation. Pulled Zhao Yaro to leave, but Zhao Yaro did not do it. After breaking free of Li Bo, he contemptuously said to Li Liang, it's a man who can count on his words, but don't repent your intestines at that time. Of course it counts, as long as he, Li Bo, can come up with the money, our consumption today will be according to this standard. Li Bo proudly waved the ticket inside his hand. The students next to him all looked at each other. They had the intention to resolve the conflict, but they were all unwilling to offend Li Liang. After all, as of now this kid was the one who used to be the best mixed up with this group of students in the town. Zhao Yaro did not hesitate to turn around, threw open her long legs and came to the side of the tricycle. After pulling open the door, she yanked out a black plastic bag from inside. What is this? Is it food from the ground? What era is this? Are you planning to take the grain to the town and exchange it for something? Li Liang laughed out loud with a mocking face. Next to a few students who patted him on the back also followed the coaxing. Li Bo, do people to be realistic? No money, don't puff up your face. People Li Liang's family is doing business. You a farmer and others then what? Chapter 25 A bottle of red wine $10,000. Li Bo frowned. He was also a bit angry at this moment, and faintly returned. What's wrong with peasants? Aren't you born and raised in the countryside? Why do you need to tear your face off when you're a classmate? What's the point of talking to him? Zhao Yaro directly shook open the black plastic bag. Money, my goodness, there must be hundreds of thousands of dollars in here, right? Li Bo, where did you get so much money? Your kid has recently gotten rich. The classmates directly surrounded up with wide eyes, talking and discussing. There was envy and jealousy as well as currying favor among their eyes. The few female classmates who were still surrounding Li Liang just now also stood next to Li Bo. Li Liang stood there with his mouth wide open. The whole person was dumbfounded. It's nothing. It's just that I chartered a piece of sea and made some money. Li Bo had a modest face. Li Liang, do we still count on our words? A big man can't do that pulling and swinging belt thing. Zhao Yaro sincerely embarrassed Li Liang. Old matters were brought up again. The corners of Li Liang's mouth twitched twice, hating to smack himself twice. This $20,000 was the payment for the goods he went out to buy behind his family's back. Originally intended to play broad in front of the students, but never thought, actually hard to plant a heel. At this moment want to back out, face and cannot pass. Finally gritted his teeth. What is this? The rich is not necessarily generous. I go out today is more urgent, only with a little pocket money, which is like some bumpkin. Hate to put all the family when tied on the waist. Today eat, drink, play and play a dragon. The cost I have all wrapped. Li Liang raised his face high, his heart dripping with blood. The students burst into cheers. Just when Li Liang was pondering how to retaliate against Li Bo, an SUV quickly entered from the school's main gate and then steadily stopped in front of the students. The car door opened first. Into the crowd's eyes were long and white legs. Young and beautiful girl, 2 legs slender and long, did not wear stockings, but more youthful and beautiful. White short skirt with sneakers, coupled with a casual t-shirt and delicate features. Living youthful beauty girl. Yi Qingqing? Why is she here too? When the students saw the girl get out of the car, they immediately came over. Gathering around that car were dumbfounded. Yi Qingqing, you can do it. This car is the latest Toyota model. I'm afraid it must be several $100,000, right? Li Liang farted over, with a face of envy. Yi Qingqing, the borrowed student in the town back then. No one knew where this girl came from, but stayed inside a class with this gang for most of the year in middle school. Due to her good looks, coupled with her active mind, the boys inside the entire school, and even the hooligans outside the school were crazy about her. Only half a year later transferred away. Since then there has been no contact. Did not think that today actually appeared in the reunion. Yi Qingqing didn't take care of Li Liang. but directly walked towards Li Bo. Li Bo's face was a little hot, and he was even a little bit at a loss for words. Long time no see what are you doing now? Yi Qingqing had a fluent and standardized Mandarin. Her gaze was soft when she looked at Li Bo, and there was a smile on her face. He's just a farmer. A stinky fish fighter. Li Liang mocked from the side. Yi Qingqing skimmed Li Liang and ignored him, then greeted a few other students. Yi Qingqing had quickly become the new center of attention for her classmates, except that this girl always focused on Li Bo. It made those male classmates envious and jealous of Li Bo. I say, let's not chat here. The town just opened a KTV. The grade is quite high. I'll treat you guys to drink and sing. Ye big beautiful girl, must appreciate your face. Li Liang yelled in a pretense of generosity from the side. This kid was clearly heartbroken about money, and directly omitted the eating part. But the classmates were still quite happy. It wasn't like they had to spend any money anyway, and the group of people noisily walked towards the town. You take my car. Yi Qingqing came up next to Li Bo and asked him with a smile. No need, I have a car. Li Bo slightly embarrassedly reached out and pointed to his own 3 wheels. Yi Qingqing frowned, but did not go over and did not say much. Turned around and got into his SUV and stepped on the gas to take a few classmates toward the town. Li Liang pulled a few other people. Li Bo pulled open the door and got on the tricycle. This time Zhao Yaro asked with a stern face. You don't still have any ideas about that Yi Qingqing, right? I have heard. Yi Qingqing is actually after the family. The reason why the year to our school, only because of the family's business problems, and now they are so rich, can look on you? Li Bo was a bit strange, glanced at Zhao Yaro, but it was just a couple of words. You're overthinking it, right? Zhao Yaro hummed, her expression a little sour. Arriving at the KTV, Li Liang lightly called over an usher and gently instructed a few words of something, then turned his face to the other students. Here I often come, in a while you guys despite consumption are their own people? Glancing at the side of Li Bo casually taunted. Like you this kind of countryside fishing people, I'm afraid never have the opportunity to this consumption, right? As he was talking, a woman of great poise walked over next to him. Li Liang knew that this was Sister Hua, the KTV's proprietress, a very unusual woman. He stiffly prepared to greet her, but he didn't expect to be directly ignored by the woman. And then the person came to Li Bo's face and said with a smile, Brother, why don't you notify sis in advance when you're here? Just say hello if you want to go to which private room. Sister Hua's face was polite. Li Bo hurriedly waved his hand and said that he would just arrange a private room at random. Then you guys have fun. What do you need, just say it. Sister Hua was very cordial, patted Li Bo's shoulder, then turned to walk away. Li Bo, do you always come here to spend money during normal times? Even Sister Hua is so polite to you? There were a few classmates who had the eyesight and were filled with envy. Li Bo responded modestly, don't come here often. Li Liang blushed as if he had just been scalded by boiling water. This was too much of a slap in the face. With a black face, he brought the crowd to the private room. Not a moment's effort there is a waiter child pushed up, full of several big boxes of beer, and fruit plate child. Seeing these things, Li Liang had a sinister smile on his face, and directly asked the waiter to open the wine, and then piled a brain on the coffee table. Li Bo, since you come here often, you must have a good capacity for alcohol, so be sure to drink more today. Li Liang had a good capacity for alcohol and planned to directly get Li Bo drunk and make a fool of him. Chapter 26 Pooling Wine? Zhao Yaro was a little worried. She knew that Li Bo couldn't drink at all. Even if he could drink, his ability to drink was definitely poor. Li Liang, what do you mean? Intentionally fixing people, aren't you? Zhao Yaro bravely stood up and blocked for Li Bo. Li Liang skimmed his mouth. What's wrong with the big guys getting together for a drink on rare occasions? Li Bo, you can't be a wimp. As a man, how can you not even know how to drink wine? Li Bo faintly smiled, probed forward and then divided a whole box of beer on the table into 2 piles, opened his mouth and said, Isn't spelling alcohol? Whoever loses is. The classmates followed with a vigorous coaxing. Yi Qingqing just watched from the side with a hint of surprise on her face. Zhao Yaro saw that she couldn't stop it, but she could only gamble and sit on the side. This is what you said. Whoever doesn't finish or drinks slowly is. Li Liang smiled with his eyebrows and grabbed a bottle of beer first, directly to his mouth. He thought to himself that with his own drinking capacity, it would definitely not be a problem to poor Li Bo, the poor countryside boy. However, it never occurred to him that before he finished the bottle of wine, he heard the sound of his classmates exclaiming. When he looked up, he happened to see that Li Bo had just grabbed a bottle of wine, and there were already 3 empty bottles on the table. How is this possible? Li Liang froze. Are you cheating? Opening his mouth, he questioned. Li Bo frowned. So many people are watching. If you can't afford to lose, admit to yourself that you are, and this will be settled. Other people Li Bo just now but blow a bottle in one breath. Even blew 3 bottles. Li Liang, you faster. Male and female students began to urge from the side, also happy to watch the fun. Li Liang cursed in his heart and started to drink the second bottle. Li Bo's original indeed could not drink. A bottle of beer would probably be able to put himself down. After eating the golden pill, his physique had long been exceptional. Drinking some beer was like playing around for him. In the blink of an eye, Li Bo had already drunk 6 bottles of beer, and apart from his stomach being slightly bloated, nothing happened. Li Liang on the opposite side had just picked up his 3rd bottle and was feeling dizzy. What? Can't drink anymore? Li Bo had a flirtatious look on his face. His face was slightly red due to the alcohol he drank, and he was also slightly arrogant, having been suppressed for too long. And today he was facing the same power that used to always bully him inside the school. Li Bo felt that he should teach him a lesson. Li Liang really couldn't drink anymore and knew that he had lost his mind, so he was ready to play tricks. I drank a lot of wine before I came here today. There is no place in my stomach. Let's do it another day. This can't be done. Just now, but you said yourself. Whoever can't finish drinking. Who is such a big person? Want to play tricks? Zhao Yaro did not give Li Liang a chance on the side, coldly flirting. Either drink it or admit that you are. The students followed suit. In this way Li Liang, under the watchful eyes of everyone, was almost on the verge of bursting his belly, which barely managed to drink the 6 bottles of beer. The worst thing was to lose his face, then staggered on his feet and ran to the toilet to pick his throat. At this moment, Yi Qingqing sat down next to Li Bo, picked up a bottle of beer with an elegant posture, took a small sip, and then said, "It looks like a few years of not meeting. You've changed quite a bit." Li Bo froze for a moment, then understood. Perhaps in Yi Qingqing's eyes, in the eyes of this group of classmates, he was still the same coy and bullied loser who didn't even dare to let out a single fart a few years ago. Thinking of this, Li Bo grinned. People always have to change. The previous state of that life is not suitable for me. I want to live in a different way. Yi Qingqing opened sound eyes with some praise color, then said, "Have you ever thought of leaving the countryside to go to the city to break into it? If you have such an idea, I can help you. This time I came to the class reunion just for you." What? Li Bo was a little surprised. What virtue or ability would he or she have that would make Yi Qingqing a top-notch beauty and a powerful family's daughter? Think about him at all times. Don't you believe it? Or do you just want to spend your life doing nothing in this countryside? Yi Qingqing looked serious. For the time being, I don't want to leave the countryside. Since I was originally a farmer and my parents gave birth to me here, I certainly want to start here and complete my career step by step. Li Bo replied with the same seriousness, unwilling to leave the countryside. On the one hand, Li Bo couldn't leave the cellar that washed over the Heavenly Realm recycling station. On the other hand, Li Bo had already made up his mind to make a name for himself in the countryside. And as for the future, he was not in a hurry now. Yi Qingqing seemed to be a bit angry. Do you know, if you go directly to the big city to develop, you can at least less struggle for 10 years 8 years. Our Yi family in the city, although it is not considered to be one of the best, but also absolutely able to provide you with a lot of resources you cannot imagine. Li Bo was a bit flattered. Not willing to continue talking on this topic, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why do you care so much about me? I remember we didn't even say a few words in school." When he was in school, Li Bo was not even a beggar enough, and was the most inconspicuous one inside the entire class. He didn't believe that he could make Yi Qingqing so hung up on him. "You forgot? On the night I was about to leave, during study hall, I came to that, but didn't prepare in advance." Yi Qingqing said, this face slightly reddened, and her voice also lowered a lot. Li Bo slapped his head and remembered. At that time, he was sitting next to Yi Qingqing, felt that Yi Qingqing was a little bit not right, and found that Yi Qingqing's skirt was stained with blood, so he quietly left the study room to the store outside, bought a packet of sanitary napkins and sent it back, and gave his jacket to Yi Qingqing to wrap around her waist when he got off the study hall. "This is something I forgot. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly." Li Bo scratched the back of his head and laughed. "How could I forget it? Later, after I left school, I contacted my classmates to realize that you couldn't even eat that week. Did you buy me something with that week's living expenses?" Yi Qingqing had a look of gratitude on her face. "What are you two chatting about?" Zhao Yaru, who had just finished singing, directly sat in the middle of the two, separating them. "It's nothing, just talking about what happened in the old school days." Li Bo hurriedly sidetracked the topic. Again, still unwilling to embarrass Yi Qingqing, Li Liang came back. His face was green and somewhat not very good. The eyes that looked at Li Bo carried a few points of indignation. Chapter 27, Pretending to be broad with me? As he watched, his classmates were all clustered next to Li Bo, talking and laughing. Especially the two big beauties, Zhao Yaro and Yi Qingqing, were both constantly looking for opportunities to chat with Li Bo. A handful of anger in Li Liang's heart was almost about to incinerate him. At this time, he put his hand inside his clothes and then took out a jade pendant. "Egu, this is jade, right?" The two male classmates who usually hung out with Li Liang immediately came over and exclaimed. At the same time, they also attracted the gazes of the other students over. Li Liang's face showed a smug look again at this moment, and he simply removed the chain from his neck. Your eyesight is good, ah. This piece of emerald is what my old man bought back for me from abroad. It's worth more than $500,000. Li Liang raised his voice, deliberately letting everyone hear, enjoying the envious and jealous eyes that those classmates threw over. Li Liang then turned his contemptuous gaze towards Li Bo and mockingly said, Li Bo, I'm afraid you've never had the chance to see this thing in your life, right? After all, you are a farmer. Who farms the land? Verbally always taking the identity of a farmer to suppress Li Bo. I guess this is the only thing Li Liang can show off so far. Li Bo was not angry. His eyes skimmed the piece of jade inside Li Liang's hand twice, and said lightly, if it's true that your father spent more than $500,000 to buy it, then it can only mean one thing. Of course it means that my old man loves me, and our family has money, which is like you are, an orphan. Li Liang shook his head. Li Bo frowned, then contemptuously said, I mean to say, after spending so much money, bought a piece of fake jade, your father let someone pit of the body. What did you say? Li Liang just took a sip of the drink in his mouth and directly choked it out, then stood up, pointing at Li Bo's nose and cursing. Look at you TMD, clearly envy and jealousy. Which dog's eye of yours sees that this piece of jadeite is fake? Have you seen this thing? The students froze for a moment, and no one dared to advise. Zhao Yara frowned and wanted to say a few words for Li Bo, but she was held down by Li Bo's thigh with his hand, and her face was suddenly red, and a small heart was almost about to pop out of her throat. In fact, Li Bo was also unintentional, not expecting to take advantage. After coughing twice, then said, how do you know I have not seen this jade pendant is true or false? Want to distinguish is actually very simple. Fart, don't think you have a little money on the poor Arthur. Still don't know where your money comes from it. You come up with a piece of real emerald to the big guy's look. Cannot take out. You are bragging. Li Liang became more and more irritated, plus sneering. He intended to use this opportunity to make Li Bo completely embarrassed, and then find a reason to make a scene and drive Li Bo away, so that he could have a chance to take advantage of Yi Qingqing. However, just as he finished speaking, he realized that Li Bo slowly and methodically pulled out a piece of turquoise jade from his pocket. Seeing this piece of jade next to Yi Qingqing, who didn't say anything, her eyes instantly lit up, then reached out and snatched it. Extremely fine jadeite. Such a good color. It's really rare to see. The classmates also came over with wide eyes and scared. When Li Bo touched out the same piece from inside his pocket, the inside of the private room exploded. Yi Qingqing, I know you're helping Li Bo out. Is this fun for you? Li Liang immediately issued a question. He didn't believe that Li Bo had any top-grade jadeite in his possession. My family is specialized in the jade business. I think my classmates should also know about it. There is no need for me to lie about such things. Yi Qingqing responded coldly. Then she put all her attention on these two pieces of jade. Perhaps an eye like Li Bo's was able to see that these two pieces of jade were slightly flawed, but in the eyes of mortals and even within the appraisal range of top jewelry masters, they couldn't see half of the flaws. To know that these two pieces of jade that is from the heavenly realm, even if it's true, he can't prove that this piece of jade of mine is fake. Li Liang clenched his teeth to argue. Li Bo sighed. I wanted to give you some face, but you just don't have a long face yourself. Didn't I tell you just now? Want to identify the authenticity of emerald? In fact, very simple. Directly break open to take the fire. Burned after the deformation or instantly hot is fake. Fart. Such an expensive thing. You say break, you can afford to lose? Li Liang hurriedly covered his piece of jade. In fact, this thing although spent a little money, but not so exaggerated as 500,000 just now is to want to pretend to fool. Being Li Bo calmly so, Li Liang also really can't tell whether this jade is true or false, so he said nothing, is willing to follow Li Bo's method to test. In case it proves to be fake, the loss of money is nothing. The most important thing is that this vase fell on the ground, cannot be retrieved. Who says he can't afford it? If he can't afford it, there's still me. $500,000 is nothing to me. Yi Qingqing helped out at the side. It was clear that she also quite hated Li Liang. Li Bo didn't expect Yi Qingqing to come forward. His emotions were a bit complicated. It wasn't like he, Li Bo, couldn't take out $500,000. He just didn't have it with him at this moment. Li Liang frowned and started to sneer again. Yi Qingqing, I didn't expect your taste to be so heavy. What's your relationship with Li Bo? Just sticking up for him like that. This is between the two of us. Don't fight me if he can't get the money. None of you should help. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Li Bo went to get the money, but Yi Qingqing reached out to stop a bit, and then held up a piece of jadeite inside the hand. Softly asked a sentence. Li Bo, I see the jadeite in your hand. 500,000 sold to me how? What? Li Bo froze again, did not think that this emerald can be worth so much, and then reacted. Yi Qingqing is actually giving himself a step down. In the end, he nodded, thinking that the big deal was that he would return the money after this was over, and the jade would be considered a gift. I will transfer $1 million to you right now. Yi Qingqing did not nag at all and directly took out her cell phone. What? Isn't it 500,000? Zhao Yara was holding her little face red at the side, suddenly a little jealous of Yi Qingqing. Similarly, it could also be seen that Yi Qingqing seemed to be deliberately helping Li Bo, which made Zhao Yara somewhat ashamed of herself. It felt like compared to Yi Qingqing, a rich family's daughter, the difference was not just money, and even if the difference was just money, Zhao Yara would never be able to catch up with this gap. All I have is a piece of 500,000. These two pieces together 1,000,000 to buy into my hands a steady profit. Yi Qingqing finally insisted and asked for Li Bo's account, and in the blink of an eye 1 million had arrived. Li Bo felt like he was floating a bit. Chapter 28 $1 million in hand. Now that I have money too, do you dare to take out that piece of jade worth $500,000 and identify it? Li Bo looked at Li Liang with interest. Classmates a game. Li Bo also do not want to make things so stiff, but this is all his power self-inflicted. If the sky makes sins, it can be done, but if people make sins, they can't live. Li Bo with the corner of his eye will be able to see. That piece of jade is fake. Imitation of how real is also fake. Li Liang this moment completely out of tricks, gritted his teeth, handed the emerald to Li Bo. How to break this thing open? There are no tools here either. I think you'd better not joke with so much money. Snap. The words hadn't even finished yet, but he watched Li Bo with a smile on his face, breaking the piece of jade into two halves without much force, dry and skillful, followed by being broken into two halves. There was also Li Liang's fragile heart. Asterisk. You really broke it? UTMD compensate me. Li Liang was like crazy, reaching over and about to grab the collar of Li Bo's clothes, ready to beat Li Bo up like last time. But this time was different. Li Liang felt like his hand was being pinched by Li Bo as if it was being clamped by a big iron vise. It was drilling pain. It hurt so much that he couldn't even straighten his back, and eventually he directly knelt in front of Li Bo, cold sweat pouring out. So polite, hurry up. Li Bo smiled with a playful face and casually pulled Li Liang up. Li Liang was shocked and angry, and only at this moment did he finally perceive that I, the notorious wimpy sufferer, is now really different. However, that piece of jade was broken power, and not ready to let go of this opportunity, ready to greatly blackmail a sum. Anyway, at this moment, Li Bo's account has money. You broke my $500,000 of emerald. You have to compensate me, or else you don't want to leave this door. Li Liang took 2 steps backward, rubbing his swollen and reddened wrist, fuming. I've never seen any emerald that can be broken open with my hands. You are indeed a fake. Yi Qingqing was beside God's complimentary knife. No way. It can't be fake. The two of you are working together to cheat me. Li Liang hissed, wanting to argue, but seeing that Li Bo lightly took the emerald that was broken into 2 halves and pinched it into powder, he directly lost his temper. The students present, although they have not seen 500,000 yuan worth of emerald, but more or less still have knowledge. This moment also are sure. Li Liang claimed 500,000 yuan in foreign countries to buy the emerald. It is a fake. If you are not convinced, you can take the rest of these 2 pieces of fake jadeite to find a place to identify. As long as it can be identified, this thing is true. $500,000 I will pay you a penny, not less. Li Bo calmly replied. Lousy won't let you off. Li Liang cursed fiercely, then snatched what little was left of the emerald, turned around and pushed the door open to go out. Let me transfer the money back to you. Thanks for the help with what happened just now. Li Bo smiled and looked at Yi Qingqing, then took out his phone. What do you mean by this? Looking down on me or ready to back out? If you think the jadeite is sold cheaply, I can give you another $200,000 more. Yi Qingqing had an odd look on her face, her expression tightly clutching those 2 pieces of jadeite without letting go. Ha! Li Bo blinked. Is this thing really worth so much money? I am afraid that you will suffer a loss. Do you think that I, Yi Qingqing, am a person who will suffer losses? Or do you think that I like you and that's why I purposely pour money into it? Yi Qingqing playfully joked. The students beside her were also laughing and cooing. After being persuaded by the crowd for a while, Li Bo did not return the money, and the 2 pieces of jadeite naturally fell into Yi Qingqing's hands. Did not realize that Yi Qingqing at this moment heartbeat accelerated. The heart is very excited and excited. The students even drink and sing are very happy. Only Zhao Yaro, this little girl, face a somewhat gloomy look. After several hours of fooling around, only then did they each leave, and said that they would contact Li Bodo in the future. Li Bo can even feel a few single female classmates, quietly throwing winks at himself. This in the past that is absolutely impossible to happen. Things the sky is falling are not possible. The giddy Li Bo went to check out. but then was told that the bill was waived. This is not good, right? Li Bo was a bit puzzled and looked at the little waitress at the front desk. The latter sweetly smiled at him. Mr. Li, this is specially instructed by our boss, Sister Hua, and Sister Hua said that you are welcome to come often in the future. Li Bo wondered, but ultimately did not insist. He really couldn't figure out why that Sister Hua, who was said to be very powerful and have a great background, was treating herself so favorably. Can't see that you have quite a big face. Yi Qingqing pulled Li Bo forward quickly with a few flirtations on her face. Zhao Yaro wanted to follow, but in the end, she sighed helplessly and lowered her head to wait in place. No, just met twice. I don't know why, Li Bo hurriedly and modestly explained. With me still pretend what you honestly tell me, what exactly are you doing now? Do you still have this kind of jadeite in your hand? Yi Qingqing asked with a smile. Now there is no more. If you need it, there will be. I will contact you in the future. The price you set it will. Li Bo thought. Through the cellar of the Heavenly Realm recycling station. Maybe what was thrown out next time, but as long as it's thrown out, it's all thieves worth something. The two were chatting when Li Bo heard a messy sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Over here, beat him up. 7 or 8 people rushed over, all holding sticks in their hands. The target was Li Bo. Yi Qingqing frowned and twisted her head towards the dark place not far away. Glancing at it, there were a few stern figures that were rapidly running over. However, when Yi Qingqing turned her face once more, she found that Li Bo had already stopped in front of her, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed up and put down those few men with sticks on the ground. The movements were swift and easy. Yi Qingqing once again revealed a look of surprise, as if she did not recognize Li Bo. Afterwards, she decisively shook her head at the men who ran over, who immediately turned around and ran back to the dark corner, with light footsteps, without making too much noise. Li Bo frowned, looking at the several people in front of him who had been put down by himself. There were quite a few people who had been offended in recent times, so at this moment, Li Bo couldn't tell who exactly these guys were sent by. He was also too lazy to ask. Li Liang, who was hiding inside the car in the distance, looked at everything that had just happened and was so scared that he was twitching. Then he muttered, "This Li Bo, when did he become so powerful?" Chapter 29, The car is yours. When did you learn to fight? Why didn't I realize it before when I was in school? Yi Qingqing had a quiet smile on her face again, narrowing her eyes at Li Bo. After being bullied more often, I naturally learned to fight back, Li Bo casually replied. I didn't scare you just now, right? It's getting late. I'll send you to the car. Not far from the side was Yi Qingqing's car. Li Bo had wanted to ask Yi Qingqing if she was able to drive after drinking, and at this time, Yi Qingqing had already pulled out a brand new key from inside her small bag and shoved it to Li Bo. A driver will pick me up in a while. You keep the car. Li Bo frowned. What do you mean? Originally this time I was planning to pick you up to develop in the city, but now it seems like you prefer to stay in this place. I'm rather busy and can't come to see you often, but if there's anything in the future, you can just give me a call. As Yi Qingqing spoke, a luxury car had already driven by beside her. Li Bo is not that he hasn't seen the photos of this kind of car on the internet, so he can tell that this car is worth $7 or $8 million or even more, to say the least. It seemed that Yi Qingqing drove over a several $100,000 Toyota today, but she just didn't want to be too high profile. This made Li Bo couldn't help but speculate how scary Yi Qingqing's identity background was. I can't take this car. The so-called gentleman doesn't accept the honor. Li Bo firmly shoved the car key into Yi Qingqing's hand. It's not like I'm giving it to you for nothing. To tell you the truth, your 2 pieces of jadeite can be far more than $1 million. Yi Qingqing raised her eyebrows, then said, just now I said I would make up 200,000 to you. I don't have that much cash on hand, so I'll just take this car to top it off, and take the rest as a deposit. And in the future, if you have this kind of jade, call me directly, and I'll come to your door to collect it. After saying that, Yi Qingqing walked towards the car on her own. At this moment there was already a tall man in a suit, politely bowed his head and pulled the car door open, and then escorted Yi Qingqing to the car with skillful movements. Yi Qingqing lowered the car window and waved her hand at Li Bo. Then the car sped away. What's the situation? Li Bo played with the brand new car keys inside his hand, feeling a little confused. Li Bo had never learned how to drive, but the automatic gearbox was much easier to drive than the 3-wheeled. In a few moments of effort, he was already familiar with it. The car is the top of the line, then originally thought the value may be much higher, and has a new car flavor. It is clear that it was just raised soon. The money was there and the car was there. Everything is sudden, as if God arranged it. Li Bo called Zhao Yaro. Sounded Zhao Yaro tone is not very good. Said to go to the female students there overnight. Do not need Li Bo to pick up. Li Bo did not think too much. Driving a car directly ready to go to the internet cafe to find Dafe chat. Passing through the town KTV. Found a person. Liang Yu. Liang Yu dressed up quite flirtatious tonight. Bare legs wearing a short skirt, and boots on her feet. At this moment, she was staggering around being supported by a thick and fat man. Obviously he had drunk a lot of wine. And that man is also very arrogant to take advantage. A pair of big hands. A moment to buttocks touch. A moment to move to other places. Liang Yu was confused and wanted to push off, but already her body was weak and feeble, and in the blink of an eye she was brought to the front of a posat. Li Bo immediately understood that Liang Yu was going to suffer. He is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business, but when he was in the village, Liang Yu would always greet Li Bo with a smile when he saw him, and never looked down on him. At least he was from the same village. Li Bo finally made up his mind, quickly leaned the Toyota Prado on the side of the road, then jumped out of the car and ran over. Just in time, Liang Yu was struggling hard while the fat man was pushing her hard towards the car. Li Bo directly reached out and grabbed the fat man's shirt collar from behind and threw it on the ground. "UTMD looking for death?" The man crawled up from the ground and cursed viciously. Immediately after, from the back of another car drilled out. Several bodyguard-like people aggressively pounced toward Li Bo. The opponent's hands were good, too much higher than those hooligans in the town. But even so, when they were punched by Li Bo on the bridge of his nose, they immediately fainted and the bridge of their nose collapsed. The other two people were also easily put down by Li Bo and could not get up at all. Li Bo directly picked up Liang Yu as fast as he could and put her into the backseat of the Prado. At this moment, Liang Yu had already been scared awake, panicked and looked at Li Bo, who was driving towards the village. She shook her head vigorously and tentatively asked, "Did you save me just now?" Without waiting for Li Bo to answer, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Zhao Fuguei this actually sold me out. Go back and I have to kill him." Li Bo frowned, slowly and methodically returned. "Killing is against the law. Wouldn't it be better to divorce? How can it be as easy as you say? Our family still owes Zhao Fuguei's dowry money. You'll give this money?" Liang Yu was almost ready to collapse. Afterwards, she asked Li Bo for a cigarette, bent over and pouted her buttocks as she climbed from the back seat to the passenger seat and sat down. Li Bo swept a glance at Liang Yu. From the short skirt inside the exposed white legs, a burst of restlessness. After swallowing his saliva, he said, "I have money, but I don't want to get involved in other people's families. It looks like you are really rich." Toyota Prado ah. Liang Yu recognized the model of the car at a glance, her face with surprise and envy. In fact, according to Li Bo's idea, if Liang Yu begged himself, this 200,000 he can really take. On the one hand, it is really not short of money, and on the other hand, it also feels that Liang Yu is quite pitiful, being used as a tool by Zhao Fuguei that is used as a tool. But the next Liang Yu closed her mouth, and did not know whether it was for face or other reasons. "This is a friend's car, just lending me to drive," Li Bo casually replied back. "Is it that little girl in the short white dress? It looks like it's from a rich family. I see that there are several bodyguards waiting at the door all the time. Ordinary rich people can't afford to hire so many bodyguards." Liang Yu regained some calmness at this moment, smoking a cigarette while sizing up Li Bo with interest. "You saw it?" Li Bo asked. "I was at the same KTV as you guys. I saw your gang, only I didn't go to say hello." Liang Yu replied casually. "Does that little girl have her eyes on you? Otherwise, how could such a good car be given to you for no reason?" Liang Yu's eyes instantly became ambiguous again. Li Bo was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly explained. "It's not what you think. Since Yi Qingqing is a rich family's daughter, how could she look at someone like me?" Chapter 30, The sound of a punch in the face. On top of the limousine leaving the town, Yi Qingqing had been playing with the two pieces of top-grade jadeite inside her hand, her pretty, white little face carrying a bit of amazement. "Miss, your eyesight is getting better and better. These two pieces of jadeite are very rare." A man beside him was full of smiles. Yi Qingqing nodded. "It really didn't occur to me that attending a class reunion would actually have an extra reward." The man next to him hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Don't you find it strange? How could a poor boy from the countryside, I mean how could that old classmate of yours who was poor get such a good jade?" Yi Qingqing frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that this young man called Li Bo is by no means simple, not as naive and honest as he appears on the surface." The middle-aged man was quite thoughtful. Then he continued, "I saw clearly just now, although those few punks and hooligans were not in good hands, but when Li Bo was fighting with them, he obviously had great skills." Yi Qingqing was a little surprised. "I thought he was just a better fighter. What's so special about him?" The middle-aged man dryly coughed twice. "Let's put it this way. With my eyesight to judge, these few bodyguards we brought in bundled together may not be Li Bo's opponent. That's why I think you still need to be careful when interacting with this Li Bo. Maybe he has ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he hide his strength? Stay in this shabby little place?" Yi Qingqing smiled. "The more this happens, the more I want to get close to Li Bo. I also feel that he has become different from before. It seems like there is some secret hidden in his body." Li Bo had originally planned to send Liang Yu back to the village, but Liang Yu said she didn't want to go back. "What am I going back for? The moment I see Zhao Fugui's face, I feel sick. Why don't you take me to a room? Li Bo's heart thumped and turned his head with a surprised face to look at Liang Yu. Get a room? What are you doing? Liang Yu let out a giggle, her flowery branches trembling, then probed her body and pushed Li Bo. Brat, where are you thinking? I just want to find a place to rest for the night. Li Bo didn't think much about it, directly adjusted the direction and went back to the town, and found a small inn in a relatively remote place. When Li Bo helped Liang Yu to check in, the middle-aged boss behind the counter was full of envy and jealousy. When handing the key to Li Bo, he also said, "Young man tonight you can enjoy the blessings." Li Bo was embarrassed and didn't say much. After taking the key, he helped Liang Yu to her room as fast as he could. Originally, Li Bo was planning to settle Liang Yu down and leave by himself, but it did not occur to me that after entering the house, Liang Yu was very active. Li Bo, who had never appreciated a woman's flavor, completely fell in front of Liang Yu, a special creature. Liang Yu seems to be very thirsty, seems to be a long drought, crops are longing for rain irrigation, even murmured, after keeping a widow for such a long time. Today, the two people dry fire, have been tossed until almost dawn, sleeping until noon before getting up. Liang Yu had been complaining that Li Bo was too raw. For such a compliment, Li Bo still accepted it openly. Thinking of last night's words, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking at your behavior last night, it seems like it has been a long time. Liang Yu immediately understood the meaning of Li Bo's words and snorted coldly. Opening her mouth, she said, "Zhao Fugui is a mallet." Li Bo frowned. "It's not right. 2 days ago I also saw whoever was in our village." Li Bo suddenly felt that he couldn't chew the cud, so he shut up and didn't say anything. However, Liang Yu revealed a look of contempt again. "Isn't Zhao Chanyo's daughter-in-law? I've known about that between the two of them for a long time. Zhao Fugui is a pervert. I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe it's better to eat what you've stolen." This amount of information is a bit big. Li Bo also no longer continued to ask the next. When Li Bo drove the Prado back to the village head Zhao Fugui was leading a few people to demolish his house. Li Bo directly disliked the car to the door, staring Zhao Fugui and the others so much that they fell on the ground with their asses in the air. Just when they were about to swear, they realized that Li Bo jumped down from the car, and each of their eyes glazed over, mainly because the car was too eye-catching. Brand new. Zhao Fugui had an astonished look on his face, but he still had his face crossed and yelled, "UTMD, want to kill someone? Driving a car is marvelous?" Li Bo returned with a cold face. "What do you want? Why are you tearing down my house? This house isn't yours anymore. The deed is with me." Zhao Fugui had a sinister look on his face, then pulled out a house deed from inside his pocket. "Have you forgotten? The day Jin Long was betrothed you willingly compensated him for this. After I bulldozed your family's old house, you'll have no identity in this village, and Bao Hai's matter will be lost." Zhao Fugui was arrogant and directly spelled out all of his plots. In this 1 acre of land in Zhaojia village, he, Zhao Fugui, was the absolute Earth Emperor. Zhao Jinlong having his leg broken by Li Bo in front of so many people, coupled with the recent events, made Zhao Fugui feel that Li Bo was a scourge and a threat to himself. Thinking about it, he came up with this ghost idea, and felt quite proud of it. Li Bo frowned and suddenly moved towards Zhao Fugui. "What do you want?" Zhao Fugui directly clutched the deed of the house tightly and put his hands behind his back, looking at Li Bo in a slight panic. "Don't be afraid. I won't beat you up. At least not right now." Li Bo pulled out the newly purchased phone from inside his own pocket. Then it pulled up a few pictures in front of Zhao Fugui. The more Zhao Fugui looked at them, the more shocked he became, and by the end of the day his brain was covered in cold sweat. "Where did it come from? You dared to steal the account book." Zhao Fugui was also a human savant and immediately understood what Li Bo meant. That account book was something he quietly kept for himself and didn't think it leaked out. The only possibility was that Li Bo quietly sneaked into the accounting room. Li Bo also did not explain, lowered his voice and said, "Ming people do not say dark words. Let your people hurry to get out. Return the deed of the house to me, or else I'll be a minute to poke these materials to the government. Embezzlement of such a crime is very heavy. I heard that recently is being cracked down on." "Don't!" Zhao Fugui instantly panicked. If this matter were to be revealed, not to mention being the village chief, he would probably have to eat in jail until he died. Although at this moment the heart is very reluctant, and even hate to tear Li Bo on the spot, but still honestly sent the deed of the house with both hands to the front of Li Bo. "The deed of the house is returned to you. This thing you cannot keep." Zhao Fugui skimmed the phone and left a heartbeat, thinking about what to do in case Li Bo continues to threaten himself with this thing in the future. "Don't worry, as long as you don't come to mess with me in the future, I won't just pass these things out." Chapter 31, Good Horses Don't Eat Back Grass. Zhao Fugui was completely out of temper, and didn't dare to come hard with Li Bo at the moment. What's more, even if he did, he couldn't beat him. He whispered a threat. "You better not force me to jump over the wall with you. Only after saying this did he feel that something wasn't quite right. Li Bo smiled and said, I don't care if you jump over the wall or not. Bring the stuff. Zhao Fuguei reluctantly returned the deed to Li Bo, and then added, Are you ready with the money for the beach contract? We agreed that if we can't get the money within 3 days, the deposit will not be refunded. At this moment, Zhao Fuguei, the old bastard, was still thinking about hacking Li Bo's money. Just in time. You prepare a receipt. I'll give you the money now. Li Bo took out the phone again. The money in the card was definitely more than 2 million. Give the money, then the beach would be completely owned by Li Bo. Bragging rights? You think renting a car makes you look rich? You didn't do anything in the past 2 days. Where did you get the money? Zhao Fuguei again shook his head and tail a little, only thinking about those pictures inside Li Bo's cell phone. He didn't dare to curse or say harsh words. What? I take it out and you still call me dad? Li Bo, but with a flirtatious face. The villagers beside the onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Fuguei was so angry that his face turned blue. He glared fiercely at the villagers before staring at Li Bo's eyes and said, As long as you take out the money, the contract will come into effect immediately, but if you don't take it out, it will be considered out of time early tomorrow morning. This was a big deal in the village, and the villagers gathered around. Li Bo transferred the rest of the money to the village account in front of everyone and showed the transfer information. The villagers were all dumbfounded, looking at Li Bo and feeling like they didn't recognize him. Who would have thought that Li Bo, the poor boy who had been hijacked for his property and robbed of his future daughter-in-law a few days ago, would actually undergo such a transformation? He spent $2 million to charter the beach outside the village, and now has a car that costs several $100,000. Inside the village, I'm afraid there wouldn't be anyone who would save so much money. This Zhao Pingping has lost money in the beginning when she disliked people Li Bo for not having money and dumped him. Definitely regret this moment. There were already people whispering. Li Bo's gaze swept through the crowd, just in time to find a cowering figure turning away. It was Zhao Pingping whose face was very unsightly. Li Bo didn't take it seriously and directly faced Zhao Fuguei. The money has been given, and everyone has watched. Turn around and I'll go to the finance to get a receipt. After saying that, he didn't pay attention to Zhao Fuguei, turned around and pushed the door open to enter the house. The deed of the house inside the pocket has been Li Bo's hand to clutch wet. Father and mother, the house has been snatched back. Our Li family's face in the village won't take long. I must earn it back too. Li Bo carefully put the deed of the house away, and a trace of fire was added to his eyes. The news that Li Bo had bought a Toyota SUV spread in the village, and until dinner time, many people still came to the village, circling around the car and praising it. Li Bo was generous and left the door unlocked, allowing the villagers to sit in the car and touch it. The attitude of the villagers to Li Bo once again a lot better. Take the initiative to get close to, and try to find a way to ask Li Bo what exactly do business. He earned so much money in a short period of time. Li Bo's heart moved, said to the villagers, Do you want to follow me together to become rich? A few villagers immediately nodded their heads furiously with an expectant look on their faces. Tomorrow morning, I need about 10 people, to be hardworking. If you guys are interested, wait for me here in the morning. The work money is paid now every day. $100 each, Li Bo said lightly. What? $100 a day? Really? The villagers stared in disbelief. One must know that no matter if one is rocking a small boat to go out and fish, or digging grain in the ground, it would be quite lucky to have $1,000 a month. What's more, if one catches up with the bad weather, it's not uncommon to have no income for half a month in a row. As long as you guys come, I can afford to pay. I, Li Bo, always count on my word, Li Bo answered decisively. The villagers happily all went back. Li Bo took advantage of the fact that no one was there and drove the car all the way to the foot of the mountain outside the village. After climbing over the hill, it came to the seashore. The yellow croaker's fry had grown quite a bit, and the other seafood inside the nets had also increased. Looking around, this beach that he had just contracted was nearly 1 kilometer in size. According to Li Bo's idea, turning this place into a breeding area, coupled with his own specially formulated bait, would turn this beach into a treasure bowl in minutes. This was also the reason why Li Bo wanted to spend money to invite the villagers to work. If you make money by yourself, that is nothing. If you want the villagers to be impressed by them, the Li family, as outsiders, you have to bring the big guys together to get rich. Estimated the approximate cost. Li Bo felt that he would come back tomorrow morning to salvage a batch of seafood, plus the vegetables in the yard should be enough to buy the materials. After staying at the beach for a moment, he directly drove back to his doorstep again. After working all day, Li Bo was about to take a shower and hurry to rest. Just at this time, but he heard the sound of the door of the courtyard being pushed open. Li Bo, who was splashing water on his head naked, was startled because the person who slipped in from inside the doorway was a woman who was dressed somewhat flirtatiously. Zhao Pingping, who had dressed up carefully, was wearing a pair of shorts that were almost ready to reveal her but flaps. The two long and straight legs were revealed. The upper body was a white fitted t-shirt. The outline of a certain place was tightly stretched out. Hair is still a little wet, emitting a smell of shampoo. At this moment was blushing and looking at Li Bo's body. Li Bo threw the water ladle away with a bang, and then haphazardly took a piece of clothing and bundled it around his waist. To be honest, Zhao Pingping's appearance, any man would be restless when he saw it. In the past, Li Bo had also imagined more than once in the dead of night, imagining what kind of marvelous spring light was hidden inside after Zhao Pingping had stripped off her clothes. But at this moment, besides his heartbeat accelerating a bit, Li Bo was more disgusted and despised from the bottom of his heart. Coldly asked, "What are you doing here? I see that you are busy all day, thinking about whether to come over to help you do something? Why don't I help you wipe your body?" As if she couldn't see the contempt on Li Bo's face, Zhao Pingping took the initiative to come over. That sultry and enchanting aura followed, and then also quickly closed in. Chapter 32 I Can't See You. Li Bo stood in place. His gaze became cold. He could guess why Zhao Pingping came to find himself. Isn't it because he, Li Bo, is now rich and powerful? I don't think there's a need for this. We two don't have any relationship. You are the one who was going to marry the village chief's son. Wearing such a tie, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me. Li Bo sneered. Zhao Pingping's face instantly changed, frowning as if she was about to lash out, but she held back hard. Reluctantly, she squeezed out a flirtatious smile on her face. Li Bo, in fact, I also have bitter feelings. It was that Zhao Jinlong who took the initiative to pursue me, and you also know that the village chief's family, who in our village can mess with them? I have always been loaded in my heart. You originally intended to find an opportunity to talk to you. I know, you have always liked me, right? Anyway, Zhao Jinlong and I only just got engaged, and he's broken his leg now, so he might be a cripple in the future. So of course I chose you. Zhao Pingping got closer and closer, her face flushed, her lips slightly open. Then she added, I know you've been craving for my body. Today I'll give it to you and follow your heart's desire. Scram, Li Bo replied dryly. What did you say? Zhao Pingping finally couldn't help herself, and her face revealed a look of anger that was close to madness. Then with a sharp voice, she said, Li Bo, what else do you want me to do? Aren't you just a bit rich? What's so great about it? Li Bo laughed coldly. From the moment you chose to break our marriage contract and marry Zhao Jinlong, you were no better than a piece of mud in my heart. Aren't you just showing off here because I'm rich? Keep this Thai energy of yours to serve Zhao Jinlong. Don't come to my yard in the future. I'm too dirty. Zhao Pingping's heart was full of humiliation and anger. She had thought that with her good body and pretty face, she would be able to take down this raw egg of Li Bo tonight. From then on, smoothly in charge, Li Bo's large amount of money to live a good life. I never thought that Li Bo has money. People also changed, no longer like before so good coaxing. Temperament also see long. In the end, Zhao Pingping still turned around and greatly squeezed out through the doorway. Li Bo felt a rush of pleasure in his heart, cool to the bone. Ripping off the clothes on his body, he started to rinse cold water on his body again. He realized that his arms and legs had become a few points thicker than before, and had clearly had the outline of muscles. The cold water washed over his body and quickly turned into a white mist that was evaporated. Just at this time, there was another soft thud from the door, and Li Bo didn't need to turn around to know that someone had walked in. Then he turned his face and cursed, Do you want to be shameless? Even if you strip naked and kneel in front of Lao Zi will not look at you more. Saying this he swallowed back hard. Just slipped in from the doorway Zhao Yaru, red face covered his eyes, stomped his feet and scolded. Who said shameless? How come you don't know to lock the door when taking a bath? Li Bo blushed and hurriedly put his pants on. Explained, Sorry I didn't mean to scold you just now. I thought it was. You thought it was Zhao Pingping coming back again, didn't you? Zhao Yaro separated her fingers by a slit and saw that Li Bo had put his pants back on. Then she sighed in relief and lowered her hand. How did you know? Li Bo was a little curious. Then he came over and joked. You couldn't have just climbed the wall to peek at me, right? Asterisk 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 you. Why are you so thick-skinned now? Who's going to peek at you? Zhao Yinnan stomped her foot and her chest shook lightly. Immediately afterward, she added, Originally, I was going to ask you something when I saw Zhao Pingping sneak in furtively. What is Zhao Pingping looking for you to do? Dressing up so Thai. Dogs see the eyes straight. Li Bo was amused by Zhao Yinnan's description and waved his hand to change the subject. Nothing. There is nothing between the two of us. What are you looking for me for? Zhao Yinnan glanced at the muscular lines on Li Bo's body. Another heartbeat accelerated, and asked with a small red face, I heard that you spent $2 million to charter the beach? Li Bo nodded. Really rich, Zhao Yinnan exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration and envy. Not waiting for Li Bo to get a couple of sentences, this girl followed with a slant of the eyes and said, Last night accompanied Yi Qingqing to spend the night. People give the overnight fee, right? Li Bo two eyes a black, almost a head planted on the spot. Afterwards, he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Yi Qingqing spent money to buy 2 pieces of jade from me. This money is what I earned rightfully. Not to mention that she went back after we dispersed." Zhao Yannan bristled. "I don't believe it. The car was given to you. Can you two still have nothing to do with it? You didn't come back last night. Thought I didn't know it. You tell me who you were with last night. What did you do?" Li Bo had a little bit of weakness. "Last night and the village chief's wife Liang Yu together. This thing cannot be revealed. Yesterday I looked for Dafei went, played a game all night, just came back this morning." Li Bo can only make up blind words, then hurriedly asked again, "You came to find me because of this matter, ah? Jealous?" Looking at Li Bo's smug look, Zhao Yannan pursed her lips and punched him on the shoulder, then said, "Virtue, you think you are the meat and potatoes, ah? Why would I be jealous of you? I came here to ask you, is it true that you are recruiting people to work? Can you count me in? So that's what this is about." Li Bo patted his chest and agreed, "Don't worry, you'll be busy when the time comes. Your family has taken care of me for so many years. You should return the favor." Zhao Yannan's face revealed a color of joy. She looked at Li Bo again, before whispering, "Then you go to bed early. I'll send you food in the morning." After saying this, she turned around and ran away blushing. This little girl. Li Bo scratched his forehead and laughed. After taking a bath, Li Bo did not go to bed, but hurriedly drilled inside the cellar. The heart is in a hurry. Inside the cellar is quite quiet. There is no sound. However, there were a few more things on the ground, a few pieces of jade, and then there was also a peach that had been half chewed. Li Bo widened his eyes and held up the half of the big peach. It can't be the Queen Mother's peach, right? This thing, I don't know if it can be planted, but it's a pity that there's only one. Li Bo picked up the 2 pieces of jade, then tucked in that half peach and drilled out of the cellar mouth. At this moment also do not care about the dirty. Carefully break off a piece into the mouth, not waiting to bite it, directly into a stream of sweet breath drilled into the throat. The beauty. Chapter 33, The Immortal Peach. Li Bomai's teeth were falling out, and after eating it, the fatigue that was originally all over him was instantly swept away. I also don't know if it can take root and sprout. Li Bo hurriedly took out the peach kernel, planted to the corner of the yard position, and with the cellar inside the tile brought out crushed and scattered around, watered a little water. I slept comfortably, and was refreshed early in the morning on the second day. Zhao Yaro, carrying a good breakfast, pushed open the door to the courtyard, face smiling. "You've always come over to deliver the food in the past 2 days. Those who don't know would think that you're my daughter-in-law." Li Bo joked as he swallowed with a big mouthful. Zhao Yaro's face flushed, using her toes to constantly pick at the small stone children in front of her, and she didn't say anything. "Yo, the young couple is eating?" A villager saw the two talking and laughing through the doorway and immediately teased. Zhao Yaro, red-faced, packed up the dishes and ran out, one after another. The few villagers who had agreed yesterday all rushed over, expressions of nervous anticipation hanging on their faces. Just 10 people. Li Bo didn't nag, directly took out cash from inside his own pocket, and handed out one to each person. How is this good? Taking money without working. The villagers were polite while hurrying to put the money into their pockets, their brows smiling. Li Bo prepared a few large baskets, rode a 3-wheeler, and brought the villagers to the hillside. "Li Bo, what are you going to do with so many baskets?" the villagers above the back bucket asked with their voices. "To the beach to fish," Li Bo responded loudly with a cigarette in his mouth. "What? Didn't that beach just get chartered? There's no fish to fish for this season." The villagers looked at each other in disbelief, even a bit jokingly. Li Bo didn't say anything and led the way to the front. When they arrived at the edge of the beach nets, the villagers' eyes dropped to the ground. "My God, how come there are so many fish? This big grouper seems to have sea cucumbers under this pool." The villagers were envious, and some even felt that Li Bo really hit the big time, discovering in advance that this beach was suspiciously rich, and that's why he scrambled and grabbed the bag. Li Bo does not explain, commanded the villagers to fish a few large baskets full of fish, shrimp and crab. Then they joined forces to carry to the foot of the mountain, put on the tricycle. "What do we do next?" The villagers attentively came together next to Li Bo and waited for the work to be assigned. Li Bo raised his eyebrows. "There's nothing more to do today. Everyone go back and rest. Come back tomorrow morning. I'll find you again if there's another job." "What? $100 for this kind of work? Li Bo, you are also too generous." The villagers were a bit in disbelief. Never have they encountered such good money, never seen such a generous boss. Li Bo heatedly smiled. "Turn around when I buy all the materials. The big guys help to build net boxes on this beach. Engage in farming in the future, there is a lot of work. I will also give you a raise in wages." The villagers were praised again and left separately. Li Bo drove a tricycle, pulling a full load of these seafood, and first returned to the door of his own store. At this moment, Zhao Yannan had already picked 2 whole large baskets of vegetables and was waiting there. I'll still go with you today. I don't have anything to do anyway. I can't take your money for nothing. Zhao Yannan took the initiative to request slightly shyly. Li Bo didn't object, and after loading the basket onto the car, he pulled open the door for Zhao Yannan. When he passed by the corner of the wall, he was a little disappointed to find that the seed of the one fairy peach that he picked yesterday did not germinate. It's true that it can only grow in the sky. It's a pity. Li Bo shook his head and eventually left the yard, driving the tricycle all the way to the town. He had talked to the customers yesterday, so these 2 big baskets of vegetables were prepared for them today. Before they could even carry the stuff off the vehicle, there were immediately quite a few people who gathered around to snatch them up. At this time, there were 2 tricycles beside them, immediately squeezing over and scaring the people who came to buy vegetables into backing off. The tricycle jumped down 7 or 8 strong men, aggressively went to the front of Li Bo, roared, "Who the hell let you sell vegetables here? Know this intersection is our place?" Li Bo frowned, blocked the startled Zhao Yaru behind himself, and opened his mouth to reply, "This is not a food market. Besides, I'll leave after stopping here for 10 minutes at most. There's no need to speak so harshly." Li Bo could tell that these people in front of him were also vegetable vendors, so his tone was not particularly forceful. Unexpectedly, the man leading the opposite side of the street came on strong, pulling his voice and cursing, "Hurry up and get lost. If I see you show up here again in the future, I'll break your legs." Behind a few people are also holding tools toward the Li Bo surrounded over. Have a word on the meaning of ready to strike. Li Bo understands. The people who buy vegetables are running away from their own here. Their business is also no one to patronize, so they deliberately come to find trouble. However, buying and selling this kind of thing is all based on voluntariness, so it is a bit too much for them to do so. Li Bo raised his eyebrows. Breaking your legs is a bit exaggerated. You guys have the time to argue with me here. Why don't you think of ways to improve the quality of your dishes? You seek death. The man who led the group directly swung his fist and smashed it towards Li Bo's face. He was tall and big, and completely did not put the thinly built Li Bo in his eyes. The next second Li Bo deftly let to the side and directly twisted the man's arm and pressed him to the ground. Coldly said, "I've shown mercy, take your people and hurry up." The man grinned in pain, then freed a hand and rushed behind him towards his dazed accomplices, waving his hand vigorously. The remaining few immediately rushed over. Li Bo sighed and stood up. In less than half a minute's time, the gang of guys who made the move were all put down on the ground by Li Bo, one by one. Their mouths were crooked and they couldn't climb up. What's the point? Li Bo clapped his hands, then greeted the big guys and continued to buy vegetables. Soon brought 2 large baskets of vegetables were snapped up. Zhao Yara's money bag was bulging. Her little face was full of excitement and joy. Happily said, "Li Bo, your ability to buy this kind of vegetables is really too powerful. According to this, it won't take long for you to become a tycoon." Li Bo smiled bashfully, drilled into the tricycle, and spoke, "This is just the beginning. When I sell the fish in a while, I'll go and buy you 2 pieces of clothes. And by the way, I'll change your phone number as well. What kind of person am I to you? You buy me something." Zhao Yaru pursed her small lips, a little shy. "If you're willing, just be a secretary for me. After that, manage the accounts for me, then pay the workers' wages for them. I have other things to be busy with." Li Bo responded smilingly. Chapter 34, If you have money, you have to spend it. Zhao Yannan blankly glanced at Li Bo without a good mood and muttered in a low voice, "You're going to be my boss, aren't you? You don't want to?" Li Bo came over and winked at Zhao Yannan, then said, "If you're willing, it's okay to be the boss's wife." Listening to Li Bo's half-true, half-false words, Zhao Yannan was too embarrassed to respond. Instead, delivering the seafood to the restaurant, several $100,000 easily came to hand. But soon Li Bo encountered another problem. That is, the amount of delivery is too large. The hotel simply cannot afford. The manager of the hotel provided Li Bo with a doorway, pulled him into the office, first handed a cigarette. Then he said with a smile, "I see you're a good young man, and the seafood production is quite large. Why don't you take it to the market to sell it?" Li Bo sighed. "Ordinary seafood is nothing, but these rare varieties are really too expensive for ordinary people to consume." The manager nodded. "Let's do it this way. I know quite a few who do seafood wholesaling. Turn around and I'll give them your contact information to see if they can go directly to your village to purchase. The amount they need will be relatively large, and you don't have to worry about the sales." Li Bo was naturally happy and thanked him repeatedly. "You don't need to thank me either. In the future, I'll take all the seafood here from you. It's considered taking care of each other." The manager responded with a smile. Li Bo still remembered the promise from the morning, and took Xiao Yara directly to the cell phone store, and gave a new cell phone. At first, Li Bo was afraid that meeting Zhou Lingling would be a bit awkward, but today Zhou Lingling didn't go to work. Moreover, Li Bo also remembered that in the last 2 days, Zhou Lingling had contacted herself less and less, which always felt a little strange. Buying me such an expensive phone, how long do I have to pay it back? Zhao Yaro was a little embarrassed. What else to change? You are now my Li Bo's secretary. Just think of it as me giving you a match. Turn around and buy you a few sets of clothes. Also think of it as a work uniform. Li Bo replied carelessly. This place has to be more than 100 kilometers away from the nearest county, and at the moment, you can only shop at the town's clothing stores. If you're going to go to the best. Li Bo picked a face of the most open directly to the inside. Just as he reached the door, he let someone stop him. A woman in work clothes with a disgusted expression. If you want to buy food, go to the market. This is not the place for you. Li Bo frowned. Only then did he realize that he was dressed in a plain outfit, and after buying seafood just now, his body was still stained with a slight fishy smell. However, this woman in front of him was too dog-eyed, making Li Bo a little upset. Opened his mouth and said, I came here to buy clothes, please get out of the way. Joke, do you know how much a set of clothes in here costs? What are you a bumpkin pretending here? The woman was full of mockery. Who are you to say that about Li Bo? Isn't he just a part-timer? Zhao Yaru glared at the sales clerk there, then pulled Li Bo to walk out. Li Bo, however, stood in place, with a bland expression. This world doesn't know what's wrong, everywhere is dog-eyed low goods, but the clothes inside are quite beautiful. I think it's quite suitable for you. Then pulled Zhao Yaru's hand and walked directly inside. The sales clerk stared fiercely at Li Bo, also followed in, mouth yelling, don't touch dirty, you can't afford to pay. Li Bo lazily ignored her, reached out and pointed to the most conspicuous place, a set of skirt, said, trouble to take one to my friend to try. Do you know how much this costs? The sales clerk had a look of contempt and stood there without moving. Li Bo directly opened the bag containing the money, the red tickets under the light, especially conspicuous. The salesman's throat was like an egg had been stuffed into it, holding his face red. What's going on? Why are you arguing with a customer? A fashionably dressed woman walked out from the store's warehouse. It looked like she was the one in charge here. After asking about the situation, she frowned and directly said to the sales clerk, who looked down on Li Bo, settle your paycheck and leave. I can't afford to supply people like you here with low eyes. The salesman was full of shame and anger, and ultimately did not say anything, could only hang his head down and turn to leave. Li Bo watched from the side and did not persuade. That woman should get such a fate. I'm really sorry. I'm the owner of this store. I apologize to you for my employee's attitude. The woman came in front of Li Bo with a smile on her face. Li Bo waved his hand with care. It's fine. Take care of my friend for me. The female boss personally tried all kinds of fashionable and beautiful clothes for Zhao Yaro one after another, with a very enthusiastic attitude. Zhao Yaro also gradually adapted, retreating the shyness and panic on her face. Only in the end, when Li Bo waved his hand boldly and said that he would take a set of all the clothes he had just tried, Zhao Yaro was a little reluctant. Li Bo, just buy a set. Why spend so much wasted money? You can't be still angry, right? Li Bo smiled. How is it called a waste of money? You look so pretty. You should wear better clothes. With that kind of people angry, I'm not so. Painfully settled the bill. Li Bo carrying a big bag of clothes to go out. The store owner has been polite to send the two people out. Next, Li Bo brought Zhao Yaro to the town's classy clothing stores to store all over. In the end, Zhao Yaro was about to get angry, and only then did she stop. It's almost noon. Let's treat you to a meal. Li Bo put his things in the car and prepared to take Zhao Yaro to that seafood restaurant to eat. But Zhao Yaro was still heartbroken about the money and took Li Bo to a small restaurant. She said, even if you have the ability to earn money now, you can't spend it like this. Don't you want to save some money for your daughter-in-law? Li Bo did not care. Isn't money earned to be spent? Besides, I will earn more money in the future. You don't have to feel sorry for me. In the end, Li Bo was dragged by Zhao Yaro to the market in the town. It was still relatively early for the noon meal, so there weren't a lot of people drinking sheep soup. Inside the steaming cauldron, rice was cooked with sheep bones and large chunks of mutton. A layer of oil floats on the surface. The boss warmly greeted. The two people sat down, skillfully shang soup placed on the table and sent a few small dishes. Li Bo remembers, before the general conditions of the family head, sometimes the father in the sea head of the fish, to the market for money will take Li Bo here to drink a bowl. It is true, two people drink a bowl. Li Bo cannot help but feel a burst of emotion in his heart. His father and mother have been poor for a lifetime, did not follow the enjoyment of happiness before he became rich. It is too much of a pity. Thinking of this, Li Bo muttered, since there are really immortals in this world, is it true that one day I can bring my two parents back to life? Chapter 35, Entering the Vegetable Market. Li Bo was there thinking about his mind. At this moment, Zhao Yaro had already handed him the soup with the seasonings mixed in front of him, gently knocking on the table. Thinking about what? Thinking about getting a daughter-in-law? Zhao Yaro asked teasingly. Li Bo grinned and took his mind back. then joked as well. Thinking about you. Zhao Yaru blushed and lowered her head, then stuffed a fried cake to the side of Li Bo's mouth. You can't even plug your mouth with food. There was only this one food market in the town, with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Li Bo suddenly came up with an idea. He drove his tricycle to the town every day to sell vegetables. It is really a delay, and the chaos is not very nice. It is inevitable that something will happen in the future. Since this is the case, why don't you set up a fixed stall in the vegetable market? In the future, the workers under their own hands to transport the vegetables over on the line can save a lot of time, can also avoid trouble. After a while, the people eating gradually more and more. Next to the table, a few men had been in the unsuspecting look at the youthful and beautiful Zhao Yaru. By the end of the day, they were getting more and more arrogant, and their mouths were flirting. Big brother, you see this little girl's legs are long and white. This is if. Someone next to him immediately replied back. Look at the appearance of this little hoof. Surely it can be. Zhao Yaru glared at the other party with some disgust, but didn't dare to say anything. Those few people knew at a glance that they weren't good stuff, and the people eating around them all avoided them, not daring to come close. Li Bo, however, was unwilling to do so, putting his chopsticks down on the table and staring at them closely. What? Looking for trouble? Immediately, a man on the opposite side of the table snapped and slammed his wine glass on the floor, followed by standing up and walking towards Li Bo's side. They were worried that they couldn't find a reason to take advantage of them, and it just so happened that Li Bo gave them an opportunity. Li Bo, don't cause trouble. They have a large gang of people. Zhao Yaru hurriedly pulled Li Bo's sleeve and was ready to leave, but at this moment, the other party had already surrounded. Wanting to make a move to take advantage of Zhao Yaru, Li Bo no longer tolerate, stood up and directly kicked down one, and then swung up his hand. A big ear scrape on the face of another person. Two people were put down in one shot. You're looking for death. The remaining few people immediately swung their benches, picked up bottles of wine, and smashed their heads towards Li Bo. The surrounding people who were eating all screamed and dodged to the sides, and Zhao Yaru was so scared that her little face turned white. However, Li Bo was clearly and incomparably seen, deftly snatching the bottle of wine inside a person's hand, and then lifting his knee on his stomach. The other person's feet left the ground, and then fell to the ground. The other person next to him had just raised the bench in his hand, when he was surrounded by Li Bo, and then kicked in the crook of his leg, and the whole person fell to the ground. In less than half a minute's work, these people who were causing trouble were honestly lying on the ground and didn't dare to move. Li Bo didn't even look at them, got up to settle the bill, and led Zhao Yaru to strut away. The next step was to buy the materials to build the net box. The town has them. After all, it is surrounded by the sea on two sides, and there are quite a few people who specialize in fishing for a living. At this moment, it was already past the season of putting in fish fry, so business was almost non-existent, and the inside of the yard was cold and quiet. When the person in charge heard that Li Bo wanted to buy a large amount of equipment, the smile on his face was like a flower blooming. He was extremely enthusiastic and led Li Bo to look around. Li Bo casually selected some and gave the specific figures according to his own calculations, and the person in charge was overjoyed. The matter of negotiating the price was directly handed over to Zhao Yaru, the quasi-secretary, to do. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Bo loitered inside the courtyard. Coldly, he felt a very unique aura greet him. What is this? Li Bo stared wide-eyed at the corner not far away. There were quite a few broken fishing nets waiting to be mended piled up there, along with other materials. Li Bo directly walked over as he was able to see a faint glow that came up from underneath which some of the broken fish nets. See fixing stone? I can't imagine that there really is such a thing. Li Bo was overjoyed and directly turned out a fist-sized stone from underneath the broken fish net. Why are you here? The price has been negotiated. The person in charge walked over with a smile on his face at this time. Somewhat strangely, he found Li Bo holding a rough stone inside his hand. Can this be sold to me? Li Bo suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart and asked politely. A piece of broken stone. What do you want it for? The person in charge suddenly felt that there might be something wrong with Li Bo's head. I'm a person who prefers to collect some strange-shaped stones. You name a price. Li Bo also did not explain. If this was explained, the other party would definitely not sell it. Since it's like this, I'll give it to you. There are many more beside it. Take your pick. The person in charge, who had just made a big deal, waved his hand generously. Li Bo had a smile on his face, said thank you, put the stone in his pocket and headed out. The rest of the stones were real stones, not half as valuable, but this one in Li Bo's pocket was different. According to the book, this moss-covered and rusty stone is a real sea-setting stone. The so-called sea-fixing stone is the ancient times. Fishermen in order to go out to sea fishing can avoid the risk, with special materials to create a kind of magical ability of the tool. Li Bo knew how to make it, but the material was not easy to find. On the surface, it looked like a stone, but it was actually gentian. It could be encountered but not sought. With this thing, casually throwing it to the piece of beach he had chartered. In the future, even if the other seas were shocking, but that place would definitely be calm. This is an extremely rare treasure for the farm. Settle the bill. Go away. The factory has already made a guarantee that it will actively prepare the goods and send them to the beach within 2 days' time, and it will send special people to guide the installation. Li Bo felt that it was a wise move for him to personally come over and buy the materials this time. I can't imagine that you still have such a hobby. Ha! Zhao Yaro walked beside Li Bo. Looking at Li Bo playing with the rough stone inside his hand with a delighted face, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Li Bo heatedly smiled. This is a good thing. Ordinary people can't recognize it, but I can distinguish it with a glance. How can you pretend? Zhao Yaro smiled and skimmed her mouth. Li Bo didn't explain and directly brought Zhao Yaro back to the village. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people crowded in front of his house, each one waiting with bated breath for him to return. What's going on? Li Bo was a bit confused and jumped down from the tricycle. The villagers swarmed up. Li Bo, do you still need working hands? We don't have much work to do lately. We all want to follow you. We promise to listen to you and work hard. Chapter 36 Immortal Peach Sapling. Almost all of the idle laborers in the village had come, even including Uncle Zhao from the back room. Li Bo, the beach is wrapped. What are you going to do next? Zhao Dahai asked. This reminded Li Bo, thinking that almost tomorrow, the first batch of nets and other materials would be able to be shipped over. He would definitely need manpower to help. Then a smile appeared on his face. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I can't not give face. Early tomorrow morning is still the same rule. Gather and wait for me, but go directly to the village entrance on the line. Li Bo didn't want to become a gathering place for the villagers in front of his house every morning. This is a little less convenient if you are busy with something at night. The villagers got an affirmative answer, and one by one, they left happily. Zhao Dahai stayed behind and asked with some concern, Li Bo, I didn't go to the seashore to see it in the past 2 days. Where did you get so much seafood from? Hiring so many people at once, how much does it cost per day? I'm afraid it has to be several $1,000s. Can you guarantee that you'll be able to fight so many fish from the sea every day? Li Bo was happy, first handing Zhao Dahai a good cigarette, then pulling the other party to sit down. Uncle Zhao, I was about to discuss this with you. You have plenty of experience in the area of farming, so I'm going to let you direct the villagers to work, so I can rest assured. Zhao Dahai was of course happy, taking a puff of his cigarette, his eyes narrowed. You haven't answered my question yet. When the time comes, you'll know when you go to the beach and take a look. Of course I have my own way. If you want to make money, you have to have an investment in the first place. Li Bo had a mysterious face. Zhao Hai also stopped asking more questions. After chatting for a few days, he took Zhao Yara back. Li Bo excitedly took out the piece of Jinhai stone, carefully cleaned off the surface of the rust, as well as the lines above the sink became clearer and clearer. With this thing, still afraid that my farm does not wind and rain? While being complacent, Li Bo suddenly realized that a small piece of tender green leaf was growing out of the original corner of the wall. No way, it really grew out? Li Bo put down the Jinhai stone and ran directly to the place and squatted down to look at it. Sure enough, it was a peach tree sapling, only it was still very tender now. It's worthy of being a heavenly immortal product. After absorbing so much nutrients, it's only grown this much. Li Bo suppressed the excitement in his heart and took advantage of the fact that there was no one else to drill into his family's vegetable cellar. A number of bricks and tiles were taken out. After kneading them into a powdered form, he evenly sprinkled them around that immortal peach sapling. This speed is really too slow. According to this rise, without a 3 to 5 years it is simply impossible to blossom and bear fruit. Li Bo scratched his ears anxiously. Then there was a flash of light in his head. Inside the 100 herb secret record, there were many methods of refining pills, and even some simple means of extracting the essence of herbs. Although this immortal peach seed had these materials from the heavenly realm as its cultivation base, it was still missing some aura after all. If he could think of a way to add some nutrients in this area, maybe this sapling could grow a little faster. Li Bo didn't delay. After closing the courtyard door, he ran towards the mountain in a hurry. Halfway, he remembered that his receipt was still in the village accounting office. Then he turned around and went straight to the direction of the village committee. Luckily, the office is still lit, and in the shadows, you can see that someone is inside. Li Bo knocked on the door. Zhao Feifei's voice came from inside. After seeing Li Bo, Zhao Feifei was obviously a little surprised and even a little flustered. Like a thief, she pulled Li Bo's arm and dragged him to the office, then closed the door with a bang and stood on her tiptoes on the window, looking outside. By the way, he pulled the curtains. You're quite skillful in this action, ah? Li Bo teased from the side, feeling as if he was cheating. Zhao Feifei's face turned red and stomped her foot, complaining, Li Bo, you're also too bold. What time is it? You still dare to run to the office? In case if my uncle finds out, Then what can I do? What Zhao Fei was afraid of was Zhao Fugui. I came here to get the receipt in the open. There's nothing to see. What are you panicking about? Li Bo was full of concern and sat down by himself, lighting a cigarette and smoking it. Receipt? Zhao Fei slapped her head, then remembered. Afterwards, she stood in front of Li Bo, bent down, and pouted her buttocks as she rummaged through the drawers for a while. Zhao Fei usually dresses up quite fashionable. After all, people do, but tolerances feel superior. Short floral skirt, did not wear stockings. Li Bo inevitably, along the big white legs will look up. A burst of blush. Where are you looking? Zhao Fei seemed to have sensed Li Bo's fiery gaze, still maintaining her original stance, and twisted her face to glare at him. Li Bo dryly coughed twice. Normally you work in the accounting office. Who are you dressing so flirty for? In the past, Li Bo didn't dare to flirt with Zhao Fei like this, and she didn't pay attention to him. According to the past temperament, Zhao Fei would definitely turn her face, pinch her waist and scold Li Bo, and even scratch him. But this moment was different. Zhao Fei merely pulled her short skirt. Not only did she not get angry, but instead, she winks like silk. Sure enough, you're rich and your waist is hardened. You dare to molest me? I don't dare to molest you. Just being honest. Have you found the stuff yet? Li Bo is not willing to stay here. What's the hurry? I don't know how you handle my uncle. Honestly, the receipt will be opened for you. Zhao Fei simply did not look for it. Moved a chair to sit in front of Li Bo, staring wide-eyed and asked, where did you get so much money? The people in the village all said that you got a rich woman and gave you a luxury car? Is this thing true? The corner of Li Bo's eye twitched, and in his heart he thought that such a thing is spreading fast. This money is all earned by my own ability. Don't listen to the village people talk nonsense. Impatiently returned a sentence. Yo, I certainly know that you earned it with your ability, but I didn't expect you, this small body, to have this ability. Zhao Fei's eyes along Li Bo's chest directly saw, between the legs, that meaning has been quite obvious. This woman who has had an object to speak is different from a shy girl, bold and spirited. 2 words to Li Bo to hook heart anxious. Cough cough. Don't think of everyone else as the same as you are. See how you've already solved the problem? Li Bo raised his eyebrows at Zhao Fei. From the moment he came in, he could see that Zhao Fei had an abortion, and her little face was paler than usual. There was also a smell of herbs on her body. Chapter 37, I want to you. Zhao Fei frowned, then shrank back in some surprise. Opening her mouth, she asked, how did you know? Li Bo shook his head. If you want people to not know, unless you don't, I have these eyes bright. Virtue. Zhao Fei blanked Li Bo with 1,000 charming glances. Then she said pitifully, you can't tell others. This is a big deal. Li Bo impatiently waved his hand. I don't care about your matter. I'm here to get the receipt, so hurry up and order. Zhao Fei didn't dare to nag, and quickly found the receipt from inside the drawer. But when she walked in front of Li Bo to hand over the receipt, she suddenly twisted her slender water willow waist twice, speaking voice a lot softer, with a little temptation. Li Bo, you now have the ability, but do not forget to take care of me. At least we are a village, in the past, or classmates. Li Bo raised his eyebrows, feeling a little amused. Whether it was in the past when he was in school, or when he dropped out of school to farm in the village, this Zhao Fei refused to look at himself squarely. Now it was good that he was talking about friendship. Reached out and took the receipt, carefully looked at it and put it back in his pocket. Li Bo did not say anything, turned around and walked outside. Zhao Fei was anxious, directly holding out her small breasts on the door, biting her lip and asked, what, rich and looking down on people? Do you know? I took a big risk to give you the account book. My uncle asked me several times, but fortunately, I rounded it off. What do you want? Li Bo narrowed his eyes. If he didn't look at someone like Zhao Fei, he might have taken advantage today. I want to you. Zhao Fei's voice was crispy and soft, permeated with a tie line. It startled Li Bo. What the hell? You're too direct, right? Zhao Fei's red face lightly scolded. Where do you think you are going? I mean to work with you. I don't mean anything else. My uncle has already suspected me, and also won't let me manage the accounts. I heard that you have chartered that beach. Can you also find me a job? Zhao Fei asked in a whiny voice, almost about to stick her body over. What a wave. Let's talk about it later. If there is a suitable position I will arrange it for you, but not for now. Li Bo gently pushed Zhao Fei's soft body away, pulling the door open, and left without hesitation. Zhao Fei stomped her foot fiercely inside the office and gritted her teeth. Stinking Li Bo, isn't it just a bit of money? You dare not look at me? On the way to the woods, Li Bo felt that what just happened was really a bit ironic. However, he also had to admit that the role of money was really powerful and could completely change a person. The dark wood seemed almost as bright as day to Li Bo. After a pair of eyes widened, all kinds of cherished medicinal herbs could be seen at a glance. Li Bo wasn't greedy either. He knew that the reason why this mountain was filled with aura was because of the large amount of precious medicinal herbs growing. Endless picking. Although it could bring him a lot of untold wealth in a short period of time, but then there was a possibility of destroying the aura of the whole mountain. There was knowledge about feng shui inside the book, and Li Bo had also long been well versed in it, so he knew the importance of such things. He only picked the ones that he could use, and then there were some herbs that were necessary in normal times. When he went down the mountain, Li Bo found that there was a large piece of wasteland under the hillside. There was not much agricultural land in the village. The reason why no one had come to cultivate this wasteland was because the soil quality here was really bad, and there was nothing left for planting anything. It's a pity. Wouldn't it be great if such a big piece of land was used to grow some crops? Li Bo stood at the foot of the mountain and pondered carefully. Then he slapped his head. Changing the soil quality is just too easy for me. Turn around and simply pack this wasteland to grow some vegetables as well. Although the vegetables grown in that little bit of space inside the yard were quite a lot, at best, they could only pull a full cart. Now the villagers are eager to have income, and slowly and surely more people will join in. A whole large area of vegetable land here, or even a farm in the future, would not only be able to solve the employment problem of the villagers, but would also be able to bring a lot of income to Li Bo. Just do it, Li Bo joyful, all the way back home. After he went back, he didn't stay idle, and turned out the medicine stove to organize the fresh herbs he picked back one by one. A few moments of effort. The house is filled with the smell of herbs. Li Bo stared wide-eyed, staring at the stove. Between the faint flashes of golden light, Li Bo realized that he was able to clearly see the essence of those herbs in the pill furnace slowly begin to merge towards one piece. Originally, with Li Bo's experience, if he wanted to refine such a high-level pill, the chance of success was almost zero. It was after eating the golden pill. These eyes could see everything. He hurriedly took out his tools to gently stir to help the fusion of the medicinal properties. After 10 minutes had passed, the thick ointment had been completely formed, and all the impurities had been removed. 10,000 spirit ointment. That's it? I don't know how effective it is. After the ointment that Li Bo was waiting for had cooled down, he picked out a small pile of it with a bamboo stick and then brought over the prepared bucket. After the light green ointment was put into the bucket, the entire bucket of water turned a turquoise color, and a unique fragrance was transmitted out. Carrying the bucket to the side of the immortal peach seeds, carefully poured in some, Li Bo was able to clearly see that the two tender green leaves began to stretch, and after a short while of growth, they were already a foot in height. Awesome! This thing is simply invincible. Li Bo was extremely excited. However, he didn't dare to use it too much. He still understood the reasoning behind pulling up seedlings to grow. Early in the morning on the second day, Zhao Yaru delivered a sumptuous breakfast. Uncle Zhao has long been waiting impatiently to go to the beach to see, but did not have the good intention to disturb the two of them. When Li Bo finished eating out of the door, this only came over. With a slight smile on his face, Uncle Zhao glanced at his daughter, who was neatly cleaning up the dishes, and then looked at Li Bo. He opened his mouth and said, "You two have gotten quite close in the last 2 days? I see that you're not small anymore. Shouldn't you also find a daughter-in-law?" Li Bo was a little embarrassed. Before he could speak, Zhao Yaro came over and gently pushed her father. "Dad, what are you talking about? Hurry up and go to work with Li Bo. The people in the village are waiting there." Before he reached the entrance of the village, Li Bo saw nearly 20 people standing there, twice as many as yesterday. Chapter 38, Take Advantage of Being Lost. Can so many people use it? Uncle Zhao sat in the cab and asked with some concern. Li Bo grinned. "It's fine, there's always a use for it next." The villagers swarmed up, scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would be left behind and not be able to grab a spot. Seeing such a situation, Li Bo hurriedly rushed to wave at the big guys. "Don't be anxious. Everyone who can come today is to give me Li Bo face. Everyone has a job to do." Still according to the old rules, Li Bo took out the money and sent one to each person. Only then did the villagers cheerfully stop arguing. "Li Bo, what are you planning to make us do? Or go to the beach to fish?" The villagers inquired in a variety of ways. Li Bo answered a phone call, and the people who delivered the nets and other materials had already arrived. Everything was just right. After arriving at the seashore, the villagers were stunned by the sight before them. The yellow croaker had already grown to the size of a palm in the nets that Zhao Dahai had originally just put in the fry. Not to mention the large number of precious fish around the net box that wanted to drill into it. Zhao Dahai was also wide open. His mouth could not close. How could not believe what he saw in front of him. "Everyone, don't stare. All listen to Uncle Zhao's command. Set up the net boxes. I will send someone to bring the meal at noon." Li Bo commanded loudly with a smile on his face. The villagers collected the surprised expressions on their faces and began to work in an organized manner. Zhao Dahai was experienced, plus the villagers were also diligent and had been paid in advance, so they worked with extra vigor. A few people helped Li Bo lift the seafood that he had just fished up onto the tricycle. Now that he had people under his hand, Li Bo decided to make one last trip to the town today, so he could leave this kind of thing to others in the future. When he returned to the courtyard, Zhao Yara had already picked all the vegetables. Li Bo, when did you plant a peach sapling in the corner of your wall? How come I didn't notice it before? Zhao Yara reached out and pointed at the corner with some curiosity. Li Bo twisted his face over and after taking a look, his eyes also widened. That peach sapling was already 3 feet tall, and it had only been just one night. I transplanted it from somewhere else. It's a new variety. Li Bo smiled back and casually picked up the bucket next to him again and poured water on it. Zhao Yaro did not follow Li Bo to the town, saying that she wanted to help clean up the house and organize it today. She simply took herself as Li Bo's little daughter-in-law. Li Bo's heart is sweet. Feeling Zhao Yaro, this girl is really good. Originally, Li Bo's mind was focused on Zhao Pingping's body, but now so a comparison. Zhao Pingping cannot even be counted as mud. Jumped into the tricycle and headed to the town. Just turned out of his house on this street. Was stopped. It was Liang Yu, who hadn't shown up for 2 days. Liang Yu still looks so beautiful. Today deliberately wore a short skirt, bare legs, stepped on a pair of exquisite sandals, hair very casually tied in the back of the head. Li Bo's heart was in turmoil. Ever since the madness of that night, he had been constantly recalling the scene. Seeing Liang Yu appear in front of him at this moment, Li Bo was a bit at a loss for words. When he was in a daze, Liang Yu had already opened the door of the car in a familiar way and jumped upwards with her legs open. Originally the skirt is short. What is worn inside is seen clearly by Li Bo. Is a burst of impatience. That night has not seen enough. Why so shameless? Liang Yu gave Li Bo a blank look and opened her mouth to flirt. Li Bo was a little embarrassed and asked, "What are you going to do?" He realized that Liang Yu was carrying a thermos pot inside her hand, so she should be going to deliver food to Zhao Jinlong. Liang Yu patted the thermos inside. "I'm a nanny. I don't know what's wrong with that Zhao Pingping in the past 2 days. She's not interested at all. She said she's not feeling well, and refused to go and deliver the food." Li Bo of course knows why Zhao Pingping is not so attentive to take care of Zhao Jinlong, but did not say. The matter of that night, Li Bo couldn't help but open his mouth. "What? You're afraid that I'll rely on you?" "I'm not so much," Liang Yu said generously, seemingly not putting it on her mind at all. "At that time, I just wanted to find someone to complain to. It's also considered a kind of repayment to you. After all, if it wasn't for you, I would have let that big boss from the city give it to me." Speaking here, Liang Yu was quite a bit gnashing her teeth. Finally, she cursed, "Zhao Fuguei, this old bastard has been avoiding me for the past 2 days. Don't think that I don't know what's in his heart." Li Bo frowned and asked, "Now that that beach has been bagged by me, you shouldn't have anything to do, right? How can it be that simple?" Liang Yu blanked. Li Bo adjusted her sitting position and elegantly hitched her 2 big white legs together. Then she said, "I just learned that Zhao Fuguei, that old bastard, took the deposit of 200,000 yuan from the big boss, and he doesn't want to return it, so he's dragging his feet." Li Bo didn't care about Zhao Fuguei's death, but he knows that Zhao Fuguei's temperament this matter will not be so good to rest. Maybe when he will give himself a little mouth. Of course, Li Bo is not afraid of him now. "After you deliver the meal in a while, is there anything else?" Li Bo asked in a brainwave. Liang Yu froze for a moment, then the pretty little face red, 1,000 charmingly glared at Li Bo. "What? Taking advantage of not enough? You still have ideas about me?" It was a lie that there were no thoughts. Liang Yu, the woman who came from the city, was Li Bo's enlightened teacher. More than 20 years of virginity, just tasted the fresh flavor. "These 2 nights almost cannot sleep. As soon as I lay down, I thought about Liang Yu's white body, and the murmur by the ear. In fact, just now Li Bo also casually asked, did not think Liang Yu to the whole misunderstanding. At this moment, red-faced cannot say a word. "I don't have anything to do. After delivering the meal, I was thinking of taking your car back." Liang Yu's voice became softer, and her eyes seemed to be filled with a little bit of expectation. "Then, after I finish selling the vegetables, I'll call you?" Li Bo finally didn't hold back. Liang Yu lowered her head, and then began to fiddle with the phone, not saying anything. Just arrived in the town, Liang Yu got off the car, presumably because she was afraid of being seen by others. At the crossroads, there were people waiting in anticipation early, and after seeing Li Bo, they were happier than anything else. The car's vegetables were bought out in the blink of an eye, and even some seafood was sold. Li Bo cleared his throat and said, "I won't be selling vegetables here starting tomorrow." The crowd froze, then expressed their dissatisfaction. "What will you let us eat if you don't sell vegetables here? We're already used to eating your vegetables. Aren't you pitying people?" Chapter 39 Package for a year. Li Bo smiled. "Big guy, don't be in a hurry. Always sell vegetables on this street is a bit wrong. Tomorrow I will rent a stall in the vegetable market, when the big guys go there to find me." The crowd was relieved and left happily. Li Bo sent the seafood to the restaurant. the first time to go to the food market. There were already quite a few people buying vegetables at this moment. Most of them were some middle-aged women. The last time he came, Li Bo had found several places that were empty, although the location wasn't ideal, but he believed in the principle that fragrant wine was not afraid of deep alleys. With dishes that good and with regular customers, it was estimated that as long as the dishes were set out, they would be sold out in the blink of an eye. Next to a big brother who sells fruit, Li Bo walked over and handed a cigarette first. Want to pry news from people's mouths? At least must first draw close to the relationship. Sure enough, this big brother was very quick to tell Li Bo that if he wanted to set up a stall here to sell vegetables, he would have to go to the market administrator. In the innermost part of the market there are two small tin rooms. There is the office. Li Bo thanked the big brother selling fruit, and then accelerated the speed to the front of the tin room. When he came to the door, he heard that the sound inside was not right. Inside is quite noisy. Li Bo raised his hand and knocked on the door, but did not dare to go in directly. The sound inside ended abruptly. Then a rough voice came out. Who the hell is it? Li Bo frowned, but still pushed the door open. The office was not large. There were only two people, a man and a woman. The woman's face was flushed, looking 25 or 26 years old, and was pulling down her skirt. A big man is smoking, staring at Li Bo's eyes. Attitude is very unfriendly. What's the matter? Ah, here is the office. Buy food outside. Li Bo was also considered to be a person who had been here before. Of course he was able to roughly guess what had just happened here. However, it was obvious that the woman didn't seem to want to cooperate, and her face still had an angry color. Li Bo fixed his mind and spoke. I want to set up a stall in the market, and I came here to choose a place. The man glared at Li Bo again, looking him up and down, casually mocking. Isn't everyone going to do business here? Isn't it good to honestly farm in the countryside? There was a sting in these words, mainly because this market administrator was just inside the office and was about to get his hands on him, but he was scared by Li Bo's knock on the door. His heart was not happy, so he naturally wanted to take it out on Li Bo. Li Bo, also a little annoyed, frowned. What I want to do is my business. You are just an administrator. Why speak so cross? Goo, looking for trouble? The man was tall and big and didn't put Li Bo in his eyes at all. Cursing in his mouth, holding a cigarette, reached out to Li Bo's clothes collar to grab, ready to push him directly out. Unexpectedly, the hand has not touched Li Bo's clothes collar. Directly was Li Bo twisted. Goo, it's going to break. The man felt that his arm would break at any moment and immediately yelled. Li Bo also did not want to make a big deal out of it, casually pushed his hand, and the other party banged his butt and sat down on the ground, grinning straight, but no longer dare to make a move on Li Bo. Can become the administrator of the vegetable market is naturally a bit of eyesight. Just now Li Bo revealed this trick, enough to make him feel afraid. You want to rent a stall, right? Have you chosen a place yet? The woman who just sat down had a few good feelings towards Li Bo, smiling at Li Bo. She nodded. Li Bo also stopped ignoring that market administrator and walked directly to the front of the desk, revealing a gentle smile. Opening his mouth, he said, it doesn't matter what place you choose. The most important thing is that I'm going to set up a stall tomorrow, so I need to be faster. The woman took out a floor plan and prepared to let Li Bo choose a place, with the intention of kindly choosing a good location for Li Bo. But at that moment the market administrator came over. All the other places are booked, just the one in the corner. The man reached out and pointed to a very inconspicuous place outside the window, which was also the end of the market. Anyone with a brain would know that this kind of place would never be good for business. When was it booked out? How come I don't know? The woman frowned and could tell that the administrator was deliberately making things difficult for Li Bo. Li Bo, however, didn't care. This is it. How much is it? The woman sighed, thinking that Li Bo was still a bit young and impetuous, and casually said, the stall fee is $500 a month. And then the market management fee is $100. I suggest you rent it for a month first. In case there's a suitable place I'll switch it for you, the woman said while winking at Li Bo. Li Bo was grateful and was just about to take the money. The administrator next to him added, look at his poor look. Also can't afford to pay the annual rent. What do you bother with him? Estimated that 2 days of stalls cannot sell things. Their own rolled up and left. This fee is not refundable. Ah. The tone has become more and more arrogant. Li Bo did not even bother to look at him, and directly threw the money he had just bought vegetables on the table. Seeing the tens of thousands of dollars inside the plastic bag revealed, the market administrator next to him had his eyes straightened, and was choking on a word. Rent it directly for a year. You don't have to care about anything else. Li Bo had a bland face. The saleswoman didn't say anything more in the end, but just shook her head inside, then gave Li Bo the formalities and collected the money. Li Bo turned around and pushed the door to go out. This time he found that the administrator was following behind and furtively making a phone call. Li Bo also did not take it seriously, but just came to the door of the food market. All of a sudden was stopped. None, said Li Bo took the eyes glaring at him. This is going to hit people. Li Bo knew that this group of guys should be the one called by the market administrator. I advise you guys better not look for trouble. In front of so many people. You will lose face if you let me beat you up. Li Bo had a teasing face. TMD. Running to my turf to pretend to be a bully? Brothers, one piece up to clean him up. These few people were indeed called by the administrator. The task was simple. It was to beat up the young man with the black plastic bag in his hand. It was simple to think about, but when they really started to fight, they finally realized what it meant to kick the iron plate. Li Bo, calm and relaxed, stood in place and raised his hand a big slap, one at a time. In a few moments, a few people who blocked the way to find things are on the ground screaming. Li Bo did not even look at a glance. Directly from their bodies across the past, slowly and leisurely pull open the door of the tricycle to jump on. The phone rang. It was Liang Yu. Li Bo's little heart fluttered, knowing what was going to happen next. Sure enough, Liang Yu's slightly coquettish voice came from inside. See you at the usual place. I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 40, 1,000 miles to the present. Li Bo was so excited that his toes didn't touch the ground when he went to the hotel. He was a bit guilty in his heart. No matter what, Liang Yu is the wife of village head Zhao Fugue. This is cheating So Li Bo had two thoughts inside his head, one vigorously arguing. One said, it's immoral for you to do this, shame on you. The other said, take good defensive measures, don't let anyone find out. Eyes on the small hotel, passing by the internet cafe, a sound came from inside the side alley. It seemed like someone was being slapped. Li Bo didn't want to mind his own business, but inside came Dafei's voice. Asterisk 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 you Lu Ping, if you have the ability to let me go, let's fight one-on-one. I go. Something happened to Daffy. Li Bo did not hesitate to turn around and run inside the alley. At this moment, Daffy is letting two people frame, pressed against the wall, bruised and swollen. Back to the small flat head is Lu Ping. This moment has just smacked Dafei a slap, cursing, I just more people so what? Hurry up and call that Li Bo out to me, or else I'll unload your legs today. Dafei is still cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not as soft-boned as you. Eating by betraying my brothers. The mouth is quite hard Let's see if it's your head that's hard, or the brick in my hand that's hard. Xiao Yun picked up a brick from the side and smashed it on Daffy's head, but just as he lifted it up, he felt a gust of wind blowing beside him. Without seeing clearly what was going on, he was viciously kneed in the stomach, and then his body bent into a shrimp shape and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Bo? Lu Ping was startled, and after seeing Li Bo, he first took 2 steps backward, then waved his hand at the group of people around him. He shouted, together, this kid has some skills, don't let him escape. Lu Ping had brought quite a few people with him at this moment, and they were not the hooligans of the town. All of them were fierce and vicious, staring at Li Bo who suddenly broke in. This directly surrounded the hands. Li Bo was calm and relaxed, and clenched his fists. When his fist hit the target, Li Bo could clearly hear the sound of the other party's teeth breaking. Looking at the miserable way Dafei was beaten, Li Bo was not polite at all. Except for Lu Ping who was hiding in the corner, the rest of the people were all put down by Li Bo in the blink of an eye, and could not even crawl up. Even if they still had strength, they didn't dare to raise their heads at this moment. You, what are you doing? Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll call the police. Lu Ping was scared silly. Shivering, he pulled out the phone. A hooligan encountered something, actually called the police. Do you still want to have a face? Li Bo walked over and couldn't help but open his mouth to curse, with a mocking color on his face. I go to your grandfather. Dafei this moment came to the force, shaking directly rushed over. Lu Ping pounced on the ground. Beggar sat on his body. A big slap was just like no money. Beating Lu Ping to the end of the day called his father. Just now, didn't you want to remove my legs? Today, I'll break your legs and give you the nickname Lu Cripple. Dafei gritted his teeth and really wanted to do it, but he was stopped by Li Bo. It's not worth it. This kind of person beat him up and let him learn a long lesson. Li Bo pulled Dafei up. Daffy cursed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then winked at Li Bo and revealed a smile. Our two brothers really have the same heart. How did you know that I was in trouble? Li Bo, a burst of meat numbness, reached out and patted Dafei's body. Felt that this guy's thick skin is only a traumatic injury, which is only to rest assured. This matter is not easy to say. Can't tell Daffy that he was on his way to get a broken shoe, and saved him by the way. Why didn't you call me just now? Aren't you afraid of what they will do against you? Speaking of this, Li Bo was a bit touched. Dafei was truly righteous. I can't do the thing of betraying my brother. This time I see that they are all quite ruthless. I'm afraid that you will suffer if you come. Daffy patted his chest, then grinned in pain. When we go back, I'll give you some medicine to disperse the bruises first. Li Bo glanced at Lu Ping and Xiao Yun who were on the ground with their heads not even daring to raise, and directly pulled Daffy outside. Back inside the internet cafe, Daffy then told Li Bo that after Lu Ping's group suffered a loss at Li Bo's hands last time, they had been feeling unconvinced, so from the outside to find a lot of people, ready to take Daffy as bait, lure Li Bo hooked revenge. It didn't occur to him that Daffy was a tough nut to crack. If you encounter something like this in the future, don't hesitate to call me directly, don't carry it on your own. Li Bo handed the prepared medicine to Daffy and instructed him to rub it on his body. Being fussed over by this, there was a delay in going to the hotel. Liang Yu sent a message saying that the person had already left, and her tone was a bit not so good. Li Bo sighed and simply accompanied Daffy in the internet cafe and chatted for a while. By the way, he went on his account. As always, there are a lot of people sending private messages to Li Bo, begging to be taken. Li Bo ignored all of them, but then a few more messages came through. A girl who signed her name as Little Cute. The content of the message was to blame Li Bo for not being on the number for such a long time, and had been refusing to disclose the phone number. When he thought of that little girl who was very clingy inside the game and had a euphemistic voice, Li Bo was amused for a while. He was ready to leave directly after flipping through the messages. However, when he flipped to the last message, he was so scared that he sweated and froze, looking at the computer screen with his mouth open. What's wrong? Did someone steal your number? Daffy walked over with his drink. After reading the message, he also grinned. This little daughter-in-law of yours is coming over to you? Look at this, meaning it's coming tomorrow. The corner of Li Bo's eyes twitched. The message had been written obviously, marking the location of the town where Li Bo was, and telling Li Bo that people were now on the plane. How did he know where Oldney is? Li Bo stared up at Daffy next to him. Normally Daffy would go on his number and receive a quest or something. It was designated to be revealed by this asshole. It wasn't me. I didn't receive a gift from that little girl either. Daffy waved his hand. Incoherent. Holy, no wonder I found so many more skins on your account. Just for these few skins. You sold me out? Li Bo couldn't wait to tear off Daffy's flesh piece by piece and roast it. Has been hiding that girl called Cutie. Did not expect to reveal. Seeing such a thing as an online friend, and still running the line for thousands of miles, Li Bo always felt unreliable and even a little embarrassed. I'm not simply for that bit of skin. Mainly I see people's little girl dying. Have to seek you. Just think of a favor. I saw the photo the little girl is quite good looking. If you can't, you'll take her in. Anyway, you're a man and you don't lose out. If you're lucky, it's still an original cabbage? Daffy with a lewd face persuaded bitterly. Scram, I'm not as shameless as you. If she comes to meet, you'll cover for me. Chapter 41, sold by Chow Fei. Daffy grinned. That's not good. How can I compare to your jade-like image? People are coming for you. Li Bo's face was full of irritation. What can't be done? We're just voice. She hasn't seen my face, and when she comes to see you, she'll probably fly back after puking once. I sent her your picture. You can't run away. Chow Fei immediately ran away. I'll you up. I should have known that I wouldn't have cared about you just now, and let you be beaten to death alive by Lu Ping's gang. Li Bo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Then he caught up with Chow Fei and asked, You didn't give out my phone number, did you? Chow Fei had a righteous face. Just kidding. Of course I gave it. I'll beat you to death. You bastard. Li Bo was sold by Chow Fei for a few sets of new skins that were just released. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to stay inside the internet cafe, and furiously went out and climbed into the tricycle, rushing towards the village. Just after leaving the town, he was stopped by someone on a remote road, a van to be exact. 7 or 8 people jumped down from the car, and at the same time 2 small cars followed behind. The people who came down were all fierce. Looking at the clothes they wore was not from the countryside. Are you Li Bo? A young man in the lead stared at Li Bo fiercely. What's the matter with your grandfather? Li Bo jumped out of the car and narrowed his eyes. With his knees, he was able to guess that these people were here to fight. It was just that there were too many people who had been offended recently. Li Bo couldn't tell what exactly was the matter. I heard that you're quite a fighter. I hope your skills are as sharp as your mouth. The male youth glared at Li Bo and without saying anything, he raised his leg and kicked. The speed was quite fast. Li Bo lightly dodged to the side. He could tell that this man had practiced and had put in a lot of kung fu. If this kick was on an ordinary person, it would probably fly out directly, but only if it could be kicked. The young man kicked several times in a row. His movements were severe and with a good sense of style. He didn't even manage to touch the corner of Li Bo's clothes. Li Bo even flirted with him. Did you learn these 2 moves from your teacher's wife? It's not strong enough. I'll kill you. The male youth was enraged and kicked out several times in succession, his face holding red as he gritted his teeth. You don't have the ability. Li Bo quickly shot out, dodged aside and punched the male youth's face. Bang! The male youth flew directly backward for more than 2 meters, then fell to the ground, rubbing backward for a long distance before coming to a stop, dazed by the beating. What are you froze for? Go together! Roared in exasperation. A dozen people surrounded Li Bo and struck together. Most of them had some fighting skills and worked together quite well. Obviously there weren't many fights in normal times, but being beaten so badly was probably the first time. Li Bo freely put his power into play. Between raising his hands and feet, every time he moved, someone screamed and flew out. A dozen people, without exception, were all put down. The ones with strong resistance to blows could still barely stay conscious. A few simply fainted. Who sent you guys? Zhao Fugue? Or Lu Ping? Or maybe that market administrator just now? Li Bo asked in quick succession. The male youth who had just climbed up and was leading the group, his face instantly darkened. He cursed, "You've offended quite a few people." Ha! Understandably offended. Li Bo had a flirtatious look on his face, then he boarded up his face. "Name the person who is the mastermind and I'll let you guys go. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." As he spoke, Li Bo walked forward. The male youth gritted his teeth and prepared to make a move, but he was shivering in pain. Just at this time, a sound of an engine humming came from behind him. The car was coming fast. Li Bo frowned and hurriedly turned his face. The color of vigilance dissipated at once, but there was some concern. What came was a police car. The person who walked down from the police car was a young and beautiful female police officer, a face with a straight face. Immediately after getting out of the car, she shouted, "All stop! Why are you fighting here?" Li Bo hurriedly explained, "This big sister. These people are stopping me to find things. I'm acting in self-defense. Who do you care who you call big sister? Don't get close." The woman glared at Li Bo, and then looked with some surprise at the people who slowly climbed up from the ground. Asked, "They were all beaten by you?" Li Bo nodded. "They are bad people." "No, it was this kid who took the initiative to pick a fight and beat us up." The group of hooligans were shameless and bit back. Li Bo immediately got into trouble. "Having a reason. All give me an honest stay. None of you want to leave." The female police officer slatted her face, then picked up the intercom. Soon, a few more staff members arrived in their cars. "I say big sister, you can't listen to their side of the story and arrest people indiscriminately. I was wrongly accused, and I'm still rushing back to the village for something." Li Bo came to the woman in front of the playful explanation. "Less nagging. In the end, how is it? You'll naturally be able to figure it out when you get to the police station." The other party didn't give any face at all, reprimanding Li Bo with a commanding tone and letting him sit in the car. In a few moments of effort, Li Bo and the gang of thugs just now were all brought into the police station. Vast and spectacular. Li Bo a burst of depression. Long so big or the first time to be brought to this kind of place, and still on the charge of fighting and assault. Feeling some shame, and he always felt that this female police officer seems to be intentionally targeting himself. Also looks a little familiar, just couldn't recognize where he had seen it before. "You come with me." The female officer glared at Li Bo, then brought him to a separate room. "Tell me, why the fight? You beat someone up like that. It's not a small matter." After closing the door, the female officer's tone had some teasing in it. Li Bo frowned, carefully sizing up the other party. Suddenly his mind flashed. A name came out. "Song Xiaofan? You are Song Xiaofan?" The policewoman's face changed. "You just recognized me?" Li Bo's face was full of surprise as he rambled on. "I remember you used to be short and had a face full of freckles. Now you're all developed so well?" As he spoke, his eyes swept over Song Xiaofan's breasts a few times. Song Xiaofan stomped her foot and scolded with a red face. "What are you saying? Looking for a beating, aren't you?" Li Bo knew that he said the wrong thing and scratched his forehead in some embarrassment. Song Xiaofan was Li Bo's former classmate in junior high school, also from this town. No wonder from the beginning he felt familiar and couldn't recognize it. It's true that a woman has changed, and the more she changes, the better she looks. Chapter 42, We have a grudge against each other. Since we are old classmates, can we be lenient? Besides, what happened just now really isn't my fault. Even if I wanted to take the initiative to start something, it's impossible to provoke such a large group of people. Li Bo smiled playfully to get close. "Let's come with me this set. Leaving aside today's matter, have you forgotten how you treated me in school in the past?" Song Xiaofan gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat odd. Li Bo scratched his head. "I didn't offend anyone when I was in school, let alone you. When did we have a conflict?" Li Bo was indeed puzzled. Song Xiaofan was small and didn't look very impressive. A character that could easily be ignored. "Less pretending. Have you forgotten that one gym class? You made me lose my face in front of so many classmates." Song Xiaofan's face became more and more ugly, his chest heaving with anger. Li Bo slapped his head again and remembered. When he was in middle school, there was a time when he was in gym class. The whole class was running, and Li Bo was tricked by Lu Ping and the others and was pushed down. In the midst of panic, he didn't know where he had yanked his hand. When he climbed up, he realized that Song Xiaofan, who originally ran in front of him, had his pants stripped down. The white thighs were almost exposed. For that matter, it seemed like Song Xiaofan hadn't gone to school for a whole week. I didn't do it on purpose. Didn't I explain it to you at the time? Li Bo accompanied with a smile. Then he added, you're a state official now. You can't take personal revenge. Song Xiaofan grunted. God has the eyes to let you fall into my hands. You fought today, but it's a fact. The gang all said that you took the initiative to stir up trouble. You don't want to go if you can't explain this clearly. Li Bo was out of temper, but didn't want to be wrong just like that. Sweeping a glance at Song Xiaofan, he suddenly realized that Song Xiaofan frowned every now and then, looking as if he was a bit physically uncomfortable. Then with a hint of a pleasing smile on his face, he asked, do you have a stomachache? Feeling a bit bloated? Song Xiaofan was surprised and subconsciously asked, how did you know? Li Bo hemmed and hawed. I can read the doctor. I can tell by looking at your face. You've had this problem for a few days, right? Song Xiaofan remeasured Li Bo, feeling more and more surprised. Li Bo was right. In the last 2 days Song Xiaofan didn't know what was going on. He always felt bloated in his stomach, and when he went to the hospital in the town, he didn't see a reason for it. I heard that you've been farming in the countryside. When did you learn to cure diseases? Song Xiaofan asked with a stern face. She felt that Li Bo was just masked in a more technical way only. How do you know so much about my situation? It couldn't be that you've been thinking about retaliation all along, right? Li Bo frowned. I'm not as despicable as you think. I just heard it off the top of my head from someone else. Song Xiaofan boarded up his face again. Then if I cure the problem in your stomach, are you able to help clear things up? I really have something to leave. Here. Li Bo couldn't care less and continued to talk about being sick. How can you cure it? Song Xiaofan was a little wary. In fact, he didn't really want to take personal revenge, but after seeing Li Bo, he couldn't help but talk about what happened back then. Now that he heard that Li Bo wanted to cure himself, it was inevitable that he was a little skeptical. It's very simple. You let me touch it twice. Oh no, just rub it twice. Li Bo tried his best to show a righteous look on his face. You want to take advantage of me? Looking for death. Song Xiaofan fumed. Don't you dog bite Lu Dongbin. If you don't hurry to cure this problem, the consequences will be very serious. It's been several days since you couldn't sleep at night, right? And you wake up with pain in the morning, right? Li Bo asked tightly. You dare to scold me? Song Xiaofan stomped her foot, then asked in surprise, how on earth did you see it? Then don't you care? Just say if you want my help. Li Bo got carried away, quite a bit smug. Song Xiaofan glanced at the closed door and eventually hesitantly approached Li Bo. Instinctively, she was a bit skeptical, but the bloated and painful stomach was just too annoying, and it did torment Song Xiaofan for several days without being able to sleep. If you dare to lie to me, skin you. Song Xiaofan had not only grown in size, his temper had also grown. Li Bo put away his joking mindset and without a second thought reached out and poked Song Xiaofan twice in his small stomach. Song Xiaofan was startled and instinctively reached out to twist Li Bo's arm, but then realized that the symptoms of stomach bloating had indeed lessened quite a bit. Praisingly, he said, you really do have two moves. That's for sure. I'm an old Chinese doctor. Li Bo hit the snake and once again reached close to Song Xiaofan's small stomach. Li Bo didn't have the mind to take advantage, and he didn't dare. But Song Xiaofan's face was getting redder and redder. After being rubbed twice, he directly burped. Then the pain was completely gone and his face was full of surprise. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Li Bo hurriedly put his hand back, keeping his distance. Song Xiaofan nodded his head with a skeptical face. A mistake, right? Li Bo bristled. Whatever you say, that's what happened anyway. What next? It's up to you. Song Xiaofan took a deep breath and said coldly, wait here, I'll go there and ask about the situation. After saying that, she pushed open the door with a red face and walked out. Li Bo was a little annoyed as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Roughly nearly 20 minutes had passed before the sound of footsteps could be heard at the door. Song Xiaofan walked in with the interrogation transcript, and as soon as he saw that Li Bo was smoking, he immediately raised his face and reprimanded. What kind of place do you think this is? Give me some restraint. Li Bo hurriedly put out his cigarette with a smile and pressed it into the ashtray. Glancing at the questionnaire in Song Xiaofan's hand, he opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong with it? Song Xiaofan skimmed Li Bo twice, then said, count your luck. Just now the gang all confessed. They were instructed by someone else to come here to clean you up. Speaking here, Song Xiaofan's color brought a few points of flirting. Can't see. You are quite capable of causing trouble. Did you steal someone's girlfriend? Or did you do something else? Li Bo was speechless for a while and opened his mouth to defend. Even if we had some misunderstanding in the past, you are not so vindictive. I don't even know who invited these guys. Then you have to be careful in the future. After asking for half a day, they also refused to say who actually called them. I'm afraid you won't have less trouble in the future. Song Xiaofan was gloating a bit, but in the end, Li Bo was still released. Don't cause trouble in my jurisdiction in the future, or else you won't be as lucky as today. Chapter 43, Sooner or later, you'll have to beg me. Hearing Song Xiaofan reprimand and threaten like this, Li Bo raised his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and said back, at least we are all classmates. Why be so aggressive? Who can't beg for anything in this world? Maybe you'll have to beg me to help you in the future. Song Xiaofan laughed coldly. Don't dream. Don't think that you will be marvelous just because you know 2 strokes of the countryside's native doctor's tactics. If I have something to beg you for in the future, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Li Bo also stopped nagging and turned around to stride away, but with a mysterious smile on his face. He knew that Song Xiaofan would come to take the initiative to find himself sooner or later. After all, the disease in this girl's body had not been completely cured. Not long after Li Bo left the police station, Zhao Fugue received a phone call. First, he was scolded severely, and the person who called was furious. What the hell is going on? Why did that Li Bo come out of the police station for good reason? Didn't you say that you would definitely be able to let him squat inside for a while this time? Now that the beach has been contracted to him. This matter, if you are not able to solve it, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Zhao Fugue's face became a bit ugly, hurriedly accompanied with a smile and said, Big boss, I don't know exactly what happened. It might be that this kid is more lucky, but don't worry, within 3 days I will definitely let him obediently withdraw from the contracting agreement. Don't you worry. After experiencing this farce at the police station, Li Bo was more or less in a low mood. He knew that there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating and arranging this matter, and it must also be related to the village head Zhao Fugue. Viciously cursed, Zhao Fugue, this old shabby calf. Also do not know what plotting and scheming will come next. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll make you unable to be the village chief. Li Bo drove the car back to the village and first went directly to the beach. It was a bustling scene here. The villagers were methodically busy under the leadership of Uncle Zhou, building the nets. It was a lot faster than what Li Bo had imagined. Guys, take a break first, and do it again when you've nourished your spirit. Li Bo distributed the mineral water and cigarettes he brought to the crowd. He then said that he would send someone to bring the meal over at noon. Naturally, the villagers were full of joy and gratitude, smilingly distributing the mineral water and cigarettes. Uncle Zhao saw that Li Bo's face had changed, quietly pulled him aside and asked, What's wrong, Li Bo? Did you encounter something? Li Bo didn't want to worry Uncle Zhao and pulled away from the topic, asking about the barren land in the village. If I ask Zhao Fugue to parcel out that piece of land at the foot of the mountain, do you think this will work out? Uncle Zhao frowned. That's just a piece of barren land. What are you going to do with it? As long as there's money to be gained. He, Zhao Fugue, can't wait. Li Bo had a mysterious look on his face. Pack it to grow vegetables. Have you thought about it? That place is a saline land where nothing grows. Zhao Dehai thought that Li Bo was just fooling around. He opened his mouth to persuade. Even if you have money in your pocket, you can't build it like this. Not to mention letting others look at the joke. There are economic losses. You just see well. Then inevitably have to trouble you with the villagers to help me work. Don't worry about the rest. Li Bo left 2 packs of good cigarettes for Zhao Dehai, then stood up and went back to the village. The tricycle had bought quite a few ingredients, most of which were meat condiments. After all, the vegetables are picked directly from the yard, and the seafood is just brought back from the beach, which is much better than the ones bought in the market. The women in the village, the big girls and little daughters-in-law, usually don't have a job. As soon as they heard that Li Bo needed help to get money, they immediately rushed to Li Bo's house to help cook. The women in the countryside are hardworking, and they are good at washing dishes and cooking, and soon the aroma of the meal was spread out. Li Bo found that the village head of those who have not object girls, look at their eyes with the previous are not the same. Even some people take the initiative to come over to set close. A little older is to come together, cheeky joke Li Bo. Li Bo, you now pack the beach. When the big boss is not to find a young and beautiful daughter-in-law. What kind do you like? Let the ants introduce you. Li Bo had never enjoyed this kind of treatment before. His face was slightly hot, and he smiled dryly and didn't say anything. Li Bo, what do you think of me? The village's little widow Suilan wrung her hands and walked over, joking generously. The women immediately followed again. The man died. This is less than 2 years, but also with a girl child. How can people? Li Bo look at Suilan was a little unhappy, grunted. What's wrong with me? I know everything a woman should know, and I'm better at hurting people than those young girls. Cooking and washing clothes during the day, warming the quilt at night. Li Bo, do you want to consider it? Li Bo's face even more red, scratching his head and did not know what to say. At this time, Zhao Yaru, who was a bit unable to see, came over, pinched her waist and roared. I say, you old ladies, don't you know how to be shy? Hurry up and work. Don't talk about these useless things. Egu, someone is not happy. Yaru is jealous of this. The women heckled and hailed, and then went on to busy themselves. Li Bo hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity and turned around to go out of the courtyard door. He is going to find Zhao Fugui to talk. He wanted to talk to Zhao Fugui. He wanted to talk about the piece of wasteland on the edge of the village. Knocking on the door. I didn't expect that the person who opened the door was actually Liang Yu. Liang Yu was still so fashionable and good-looking, but her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Seeing Li Bo standing in the doorway, he first froze, then glared at him fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Coming to the door in broad daylight?" Obviously Liang Yu was misunderstood, thinking that Li Bo was colorful and wanted to come to that. Li Bo smiled awkwardly. "I'm looking for the village chief. Is Zhao Fugui at home?" Liang Yu frowned. At this moment she heard Zhao Fugui's voice from inside the house. "Who's looking for me?" Zhao Fugui's eyes were full of blood. It looked like he hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. He walked out with a cigarette roll in his mouth. He just came back from the hospital. As soon as he saw Li Bo he was furious and stared at him fiercely. "What are you doing here?" Li Bo also does not nag. Directly explains his intention. "Outside the village that a large piece of wasteland. I want to contract." "What?" Zhao Fugui's eyes immediately narrowed, revealing a few points of cunning. "What are you contracting that piece of land for?" Zhao Fugui felt that Li Bo was either crazy or had found a treasure in the wasteland. No one would want that place for nothing, and he actually wanted to spend money to contract it? "Plant some food and grow some vegetables," Li Bo replied dryly. Zhao Fugui stroked the stubble of his beard and sinisterly asked, "Renting that land isn't cheap. Have you thought about it?" Chapter 44, You Love to Rent or Not. Zhao Fugui has a belly full of flowers and intestines, and he knows that Li Bo has a lot of money in his hand. Although he couldn't figure out why Li Bo suddenly took the wind out of his sails and wanted to contract that piece of barren land to grow vegetables, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ruthlessly knock the bar. Li Bo coldly responded, "Rent for 50 years, how much does it cost? You name a number." Zhao Fugui almost couldn't hold back his laughter, pretending to ponder for a few seconds before he replied, "That piece of land the village had intended to have other uses, but for the sake of our countrymen and women, $1 million to rent it to you. You're getting a great bargain." Li Bo couldn't wait to pick up Zhao Fugui, the old bastard, and throw him out along the wall. $1 million? He also has the nerve to open this mouth. Li Bo turned around and left without any hesitation. Zhao Fugui was dumbfounded, and followed behind with his ass. "Are all young people so quick-tempered? Don't you even make a counteroffer? What if it works out?" In Zhao Fugui's opinion, the fat meat in his hand is about to fly away, and he is worried and regretful at this moment. Li Bo walked to the side of his car and directly pulled open the door. Very casually from the car seat, took out $100,000, coldly responded, "That's all. If you don't agree, I'll go to other villages to pack. There's plenty of land." "Alright, who let us all be from the same village?" Zhao Fugui almost grabbed the money back from Li Bo's arms. In Zhao Fugui's eyes it seemed that Li Bo was the sizable cutie of Tianzino. $100,000 to wallet that piece of deserted land that no one asked for. This is the legendary taking money to hit the water. Immediately after another asked, "Money given cannot regret. I immediately give you sign to write a receipt." Li Bo casually agreed. He knew that in the end a large part of this money, or rather all will fall into Zhao Fugui's hands, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Zhao Fugui held the money and grinned as he went inside the house to write the receipt. At this moment Liang Yu came up to Li Bo's face and whispered with a frown, "You have a lot of money to burn? That piece of wasteland, although the place is big, but not half the value of utilization. This 100,000 yuan is not equal to throw away for nothing?" Obviously Liang Yu felt that Li Bo did not do this properly and wanted to discourage at this time. Li Bo was full of concern, raised his eyebrows and said, "I did have something to do during this morning." Liang Yu's face reddened for a moment, hurriedly twisted her head to look inside the house, before saying, "I thought you had tasted enough freshness and couldn't look at me? I heard that quite a few people went to your house to make matchmaking in the past 2 days. Li Bo was embarrassed for a while. At this moment, Zhao Fugui had already cheerfully walked out of the house with the receipt and contract. "That piece of land belongs to you. The money belongs to me." "Oh no, the money belongs to the village." A happy almost told the truth. Li Bo took the receipt and materials, glanced at it and put it inside his pocket, and in his heart he was much happier than Zhao Fugui. With that piece of land, he would be able to carry out his big plan. Looking at Li Bo got into the car and left. Zhao Fugui's face showed some gloomy color. "There are too many to see what you've got. I'll see what you can grow with that piece of barren land. But this is good. Before I drive you out of the village, it's good to get a little bit." The meal was already ready when Li Bo returned home. Zhao Yaro led a few villagers to send the meal to go. Li Bo left those women who came to help. After eating the meal each person gave money, and only then watched them leave happily. To this moment is finally able to rest for a while. "Li Bo, it's only been a few days. You've become the man of the hour in our village. Almost half of the village is working for you." Zhao Yaro smiled as she looked at Li Bo and praised him. What is this? When I gather all the idle laborers in the village tomorrow, I'll make everyone rich. Li Bo had a confident look on his face. What else to do? Isn't the manpower on the beach already enough? Zhao Yaru was a little curious. The large piece of land below the hillside is already mine. Turn around and ask the villagers to help level out that piece of land. I want to grow vegetables. Li Bo replied. What? You really bagged that piece of land? How much did it cost? Zhao Yaru was surprised. After learning that Li Bo spent 100,000 yuan, it was even more heartbreaking for him, but also a strong complaint. There are too many you blindly. That piece of barren land simply cannot grow things. What do you think? So big a piece of land just invite people to work also have to spend a lot of money. Looking at Zhao Yaru's skeptical look, Li Bo raised his eyebrows. What if I can grow something? What do you say? Zhao Yaru skimmed her mouth. If you can really grow food, you can say whatever you want. Li Bo hemmed and hawed, with a teasing look in his eyes. Will you let you do whatever you want? That's right. Zhao Yaru seemed to have guessed Li Bo's thoughts. Her small face flushed red, but she still stretched her neck without showing any weakness back. Don't regret it. Li Bo was filled with a confident look. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhao Yaru packed up the dishes and there was no one else in the yard, he drilled into the cellar and brought out a large number of bricks and tiles. This stuff was the source of Li Bo's confidence. When Zhao Yaru washed the dishes, she realized that Li Bo had already smashed some broken bricks and tiles and such things all into powder and was loading them inside the bag. What is this again? Zhao Yaru was curious. Advanced fertilizer. Li Bo replied with a squeeze. Come on, I haven't seen fertilizer before? Zhao Yaru gave him a blank look and didn't take it seriously. That night, it rained heavily. Li Bo took advantage of the darkness to bring a few large bags of high-grade fertilizer to the slope. It took more than an hour to spread it. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was able to make these advanced fertilizers completely cling to the ground. So tomorrow he only needed to find someone to turn the ground. In the morning, Li Bo, with the help of Zhao Yaru, picked a cart full of vegetables and then transported them to the town. Vegetable markets are usually open earlier, and when he came to the town, the sky was just dawning. How did you pick such a tight place? Zhao Yaru took a look at the location of the stalls, and immediately became a little disappointed and couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter where you set up the stall. Do you believe it won't take long for someone to rush over and buy it? Li Bo was very confident. His hands and feet neatly took the baskets of fresh vegetables neatly. You think this is a street intersection? With so many vegetable sellers next to you, fresh and cheap, who's going to buy yours? Zhao Yaru was still a bit unconvinced. However, before the words were finished, they saw the entrance of the food market coming in a fire. Many people scrambling one by one. Look, aren't the food buyers here? Chapter 45, Jealous. This group was really here to buy Li Bo's vegetables. They had arranged to meet at the vegetable market yesterday. Li Bo had been selling vegetables in the town for the past 2 days and had accumulated quite a few regular customers. And as word spread, more and more people knew about it. The vegetables on Li Bo's stall were soon swept away, and not much was left. A few other vegetable sellers beside him had red eyes. Some were envious and jealous, while others took the initiative to come over and hand Li Bo cigarettes. Little old brother, where did you hold this vegetable from? Why is it so fresh? Such a big head? Li Bo knew that they were trying to get close and then steal his business. He then hemmed and hawed and replied, I grew this all by myself. The crowd scared and wondered, but at the same time, they could not help but feel a little disappointed. Why is it so messy here? A very impatient voice came over. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, seemingly a little scared. Li Bo frowned and took a look. Wasn't this the market administrator who had been a hooligan in the office yesterday and had let himself be taught a lesson? At this moment, he was carrying soybean milk donuts in his hand, and also carrying a big pocket of fresh meat. This was all scavenged from the hands of those stall vendors. After all, he is the only administrator in the entire market, which is a fat job. No one dares to mess with him. Usually have to take the initiative to send some gifts. As soon as he saw Li Bo, the administrator was not happy, and his arm still hurts. Especially Li Bo stall vegetables attracted a lot of customers scrambling to buy. Business is very good. More angry, staring at Li Bo closely, he said in a conspiratorial manner, this vegetable of yours isn't hormonal, is it? With such a big head, there is definitely a problem. I'm warning you, if you dare to sell hormone-impregnated vegetables in my market, I won't be able to clean you up. Sincerely coming over to smash the sale. The surrounding vegetable sellers took a look at this. There are those who gloat. There are also those who avoid it. No one said anything. What are you talking about? These vegetables are all grown by me and Li Bo together, and hand-picked. Where are the hormones? Zhao Yaru responded coldly. This was simply an insult to the farmers who grew vegetables in the countryside. Little girl, dare to talk to me like that? Don't you want to set up a stall here? The administrator glared at Zhao Yaru with a brutal tone. Li Bo couldn't stand it anymore and told Zhao Yaru to take care of the customers who were buying food. and he himself came in front of the administrator. Raising his eyebrows, he opened his mouth and said, "If you think there's something wrong with my food, please show me the evidence." Talking nonsense, but you have to pay a price. The administrator was still a little hairy in his heart and didn't dare to get tough with Li Bo. After all, yesterday he found a few hooligans, where Li Bo raised his hands and feet to beat down. For this matter also managed to ask him for medical bills. But this does not mean that he is prepared to just let go of Li Bo. Immediately took 2 steps backward and shouted at the top of his voice, "I've been a market manager here for several years. Whether the food is good or not, a glance will be able to tune it out. This dish is absolutely faulty. Big guy, don't be fooled. Don't buy back to eat. Bad stomach eat bad body. I'm not responsible." This tactic is quite despicable. However, those who buy vegetables but simply do not pay attention to him, buy more happy. There are even 2 customers directly came over, pointing at the administrator's nose to scold. "Less ing pussy here. This vegetable I ate for several days. Then the wholesale market transported vegetables too much better. If you make this stall yellow, so that we can't buy such a good vegetable, I'll complain about you." That's right. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. Get lost. Li Bo didn't even need to do it himself. Immediately someone pushed and shoved the administrator to the side. These vendors are afraid of him, but this group of customers do not care about the problem, and the administrator does not dare to offend. Fear really let people give complaints. The job to lose. In the end, he could only stare fiercely at Li Bo twice, and then cursed and returned to the office. "Thank you everyone. I'll give you 20% off on today's food prices, as a celebration of the opening of my place." Li Bo was very skillful in pulling a good relationship with the group of customers. The crowd was naturally elated. "In the future, I won't personally come over. Pick 2 hard-working, trustworthy ones in the village and just directly transport the vegetables over." Li Bo saw that the vegetables were almost sold. While packing up the baskets, he said to Yaru. Yaru nodded. "Leave this matter to me. I promise not to bring it. It will cost you a penny." Li Bo brought Yaru to buy a large number of vegetable seeds in the market. There were even some that were obviously not in this season. "What are you buying these seeds for? Even if that plot of land can grow vegetables, the weather is about to get cooler, and these vegetables aren't in season." Yaru felt that Li Bo was getting more and more disorganized. Li Bo had a smug look on his face. "My piece of land is a treasure of feng shui. I guarantee that what I plant will grow, so you just wait obediently to fulfill your promise." Shameless. "It's not certain if it will grow by then." Yaru's small face flushed, although the mouth scolded, but the eyes with a little joy and expectation. When he went back, Li Bo simply went to the place that sold agricultural tricycles and ordered 2 more tricycles. He knew that it wouldn't take long for that piece of wasteland to be able to grow a large amount of vegetables and have a daily harvest. Relying on this tricycle he had on hand was definitely not enough. "It's just a pity that the roads in our village are narrow and broken, and can't run big vehicles. Otherwise, a truck would be able to solve the problem." Yaru muttered as she sat on the passenger side of the tricycle. Li Bo frowned. "Don't worry, when that land grows vegetables, I'll think of a way to build a road for the village. It shouldn't cost much. See what you can do." Yaru gave Li Bo a blank look. "It looks like an inconspicuous stretch of road, but if it's really repaired and paved with cement, it'll cost a lot of money. Besides, repairing the road is a matter for the village committee. Zhao Fugue received so much contracting money from you. He should also come up with the money to repair the road. He can't let himself embezzle it." Li Bo doesn't care. "I can afford to pay for this. As for Zhao Fugue, let him pop up for 2 days first. Wait for me to get the village's infrastructure done and then clean him up." Li Bo knew that having Zhao Fugue as a scourge in the village would definitely bring a lot of resistance to his development. It was inevitable that there would still be hard confrontations with Zhao Fugue. It wouldn't be hard to clean him up, only that now wasn't the time. "You're getting more and more bullish. The village chief isn't even in your eyes." Yaru's tone was light and slightly admiring. More and more. She felt that Li Bo had become completely different from before. It was only a few days of work, and not to mention that he had completely turned over. His temperament had also changed. There is a kind of confidence that makes people cannot help but want to get close to, and even with a little bit of arrogance. Back in the village, Zhao Dehai had already gathered the rest of the labor force according to Li Bo's intention. They are waiting with bated breath. Li Bo also did not nag. According to the customary, each person first gave $100. Chapter 46. One call for 100 responses. Li Bo realized that many of the villagers who had originally gone to work in the town and among the county town had already returned. This made him refuse to be surprised, but also a little happy. He knew that working in the town's factories for a month was at best $1,000 or $800, but working under his own hands, he could get $100 a day. The villagers are not stupid. Of course they know how to choose. Dozens of people are working together, and they are working feverishly. The village head Zhao Fugue at this moment slithered to the neighborhood of the slope with a hand on his back and watched with cold eyes. then mocked, "I see you can be arrogant for a few days. A little money in hand, don't know how to spend it well? This wasteland can grow an egg." While saying that, while walking to a few villagers originally working outside in front of the villagers, and then frowned and asked, "Zhao Laodi, good and in the outside work, why run back ah?" The villager's face showed a smile. "In this earn more ah, noon also tube meal, food is not bad, then down the restaurant are good." Several villagers beside him nodded their heads in agreement. Zhao Fugue pouted and cursed, "Are you guys sick in the head? Do you guys think this piece of Thailand can grow anything? Li Bo is just a skinny donkey pulling hard, wanting to show off. Today there is work, tomorrow he can guarantee that there will be work. If you lose your factory jobs in town, can he afford to pay for them?" As soon as he said this, the villagers were slightly worried, and they all looked at Li Bo with searching eyes. Li Bo walked over, first gave a few villagers distributed cigarettes, and then calmly said, "Everyone rest assured that everyone present today, including those working on the beach, as long as you are willing to come, I will ensure that you have work to do, money to take. It won't take long for this piece of land to grow fresh fruits and vegetables, and I'm going to build a large greenhouse here, and I'm going to build a real farm. Will you still be afraid that you won't be able to arrange your jobs by then? Bluff you." Zhao Fugue poured cold water on the side. "What guarantee are you taking? Empty words don't count. I think you'd better stop hobbling these villagers and let them do what they need to do." As he spoke, Zhao Fugue immediately glared at the villagers. "Don't do it. Hurry up and pack up and go to the town to work. I've contacted the factories in the town, and I've left work for you." Zhao Fugue came to cause trouble today. On the one hand, because he was angry and wanted to embarrass Li Bo, so that he could not mix in the village. On the other hand, these strong laborers in the village were arranged by Zhao Fugue to work in the factory in the town in the name of poverty alleviation, not because he, Zhao Fugue, was kind enough to work for the benefit of the villagers, but because he took a cut from the factory. Now that the villagers have returned, the factory side called to chastise Zhao Fugue, and the commission is gone. This made Zhao Fugue very upset. Originally, he thought that if he, the village chief, said something, the villagers must give face. However, it didn't occur to me that although the villagers stopped their work, none of them really wanted to leave. Instead, they all looked toward Li Bo. But in this field, the one who really speaks well is not Zhao Fugue, the village head, but that poor boy Li Bo. "You guys are going to rebel? I'm telling you guys, if you don't go back today, don't want to work in any factory in the town in the future. I'm saying this." Zhao Fugue pressed his voice and yelled, "If you don't go, you don't go." Just now Li Bo has already said, "In the future give us work to do, give us money. Work in the village is close by and don't need to run back and forth every day. Isn't this a good thing?" Zhao Dahai was the first to come out in favor of Li Bo. Soon there were others who chimed in. Zhao Fugue's face became more and more ugly. Just wanted to curse 2 more times. This time Li Bo has cleared his throat, opened his mouth. "If you guys are not assured, I can sign a labor contract with you, directly signed for a year. No matter if there is no work to do, I'll pay you money for your work, a minimum of 100 yuan per person per day, issued by day." This sentence, the villagers immediately enthusiastically embraced. No one to take care of Zhao Fugue anymore. Even those honest people who were busy greeting and handing cigarettes when they saw the village chief, they didn't bother to pay attention to him at this moment. They also urged Zhao Fugue to get out of the way and not delay them from working to earn money. "Fine, let's just wait and see. I'll see how many days you can bounce around." Zhao Fugue cursed with a black face and walked away. "Li Bo, is what you just said true?" Zhao Dahai came over and asked cautiously. Li Bo responded greatly, "Of course it's true. Turn around and I'll have Yarrow go to the town and print out the contract, 1 for each person. And I dare to assure you that this wage will only get higher and higher in the future." The villagers cheered again, and worked with even more vigor. "It's a pity that the road in this village is really too bad. The machine can't drive over. Otherwise if we had 2 machines for such a big piece of land, we would be able to finish it in a day's work." Zhao Dahai sighed as he directed the villagers to work. Li Bo frowned. Originally, he had planned to build the road for the village after the farm and the seaside farm were done, but now it looked like it had to be fixed first. Wasn't there a saying that if you want to get rich, you have to build roads first? The money in hand was enough, but building a road was a big deal, something that couldn't just be decided upon. The mountainside thanks to Zhao Dahai, Li Bo was ready to go to the town to turn around. If he wants to build a road for the village, he himself will pay for it and in the end the benefits will definitely be taken by Zhao Fugue. Why? So Li Bo intends to directly bypass Zhao Fugue to go to the town to find leaders and so on, in the name of the individual to the village to repair the road. In this way, if the funds and other aspects of the matter are single-handedly managed, and Zhao Fugue does not have half a penny relationship, after making up his mind, he drove the SUV all the way to the town. However, before he reached the place, he received an unfamiliar phone call. Li Bo drove the car and answered it casually, then returned. Who is it? Li Bo. Husband. It's me. A delicate little lowly's voice came out from inside the phone receiver. Li Bo was so scared that he almost drove the car into a ditch. He stopped the car on the side of the road with 1 foot of brake, and the whole person felt bad. Hubby, you talk? I'm already in your town. When are you coming to pick me up? Little Lori on the other end of the phone was urging one after another, looking very excited. Li Bo's face went black. There was a pang of depression in his heart. Why did she really come? Chapter 47, You Are My Husband. Li Bo hesitated for a few seconds. Gritting his teeth, he returned, I'm not in town or in the village right now. I've been especially busy lately. Why don't you go back first? Li Bo could only refuse like this. Seeing the nettess in this kind of thing, he had thought about it before, but did not think that it would really happen one day. More or less a little difficult, and even a little embarrassed. And from all the signs can be perceived from that thousands of miles to take a plane to come over the little lowly. Surely the family is good. Li Bo does not want to climb the high branch. Also do not want to delay the future of the girl. $1,000 of the big lady ran to the countryside. Certainly is not accustomed to. Solely also on the spot to come to a non-meeting. I can wait for you. I'm at the internet cafe now. Dafe is your friend, right? Nice guy. Little Lori didn't mean to be difficult at all. Holy, Li Bo cursed fiercely. He knew that all this was arranged by Daffy. Obviously that little lowly came here and was not familiar with the place, so she could only go to Dafe for help. And now it's good that people have already arrived at the internet cafe. Not meeting is definitely not an option. Alright, you wait for me for a little while. I'll be right there. Li Bo breathlessly replied back and then sat in the car in a daze. In the end, Li Bo still parked his car at the entrance of the internet cafe, and just after he got off the car, he saw Dafe rushing over in a flurry of wind and fire. One forcefully rushed at Li Bo and squeezed his eyebrows. Holy, it's a superb ah. I originally thought that behind the lowly sound must be an ugly and fat kind. Did not think ah. People beautiful voice sweet ah. Li Bo hate to Dafe pressed down on the ground whack too. Just ready to pull him to ask about the situation. Think of ways to solve it. This moment from the front row seat has stood up a little girl. Wide-eyed look Li Bo 2 seconds. And then on the joyful and incomparable darted out. The face of all the people in the internet cafe directly laid in Li Bo's arms, put the small head melon pasted on Li Bo's chin and rubbed it twice. Hubby, sweet and crunchy. This cry made Li Bo's legs go soft, and his face brushed red to his heels. This city people are really open-minded. Just met for the first time and called her husband. In the past, no matter how to joke inside the game does not matter, but this is, after all, Ben Line ah. Inside the internet cafe, the group of old men's eyes are fast falling off. On Li Bo that is infinite envy and jealousy. Even some people have begun to gnash their teeth, sighing God is unfair. Li Bo that a poor man's dress. How to be able to pick up such a beautiful girl. Cough cough. Don't call nonsense. I have a name. Just call me Li Bo. Li Bo hurriedly pushed that little girl away from his arms. Embarrassed. Afraid of what ah? Why are you still blushing? The little girl stared at Li Bo with big beautiful eyes with interest. A face of delight. Li Bo realized that it was really like what Daffy said. This little girl was quite good looking. Her skin was fair. Her face had soft lines, and her features were exquisite, especially that pair of big soulful eyes. It was really inviting to be liked. Wearing a dress, combing a double ponytail, wearing white stockings, it was really the image of a superb little lowly. Don't stand here. Go sit in the box for a while. I've prepared it all for you too. Dafe squeezed his eyebrows on the side, his face full of lewdness. Li Bo gritted his teeth and fiercely glared at Dafe, but in the end, he still pulled Lori to the box next to him. He couldn't continue to be subjected to white eyes in public. The gazes of those young men surfing the internet were like knives, making Li Bo feel very uncomfortable. When he came to the box, Li Bo immediately stared with wide eyes. Dare to say that this little lowly is really planning to come over to live with him, bringing 2 oversized suitcases. Li Bo wanted to cry without tears. Until now he still didn't know what people's names were. I'll leave you 2 alone ah. Li Bo, you come out for a moment. Daffy was lying on the doorframe licking his face and smiling, and also squeezed his eyebrows at Li Bo. What for? Li Bo agreed to a sound, hurried to break out, in the heart of the idea of letting Daffy think of ideas to send this little lowly away. But I didn't expect to just come to the door to let Daffy blocked, and that guy's hands secretly hiding something, straight to Li Bo's pocket. What ah? Li Bo also did not think too much. From the pocket touched a small bag. The face immediately went red. Gangben, you're ing sick in the head. What are you giving me this for? Li Bo lowered his voice and cursed hatefully. What kind of decent person are you pretending with me? People are thousands of miles to run now. The standard process you do not understand? In a moment I'll give the town's hotel a call to reserve a room for you. To be the best ah. Dafe with a face of I understand expression. Just like that slammed the door. Almost hit Li Bo's nose. Holy, Li Bo cursed and hurriedly sent that thing back inside his pocket. Hubby, didn't you just say you weren't in town? Little Lori carried her hands behind her back at this time, smilingly looking at Li Bo, her little face a little red. This is not to hear that you came back? I just flew here, Li Bo casually lied. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, he could only take out a cigarette and light a puff, smoking one puff after another, and he didn't know what to say next to be good. Just feel this heart fluttering, a strong messy jump. You do not go to school? In the end, Li Bo still found the topic, intending to educate this little lowly step by step, and then let her hurry back from wherever she came from. School is on vacation, don't you know? The little lowly's one sentence made Li Bo completely deflated. It was summer vacation at this moment. Then won't you go home? Just running out alone like this will make your family unhappy, right? Li Bo asked again. Little Lori pouted, a little upset. What? You're not happy that I came? If you don't want to see me, then forget it. I'll stay here. I don't want to go back anyway, Li Bo hurriedly explained. That's not true. I'm afraid that you're not used to being a city dweller in the countryside. Why don't I treat you to a meal later and send you back? Right, what's your name? Li Bo was afraid that the little lowly would refuse, so he hurriedly pulled the topic away. My name is Du Xiaoye. Before I came here I had thought about spending my summer vacation here. Don't worry, I won't pester you. I just want to take a break here, the little lowly replied crisply. Li Bo grinned. Then where do you live? Of course I'm staying with you. I've even asked Da Fei. Da Fei said that you're single now, and there's just one person at home. Isn't that good? Du Xiaoye was very natural and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. You live with me? Li Bo's eyes widened. This is to live together. Chapter 48, Cheap You. Why are you nervous? Living with a big beauty like me. You're taking advantage, okay? Du Xiaoye skimmed her mouth. After that, she pulled Li Bo to sit down next to her. You are better looking than I thought. You are also quite energetic. What do you usually do in the countryside? Li Bo scratched his head. What else can I do in the countryside? Of course it's farming. If you live with me, can you stand the hardship? Waking up earlier than a chicken and going to bed later than a cow. There are bugs and rats in the countryside, crawling around in bed at night. Li Bo found that Du Xiaoye's face changed and became somewhat alarmed. In his heart, he was immediately somewhat pleased, thinking that in the end is still a delicate lady from the city. As soon as she heard that there are rats and bugs, she immediately beat a retreat. In this way, it can be good. Just ready to say something exciting. Scared Du Xiaoye. I didn't expect this girl to bite her teeth together, wrinkled her nice eyebrows and said, I'm not afraid. Big deal. I'll sleep in the same bed with you. Li Bo burst into a cough. His eyes became odd. You're at least a young woman of knowledge who has received modern education. Sleeping in a bed with me as a big old man. What do you think? Du Xiaoye heatedly smiled. What are you afraid of? I know you must be a good person and won't bully me, right? Li Bo was not able to answer for a moment. He couldn't put on a face and act like a hooligan. He wasn't that kind of person either. Next, no matter how Li Bo said, Du Xiaoye is eaten weight, iron will say nothing will not go. Must be here after the summer vacation. Li Bo completely out of tricks. Can only think of one step at a time? Improvise. Contact down. Li Bo found Du Xiaoye this little lowly although it looks spoiled. But the temperament is very good. What are not picky, and very talkative. This makes the lonely and accustomed to Li Bo feel very comfortable in the heart, but never to the male and female things to think. After chatting for almost half an hour, I heard someone knocking on the door. The knocking was very subtle and obscene, just like a cat's claw scratching. Li Bo knew that it must be Da Fei. Standing up as soon as he pulled open the door, Daffy was startled. Standing on his tiptoes, he glanced inside the box, frowned and said, Is it over so quickly? How come I didn't hear any movement? Li Bo hammered Da Fei and scolded. I'm not as shameless as you. We were chatting. Daffy nodded thoughtfully. It's noon. Should I treat the girl to a meal? Li Bo didn't hesitate, knowing how he had to do his part as a landlord. So he took Du Xiaoye to the best restaurant in town. Da Fei also followed. Not that he wanted to be a light bulb, mainly because Li Bo felt a little awkward with less people around. Du Xiaoye didn't have any comments. On the way to the countryside streets, and these villagers are very curious about the dress, keep asking questions. But from the beginning to the end of the small hand pulled Li Bo's arm, seemed very intimate, from time to time called a husband. In the beginning, Li Bo also boarded up his face to reprimand to stop. To the end simply give up the effort. Love to call what you call it, because I know the hotel director and manager. Greetings do not have to fight. Directly arranged into the best room. A meal to eat also happy. Li Bo also gradually put down the psychological burden. Halfway through the meal, Li Bo came out to go to the restroom. Passing by the side of the box, suddenly found Zhou Lingling actually inside. Zhou Lingling looks a little unhappy, dressed up quite beautiful, made up and also wore a short skirt. Zhou Lingling was sitting next to a middle-aged woman, who was smiling and talking to a young man on the opposite side of the room. Ming ah, this niece of mine is in such a condition. If you think it's suitable, you might as well spend some time with the two of you. This relationship can be cultivated slowly. So it was a blind date. Li Bo felt a little surprised. No wonder in recent times Zhou Lingling did not contact himself. Inevitably, his heart was a little sour, so he simply stood not far from the door and continued to look inside. Sitting diagonally opposite is a fat, chubby man, looks 30 years old, wearing clothes or brand name, but it is a little dog wearing a robe of obscenity. He had a small nose and small eyes, and he always looked at Zhou Lingling with colorful eyes, and his saliva was almost flowing out. While wiping the oil on the side of the mouth said, "Auntie, I see Lingling people look quite beautiful. After the two of us object, I will first give him a job change, and then back to her to buy a car, and do not have to go to work, go back to me every day to cook a meal, warm up a quilt and so on. People look shabby. This word is not very beautiful." No wonder Zhou Lingling is not happy. Standing up, she was about to walk out. "Don't go ah, you look down on me what?" That fat man was a bit upset when he saw Zhou Lingling not giving face, and immediately stood up to block. "Don't bother me, who cares about your car?" Zhou Lingling more and more impatient. Next to the middle-aged woman a hard to round up. That fat man is very rough to reach out to pull Zhou Lingling's arm, push and shove to the door. Li Bo wanted to hide, subconsciously directly reached out and pinched the fat man's wrist, pushed him a little, casually said, "People cannot see you, why force it? What the hell are you doing?" That fat man is holding a bellyful of fire. No place to spread. Directly on the spearhead aimed at Li Bo, stretching out the big fat hand to Li Bo's face. Li Bo was not polite, twisted that fat man's hand, and when he turned around with a scream, he kicked him in the big ass. That fat man let out an ouch and directly fell down in the doorway. Zhou Lingling stared at Li Bo with a somewhat complicated expression, wanting to say something, but in the end did not open her mouth. "What are you doing?" That middle-aged woman was not happy and immediately came over to reprimand Li Bo. "Don't mind other people's business. Dogs take rats," the middle-aged woman scolded. "Why are you here on a blind date?" Li Bo asked Zhou Lingling offhandedly. "Why can't I come on a blind date? Although the two of us have been good, it's nothing more than a dewy love affair." Zhou Lingling was a bit annoyed, and she didn't know where this anger came from. "You two had a good time? You dare to steal a woman from me? Don't want to live?" That fat man climbed up from the ground at this moment, and was about to fight with Li Bo in a furious manner. Li Bo frowned, easily dodged to the side, lifted his leg and tripped the fat man, who once again fell and grunted, unable to get up. The commotion made quite a big noise. It attracted quite a few people over. The manager of the restaurant also appeared in a trot. As soon as that fat man saw the manager coming, it was as if he had seen a savior. He climbed up from the ground and pointed at Li Bo's nose from afar. "Hurry up and get rid of this poor boy. Otherwise, don't think that in the future, we'll have a gathering in the factory and come to you to book a table here." That manager frowned, looked at Li Bo, and didn't ask the exact reason. In a cold voice, he said to that fatty, "This meal is free for you today. Hurry up and leave." Chapter 49. You two have a problem? Fatty froze and stared at the manager. Hatingly, he said, "You also dare to look down on Lao Zi, because our factory came to your place to support us. Can you open this hotel?" The manager's face became even colder, very impatiently said, "Although our hotel is not large, but there is really no shortage of your tables. Hurry up and go, or else I will find someone to carry you out. It is really overbearing." Several hotel staff came over. The fat man saw that things are not right, cursed and left. However, he turned his head and glared at Li Bo fiercely, cursing, "Kid, I remember you. Be careful when you go out in the future." Li Bo didn't take care of him, just looked at the manager slightly apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, to give you trouble, or today's loss I compensate?" The manager didn't care and smiled. "We are old friends, why are we talking about this? I've seen this kind of person a lot, don't worry about it. If you need anything, feel free to greet me." After saying that, he patted Li Bo's shoulder, then smiled and walked away. At this moment, Zhou Lingling gave Li Bo an incomparably grudging look, and was also pulled away by that middle-aged woman. "Li Bo, do you have a problem with this woman?" Du Xiaoye didn't know when she slipped out and stared at Li Bo with a frown, a sour tone. "What are you talking nonsense about? The two of us are classmates," Li Bo hurriedly explained, his face reddening. But what Zhou Lingling said just now was really too easy to misunderstand. No wonder that fat guy was so angry. There's nothing between the two of them. Don't make any wild guesses, De Fei assured from the side. Du Xiaoye skimmed her mouth, then returned to her smile and pulled Li Bo to continue back to eat. "It looks like you are indeed quite popular with the girls, casually coming out for a meal. You can get into a jealous fight, but the way you fought just now was so cool. So you're not just great in the game, you're equally cool in real life. I'm really worthy of being my Du Xiaoye's husband." Du Xiaoye's face was mesmerized. Li Bo got goosebumps. After finishing the meal, Li Bo then remembered that he had some serious business he hadn't done when he arrived in the town. So he temporarily settled Du Xiaoye in Dafei's internet cafe, and hurriedly went to the government compound. Li Bo is still the first time to come here. Some do not know the way. He came to the door and politely handed a good cigarette to the old man at the gate. Nowadays, young people are all dying to save face and live to suffer. Your clothes are not worth more than this pack of cigarettes, right? The old man narrowed his eyes and sized up Li Bo with a funny look. Ahem, rethink what to wear is not the same. Li Bo had a smile on his face. You're looking for the leader. This moment is in a meeting. Wait for people to come out before you go in. The old man was nice. Li Bo can only chat with the old man in the communication room. In a short while, he really saw a lot of people walking out from the government building. There are 10 or so. The center is surrounded by a middle-aged man of about 50 years old. Quite a bit of leadership style. While arranging the work with the people next to him, one inattention stepped on the empty steps, although someone next to help a hand, but still twisted the foot, the pain immediately sweating. Li Bo didn't think much about it, and walked out from inside the communication room to check. Hurry up and send it to the hospital. It's swollen like this. It's not good if it's fractured. Someone beside him reminded in a hurry. The staff of the town government all panicked. In case something really goes wrong, they can't afford it. It's not broken. It's just sprained. Just rub it. Li Bo on the side did not hold back. Said a sentence. What do you do? Don't talk nonsense here if you don't know. Just take a look and you know. A staff member reprimanded Li Bo without any good manners. Li Bo frowned. Without certainty can I talk nonsense? A small injury. There is no need to run to the hospital. At this moment that leader-like man was already sucking in cold air from the pain, and in a hurry, he waved at Li Bo. Young man, if you really know what you're doing, help me take a look. Li Bo also did not politely, came over to take off his shoes, reached out and pinched at the swollen neck of his foot. Can you do it or not? But don't mess around. The staff member next to him reached out and tried to pull. However, Li Bo's shoulders shook, and the other party's hand actually grabbed an empty hand, and he almost fell to the ground with a stagger. At this moment, Li Bo had already rubbed slightly harder on the man's ankle. How dare you? The staff member was furious and wanted to reach out again, but he was stopped by the leader-like man. Don't be so plainly suspicious of others. I don't feel as much pain as I did just now. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and in just a few moments, the originally swollen ankle had now subsided. Surprise appeared on their faces, especially the closest woman, who looked to be in her 30s. At this moment, she was looking at Li Bo with gratitude and amazement, and then asked in a low voice, You learned it? Li Bo nodded. Sort of. The injury has been cured. Pay attention later. Don't use too much force. After saying this, he clapped his hands and stood up, stepping back. It's really good. The leader-like man stood up with a happy face, put his foot on the ground, and gently pressed it. Then slightly grateful Li Bo smiled and said, Young man, very good. Well, then I previously encountered those Chinese medicine practitioners powerful much. Are you from this town? Li Bo nodded. From Zhejiazhuang, not far from here. Thank you La. Otherwise if they brought me to the hospital, I would have delayed a lot of work again. People had trouble. The man praised a few words. Before leaving with the crowd, Li Bo didn't take it seriously. He directly entered the building, and according to the old man's words, he found the innermost room on the second floor. Here hung the sign of the town mayor's office. Knocking on the door, there was no response from inside. It can't be that unfortunate, right? Li Bo frowned. The sound of footsteps was heard from behind him. A twist of his head saw a well-dressed woman. It was the one below the building just now. What's the matter with you? The woman inquired with a hint of a smile on her face. Li Bo rubbed his hands together. I'm looking for the town mayor for something, but it seems like the person isn't here. Follow me. The woman pushed open the office door straight away. No way? A female town mayor? Li Bo froze for a moment before he settled down and followed suit. Chapter 50, You Bo You Kana. The other party was really the mayor of the town, but after sitting down, he first asked Li Bo where he learned Chinese medicine and for how long. Li Bo can only tell each other. He learned a few moves in the countryside with Tu Lang. After hearing this, the mayor was obviously a little disappointed. He opened his mouth and said, I thought you were a graduate of a famous medical university. Our town is now in a shortage of talent. Li Bo felt a pang of shame. By the way, what did you come to see me about? You just said you're from Zhejiazhuang. Why don't you look for the village committee if you have something? The mayor finally got to the point. Li Bo grinned, but didn't say anything bad about Zhao Fugui. Contemplating for a moment he opened his mouth and replied, It's like this. In recent times I've chartered a beach in Zhejiazhuang, and also a piece of land that's being developed and constructed. But the road inside the village is really too bad. Machines and also big vehicles can't get in. I'm preparing to fix the road for the village. It's convenient for the big guys and it's convenient for me. What? The mayor revealed a surprised look. You're funding the road repair yourself? Obviously a little less convinced. Li Bo nodded. That's it. I found someone else and asked almost a few $100,000 to get it done. The mayor stood up, once again carefully sizing up Li Bo, then wrinkled his eyebrows. I know the situation of Zhejiazhuang very well. There doesn't seem to be any wealthy households in the village. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Li Bo was a bit depressed and looked down at his clothes. No wonder people felt skeptical. The dress was just too plain. Ahem. I have a bit of money in my hand. It's not a problem to repair the road. It's just that I don't know the policy very well, and I think that if it's such a big thing as repairing the road, I should report it to the government, lest anything goes wrong to give you trouble. The mayor had a look of amazement on his face. I really didn't expect. You're so young. You actually have this kind of awareness. You said that you contracted that beach outside Zhao's house, but some time ago when Zhao Fugue came over for a meeting, he clearly said that it was the big boss from the county who wanted to contract it. What's going on here? Of course Li Bo knew what was going on, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense. After all, the main purpose of coming here today was to inquire about the road repair. There was no need to make an issue out of it, so he could only tell the town mayor that he had already paid the contracting money and signed the contract. If you want to repair the road, I will let your village head Zhao Fugue prepare the materials and report to me later. But this kind of thing is no joke. Are you sure? The mayor still seemed a bit uneasy. I'm sure. Signing and drawing are fine. Li Bo was a little anxious. Meeting such a big official for the first time, it was inevitable to be nervous. There is no need to be so serious. The mayor laughed. I can see that you are a decent person. I will go to your village to understand the situation later. I still have some business here. You go back first. Li Bo hurriedly promised and pushed open the door and walked out. The matter of repairing the road is also considered to have a brow. As long as the formalities are done down, they take money out of the line. Next there was another big problem in front of him. Du Xiaoye. Originally, Li Bo was discussing Du Xiaoye in the town to rent a house. The big deal is that he gave the money. Usually when you can take Du Xiaoye around to play, waiting for the small Luoli to stay tired of also went back. But I didn't realize that Du Xiaoye was determined to go back to the village with Li Bo, and said, if Li Bo is not willing, she will find their own car to pull luggage. Li Bo was really no trick. Sad face, carrying the two oversized suitcases in the trunk of the SUV. The strange thing is that Du Xiaoye did not, because Li Bo can afford to drive such a good car, and feel half a bit surprised, as if in the eyes of this little girl such a car is really rare. When returning to the village, Du Xiaoye was in high spirits. The scenery in the mountain village is estimated to be the city little girl has never experienced. Seeing everything is fresh. Seeing everything wants to ask a few questions. I heard Dafe say that you live by the sea, right? I purposely brought my swimsuit over this time. When will you take me swimming? Du Xiaoye was full of excitement. The corner of Li Bo's eyes twitched. After bringing this big miss back to the village, he still didn't know how to explain to others. How have the countryside villagers ever seen any bikini swimsuits? If he really brought it with him to go swimming, wouldn't it be a sensation in the whole village? When you get to the village in a while, don't talk nonsense. Just say that you are my distant cousin. Li Bo felt that this excuse was good. Du Xiaoye wrinkled her eyebrows, very unhappy. Unless you promise me that you will take me swimming and you can't drive me away. Otherwise I will call you my husband. Li Bo didn't have any temper at all. All the way up he was afraid of encountering the villagers. But on the contrary, he had just arrived at the entrance of the village when he was spotted. Yo, Li Bo has brought his daughter-in-law back? You can do it, kid. You're still a city girl. She's really good looking. The villagers talked until finally they simply stopped the car. My distant cousin. Li Bo said it 100 times. Facts proved that pretty girls were popular wherever they went. Not to mention that Du Xiaoye, a delicate and cute little loli with a sweet mouth, greeted every villager she encountered along the way. In the blink of an eye, the whole village knows that Li Bo has brought a beautiful girl back to the village. Not many people believe that it is really Li Bo's cousin, who all know that their family does not have any relatives. Originally, Li Bo thought that Du Xiaoye, the city girl, after seeing the living environment of their own home, will certainly not be happy, will be picky, then there will be an excuse to let her go to the town to live. However, when Li Bo turned around and went to the car to get another suitcase, Du Xiaoye had made the bed, a Kong to be exact. She took over Li Bo's room in a dignified manner. It looked like she was really planning to spend her summer vacation here. Du Xiaoye was tidying up her room, and Li Bo was listlessly smoking at the door. At this moment, he saw Zhao Yaro frowning as she walked over. Opening his mouth, he asked, so soon, you even found a daughter-in-law? I heard that you have quite a high vision, and found a city daughter-in-law. Li Bo, a burst of depression, have said is my cousin. We too can be innocent. Don't pretend. I don't know if your family has any relatives. Where is the person? Call out to see. Zhao Yara walked towards the house, just as Du Xiaoye walked out face to face, her mouth yelling, "Hubby, have you seen my toothbrush?" Li Bo almost fell head over heels in the yard. He hurriedly raised his face and reprimanded, "What do you call me?" Du Xiaoye was aggrieved. Cousin? Rather, Zhao Yara was infuriated. With interest, sizing up Du Xiaoye, "Li Bo, you do have a good eye." Chapter 51. This is living together. Li Bo, a burst of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he didn't know what to say. Du Xiaoye was also sizing up Zhao Yara with a curious face, and suddenly asked, "You're the Yaro sister that Li Bo often talks about in the middle of chats, right?" No wonder Li Bo always brags that the girl living behind him is very pretty. It looks like it's true. Zhao Yaro originally had some hostile emotions, but when she heard Du Xiaoye say this, she immediately smiled. After all, any girl likes to hear others praise her good looks, especially hearing a girl say that. What made Zhao Yaro feel even happier was that Li Bo would actually recite himself to others in his normal time. That meant that Li Bo had something in his heart. This little girl has such a sweet mouth. What's your name? What did Li Bo used to say about me? Zhao Yara had a good feeling about Du Xiaoye and immediately pulled the little girl's hand to chat. Li Bo just said that you're pretty, but you're a bit grumpy. Du Xiaoye directly told the truth. Zhao Yara's face instantly darkened, turned around and glared at Li Bo. You dare to say that I'm short-tempered and talk about me behind my back? Do you believe that I'll beat you up? Li Bo grinned and hurriedly took half a step backward. Zhao Yaro also felt a little embarrassed at this moment, and then the color of indignation on her face immediately softened. Some not-so-good smile. Cough cough. You came from inside the city. Will you be a little uncomfortable living here? If there is anything you need, I can help. The two women actually turned enemies into friends in an instant, and then talked and laughed together as they went to clean up the room. Li Bo stood dumbfounded inside the courtyard, and only after a while did he murmur, "Is this okay?" Women's brain circuits are really strange. That night, Du Xiaoye really stayed in the house. Trouble came along with it. Li Bo was squatting inside the yard, looking blearily at the peach tree sapling that had already grown up to his waist. He was contemplating whether or not to dispense some more spirit liquid, so that this peach tree sapling could grow a little faster. Just then, he heard Du Xiaoye's voice, coming out from inside the house. "Hubby, I want to take a bath." Li Bo's face instantly darkened, took big steps and hurriedly ran inside the house to block Du Xiaoye's mouth. "Auntie, didn't I tell you to call me cousin? If you really can't, you can also call out your name. If this is heard by others, what can be done? Let go of me." Du Xiaoye frowned and pushed Li Bo. At this moment, Li Bo realized that Du Xiaoye's girl was only wearing a very thin set of pajamas, and it seemed that she didn't wear anything inside, and the shadows of what she should and shouldn't have seen let him see it. At that moment, his face was red and squeaked as he retreated. "If you want to take a shower, there is a shower room, but there is no hot water." Li Bo's family head condition is really general. Even a solar energy cannot afford to match. Normally, Li Bo would just splash water on his head in the yard as a bath. Inside the shower room, there is only a big bucket. Du Xiaoye's girl couldn't sleep without taking a shower. There was no other way. Li Bo could only throw down the work at hand and boil water for Du Xiaoye with a dark face. "Don't you take a bath during normal times? Just now the Zhao Yaro seems to have that intention towards you. Did you two ever get along?" Du Xiaoye moved a horse zipper and sat next to Li Bo, chattering and asking non-stop. Li Bo didn't have the good sense to reply. "I'm not like you, $1,000 lady who is so troublesome and has to use hot water to take a bath. Zhao Yaro and I are just neighbors." "That's good." Du Xiaoye was happy instead, dragging her chin and bringing her small face to Li Bo's face. Staring with wide eyes, she sized him up. Due to leaning too close, her body was lying low. Li Bo slightly moved his gaze over and was able to see this little girl's slightly barren breasts. Actually, Du Xiaoye was quite pretty and had soft lines. The only drawback was that she was too thin, so much so that her chest didn't have much scale. "Where are you looking?" Du Xiaoye fiercely covered her chest, her small face flushed, then raised her white legs and kicked Li Bo's butt. Li Bo heatedly laughed dryly. "What's wrong with looking at you? It's not like there's anything to see." "Li Bo, you're a big bad guy. Do you believe I'll fight you to the death?" Du Xiaoye was about to get angry without relenting. "I'm telling the truth. I see that when you eat quite a lot of rice tonight. Why is your body so thin? Is it a genetic problem?" Having a chirpy little girl beside him made Li Bo's mood a lot better, so he spoke just as casually as when he used to chat with Du Xiaoye online. There was no need to take too much into account. "That's because your fried food is just too flavorful. I've never eaten anything this good. It's better than anything made by those top chefs in the city." Speaking of this, Xu Xiaoye also revealed a slightly yearning look and blinked twice. Li Bo was depressed for a while. Tonight, he fried 2 random dishes for Xu Xiaoye, but he didn't expect this girl to eat with her mouth full of oil, feeling as if she had been abused in the past and hadn't had a full meal for many days. "I say, just now, Sister Yaru told me that you are doing very well inside the village and are the richest inside the village. What do you do in your normal time? Du Xiaoye had always been curious about this question. In this little girl's worldview, there wasn't much difference between being rich and being poor. But among Zhao Yaru's descriptions, Li Bo was a man of the people in the village. Didn't I tell you? I'm a farmer. You have to get up with me early tomorrow morning before dawn and go farming together. Can you do it? Li Bo joked, with a bit of flirtation in his eyes. Du Xiaoye instantly wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. No way. I hate waking up early. But for you, I can adapt. After saying that, she also reached out and patted on Li Bo's shoulder in a very generous manner. Li Bo was amused for a while. If you can get out of bed tomorrow morning, count me as a winner. Li Bo knows that Du Xiaoye, this girl likes to sleep when she goes to school, and she sleeps late at night, playing games or chatting with others, and she almost always rests in the middle of the night. Although the two only just met less than half a day, but the previous chatting process has been quite familiar, especially living habits and such. Don't look down on people. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Du Xiaoye grunted with a defiant look and honestly sat next to Li Bo, waiting for the water to be boiled. Li Bo realized that he had an extra ant all of a sudden. After boiling the hot water, he also had to personally deliver it to the shower room and to test the temperature of the water. No peeking. Xiaoyu made a face and closed the door to the shower room. Chapter 52, The Village Chief with a Black Heart. What's there to see? Li Bo then flirted. Then he turned around to adjust the peach tree in the corner position. According to Li Bo's estimation, at most another 3 to 5 days this peach tree would be able to grow and even blossom. He was looking forward to what kind of things would grow out of this peach tree when it blossomed. If it could really cultivate peaches that could only be found in the sky, then it would really be developed. How much will this thing sell for? Li Bo was bursting with joyful excitement. Just at this time, a mournful scream suddenly came from inside the shower room. The scream was miserable. Li Bo, scared the soul, almost flew. Do not even think about 2 steps to the front of the shower room, pull open the door to break in. Inside, the water vapor filled, fragrant. Next to the table is placed on the large and small dozen bottles. Do not know what they are all for. Du Xiaoye stood naked outside the bucket of water, shivering vigorously. Li Bo hurriedly turned his head sideways and blushed for a while, then asked, "What's wrong?" "There are rats." Du Xiaoye's voice trembled. Li Bo's face darkened again. "Isn't it just a rat? People originally live here. What are you yelling about?" Du Xiaoye was on the verge of crying. How was I supposed to know? You didn't tell me in advance. If I had known this, I would have said hello. So there really are rats in the countryside. Li Bo invited out the rat that was also cowering and shivering in the corner in front of Du Xiaoye. "Please don't move and yell in the future. People who don't know will think I've done something to you." Li Bo stifled his laughter and turned around to walk out. Stinking hooligan, taking advantage and still selling out. Du Xiaoye scolded twice with a red face. Then she stood on her tiptoes and slowly climbed into the bathtub to soak. Waiting for Du Xiaoye, this Aunt Granny wait for the bed after sleep. Have been more than 10 o'clock at night. Only then did Li Bo sneak into the courtyard to continue refining the ointment. Tomorrow, he will be able to level out that piece of barren land. So he has to make preparations in advance to fertilize that piece of land. And then he will be able to plant vegetables. While Li Bo was busy, village head Zhao Fugui was drinking with a few people inside the box, his face red. Opposite them were a few villagers from the nearby villages, or some hooligans. Elder brother Zhao, today this is guaranteed to be done properly for you. There won't be any half-assed problems. A man with a robust monkey's cheeks poured wine while accompanying him with a smiling face. You guys drink less and delay this evening. If this matter is done well, the money won't be less for you guys, but you definitely can't reveal half the news. Zhao Fugui frowned with a gloomy look on his face. Don't worry, old brother Zhao. Isn't it just destroying a few broken boats? This is a piece of cake for us, and no one else will be able to tell. The sharp-tongued man drank a glass of beer and laughed even more cheerfully, but then blinked his small eyes and asked mysteriously, "However, I can hear that there's a gale tomorrow. If this destroys the boat, what if there's a death?" Zhao Fugui glared his eyes. You guys are only responsible for doing what I say. Don't worry about anything else. Don't get yourselves into trouble. The other party immediately nodded and agreed. While at this time, Zhao Fugui was cursing Li Bo fiercely in his heart. Little bastard, aren't you fighting me? If you get into a human life lawsuit this time, I'll make you suffer. Zhao Fugui knew that the weather forecast said that the wind would be stronger on the beach tomorrow morning. At the same time, he also knew that those villagers that Li Bo had invited were working closely, and with weather like that tomorrow, they would definitely go down to the sea as well. If there was no problem with the boat, naturally there wouldn't be much risk. After all, they were all fishermen in the wind and rain, but the boat was secretly tampered with by these people they sent. As long as the wind and waves come together, the boat will immediately fall apart and enter the water. In that case, as long as the slightest damage, Li Bo cannot afford the responsibility. It is best to be able to make 2 lives. he found a way to push the wave directly to be able to exempt Li Bo's contracting rights, and that $2 million also honestly into his pocket. Zhao Fugui, maybe Li Bo also have to go to jail, since then there is no chance to turn around such a secret. Of course, Zhao Fugui will not casually tell others, and even if they know it afterward, they will not do anything to themselves. After all, the things are all done by them. People's lives were at stake. No one would be able to tell anyone. On the second day, the sky was still light. Li Bo woke up directly from his sleep, feeling that today's air pressure was a bit low. Coming inside the courtyard, he found that although the sun had not yet come out, the location of the seashore was already covered in dark clouds. It was obvious that the weather would not be too good. Nothing should happen in this kind of weather, right? Li Bo decided to go to Zhao Dahai's house in a while to have a look around, and suspend work if the weather was really bad. After all, the safety of the villagers was the most important thing, and a day's delay didn't matter much to him. I also don't know when this girl Du Xiaoye will wake up. Li Bo thought of Du Xiaoye's grandiose words yesterday and couldn't help but laugh for a while. He quietly came to the window and lay down to look inside. This look does not matter. Suddenly a heartbeat accelerated, about to jump to the throat. This is the summer. Relatively hot. Li Bo home had even an electric fan or not. Du Xiaoye may be too hot, plus the sleeping position is more bold. So this angle is simply a glimpse. Li Bo felt that his nosebleed was about to spurt out, and subconsciously he was just about to retract his head, when suddenly the courtyard door was pushed open from outside. Li Bo, what are you doing, you shameless bastard? Zhao Yaru's face was a little less than pretty, staring tightly at the back of the window. Don't scream. Li Bo hurriedly waved his hand, afraid of waking up Du Xiaoye, but at this moment, Zhao Yaro had already frowned and walked over to take a look at the situation inside the room. Her face instantly turned red and whispered, "Are all the girls from this city so open, sleeping at night without even wearing a single piece of clothing?" Afterwards, he glared at Li Bo fiercely and scolded, "I knew that you guys don't have good intentions. You don't sleep in the morning to peep at other girls. Do you still want to have a face?" Li Bo could not cry. He really didn't mean to look, but at this moment, even if he jumped into the sea, he couldn't wash it away. He quickly changed the topic. "Why did you come over so early? Didn't you sleep for a while longer?" Zhao Yaro gave Li Bo another blank look before saying, "Today is a bit boring. I got up a bit early. My father is ready to take the villagers to work at this moment. I thought of letting you persuade him to rest for a day if the weather is bad." Chapter 53 Normal Sneak Peek. Li Bo hurriedly nodded his head. "I think so too." After saying that, he pulled Zhao Yaro and left the courtyard door and went to the back. Just in time, he saw Zhao Dahai with two villagers packing up their tools and heading out as well. "Uncle Zhao, I don't think the weather is good. Why don't we just take a break today? I won't pay a penny less for everyone's wages." Li Bo had a sincere face. Zhao Dahai frowned. "Don't worry, I brought some veterans. In the sea what wind and waves have not seen. Besides, as long as the boat is fine, the safety of everyone I can guarantee. You earn money is not easy. White to so many people a day per person 100. This is how wasteful. Zhao Dahai insisted. Li Bo had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "Then you must pay attention to safety. If the wind and waves are too big, take a break. Just call me if you have any problems." Zhao Dahai promised repeatedly, and just like that, he led the villagers up the mountain to the beach. "So are we still going to sell vegetables today?" Zhao Yaro asked. "No need. We'll find two people in a while and send the vegetables we pick directly to the vegetable market. You've also followed me for several days. Take a good rest today." Li Bo had a smile on his face. Zhao Yaro suddenly came to Li Bo's face mysteriously and asked in a low voice, "You didn't do anything last night, did you? Will you be exhausted?" Li Bo was embarrassed. "What do you take me for? The two of us didn't do anything." Zhao Yaro had a disbelieving expression. Watching this time, Du Xiaoye, who was merely wearing pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked out from inside the courtyard, lazily asking, "Hubby, why didn't you call me when you got up? Last night could have tossed me around. My back hurts." Zhao Yaro's face instantly changed again, fiercely glared at Li Bo and scolded, "You still lie. Are you still a person?" Li Bo can't argue. Hurriedly carrying Du Xiaoye that girl's arm, sent her to the house inside, boarded up the face to reprimand, "Hurry up to put on the clothes. I didn't do anything last night. You can't pit me. Du Xiaoye's sleepy eyes, "The place where you sleep is really too hard, and it's hot at night. Tossed me around. What did I say wrong?" Li Bo grinned, speechless. However, Zhao Yara, who followed behind, seemed as if she was relieved and helped Du Xiaoye fetch water, wash her face and brush her teeth. The two people were really speechless. Du Xiaoye generously took out all those skincare products and maintenance products she had in her head to give to Zhao Yaru. "Why so much? Smearing so many things on your face and body every day. Can you stand it?" Zhao Yaru's eyes went straight. Usually in the village at most, they would just smear a snowflake cream or something, those big and small bottles, each one fragrant. Looked like they weren't cheap. Girls should know how to take care of themselves from a young age. Otherwise a woman will be old once she passes 30. This is what my sister taught me. Du Xiaoye skillfully applied lotion to her small face while rambling and teaching Xiaoyaru. Li Bo, who was smoking next to her, couldn't stand to watch anymore and sneered. All these things have chemicals in them and are harmful to the human body. No wonder you're so skinny. It's because you use too much of these things. You can't pit Xiaoyaru. Du Xiaoye was a little upset, frowning her nice eyebrows and flirting with Li Bo. What do you know as a stinky man? These skincare products are specially flown in from abroad, with very little chemical ingredients. Who said I don't know? If you want skin care, I can refine a salve for you. It's guaranteed to be way better than this stuff. Li Bo muttered, bragging. Why didn't I realize you had such a stinky problem before? If the stuff you come up with works even better than these imported cosmetics, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Du Xiaoye had a look of contempt. Li Bo also does not explain the 100 herb secret record inside the record clearly. There is a kind of herbal essence cream, possesses the effect of whitening and water replenishment, and is able to slow down the aging of the skin. This kind of thing can be better than all the skin care products in the world. The most important thing is that all natural without a little bit of chemical ingredients in it. Li Bo thought. And so busy finished this time. The farm things finished, can be refined out of a. Let Du Xiaoye the city girl good long see. Let him know the Chinese medicine this discipline of the profound and profound. Skillfully, he picked the vegetables and put them neatly in several large baskets. So the vegetables looked like this before they were done? Du Xiaoye was beside her with a look of amazement. She suffered 10,000 points of contempt from Li Bo. Originally, Li Bo's yard was cold and quiet, but now with Zhao Yara helping out at the side, and Du Xiaoye chirping at the side, it immediately became lively and even alive. Li Bo even felt that this kind of life is what he should enjoy, gave the tricycle key to the villager and told him to go directly to the vegetable market to set up a stall. Those were two honest villagers who were usually more familiar with Li Bo. Li Bo didn't worry that they would pit themselves against him. The weather was indeed not very good as Li Bo expected. The summer actually blew a gust of wind. However, Li Bo still took Du Xiaoye to the wasteland. Many villagers were busy, living to turn the land. It looked like it was already quite effective. According to Li Bo's estimation, almost by the afternoon we'll be able to completely finished. The villagers took Li Bo's money, and every day at noon also tube meal. There are fish and meat and wine. When they work, they naturally work hard, and the progress has increased by half. Otherwise the work would take at least 3 days to finish. Du Xiaoye changed into a sportswear? Looks more delicate and lovely. At this moment the villagers focus on looking at Du Xiaoye, have forgotten to work. One by one cannot help but whisper. Carve this cute little girl from the city and Li Bo, what exactly is the relationship? Li Bo had no choice but to pretend not to hear. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. Li Bo feels a little less stable in his heart. He just thought of giving Uncle Zhao a call to stop their work and ensure safety. At this moment the phone had rung. Li Bo frowned and answered the phone. Uncle Zhao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Bo, it's not good. We don't know what's wrong with our boat. The wind is blowing more and more. We can't go back. And quite a number of people are trapped in the sea. Li Bo immediately put down the phone and ran towards the mountain with big steps. The villagers were all a little surprised and hurriedly followed behind. Don't let anything happen. If something happens, it will be troublesome. Li Bo was in a panic. At this moment, the village head Zhao Fugui stood on the ground with a gloomy look on his face. Chapter 54, Jinhai Divine Stone. After Li Bo broke away from the villagers' line of sight, he increased his speed to the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the woods, and from afar, he could see that the waves on the seashore were raging, and there were quite a few villagers who were struggling with a few broken wooden boards. What a fear! Li Bo couldn't think much and ran all the way to the location on the seashore. Seeing that a few villagers were already struggling and about to sink into the water, Li Bo touched a stone from inside his own pocket. Jinhai stone. Because he felt that the pattern on this thing was very peculiar. Li Bo had been carrying it around with him, intending to study it, but he didn't think that it could actually come in handy at this moment. Without hesitation, he directly threw the sea-suppressing stone far inside the seawater. I hope it can be useful. Li Bo didn't wait for the stone to fall into the seawater before he directly jumped down and pulled up a villager who no longer had any strength. It was strange to say the least. The originally rough seaside suddenly became calm. There would only be a little bit of splashing and undulating once in a while. These fishermen were all very good at water, and just now they only choked on a few mouthfuls of water because the boat suddenly fell apart and fell into the water. Plus the wind and waves were relatively strong. After the wind and waves calmed down, one by one, with the skillful water, gray oil, like the shore, one face is with a pale color. Well, are there less people? Li Bo shouted loudly, afraid of a little mistake. No less. They are all here. Uncle Zhao quickly counted the number of people, and while gasping for air, he sat his butt on the beach. Why is it so strange? The wind is so strong and the waves are so fast in other places, but it's just this place where the wind and waves are calm. The few villagers who came back to their senses sat on top of the beach, each revealing a look of surprise. Li Bo was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. If he came half a minute later, he might have to kill someone. It's probably just better luck, I casually explained. In my heart I marveled that this sea-suppressing godstone was really extraordinary, just thrown into the water, immediately able to make such a large piece of sea comb. Li Bo even regretted that he didn't throw the sea-suppressing godstone here earlier, otherwise there wouldn't be such a thrilling scene today. Something's not right. Zhao Dahai frowned vigorously as he smoked the cigarette that Li Bo handed over. Taking advantage of the fact that the other villagers were taking a break, he came to Li Bo's front, sat down, and whispered, "When we wrapped up yesterday, I checked all the boats carefully according to the usual practice, and there wasn't a single problem. Although today's wind and waves are a bit big, but these boats are all made by our villagers' hands. Even if they encounter wind and waves bigger than this, it's absolutely impossible for them to be damaged so easily. There's something fishy going on here, or else we're just too unlucky." Zhao Dahai fiercely took 2 puffs of his cigarette with a self-blame on his face. Originally, Li Bo didn't take it too seriously. He just thought that the ship was destroyed due to the wind and waves, but after letting Zhao Dahai say so, he also tightly frowned. And then he came to the seashore and fished out some pieces of the boat. "Look, there are traces of being pried with a knife here, and all those rivets on the boat are gone. Someone must have done something." Zhao Dahai swore with conviction. As an old fisherman, of course he was able to knock it out at a glance. "Keep it quiet for now." Li Bo lowered his voice, afraid of being heard by the other fishermen. Otherwise, if he caused a panic, no one would come back to work here. "Who do you think could have done such a thing?" Li Bo asked again in a low voice. His eyes had gradually become gloomy. "What's going on here? What happened?" "Li Bo, what did I tell you in the beginning? You must pay attention to production safety, never make a half-hearted mistake. I won't be able to cover for you in this disaster today." The village head Zhao Fugui's figure came down from the opposite hillside. At the same time there were quite a few villagers who also quickly ran over. They were ready to come over to help. Li Bo frowned. At this moment with his knees he was able to figure out that everything must be related to Zhao Fugui. After all, the only one in the entire village who still wanted to go against Li Bo and wanted to kill him was the village head Zhao Fugui. "Bastard! I was thinking of letting you bounce around for a few more days, but you're just looking for death yourself." Li Bo tightly clenched his fists. At this moment the villagers had all run over to inquire about what had just happened. Originally, Zhao Fugui had a smug look on his face. He felt that the boat was destroyed and with such a big wind and wave, these villagers would definitely be damaged. However, after he came to the beach, he only found out after asking around that the villagers were only in a false alarm due to Li Bo's timely rescue, and that these people did not intend to pursue the responsibility, but instead, they felt that they had taken too much of a risk. "Li Bo, your dangerous production like this is really not in line with the specifications. This matter I'm going to report to the government and temporarily suspend you here." Zhao Fugui still had his face reprimanded. Zhao Dahai next to him directly rolled up his sleeves when he heard this and cursed. "If you don't let Li Bo start work, what kind of money do you let the big guys earn? We are all fishers. Who hasn't encountered wind and waves at sea? I think you are clearly trying to get on Li Bo's bad side, trying to get on our big guy's bad side, because of the events of the past 2 days. So Li Bo's prestige in the villagers' minds was already quite high, and had long since far surpassed Zhao Fugui. Hearing Zhao Dahai say this, each one of them also helped out on the side. Although Zhao Fugui was their village chief, Li Bo was their boss, their breadwinner. Zhao Fugui saw that things were not right and could only turn away with a black face and a gray face. TMD, could it be that even the heavens are helping him? It's so windy outside. Why is it calm here? The ship is all destroyed. These people have nothing to do with it. What Zhao Fugui said Li Bo didn't know, but he knew very well that no matter what he did in the future, he absolutely had to be careful. Otherwise, there was always the possibility of being stabbed in the back by Zhao Fugui. This old boy. This time things were able to be resolved gracefully, relying on that sea-suppressing godstone. But what about the next time? Big guy rest today. The ship is destroyed anyway. I'll have the shipyard send it over later. Li Bo waved his hand at the big guys. He realized that the villagers were still a bit stunned, so he followed up with another sentence. With such a big storm and such a mess just now, I'll treat the big guys to a drink at noon today. Whoever hears it will get a share. The villagers immediately cheered, happily packed up their things and went back. Chapter 55. Something happened at the vegetable market. On the way back, they happened to meet Zhao Yaro and Du Xiaoye, who hurried over. "Li Bo, are you alright?" Du Xiaoye jumped into Li Bo's arms with a panicked and worried face. Although she didn't call Li Bo her husband in front of so many people, the villagers beside her were still laughing and joking one by one. "Li Bo, when did you find such a pretty little daughter-in-law? When are you going to organize the wedding?" Remember to inform the big guys. Li Bo awkwardly explained that this was his cousin, but the villagers didn't believe him. Almost to noon, Li Bo let Zhao Yaru open up. The village women are to their own home courtyard head to prepare life cooking. Although there is a kiosk in the village, the wine sold there is inferior and tastes bad, so Li Bo was ready to go to the town to buy some good ones, and get some cooked food or something along the way, so that the villagers could have a good meal and drink today. I also want to go, buy some daily necessities and so on. Your village also does not have a supermarket. Du Xiaoye grabbed the first pull opened the car door and climbed up. The rules of the seat. Li Bo also did not stop, driving the car all the way out of the village. Just arrived in the town. The phone rang. Li Bo, you quickly come. Something happened here in the vegetable market. The caller was Big Brother Zhao Taizhu. The voice was very anxious, and the noise on the other end of the phone seemed like something extraordinary had happened. Li Bo immediately had a head full of black lines. From morning to now there were bad things one after another, which made his mood a little annoying. Don't be in a hurry. Sit on the stool. 2 minutes. Li Bo didn't ask much. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the gas and went all the way to the vegetable market. From a long way away, he could hear the noise inside the market. Li Bo simply put the car from the back of the market around the past. Although the terrain here is not too flat, but the performance of the off-road vehicle completely played out or as smooth as flat. Li Bo's stall is in the innermost part of the market, and he saw that a group of people were surrounding the vegetable stall. Brother Zhao was grabbed by his clothes and swung 2 slaps, and another villager next to him was guarding the vegetable stall with deadly force, but he also let people give him several hits. Asterisk. Li Bo cursed, simply gritted his teeth and drove the car in. The sound of the engine roaring scared those few troublemakers a big jump, busy dodging to the side. One fell in a mess. Li Bo domineering incomparably jumped down from the car, raised his leg and kicked those 2 people who were holding Zhao Taizhu to the ground. What do you guys want? Li Bo scolded with a stern face. Then he put down the ones who surrounded him and wanted to make a move. The other 2, 1 punch and 1 clean punch. They're deliberately picking a fight, saying that we're stealing their business. Zhao Taizhu saw that someone backed up, immediately wiped the nosebleed, and then stood next to Li Bo, reaching out and pointing to the opposite side of the several unconvinced and indignant people. Li Bo also guessed a rough. He knew that the business of this stall is relatively good, will inevitably cause others to be jealous, just did not think that these people actually joined together to fight. It was really a bit bullying. You are this boss do you know the rules you took all our business, what do you want us to eat? The 2 people who took the lead came over towards Li Bo again in an aggressive manner. Li Bo swept a glance around. He found that the market administrator in the tin room was lying on the window smoking a cigarette with a grim smile on his face. It was obvious that this group of vegetable sellers suddenly flipped over to look for trouble and were instructed and encouraged by others. The culprit should be that market administrator. After all, he was at odds with Li Bo before this and tried to find ways to screw him. Other people come to buy our vegetables because they are fresh and of good quality. If you guys are jealous, you can also find a way to improve the quality of your own dishes instead of using such despicable means. If you guys still come to make trouble in the future, don't blame me for being rude to you. Li Bo knew that these people himself had to deter them all at once. Otherwise, as soon as they turned around they would immediately come back to make trouble again. And he himself couldn't always be here to see that there was a whole lot of things waiting in the village. Don't scare people here. We are all vegetable sellers. Who is afraid of Hua? The opposite side of the several leading guys a face of arrogance. Although they didn't dare to make a move at this moment, they didn't intend to disperse just like this, preparing to force Li Bo to withdraw from this place in a hard way. Li Bo frowned and glanced at a large stone that was pressing down on the vegetable stall next to him. Without saying anything, he directly walked over, easily grabbed the stone with one hand, and in front of everyone, threw the stone up and smashed it with 1 punch. There was no need to say more words. Just this one action alone scared those troublemakers to the point where their legs went limp. Growing up, they had never seen such a powerful person. One by one, they were dumbfounded, their mouths open and unable to speak. If any of you think that your head is harder than this rock, then come and find out what's going on. My name is Li Bo. I live in Zhejiazhuang, and you can find me there as well. I'll be there anytime and will never back down. Li Bo had a domineering face. At this moment, those who wanted to make trouble immediately backed down, quietly slipping away a large group, and the remaining few eventually lost their temper. Thanks to you coming. These guys are just too much. Zhao Taizhu had an admiring look on his face. Li Bo sighed with some guilt. I'm really sorry letting you guys suffer. I think they shouldn't come back to make trouble in the future. Li Bo, why do you like to solve problems with your fists so much? Du Xiaoye had also jumped down from the car at this moment. Li Bo smiled helplessly. There are times when solving problems with your fists is simple and rough, but the effect is very good. You have to use such a method to deal with certain people, and you definitely can't be soft. Li Bo lifted his face as he spoke and glanced towards the inside of the tin room. He found that the market administrator had a bad face and was peeping. Discovering that Li Bo was looking at him, he immediately shrank backward. Shrinking the inside of the tin room, there was also a sound of tables falling to the east and west. You wait here, I'm going to fix something. Li Bo smiled at Du Xiaoye before turning around and walking towards the location of the tin room. There were some issues that had to be resolved face to face after all, and they definitely couldn't be dragged out. Li Bo pushed open the door of the tin room and found that the market administrator was already scared out of his wits. What do you want? The administrator glared at Li Bo, as if he had a premonition that something would happen next. Chapter 56, Don't mess with me again. I'm a public official. If you dare to lay your hands on me again, I'm going to sue you. The administrator colored. Gradually some arrogant demeanor surfaced on his face again. I didn't say I was going to beat you up either. I merely wanted to tell you that there is a limit to one's patience. I don't want to be a bad person, but if someone comes to my trouble 3 times, then I will definitely give a ferocious retaliation. Naturally, Li Bo would not be foolish enough to beat up the administrator in front of so many people. This would only get himself into more trouble. However, this amount of intimidation rather caused sweat to break out on his administrator's face. The other party stuttered and was completely speechless. The arrogant look on his face also began to disappear. Next to the female employees sitting behind the desk, at this time found that Li Bo's original calm and indifferent eyes when a cold aura burst out. Just by looking at it, I felt a chill on my body. No wonder the administrator was already trembling with fear. When the administrator came back to his senses, Li Bo had already left the tin room, and it was only at this moment that he was finally able to catch his breath, and sat down on a chair with his buttocks, gasping for breath. What kind of person is this guy in the end? Why are the eyes so scary? Li Bo believed that after what happened just now, no one should come here to look for trouble in the future. Taking Du Xiaoye with him, he bought a lot of cooked food from the stalls, went to one of the biggest small supermarkets in the town, and bought the best white wine as well as drinks, pulled a carriage full of them. Li Bo, you're so manly when you fight. Just now those people looked like they were already scared of you. Du Xiaoye ripped open a bag of snacks on the side and crunched on it, her face full of admiration. There are times when you have to be a bit fierce, or else people will always treat you as a soft pinch. Actually, I'm very gentle in normal times. Li Bo winked at Du Xiaoye and snatched the snack with one hand. Give it back. Du Xiaoye reached out and snatched it again, complaining as she ate it, having gained a lot of weight again in the recent past. What? Can you slice off 2 tails of meat on your body? Li Bo stared with an odd expression. Look at my stomach. It's full of meat, and I don't know why it's growing towards here. It's good to grow a little bit to other places. Du Xiaoye lifted up her t-shirt, revealing her white and tender belly. In fact, that wasn't fat at all. At best it was just a little bit of flab. Li Bo's eyes suddenly caught fire for a while, staring tightly at Du Xiaoye's belly in a daze. So shameless? Didn't you see enough last night? Du Xiaoye quickly put her clothes in order and glared fiercely at Li Bo. Li Bo's face was on fire. He didn't see enough last night, but this morning he saw almost enough. I don't know if Du Xiaoye knows about this girl. I have to tell Zhao Yaro to keep it a secret when I return. I suddenly thought of a business opportunity. Li Bo alleviated the embarrassment and talked in a manner. What business opportunity? Du Xiaoye was curious. Diet pills. Li Bo said slightly proudly. Diet pills? Didn't you tell me last night that all diet pills are fake? It will destroy the balance of the human body and there is a danger of rebound. Du Xiaoye was a little skeptical. She didn't think that Li Bo could develop this kind of thing, and was even a little worried if Li Bo would make fake pills. Of course the ones made by others will have side effects, but I have a wonderful trick. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Just tonight. Li Bo swore. Okay, who let you be my husband? What do you want to do at night? Whatever you want. Du Xiaoye mumbled there, listening to Li Bo's pang of impatience. I don't know if this little girl is saying this on purpose. When he arrived at the village, the meal was almost done, and after fixing the cooked food, almost half of the villagers came here to gather for dinner. But all those who helped Li Bo to work, all have a share. Those who were skeptical of Li Bo before this, fearing that Li Bo could not send money, all regretted a lot. Li Bo did not pretend to be generous and invited all these people. What he wanted was this contrasting effect. He believes that in a short time, the rest of those idle villagers will certainly quietly come to find themselves, so that the effect will be better. During the meal, the few villagers working on the seashore whispered about the destruction of the boat, and it looked like they already had their suspicions as well. Li Bo is also calculating to seize the time to clean up that Zhao Fugue. Let him know what is called the height of the sky. Just when the food was most lively, Zhao Fugue came. He was followed by a few of his village relatives and relatives. Zhao Fugue had a dark face. The more he saw the villagers eating meat and drinking without him, the more his heart was particularly unhappy, especially since he had just gotten a notice from the town. It made him even more fired up. so he directly barged inside Li Bo's yard and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Li Bo, without a diamond drill, what kind of porcelain work are you doing? Aren't you making our village uncomfortable?" The villagers were somewhat stunned as they put down the wine cups and chopsticks in their hands and looked blankly at Zhao Fugue, who had a black face. No one dared to squeak, no matter what. Zhao Fugue was still the emperor of the village. If he stomped his foot, half of the village would tremble. Li Bo was not accustomed to problems. Frowning, he stood up, then walked to Zhao Fugue's front, coldly asked, "At least you are a village chief. Why do you want to spoil everyone's fun for no reason? This is my home, not your acreage. Get out if you don't have anything to do." It was estimated that apart from Li Bo, not many people dared to scold Zhao Fugue in front of so many people. Instead, the villagers felt quite happy in their hearts. They had wanted to do this for a long time. They just didn't have the guts. "You dare to scold me?" Zhao Fugue stretched out his hand and pointed at Li Bo's nose. "You should be glad that harmonious society saved you. Otherwise I would have broken your legs at any time." Li Bo didn't speak politely at all. This morning's incident was something that Zhao Fugue had made up, but unfortunately, Li Bo didn't have any evidence. Now that Zhao Fugue had come to his door to look for trouble, even the best temper couldn't be suppressed. Zhao Fugue was still a bit scared. How did Zhao Jinlong's leg break? He remembered it clearly, so he retracted his hand back again, but his face still had a somber look on it as he opened his mouth to reprimand. "You were the one who went to the town mayor and made a big deal about building a road for the village? And not only the ones outside the village, but also to build all the paths inside the village into concrete? Who gave you the right?" As soon as Zhao Fugue said these words, the villagers were surprised. They all looked towards Li Bo. "What? Li Bo wants to build roads for our village." Chapter 57, I'll pay for him. It was no wonder that the villagers were surprised. Want to repair the road? This is the common wish of all, but everyone knows that the village's money has been embezzled by Zhao Fugue. Moreover, it is not a small amount of money to repair the road, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. The villagers only dare to think about it. How about what I said? I, Li Bo, can do what I say. Li Bo knew why Zhao Fugue was so angry. After all, he hadn't been told about something as big as building a road. Why should he be told? What are you taking to build the road? Do you know how much money it costs to build a road? Have you ever respected the opinions of the big guys? Have you ever asked me? What am I? The village chief. In your eyes? Zhao Fugue picked at the problem. He felt that Li Bo was just deliberately embarrassing himself. He didn't believe that Li Bo was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to do good to the villagers. "You don't even count as a fart in my eyes." Li Bo spoke from his heart. A number of villagers beside him who had been drinking didn't hold back and immediately laughed, closely followed by everyone else. "What are you laughing at? This Li Bo can't come up with the money, so he has to be chipped in by all of you. Are you willing to do that?" Zhao Fugue glared up and reprimanded fiercely. "Who said I can't come up with the money? A mere several $100,000 is nothing to me. Li Bo, the contract was signed by me, the words were spoken by me. Definitely won't let the villagers take a penny." Li Bo knew what Zhao Fugue was playing at, so he made his attitude clear at the first opportunity. It immediately gained the villagers' approval. "Alright, you bring out the money and I'll see who can't brag." Zhao Fugue sneered. He knew that Li Bo had spent a lot of money during this recent period, bagging beaches and buying land, and had also changed a car. Zhao Fugue didn't think that Li Bo still had wealth in his hand. His family didn't take advantage of the bank. Where did he get that much money? Li Bo hand really do not have. Not so much cash. He was about to take out his phone to show the balance inside his bank card. Du Xiaoye, who ran into the house just now, whimpered and carried out a suitcase. It was put down on the ground with a bang. Everyone's eyes were attracted to watch Du Xiaoye pull open the suitcase, and then revealed a stack of red tickets inside the mezzanine. Even Li Bo was startled. The money looked like it had to be $1 million or so at least. No wonder the suitcase was so heavy. God knows. Du Xiaoye, this girl home in the end what do? Why did she go out and bring so much pocket money? Who says my husband doesn't have money? I paid for him. Du Xiaoye was full of concern, and as she spoke, she stretched out her white arm and took hold of Li Bo's arm. It was a bit domineering. Li Bo's face instantly turned red, and before he could speak, the villagers next to him followed. That's right. Who said Li Bo doesn't have money? He can afford to pack up such a big piece of beach and drive such a good car. Can he lack money? Finding a daughter-in-law is so rich. Zhao Fugue face black can be compared to the bottom of the pot. How did not expect there will be such a thing? Looking at those red tickets in the sunlight, it felt like his blood pressure had risen quite a bit again. Do you have anything else to say? This money should be enough to repair the road. If not, I'll go to the bank in town to get it. Du Xiaoye had a righteous look on her face. Li Bo can't stand it anymore beside him and hurriedly stops. Auntie, don't add to my mess. I can take this money. I don't need you. Is Li Bo shameless? Let a little girl for their own money to pretend. Say out of shame but I don't know why. But my heart is warm. No matter if Du Xiaoye's act is from her heart, or she wants to support herself, it's a kind of support. Since the beginning, Li Bo would like to get such support. The heart is very grateful, but this money absolutely cannot be taken. What are you being polite to me for? Who are we with? Du Xiaoye was quite dissatisfied at the side, seeing that Li Bo's face had also darkened. She didn't continue. What's up, village chief? Do you have anything to say? If there's nothing going on, hurry back. I still have to accompany the big guys to drink and chat. Our old Li family doesn't welcome you. Don't come over even if there's nothing going on. Li Bo stared at Zhao Fugui's eyes. His tone was already a bit arrogant. He had the money to be arrogant. Besides, dealing with Zhao Fugui definitely didn't need to be half polite. The account between the two of them hadn't been settled yet. Okay, your kid has the ability, but for something as big as road construction, I have to participate. Buying materials and also hiring a construction team have to pass my permission. Zhao Fugui was shameless and started chattering again. Don't bother you. I can do these things myself. Besides, the villagers in the village will surely go to help out in normal times. I, Li Bo, will pay them as usual, and take care of the meals as usual. There are fish, meat and wine to drink. Li Bo knew what Zhao Fugui was planning. Buying materials and hiring a construction team. He is going to take kickbacks from the middle, and definitely take more than he spends. Zhao Fugui was so angry that he was shivering. He really couldn't do anything about it. After all, Li Bo is very smart. Directly through the town government set the matter of road repair. People are their own money, willing to invite whoever they want to invite. Okay, you don't take me as the village head, but sooner or later one day I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Fugui could only throw down these harsh words and turned around to walk outside. Li Bo followed. You wait. When he reached the door, Li Bo called out with a gloomy face. What? Zhao Fugui turned around with a stern face. Don't think I don't know that you did the boat thing. It's fine if you fight with me. Don't joke with the villagers' lives. If there's anything like this again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Li Bo said word for word. Zhao Fugui had a moment of weakness, but in the end, he clenched his teeth and denied it. What are you talking about? Don't falsely blame me here. You're the one who went wrong. I'll definitely report this matter upwards. By then it's not certain if this beach can be contracted by you next. Li Bo opened his mouth and didn't say much. Zhao Fugui suddenly came over with a smug face. I don't know where you got that account book, but now the account book has been destroyed by me, and I found someone to redo the account at the accountant's place. Those pictures in your cell phone are useless. They can't be used as evidence. No wonder Zhao Fugui was so arrogant. So he was emboldened. This point Li Bo really did not think of. Some regret when did not take the account book directly to the hand. Want to deal with you, eh? I have plenty. If you are peaceful, I'll let you be the village head for 2 more days. If you still dare to take the lives of the villagers as your bet, don't blame me for being impolite to you, pulling you off the stage, or even sending you to jail. Li Bo's expression turned grim, his voice low. Chapter 58 Elixir of Weight Loss. Zhao Fugui's body inexplicably went cold when he came into contact with Li Bo's grim eyes. Then he took 2 steps back and sat on his butt on the ground, screaming out in pain with a wail. Remember what I said. I am not joking with you. I, Li Bo, am also not that loser who let you bully me in the past. If you have the ability, come and mess with me and try. In the middle of Li Bo's threatening voice, Zhao Fugui turned around and ran away in a sorry state. At this moment in time he was really afraid that Li Bo would rush over and break his leg with a kick. In the courtyard, the villagers were excitedly discussing about Li Bo's road construction. After getting Li Bo's confirmation, they couldn't help but praise him for a while, and at the same time, the villagers also said that as long as Li Bo could use them, they could be at their disposal to help with the work, and they wouldn't charge any money for the work. Li Bo also assured the villagers, as long as the government their documents approved, immediately start. During the meal, Li Bo realized that the villagers were looking at Du Xiaoye in an odd way. He knew that it was because Du Xiaoye had just rummaged out more than $1 million from her suitcase. These people all treated Du Xiaoye as a $1,000 lady, even though this girl didn't have a frame at all. After finishing the meal, Li Bo pulled Du Xiaoye inside the house. Frowning, he asked, Auntie, what are you doing going out with so much cash? Don't you know that there is something called a bank card? Du Xiaoye smiled embarrassedly. I brought my card but I heard others say that there are no banks in the countryside. I thought it would be inconvenient to withdraw money, so I just took some cash. Li Bo's face instantly pulled down. Taking some random cash was really pocket money. Don't casually take money out in the future. Wealth is not exposed. Li Bo thought about it and could only teach a lesson like this. I know. Du Xiaoye pouted and returned a sentence. When will your vacation end? Li Bo asked. Du Xiaoye wrinkled her eyebrows very dissatisfied and drooped Li Bo twice. I've only just stayed for 1 night and you're going to drive me away? Do you believe me or not? I will rely on here not to go back. Anyway, you are so good in the village. I am also welcomed by everyone. And your cooking is so fragrant. Speaking here, Du Xiaoye seems to have swallowed her saliva. The corner of Li Bo's eyes twitched. He knew that the vacation would not end for at least another half a month. I don't know in this half a month's time. This auntie will give myself a whole what moths. Today, in front of so many people, called himself a husband. But also the atmosphere is incomparable, dumped more than 1 million to support. May let the village women how to gossip it? The wind gradually decreased in the afternoon. Li Bo was ready to go to the mountains to pick some medicine to make a weight loss ointment. In front of Du Xiaoye, the bull has been blown out. Always have to come back. Du Xiaoye is naturally excited to go along, saying that she wants to see the mountains and waters of the Zhao village. If you leave Du Xiaoye at home, Li Bo is still not assured, so he directly led the way. To the mountains, Du Xiaoye saw everything fresh, found an unknown flower, can be excited for half a day. With his eyes, Li Bo quickly guessed the herbs needed. What are you picking these medicines for? It can't be that you're really planning to make fake medicine, right? That's against the law. Du Xiaoye asked in a serious manner. Li Bo gasped and lightly knocked on the little girl's forehead. Am I such a person in your eyes? Didn't I tell you? I'm going to create a weight loss ointment. Tonight you're going to be my test subject. No regrets. Looking at Li Bo's face full of confidence, Du Xiaoye skimmed her mouth. You can't hobble me. After 2 days in the village, this girl has learned a lot of local language. On the way back, Li Bo casually asked, you ran out like this. Isn't your family worried? I didn't see you call home after you came. Do you want to report peace? Du Xiaoye's face didn't look too good all of a sudden, then frowned. Coming to find you was wanting to get rid of that life before. I don't want anyone to bother me. Li Bo sighed and couldn't say anything more. He only hoped that this little girl's parents wouldn't treat themselves as bad people who trafficked children. For Du Xiaoye's background, Li Bo didn't have too much interest, but he could just tell that this girl's family head must be rich, and it was still a kind of thief rich. What does this have to do with Li Bo? It won't take long. He will also become very rich, the top rich kind. When he returned to the courtyard, it was dark. Du Xiaoye stared with a pair of big beautiful eyes, squatting to look at the peach tree. This moment has been more than a sapling size, full of a person to high, and the tender green branches have been outward to the wind. The smell of peach tree can be smelled all over the yard. Li Bo realized that since the peach tree had grown to this size, the flies and mosquitoes in the yard could not be seen, and it was not even as stuffy as before. Worthy of being something from the sky. I hope it really can grow immortal peaches, Li Bo muttered, and also busied himself with pounding the herbs in his hands. Li Bo, what is this one of yours? I remember it wasn't as tall as me when I came here. How did it grow so fast now? Du Xiaoye stood on her tiptoes, raised her hand above her head, and made a comparison. Her face was filled with astonishment. Peach tree, Li Bo returned carelessly. What kind of fertilizer did you apply? Lori was still curious. Big feces. Li Bo skimmed his mouth. Du Xiaoye looked disgusted and took 2 steps backward. When Li Bo was refining the ointment, he remembered the copper elixir furnace that he took out from inside the vegetable cellar. Originally, he thought that the effect could definitely be better if the heavenly thing was used to refine the ointment. Never did he expect that no matter how hard he tried to light the fire, the temperature inside this furnace didn't change by half, and even the temperature on the surface didn't increase by 1 degree. Could it be that this thing needs to use 3 flavors of true fire? Where am I going to get this whole thing? Li Bo frowned and casually threw that pill furnace aside. It was still being refined with the old pill furnace. Are you going to smear this black stuff on me? Du Xiaoye, who had been watching from the side for half a day, ran far away from the door when she realized that Li Bo grinned and pulled out a box of black ointment. A face of horror. Good girl. Let hubby rub. You. Li Bo had a harmless smile on his face and approached Du Xiaoye. I don't want it. What if you give me a whole allergy? My skin is very sensitive. Don't you mess with me. Du Xiaoye's voice gradually rose. Li Bo's face instantly darkened. Auntie, can you lower your voice? Chapter 59, keep your voice down. He was very weak. If the other villagers heard this, there might be misunderstanding. There was already enough gossip in the village. Anyway, I definitely won't allow you to get these things on me. So dirty. You're disgusting. Du Xiaoye yelled with a sharp voice. Li Bo had no choice but to use a bowl of sour plum soup as a temptation to make Du Xiaoyun obedient. Remember, after you've taken a shower, evenly rub it on the places you want to lose weight. It might be a bit hot at first, but it's fine. Li Bo boiled hot water for Du Xiaoye and carefully reminded at the door. Got it. Leave me alone. Du Xiaoye's fierce voice came out from inside. Li Bo's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes as he poured another half bucket of spirit liquid around the peach tree inside the courtyard. Sitting in front of the peach tree, he watched with bated breath, imagining the sight of the tree eventually growing thicker and taller, full of immortal peaches. His eyesight completely surpassed any precision instruments, and he was able to clearly and incomparably see that the peach tree was slowly growing upwards. It had even worn out its flower bones and was budding, and the aroma inside the courtyard became even more intense. Faintly, he heard Du Xiaoya's rambling voice from inside the shower room. Does this thing work? Li Bo snickered out in joy. It looked like Du Xiaoya was still quite cooperative, but it should be because of the effectiveness of that bowl of secret sour plum soup. In the morning when Li Bo was still sleeping, he was woken up by Du Xiaoya's bite. Hubby, look! Du Xiaoya climbed onto the bed with great excitement, and then kneeled there and lifted up her nightgown. Li Bo's eyes were about to pop out. Covering his eyes tightly, he scrunched his legs up and reprimanded. Can you pay attention to the impact? Du Xiaoya screamed, only then realizing that she was too excited and forgot that she was only wearing a nightgown. Hurrying to put the skirt down again, then with a grunt, she climbed off the bed and ran to put on her clothes. It's killing me, Li Bo sighed, his mind buzzing. Look at you. While she was getting dressed, Du Xiaoya ran back again with an excited face. Changing into shorts and a t-shirt, she lifted her blouse, revealing her white belly and flat belly. Sure enough, I've lost weight. There's a lot less flab on my stomach. That weight loss ointment of yours looks like poop, but it's especially effective. Hearing Du Xiaoya say this, Li Bo was about to explode with anger. How can you talk? Do you know how hard it is to practice those pure natural herbs into a salve? Du Xiaoya skimmed her mouth and accompanied with a smile. Count me as saying the wrong thing, okay? Where did you get this recipe from? If this is produced in large quantities and sold in the city, it will go crazy. Do you know how much money those women spend a month to lose weight? How much they suffer? Li Bo didn't know, but he was clear that this was a business opportunity. As for refining this kind of thing in large quantities, he can't do it now. There are a lot of things to do. The seashore nets have not been set up yet. The farm has not started sowing seeds yet. And the food market is just a start. The most important thing is to fix the road first. Without fixing the road, nothing good could be transported out. Let's do this for now, and wait for the opportunity later. Li Bo looked at Du Xiaoya's white and tender belly with interest. He really couldn't help but reach out and touch a smooth and delicate hand. How is it? Does it feel good? To be able to lose so much weight without exercising? You're a miracle doctor. Du Xiaoya had a complimentary look on her face, half shy. What are you two doing? Waiting with breakfast. Zhao Yaro walked in with a dark face. Li Bo awkwardly put his hand back. Nothing. Engaged in research. Zhao Yaro glared at him, then put down the breakfast, pulled Du Xiaoya to the side, began to teach. Little girl family, you also need to pay more attention. Don't let this guy take advantage of. Li Bo didn't say anything, picking up his breakfast and wolfing it down. Your family's peach tree is blooming? Zhao Yaro pointed to the corner of the wall in the yard and stared wide-eyed. No wonder you can smell the fragrance of peach blossoms in our house. I remember you planted it not more than a few days ago, right? Li Bo put down his chopsticks and ran to the yard to take a look, and also stared wide-eyed. The peach tree had already grown to as thick as his wrist. It looked like the scale was a bit worse, but the tree full of peach blossoms had already opened up to the sunlight. A gust of fragrance hit the tree, refreshing one's mind. This is a new variety. Ordinary people can't get it. Li Bo muttered in reply, then ran to the side of the peach tree. At this moment, the peach trees in the surrounding area also had blossoms and even bore fruits, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have such a good flavor. What new variety? Could it be an immortal peach from the sky? Du Xiaoya bounced and followed out with a flirtatious face. Li Bo's heart stirred. Then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Almost, bluffing you. Where are there any peaches? Zhao Yaro pursed her lips and flirted on the side. Li Bo didn't explain. After all, right now he didn't know what kind of peach would eventually grow out of this tree. After having breakfast, the villagers on the slope had already started sowing. However, Zhao Dahai came over to Li Bo at this time, and asked meaningfully, Li Bo, even if this piece of land is fertilized according to your statement, but I just looked at a number of vegetable seeds or not this season can grow out that have to be planted in the spring, you are not fooling around? Li Bo smiled. This you don't need to worry about. I can promise you, 3 days later you're ready to bring the big guys here to pick vegetables and sell them for money. You kid is getting more and more capable of bragging. I'm waiting to see. Zhao Dahai laughed, thinking that Li Bo was just fooling around. Although the villagers had some doubts in their hearts and couldn't help but mutter in whispers, they ended up planting all the seeds as Li Bo said. In a whole day's time, a large area of wasteland had been evenly sown with a variety of vegetable seeds. The water channel dug earlier happened to lead to this neighborhood, and according to Li Bo's layout, it could easily moisturize the soil here. In order to have a better effect, Li Bo threw the rest of the ointment of those elixirs into the water channel, and waited for tomorrow's effect. When he was walking out from the slope, 2 villagers ran over in a hurry from the entrance of the village and greeted Li Bo vigorously. Li Bo, can I borrow your car? Zhao Daniang is sick. She can't breathe at this moment. Hurry and send her to the hospital in the town. They yelled from a long way away. Li Bo did not say anything. jumped into the car parked at the entrance of the village, and drove to the door of Zhao Damiang's yard. After getting out of the car, cries were already coming from inside the house. Zhao Damiang's face was waxy and her breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Li Bo, move faster, or it will be too late. The family members urged one after another. Li Bo, however, frowned. It's too late even if it's faster. Chapter 60, Healing on the Spot. The crowd instantly panicked when they heard this. Zhao Fugui followed over to join in the fun at this moment and sneered from the side. You're just too troublesome to send it to the town, right? For the sake of the townspeople, take my family's car. The villagers burst into contempt. Zhao Fugui had already heard the news. His family's car was parked not far away. If he really intended to help, he would have sent it to the town by now. It was clear that he was just talking nonsense. Li Bo glared at him, then returned. It's definitely too late to send it to the town, but I'll be able to cure Auntie Zhao's illness here. Your kid's bragging is getting worse and worse. How can you cure her? If you don't, they'll die, Zhao Fugui said again. Li Bo no longer cared about him, and came to the side of Mrs. Zhao, reaching out and putting his hand on her pulse. Dame Zhao has been sick for a long time, because of the lack of medical treatment, and she could not afford to go to the hospital to check. Her body was so weak that if she was carried to the car and bumped a few times, she would probably die. Li Bo finished learning the knowledge on the 100 Herb secret record. Of course, also know how to cure the disease, especially the golden power inside his body, which was already getting easier to mobilize lately. You really want to cure it? Zhao Damiang's family members were also a bit skeptical. They were all from the same village, and it was clear who knew a little bit of what. And although Li Bo had gone to school, he had never heard of him learning medicine, and he had never seen anyone sick. At least there is a chance. Li Bo had a gentle look on his face, and had already quietly sent the breath from his body into Zhao Danyang's body. It was also a moment of sickness, and Zhao Damiang's relatives didn't refuse. On the contrary, Zhao Fugui was beside him, sneering and saying that if he let Li Bo toss him to death, the lawsuit would have to fall on him. If he was not the village chief, he would have let the villagers beat him out directly. Zhao Fugui heart is strong pleased, and most of the villagers are the same can see. Zhao Danyang into the gas less out of gas more than a long time. It is estimated to be dead. He was waiting for Li Bo's treatment to kill her, and then he would make a big fuss about it. But after a few minutes passed, Zhao Danyang didn't die. The withered yellow face gradually appeared a little bit of redness, and her eyes also opened. Her breathing became even and strong. This, Zhao Fugui was dumbfounded. The villagers, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Zhao Damiang's family members simply flung themselves on their knees and had to kowtow to Li Bo. Frightened Li Bo hurriedly got out of the way one by one to help up. Laughing, he said, I also just read a little book, learned a little ability. Zhao antibody was already weak. Turn around I give to grab a few pairs of medicine. Good conditioning. Maybe after a while we'll be able to get off the bed. The family members were grateful for a while Zhao Fugui slipped away. Walking out of the doorway, Zhao Fugui's gaze was always on Du Xiaoye, who was wearing a sportswear that was pretty and cute. In his heart, he pondered more and more. This little girl seems to be a rich owner. Her family should be in business. Such a girl simply can't run to this poor ravine. Unless it's letting this kid Li Bo cheat. If I can find this little girl's family, I'll think of a way to do some articles. I'll see how this kid of yours can still mix here. Thinking of this, Zhao Fugui had an idea. Got into his family's minivan, and then went to the town, ready to find someone to do some good snooping around, to see if there was any rich family in the nearby town that had lost their daughter. On his way home, Li Bo realized that Du Xiaoye, the girl, was looking at herself a bit wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Bo was a little hairy. In the past, I only knew that you were good at playing games and have a good voice. After meeting you, I realized that you are simply a talent. You can fight and earn money, and you can also see patients, heal people and boil ointments. Is there anything under the sky that you don't know how to do? Du Xiaoye had a face of envy and admiration. Li Bo drifted a bit. It seems that apart from giving birth to children, I know a bit of everything else. Du Xiaoye smiled and came over. You're so capable and I'm so pretty. Why don't I give you one? Li Bo grinned. Usually when you go to school, the teacher teaches you this? All you think about is giving men babies? Asterisk 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 You've got a face, don't you? Why are you acting like a wolf? I'll beat you up. Du Xiaoye's mouth was full of local dialect, which amused Li Bo again. When he returned to the yard, there were already fruits growing on the peach tree. Although it was only the size of an egg so far, the skin was thin and tender, exactly the same as the half of the nibbled peach that Li Bo had picked up from the cellar. My God, it's really grown. Li Bo almost cried, came to the bottom of the peach tree and carefully counted 8 times. No more, no less. 9 fruits had grown, and they were all of average size. Pick one and I'll eat it. Next to Du Xiaoye struggled to stand on her tiptoes, stretching out her white and tender little hands. her eyes glowing. Stop it! Li Bo hurriedly burst Du Xiaoye out of the way, guarding the peach tree like an old mother hen protecting her young. This hasn't grown yet. When it grows back, I'll be the first to pick it for you to eat. Du Xiaoye skimmed her lips. Why are you so nervous? It's not just to eat your rotten peach? I don't even want to eat it. Rotten peach? Li Bo's eyes widened. When the peach is ripe, don't beg me. Boiling water and waiting in front of the neighbor's house for Du Xiaoye, the ant, to take a bath. At this moment, Li Bo had formed a habit and suddenly felt like an old mom. In the evening, Zhao Fugue, the village headman, was in a hotel box, his face glowing red, holding a photo in his hand. He swore, that's right, it's this little girl named Du Xiaoye, came to our village about 3 days ago, abducted by a kid named Li Bo. Sitting on the opposite side was a man with a gloomy face. The tattoos on his body were almost all connected to his neck. Frowning tightly as he looked at Zhao Fugue, opening his mouth, he asked, is it from your village? Zhao Fugue nodded his head violently. Then there's still a fake. I've long felt that this Li Bo isn't right, just based on that poor look of his. How could he make such a beautiful girlfriend? You just told me that this girl's parents are in big business. Just what kind of business? The man on the opposite side glared at Zhao Fugue. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Go back after this meal and keep an eye on me. The people from that little girl's family will be coming soon. Don't make any mistakes during this period. Naturally you won't be able to do any favors when things come to fruition. Chapter 61. A beautiful woman has an appointment. Zhao Fugue agreed with a smile on his face and couldn't wait to see the scene where Li Bo was cleaned up. In the village, Li Bo was squatting and smoking at the entrance of his own courtyard. Hubby, Du Xiaoye's moan came out from the shower. What's wrong again? Li Bo hurriedly put out his cigarette with an annoyed look on his face. I forgot to take a towel, so bring it in for me. Du Xiaoye's tone eased a bit, with a consultative tone. Li Bo grinned and went back to the house. Originally, the room he was staying in had a smoky odor, but after pushing open the door, he smelled the unique scent of a young girl's fragrance mixed with the scent of cosmetics. In the end it's a girl. This has become different after only 2 days of living here. Li Bo looked at the various hangings and decorations on the surrounding walls in surprise. Then there was a rummage inside Du Xiaoye's box. Is it done yet? Du Xiaoye was a bit impatient. Rushing what? Li Bo returned a sentence in a bad mood, but could only speed up his rummaging. Ugh, what is this? Li Bo's hand touched a soft mass that looked light and thin. There were 2 bag-like things connected together. After spreading it out, he immediately blushed and hurriedly stuffed it back in, muttering under his breath. How old is this little girl? Why is she wearing such a tie and sexy thing? The last time I had a room with Liangyu, I felt that what Liangyu wore was already tie enough. However, compared to Du Xiaoye from the city, there is still a bit of a gap. Finding the towel to come to the door of the neighbor's house, red-faced knocked twice. Give me. Du Xiaoye opened the door a crack, stretched out half of her white arm, and gently waved it twice. An aroma immediately filled the air, making Li Bo's heart flutter. Li Bo just waited for Du Xiaoye to go to bed, then ran to the ground himself to take a look. The vegetable seeds that were just sown today, there was no telling what they would grow into tomorrow. But this time the phone rang. Inside came Dafei's drunken voice. I say you kid is also too uncivilized. Married as city daughter-in-law. The brothers are forgotten. These 2 days why did not come to see me? Li Bo hurriedly scolded. A few dishes drinking into this kind of tongue cannot straighten out. Defei he dry smile. With a few former brothers drink a little. Just now I ran into Zhou Lingling. Had to invite me to sing, but also said to call you on. Are you coming or not? To sing? Li Bo frowned and glanced inside the house. At this moment, this girl Du Xiaoye was humming a little song and applying skincare products to her body. If Li Bo was single and alone, it would definitely be a go. It was just a matter of a foot of gas, but Zhou Lingling took the initiative to ask for a meeting, and he couldn't leave Du Xiaoye alone at home. The city lady is delicate. In case something happens, how to do? It's not good to let the rats and cockroaches or whatever bully her. I'd better forget it. You also know that I still have a Du Xiaoye by my side. Zhou Lingling is not embarrassed to meet? Li Bo beat a retreat. Li Bo, not giving face is it? I just patted my chest with Zhou Lingling to ensure that people booked a private room to go. You do not come to me this big face where to put you cannot pit me Defei is a little tricky meaning. Okay. Li Bo had no choice but to agree. He knew the temperament of that guy Defei. If he refused stiffly, maybe after a few minutes, that kid would drunkenly ride that newly bought motorcycle to find himself. Auntie? Li Bo came to the pond and called out softly. What's wrong? Good grandson. Du Xiaoye replied naturally. Top your lungs Li Bo eyes a black, pressed the fire and asked again. My friend asked me to go to the town to play. Do you go? Du Xiaoye didn't even think about it and agreed. Sure, just bring me to know your friends. Is Dafei there too? This little girl was still thinking about Daffy. A few minutes later the car had already left the village, heading in the direction of the town. When they arrived at the meeting place, Daffy was sitting on his motorcycle chatting with Joe Lingling. Joe Lingling seemed to have deliberately dressed up for the big night, white shorts and delicate sandals, showing a pair of big white legs. Her upper body was a relatively close body shirt, the perfect silhouette to show a glimpse. The first time Joe Lingling saw Du Xiaoye, she wrinkled her eyebrows, and then looked at Li Bo's eyes were not right. Du Xiaoye didn't perceive anything, and messed around with Daffy cheekily. Daffy, did you help me practice my number in the past 2 days? Du Xiaoye asked. Daffy was embarrassed for a while and stammered. Practiced and practiced. Li Bo knew with a single guess that the always damp Daffy must have dropped levels for others, or else he would have already patted his chest and bragged about it. Made a new girlfriend? No wonder you don't take care of people. Joe Lingling spoke conspiratorially from the side. Du Xiaoye seemed to have sensed something and stopped ignoring Daffy, walking over to tightly embrace Li Bo's arm and sweetly shouted out her husband. Joe Lingling was about to explode with anger. Don't scream. Li Bo was speechless for a while. The KTV rooms are full. Today is the weekend. Let's go somewhere else to play. Daffy hurriedly rounded up the scene on the side, fearing that these two women would fight again when the sparks hit the earth. Li Bo originally thought, go to find the female boss close to, may be able to vacate a room. But at this moment, Daffy was saying that he hadn't played billiards for a few days and wanted to go and have a good time. Great! Du Xiaoye agreed with a face of excitement, and Lingling didn't object either, except that her eyes always looked at Li Bo with a little bit of sultriness. The billiard hall in the town was not far from the internet cafe, so Li Bo did not drive. Daffy and Du Xiaoye walked in front, and now was grinning and bragging about their own skills. At this time, Joe Lingling slowed down her pace, came to the side of Li Bo, raised her eyebrows and asked, this city girl is a rare attraction, right? Li Bo scratched his nose awkwardly. Ahem, what are you talking about? This is a friend I met while playing games online, temporarily staying at my place. The two of us can be clean between us. There is no relationship whatsoever. We're all living together. And you're still being sophomoric? Are you going to say that you are still an original virgin? Joe Lingling toned tough. Li Bo didn't answer. Long ago he wasn't. Daffy also seemed to know Li Bo's embarrassment, so he tried his best to divert Du Xiaoye's attention. That girl was naive and didn't come over to give Li Bo a hard time. How have you been lately? Li Bo asked with concern. It's still the same, but lately there are always people coming over to harass me after work, and today I really had no choice, but luckily I met Daffy on the way. Joe Lingling frowned with a somewhat unpleasant look. Chapter 62, If you have a grudge, you must avenge it. Who recruited you? Li Bo immediately glared upon hearing this. Although there was no intimate relationship between him and Joe Lingling, they were classmates after all. Is it those punks in the town? When I see them later, I'll give them a good tussle. Joe Lingling glanced at Li Bo and shook her head. It's not them, it's that Joe Daming who let you beat him up last time. Him? This kid doesn't remember much. Li Bo remembered that Joe Daming's family head seems to have an electronic factory in the town. Probably dozens of employees, usually when walking in the town are flaunted, with a few nearby town rogues and gangsters are also quite familiar. In the past, when Li Bo saw such a person, he naturally retreated, but now, did not put him in his eyes. The next time Joe Daming dares to harass you, you give me a call and I'll be there within 10 minutes. Li Bo arrogantly patted his chest and guaranteed. Joe Lingling didn't finally show a smiling face until this moment, gently bumping Li Bo with her own arm. Did you miss me in these 2 days? Li Bo did not expect Joe Lingling to change the topic so quickly, blushing and nodding. When will this cousin of yours go back? Joe Lingling asked again. Li Bo glanced at Du Xiaoye who was playing with Daffy, and whispered back, it won't take more than a few days. Maybe she'll go back when she gets bored of staying in the countryside. Then do you like my type or Du Xiaoye's type? Joe Lingling raised her eyes and stared straight at Li Bo. What do you mean? Li Bo's little heart fluttered. What are you pretending to be stupid for? Joe Lingling held up, holding up her own breasts. Li Bo instantly understood. Joe Lingling had a good figure, especially this curvy one. Comparatively speaking, Du Xiaoye, although she was delicate and attractive, was a bit on the thin side. Li Bo didn't know how to answer, but was somewhat unable to control himself and looked towards that place of Joe Lingling. Where are you looking? Stinky shameless. Joe Lingling smiled and scolded. Then while Du Xiaoye in front didn't see it, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gave Li Bo a kiss on his face. With the fastest speed, she shrunk her neck back again. In this instant, Li Bo felt as if he was a man cheating on his wife. Feeling both nervous and shy, he was also excited at the same time. Silly. Joe Lingling blanked her again, before she contentedly quickened her pace and walked forward. There were quite a few people at the place where the billiards were played. The town's loiterers usually gathered here in groups. There were men and women, and some of them Li Bo still recognized. They were all his classmates in junior high school in the past. However, it seems that this moment is a flower has a master, dressed although not fashionable, but in the countryside in this kind of place but also enough eye-catching. Yo, isn't this the Earth Leopard Li Bo? Next to a few bare-chested youngsters, with cigarettes in their mouths, looked at Li Bo with slanted eyes. UTMD looking for death? Da Fei was not happy at the side, immediately broke his wrist and prepared to go over to beat people up. The other party stood up 5 or 6 at once. Zhou Lingling was a bit flustered. She would often come here to play, and knew that almost all of the hooligans from the nearby towns hung out here. They usually had to have a dozen or more people or even more just by greeting them. She was afraid that Li Bo would suffer. But at this moment, Du Xiaoye was excited, glaring and clenching her small fists, just waiting to start the fight. Have fun, don't fight. The owner of the billiard hall. It was said that he used to hang out in the road. Only after doing a few years in jail did he come back here to do a little business. The gangsters in the nearby towns all gave him face. The bare-chested male youths across the street didn't make a move, but they continued to sneer. I heard that your daughter-in-law was robbed by the Zhao Jinlong from your village. You're really a wimp. If I were you, I would still break Zhao Jinlong's legs, immediately next to someone to help. Just like him, not enough people a finger to pack. The first to speak that sedan chair is called Li Hongyun. Is Li Bo their last student has long since dropped out of school? In the past no less than in front of the school blocked the bullying him. Gathered around a lot of dilettantes, usually mix here, the air of arrogance. Daffy was ready to curse again, but was stopped by Li Bo. Li Bo is also not willing to fight in front of so many people. The fist again hard cannot always take this thing to talk. You don't wimp out. Let's play 2 games? Li Bo said lightly. Asterisk 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 me. Looking for abuse you? Li Hongyun immediately jumped down from the billiard case. He opened his mouth to mock. Can you do it? We are playing for money. $100 a game. If you can't afford to lose, get lost. $100 a game. Too small. How about we add a 0? You can add 2 if you want. Li Bo is now rich and powerful, and also has confidence in himself. When he was in school, Li Hongyun didn't bully him much, so he just took this opportunity to get his revenge. Isn't there a saying? It's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. Li Bo didn't think he was a gentleman, but since he caught up with him, he couldn't spoil his problems. Don't you have to pay taxes for bragging? Since you're looking for death, then I'll play with you. $1,000 a game. Whoever's ball finishes first will win. Li Hongyun was excited. Since dropping out of school, almost every day in this mix, he played billiards in the 8 townships. That is a number 1. As soon as he heard that someone $1,000 to bet a game, immediately surrounded over a lot of people. Hubby, go for it. Du Xiaoye was so excited that she had to jump and cheer for Li Bo. Those former classmates who had originally looked down on Li Bo a bit, immediately stared in surprise. Anyone can see, Du Xiaoye, this girl, no matter the dress or appearance, looks are absolutely city people. The most important thing was that she was too good looking. Such a little girl, actually shouting Li Bo's husband in front of so many people without blushing. The relationship between the two people was already self-evident. Li Bo's face was dark, but he soon felt a little proud. After all, so many envious and jealous eyes drifted over, making him feel a little floored as well. I'll let you start the ball first. Don't say that I'm bullying you. After Li Hongyun got someone to set up the ball, he deliberately pretended to be a bully. No need. It's better for you to go first. Li Bo carelessly took a pool cue. Does Li Bo have money to burn? I haven't seen him touch a billiard ball a few times since I've known him. Daffy was a little worried at the side. He wasn't afraid that Li Bo wouldn't be able to pay after he lost. The key is that he can't afford to lose this person. Zhou Lingling didn't say a word beside her. Looking at the confident Li Bo, she always felt that he could create a miracle. Chapter 63, Take off if you can't afford to lose. Li Hongyun kicked off and scored several consecutively. Seeing that he was going to win, he became more and more complacent. The only thing left was the last ball that didn't go in. Looking at Li Bo standing next to him, he began to taunt. You're finished. Can you get money out of your pocket? If you can't get the money, I won't agree. Li Bo lazily ignored him, mouthed with a cigarette, and then fiddled with the billiard cue inside his hand. A look at Li Bo, that posture, Dafei's face suddenly pulled down. This is not your home burning stick, which have so take. Li Bo, this posture is too amateur. Dafei hate to personally shave, but also know the rules here. All in the side dry anxious. Seeing Li Bo's posture like this, the other people beside him couldn't help but laugh, and they all felt that Li Bo would definitely lose. $1,000 is not a small amount of money. If you can get it out, it's okay. If you can't get it out, Li Hongyun can play him to death. Li Bo really can't. He wanted to play before, but he didn't have the money. But he has confidence. Billiards is all about precision and math. For Li Bo now, this is a piece of cake. Slightly lying down, low body, slightly clumsy with the fingertips on the pool cue, and then calculated a good angle, gently pushed forward. Splat. If he can score this ball, I'll eat the ball. Li Hongyun watched the ball fall into the pocket just as he finished his words from the side. do you keep your words? Daffy taunted from the side. Monkey doesn't count. The corner of Li Hongyun's eye twitched, thinking that Li Bo must have been a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible. Li Bo aligned the second ball again. Still a hole in one. The ball scored more and more. Li Hongyun's face became more and more ugly. Hubby, go for it. Only the last one left. If you win him, I'll serve you in bed tonight. Du Xiaoye was watching the fun, jumping and shouting. Many of the girls beside her blushed, and the youngsters and old bachelors were all envious. Zhou Lingling made a face and whispered a curse of shamelessness. Then Li Bo hit the ball and easily and happily won. Li Hongyun's lips were green. If scoring one bowling can be said to be blindfolded, but scoring all of them in a row is skill. Take the money. It's not like you can't afford to give it, right? Defei flaunted his power beside him. There were others following along beside him. Isn't it just $1,000? Can't I afford to give it? Li Hongyun Zhang Hong's face pulled out all of them, and finally got together $1,000, and slapped it on the counter with a snap. Dafei, take the money. Buy popsicles to eat in a while. Li Bo didn't even look at it and casually said, Deli. Daffy lurched over and picked up the money and counted it one by one. One more game. Our rules here require at least 5 games. Li Hongyun started to play rogue. This $1,000 is quite a lot of money for him, and his heart aches and his liver hurts. In his heart, he swore that he must win back the money, and most importantly, earn his face back. Okay, let's play 5 games today. Whoever runs away halfway is a grandson. Li Bo was not polite at all. It was his turn to tee off in this round. He didn't give Li Hongyun a chance, and closed the game with a single shot. Those people beside him looked straight in the eyes. They all marveled that they had never seen such a powerful person in so many years of playing billiards. They all boasted that Li Bo was a master, and definitely at the international level. Take the money. What are you waiting for? Daffy came up to Li Hongyun again, rubbing his fingers together, not to mention how pleased he was. Li Hongyun had no money left. Even if he was a countryside hooligan, he couldn't carry 10,000 or 80,000 in his pocket. $1,000 was already the limit. What? Can't afford to lose? I also don't know who just said that others are poor. Defei was very good at undermining people. Li Hongyun gritted his teeth. This game is owed first. Aren't there 3 more games? That won't do. According to the rules of our town, take off your clothes if you lose. Defei didn't know where to tell this rule. Li Hongyun was originally naked. If he really wanted to take it off, he could only take off his pants. This guy is worthy of being the #1 hooligan in the township. Took off. Next to those little girls one by one, all red-faced, twisted over. Du Xiaoye also on the side to make up? Really shameless. Such a big person still wear cartoon underwear. Li Hongyun gritted his teeth and kicked off the ball. Unluckily the last ball was not scored again, and by this moment we're already shivering a little. Li Bo did not let everyone down. A shot to collect. Ouch. This miserable it. Daffy came to Li Hongyun and narrowed his small eyes. Take it off, buddy. Let the big guys meet your little brother. The surrounding people immediately laughed, and the owner of the pool hall was also laughing next to him, holding his shoulders. UTMD looking for death. Li Hongyun couldn't tense up. Swinging up the pool cue, he directly smashed into Daffy's face. If this hit, it was estimated that Daffy would have to be disfigured. Maybe he would pass out on the spot. Daffy raised his arm to block, but Li Bo next to him was much faster than him. Not many people saw clearly how Li Bo did it. They just suddenly realized that Li Hongyun, who was originally standing on the ground, flew up, crossing over that one billiard case, and then flopping to the ground in a standard dog's poop stance, a face full of blood. Hit someone if you can't afford to lose? Is it a disgrace? Li Bo casually placed the pole on the billiard case with a mocking face. The feeling of revenge was just awesome. It was so cool. Everyone was impressed with Li Bo. That boss of the billiard hall also showed a hint of surprise on his face, as if he couldn't imagine that Li Bo was so skinny, but actually had such a good explosive power, as well as the speed of a kick, to send more than 100 pounds of people flying, which was not something that an ordinary person could do. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Li Hongyun climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about anyone. Immediately, he ordered the few gangsters under his hand to surround Li Bo. Hubby, go for it. Beat him up. Little pussy. Du Xiaoye followed the local customs and learned a mouthful of big ballast flavor. Li Bo almost didn't hold back his laughter. These few people in front of him were not even enough for Li Bo. Dafei didn't even have time to make a move next to him, and the people on the opposite side got down. One by one, they were all gray, including the one who rushed up again, Li Hongyun. His teeth were kicked out twice and he was rolling on the ground. Brothers, almost done. Don't make a scene. The owner of the billiard hall came over and stopped Li Bo, winking at him. Li Bo didn't want to make trouble, seeing that he couldn't play here either. Then he shook his hands and turned around. Let's go. Go somewhere else. Hubby, you're awesome. Du Xiaoye instantly jumped onto Li Bo's back from behind. Chapter 64 Golden Dragonfish. There should be a place for KTV at this moment, right? Daffy carried Li Bo won that $1,000. Joyful, shaking his head and tail all the way to shake. Go and take a look and then say. Li Bo lifted the girl Du Xiaoye off his back. When he came to the door of the KTV, he saw the boss Chen Shui smoking there, frowning, as if he had something on his mind. When she saw Li Bo come, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Little brother, why don't you come lately? Is it too much for me that the service is not thoughtful? Li Bo was a little embarrassed. Big sister, every time you come you don't charge me. How can I be good? It's okay, I have my own business. It doesn't cost much for you to sing and drink with me. I see that you're a good match. Let's make a friend. Chen Shui took a look at Li Bo's side with two beautiful girls. Her eyes became a little ambiguous, and she didn't get very close to Li Bo. After chatting for a few sentences, at this time, they heard someone shouting inside the hall. Boss, that golden dragonfish seems to be really not working. Come over and take a look. Chen Shui frowned after hearing this, patted Li Bo's shoulder and told him that he would arrange a private room for him in a while, then quickly walked in. What golden dragonfish? Ah, Daffy frowned. Do they still sell peanut oil here? You illiterate. Don't say you know me when you go out in the future. Li Bo had a look of disgust on his face and followed suit. A big red golden dragon was kept in the fish tank inside the hall. According to Li Bo's eyesight, although this golden dragon's pedigree is not particularly pure, it is definitely worth a lot. At least it must be worth $200,000 to $300,000 or even more. Doing business like to raise such a thing, attract wealth. Du Xiaoye, this girl is quite literate. In the side of the judgment said quite like. Little girl, do you know about fish too? Chen Shui turned her face sideways and looked at Du Xiaoye with a smile, her eyes a little strange. It was probably able to tell that Du Xiaoye was not from an ordinary family. I've seen it before, but it's much better than this, Du Xiaoye said with a natural look, not like she was intentionally bragging. At this moment that golden dragonfish had already gone belly up inside the fish tank, and it looked as if it was really about to hang up. What can we do? It doesn't matter if it's money or not, but this fish is a gift from a friend of mine. If the fish dies, how can I explain to people in the future? Chen Shui was a bit anxious and stomped her feet. Li Bo was a bit surprised. This fish is several $100,000. Casually someone gave Chen Shui. Looks like this female boss is really not simple. Looking at Chen Shui that anxious look, Li Bo walked up and whispered, I more or less understand a little. Why don't I help you look? What? Chen Shui was surprised, then became elated and nodded her head repeatedly. Don't touch it if you don't know how. Maybe the fish can come through on its own. If you touch it, you'll pay for it if it dies? Next to a person who seems to know something about the industry glared at Li Bo. Li Bo was not angry, came to the side of the fish tank, suddenly reached out to the edge of the fish tank position hard slap up. Crazy? The man was furious and reached out to push Li Bo, but with a gentle shake of Li Bo's shoulder, he directly felt a strong force rush over and staggered and fell to the ground on his butt. Off to the side. Chen Shui frowned and cursed, a trace of surprise flashing out among her eyes. After the golden dragon inside the fish tank was frightened by Li Bo, it tossed and turned inside the water, and suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large fishworm. It turned out to be choked by the fishworm, so it was half dead, now alive and kicking. The crowd all scared and marveled. Chen Shui was even more full of joy, and thanked him repeatedly. I can't imagine that you are really good at this. It's just a coincidence. Li Bo had a modest face. For this point of fault, he was naturally able to see it at a glance. Immediately afterward, he said, this fish and insects should be changed, and there are too many water plants inside this water, and the water is not changed often enough. Pay attention to these issues and there should be no more trouble. Chen Shui nodded her head repeatedly before instructing the waiter next to her. Remember? Do as Li Bo said. The waiter was beside him and hurriedly agreed. Chen Shui was happy and personally took Li Bo inside the reserved private room, which in the entire town, that could be considered as top preferential treatment. What kind of wine to drink? Tell the waiter at the door in a while. I'll have someone make you fruit plates to go. Chen Shui affectionately patted Li Bo's shoulder, then turned around and left with a smile on her face. You guys are so popular with women everywhere you go, and you don't spare any age. Zhou Lingling teased from the side. Li Bo grinned. Don't talk nonsense. He's a big boss. There was quite a lot of drinking in this meal. Daffy had already gotten drunk a long time ago, and by the end of the day, Li Bo hadn't had much to drink either. The worst thing was that Zhou Lingling and Du Xiaoye, the two girls who looked at each other with a bad eye, actually sparred for drinks. In the end, it can be bitter. Li Bo, a hand to support one, but also have to take care of Daffy. Do not a head into the ditch inside to go. It was not easy to send Daffy back to the internet cafe. Li Bo intends to drive Du Xiaoye back to the girl after slightly sobering up a bit. However, Zhou Lingling said at this time, you drank so much wine, It is not safe to drive at night. It is just that I have a place there. Today in my place to deal with a night. I and Du Xiaoye sleep in a bed. Li Bo didn't push back. He could vaguely guess that Zhou Lingling was afraid that Du Xiaoye had drunk too much wine and was taken advantage of by herself. In the end, for the sake of safety, he went to Zhou Lingling's place. Zhou Lingling has an old house in the town and usually lives by herself. Du Xiaoye has long been drunk to the point of unconsciousness. After taking off his shoes, he fell asleep with his head stuck into the pillow. Li Bo in the other room smoked 2 cigarettes, also a little dazed, but just as he was about to fall asleep, he realized that the door was quietly pushed open. Zhou Lingling came in. Her small face was flushed with a few moments of drunkenness. What are you doing? Li Bo subconsciously tugged at the blanket on his body. Don't you know what I'm trying to do? Aren't you also thinking? Zhou Lingling was passionate like fire. Everything was watertight. Li Bo felt like his spring had really come. The sudden kind. When he woke up on the morning of the second day, Zhou Lingling had already gotten up a long time ago, but when she saw Li Bo, her eyes were obviously shy and ambiguous, and her legs were a little uncoordinated when she walked. He was about to take the 2 big beauties to have breakfast and then go back to the village. The phone rang. The one who called was Uncle Zhao. The tone was urgent. Li Bo, you hurry back. What is the situation in the ground? Li Bo also heard some anxious. Too late to ask more questions. Pulling Du Xiaoye ran to the side of the car. 10 minutes later, the car was parked directly on the edge of the wasteland. The village people have come. Chapter 65, The Fuss. Everyone was looking at the various vegetables in the field with bated breath. Their mouths were so wide open that they were able to stuff a whole egg into them. Li Bo saw such a situation and sighed in relief. Some complaints. Uncle, this person how so old still tied hoo-hoo. He thought what happened. However, Li Bo seems to be a commonplace thing. In the eyes of the villagers this is simply a miracle. After half a lifetime, who have not seen such a thing. Just planted in the ground in the head of the seed. This moment is already growing lush. Look at this situation will not take long. Directly can blossom and bear fruit, and even some can already be picked. Li Bo, where did you buy the seeds from? Zhao Dahai came to the front of Li Bo, staring and asking. The seeds are the usual ones, except that I unintentionally obtained a formula for fertilizer. Li Bo could only explain this way now, and told the villagers that it would be best not to publicize it outside for a short period of time, so as not to cause an uproar. Quietly and silently put the money into the pocket. This is the right thing to do. Vegetable land here has been almost regularized, according to Li Bo's conception, to build a fence around. At the same time, when the climate cools down, start building greenhouses. We must build this place into a real farm. The seashore was also almost finished, and there was a large amount of seafood produced every day. The hotel contacted a few customers who came to buy seafood, saying that they would arrive in the next 2 days. Li Bo was not in a hurry. Anyway, the seafood in the sea grows bigger and bigger. At noon, Du Xiaoye accompanied Li Bo inside the courtyard to eat and drink, talking excitedly about going to the beach in the afternoon to swim. Li Bo agreed vaguely, always feeling a bit distracted. Li Bo, it's not good. Before the meal was finished, he heard someone shouting outside. Li Bo frowned, thinking about the recent villagers. This is what is wrong with them. They like to make a fuss over nothing. What's wrong? Li Bo put down his chopsticks and didn't take it too seriously. There are several cars parked outside the village, all high-class sedans, saying they are here to look for you. It doesn't look like those guys are any good. They are all fierce. The villager who came to report the news was sweating profusely, with a bit of worry in his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Dahai also brought people to run. Li Bo, tell me the truth. Did you cause trouble outside recently? Forget it. Let's not ask. Hurry up and find a place to hide. I'll find someone to cover it. Li Bo felt more and more puzzled. He did provoke others in the town, but they were all some rare and ordinary smelly hooligans. The key was that these smelly hooligans didn't dare to brazenly come to the village to cause trouble, and they couldn't afford to drive a luxury car. I'm not causing trouble, and I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. If someone really comes to find me in trouble, I can't let the villagers take the heat for me. Li Bo went straight out without saying a word. Sure enough, he found quite a few people gathered at the entrance of the village, as if they were about to fight. Li Bo immediately sped up and ran over. He found that there were a few young men in suits who were pushing and shoving with the villagers. Each of them was tall and agile, although the villagers at the head of the village were slightly tougher, but they were not their opponents. What's going on? Li Bo rushed over and directly raised his hand to put down 2 people. Immediately, the attention of these few people was drawn to him. You are Li Bo? Where did you hide the person? Hurry up and hand it over. The guy who had just been put down and seemed to be the leader of the group climbed up from the ground, baring his teeth and about to make a move. The villagers swarmed up and wanted to help, but were stopped by Li Bo, who was afraid that his fists and feet would not be able to hurt these people for no reason. What the hell do you guys want? I am Li Bo. I don't know how to provoke you guys? Li Bo was also puzzled at this moment. These people looked like they were all from the city. He had never provoked them before. Less pretending. Where is our family, Missy? The other party spoke viciously and rushed over once again. What big miss? Li Bo had a flash of light in his mind, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Punching and kicking the opposite side of these several people all pushed down to the ground. If you have something to say, if you really want to make a move, you guys are still far from it. Li Bo twisted his head to look behind him, only to realize that this girl Du Xiaoye did not follow him. Usually this niece is a thief and likes to watch the fun. Encountered a fight. That is certainly the first to rush forward. Have to see clearly. Today is strange. The silhouette is missing. You're dead. Hurry up and say, where did our family Missy go? In front of these people fell to the ground. The mouth also kept yelling. The villagers next to them rushed over to kick 2 feet, but Li Bo roared, "Don't move!" Then looking at the people who fell to the ground, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you here to look for Du Xiaoye?" Li Bo had almost figured it out. The truth was really like this. These few people who fell on the ground, as soon as they heard of Du Xiaoye's name, their eyes turned red, and they had to get up and continue to fight with Li Bo. Immediately after being put down again, Li Bo was all pissed off at this moment. "Don't struggle. Du Xiaoye ran over to me on her own to have fun. She stayed in our village quite well, and the big guys treated her well. If you guys are here to pick someone up, wouldn't you just say it properly? Thinking that this is some place, running here to play rough, isn't this looking for death?" Li Bo thought. Since this group of people came to find Du Xiaoye, it would be a good thing instead. Pick up this little girl back and save the trouble. What's more, people are all together. They can't be too rude in their own hands. Otherwise they would have broken their legs long ago with this strength. You less sophistry, clearly as you abducted over. Hurry to hand over the people. Hearing this, Li Bo felt that things were not quite right, and it was really as he feared the most. Du Xiaoye's family took Li Bo as a bad guy. This was something that could not be washed away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Where is Du Xiaoye? Where is the person? Li Bo shouted at the top of his voice without any good breath. After a while, Du Xiaoye was reluctantly pushed over by a few villagers. "Missy, are you alright?" A few young men struggled to get up from the ground, all of them grimy, but after seeing Du Xiaoye, they were obviously quite happy and respectful. Du Xiaoye, however, pulled a long face and said in a very dissatisfied manner, "How did you guys find me? I just want to spend a few normal days. Can't I do that? Hurry back. When the summer vacation is over, I will naturally go back as well." "Missy, are you being threatened by Li Bo?" "It's okay, I'll call someone right away." Chapter 66, Mind Your Business. The men who were in a sorry state in front of him called out with a mouthful of Missy, and told Du Xiaoye, "Then they have another group of people to come." Warning Li Bo, do not pretend. Retribution will soon come. Li Bo is completely depressed. The other party has made a big deal. I do not know whether the police, if the police are brought in, I'm afraid I'll have to go in again. So he could only look at Du Xiaoye with a slightly resentful expression. All of it was caused by this girl Du Xiaoye. "Don't worry, I will explain clearly. No matter what is said, I won't go with them." Du Xiaoye patted her barren little chest and assured Li Bo, a look of righteousness. It was Li Bo who was filled with skepticism, always feeling that this was not reliable. "Kid, if you are sensible, wash your neck and wait for death. Dare to abduct our family's Missy, you will immediately know what is called retribution." The one leading the group was still very rude to Li Bo. Seeing that the villagers surrounded and wanted to fight again, Li Bo hurriedly waved his hand. "Say less. I'm afraid that before your people come, you guys are going to be killed first." Turning around and looking at Du Xiaoye, he advised, "I don't think it's possible. You just go back with them first. Big deal. I'll go to the city to see you later when I have time." Du Xiaoye frowned. "Do you think I can't see the perfunctory emotion in your sentence? Don't lie to me. Just because I have small breasts doesn't mean I don't have enough intelligence." Li Bo had a headache for a while and simply took Du Xiaoye back to his own yard. Those few men wanted to follow, but they were stopped by the villagers, and in the end, they could only guard the entrance of the village. Li Bo did not know what else would come next, but told the villagers that if they found any outsiders, they should notify him at the first time. Back in the courtyard, Li Bo sighed inside, fretting all the time, but Du Xiaoye, the girl, acted as if nothing had happened, and cheerfully moved a stool out from the head of the house. "What are you doing?" Li Bo asked in an unfavorable manner. Du Xiaoye didn't care about him, put the stool under the peach tree, and then stepped on it to pick peaches. Only then did Li Bo realize that the peach had grown 2 circles larger than his own fist. It was ripe. Li Bo ran over and carried Du Xiaoye, who had climbed onto the stool trembling, down. Frightened, Du Xiaoye screamed and blushed as she wrapped her arms around Li Bo's neck. "You scared me to death." Exasperated, she stretched out her small pink fist and knocked Li Bo's shoulder one after another. Li Bo hurriedly moved his hand from Du Xiaoye's tender butt and placed the person on the ground. He opened his mouth and said, "Auntie, in the future, don't move around and climb up to the room. You are a big lady in the city. In case if you get hurt here and rub some skin, then your family won't be able to come and tear my bones apart." Du Xiaoye frowned. "Don't speak in a gloomy manner. I don't know why they are looking for me. Anyway, this time I won't leave no matter what. If not, I will cry, make trouble and hang myself." Li Bo could not cry. He felt that Du Xiaoye had learned from some of the women comrades in the village. When she first came here, she didn't act like this. She would play rogue and splash around. Li Bo felt a little sorry for this girl's parents. "Hurry up and pick peaches for me to eat. It smells quite fragrant." Du Xiaoye instantly changed her face again, with an expectant look. "I also don't know what kind of brain circuit you girl has." Li Bo stood under the peach tree with a black face, then stood on his tiptoes and picked the biggest one, getting heavy inside his hand. He first put it under his nose and smelled it, and the rich spiritual chi immediately drifted out towards the surroundings. Although there is a big gap with the one he picked up in the vegetable cellar, Li Bo can still tell that this peach is definitely not ordinary. The spiritual chi contained within it could be many times denser than those vegetables that he had cultivated with spiritual liquid. "Give it to me." Du Xiaoye tugged on Li Bo's arm vigorously. "Didn't you say that the ones I planted are rotten peaches and you don't want to eat them?" Li Bo raised his eyebrows. "Cut the nagging. When did I say something so assholish? You must have misremembered." Du Xiaoye looked like I never lie. Li Bo sighed, rubbed the peach casually in his palm and handed it to the little girl. "Whimper." Du Xiaoye opened her mouth and took a bite, then cried out in surprise. "What's going on? I didn't even chew it. I just swallowed it. It tastes really good." That peach had caught up to half the size of Du Xiaoye's face, and in the blink of an eye, she let this girl destroy it all. The remaining peach kernel was ready to be thrown away, but it was snatched by Li Bo as if it was a treasure. Li Bo also ate one. Really, as Du Xiaoye said, a bite did not wait to chew it. Directly into the juice, sent into the throat, and all the body comfortable. In this instant, Li Bo realized that his body seemed to be a few points lighter and stronger. This thing is definitely not comparable to the golden pill, but it has a better effect of strengthening the body. If it can be planted in large quantities, it will make a lot more money than selling vegetables. Li Bo excitedly counted the peaches on the tree. No more, no less, just 49. The ripe ones were already more than half. He picked a few off with his hands and prepared to send them to Uncle Zhao's house. This is a good thing to let Uncle Zhao's family taste, but he has to take back the peach kernels. Just ready to go out, Zhao Yaro stood in the doorway. The look on her face was a bit odd, and she opened her mouth to say, "I can't believe that you really let me guess. Du Xiaoye, this girl is really the one that you brought back?" Joking tone, but it still made Li Bo depressed for a while. "It's already this time. You shouldn't joke. Then how exactly do you plan to deal with this matter? I heard that they still have people coming. The guys outside are waiting in the car as well." Zhao Yaro looked at Du Xiaoye inside. Then she was attracted by the peaches in Li Bo's arms. "The peaches you planted are ripe?" A few minutes later, Zhao Yaro also ate an immortal peach, and after eating it, she had a face of delight and surprise. "I've never eaten such a good fruit before. Why do I feel like my body is light as well?" Zhao Yaro's small face was flushed. "I told you a long time ago, this peach is not an ordinary variety. These two you take back to your parents to taste, but remember to bring me back the peach kernel." Li Bo Das Fong Fong got to hand the peaches to Zhao Yaro. Zhao Yaro was touched for a while, but still quickly ran home. At this time, Du Xiaoye dawdled to Li Bo's side, looking as if she had something to say. Li Bo frowned and asked, "What? Haven't eaten enough?" Chapter 67, This peach really smells good. While talking, Li Bo turned around and prepared to pick another one. He still loved this girl Du Xiaoye. She felt like his own sister. "No." Du Xiaoye's face was touched. Then she reached out and pulled Li Bo to the center of the courtyard and sat down. For the first time, she collapsed her small face, revealing some worry. "Although I don't know who exactly will come this time, but just now that group of bodyguards said that there are quite a few more people. I'm afraid of causing trouble for you." Du Xiaoye spoke softly. "If you don't want to, no one can force you to take you away. But being a human being can't be too capricious." Li Bo shook his head and just prepared to open up a couple of sentences, with the purpose of letting Du Xiaoye go back honestly. "I didn't expect." This girl only heard the first half of the sentence, immediately jumped up, an arm around Li Bo's neck, happily shouted, "You said anyone can't force me to take away. You have to count what you say, or else you'll die and turn into a bastard. I throw you a lung." Li Bo burst into lamentation, feeling that what he had just said was purely redundant. At noon, someone really came. Li Bo received a call from the villagers. In the phone inside the villagers described came a few more luxurious car, and seems to have a middle-aged woman. "Looks quite beautiful. It can't be my mom coming, right?" Du Xiaoye was also a bit flustered at this time. "Come with me to meet. If you don't show up, people will definitely think that I really did something to you." Li Bo couldn't help but yank Du Xiaoya's hand and headed in the direction of the village entrance. The villagers followed Li Bo's orders and did not stop. At this moment, a middle-aged beautiful young woman, surrounded by 7 or 8 attendants, was walking forward anxiously. That beautiful young woman looks like 40 years of age, but the quite good skin and face compared to the actual age to be younger, at least 7 or 8 years. She was dressed appropriately, showing her noble temperament, and her features were a bit similar to Du Xiaoya. Xiao Yu. After the woman saw Du Xiaoya, her face revealed a few moments of joy and accelerated her speed, while those people beside her were brushing their icy gazes on Li Bo in unison, looking like they were about to punch someone at any time. Behind this group of people followed 2 middle-aged men, who likewise sped up their pace. Du Xiaoya was not capricious this time, and honestly walked forward a few steps tighter and called out to her mom, "Go back with me." The middle-aged beautiful woman pulled Du Xiaoya's hand, and some reproachful colors appeared on her face. "I'm not going back. I'm not happy staying at home after I go back. I might as well be here." Du Xiaoya turned back to look at Li Bo as if seeking help. Only at this moment did that middle-aged beautiful woman raise her face to survey Li Bo. Feeling that gaze scrutinizing from his mother-in-law, Li Bo felt a pang of discomfort all over his body and could only awkwardly show a few smiles. "You are that Li Bo, the netizen that this girl Xiaoyu came all the way to meet is you?" The middle-aged beautiful woman opened her mouth to speak, with the kind of softness unique to the South. It sounded pleasant to the ear, but the tone of voice carried a reproach. Li Bo can understand. After all, Du Xiaoya, this girl is 1,000 gold miss, came all the way to find himself. Her family will inevitably suspect that Du Xiaoya was tempted by compulsion. Bringing so many people here and not directly beating herself up with their hands was already quite polite. "It was me who ran here on my own. It has nothing to do with Li Bo." Du Xiaoya snatched the answer from the side. "I didn't ask you." The middle-aged beauty glared at Du Xiaoya with a slightly reproachful look and tightly pulled the little girl's hand, as if she was afraid that she would run away again if she didn't pay attention. "Can I go to your house to take a look?" The woman suddenly made such a request. Li Bo hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. The surrounding villagers gathered more and more to say anything. It was estimated that this middle-aged beautiful woman was taking care of her face. "Do not want to say such a thing in front of so many people." Li Bo walked in front, heard the middle-aged woman. His lowered voice asked Du Xiaoya, "You two have nothing, right?" Li Bo immediately turned red. Of course he knew what this middle-aged beautiful woman was concerned about. "Mom, where are you thinking? Do you think I'm like you adults? Thinking about those nasty things all day long?" Du Xiaoya's voice was clear and crisp. Li Bo quietly turned back to look. That middle-aged beautiful woman blushed, ranting and gently pinched on Du Xiaoya's girl's small face, smilingly scolded. "Nonsense what? I'm not concerned about you. Afraid you'll be fooled?" Li Bo was also a little depressed in his heart, thinking, does he look so much like a bad guy? So much so that it made this middle-aged beautiful woman so uneasy. "You two live together?" The middle-aged beautiful woman came to the courtyard, and after understanding the general situation, her face became a little ugly. "It's 2 different rooms," Li Bo hurriedly explained, but he found that the several bodyguard-like people who came with the middle-aged beauty woman, the look on their faces became even colder, especially the man who had been following closely. He was even more foolish, and could make a move at any time. Li Bo really wasn't afraid to make a move. He just didn't want to get into trouble with Du Xiaoya's family. These few bodyguards in front of him were all tough characters, completely different from the ones who had just injured him outside the village. If they really made a scene, the result would definitely not be pretty. "Li Bo, there were many people outside just now, so I didn't ask much. Now you tell me honestly, was it you who hooked Du Xiaoya up to come here? What kind of intentions do you have?" The middle-aged beauty's face became grave all of a sudden. At a glance, one could tell that it was usually very prestigious. Li Bo's heart was also a bit unpleasant at this moment. Since Du Xiaoya, this girl came, that is to think of all kinds of preferential treatment. They hold in the palm of the hand for fear of falling, contained in the mouth for fear of melting. Never have non-thirsty thoughts. The most important thing is that this girl is their own direct run without greeting. Drive away. But Li Bo did not want to be too wordy, not willing to hurt Du Xiaoya's heart. In the end, he also just said, "I can assure you that I didn't know that Du Xiaoya is $1,000 miss, and that I didn't do anything to apologize to this girl within these few days. Can you say that to be believed? Warning, you better honestly cooperate with the questions or else break your legs." The man next to the middle-aged beauty flashed out and stared viciously into Li Bo's eyes. Li Bo had seen this demeanor of his a long time ago, so he coldly replied back, "If you want to fight, you don't need to find so many reasons. As for who breaks whose legs, that's not certain yet. I think you are looking for death." The man was furious, and this was ready to make a move. Chapter 68. Not a place for you to be arrogant. "Don't do it." Du Xiaoya suddenly broke free from the middle-aged beauty's hand at this time, then stopped the man. Li Bo's heart was touched for a moment, knowing that Du Xiaoya was afraid of being hurt. He knew that Du Xiaoye was afraid of getting hurt. At this time, Du Xiaoye said, "You definitely can't beat him. The one who wants to break his leg is definitely you. I lost your lungs." Li Bo was almost about to explode. He really couldn't tell whether Du Xiaoye was helping him or deliberately trying to trap him. Also said 2 sentences will be able to ease the contradiction. Now by Du Xiaoye this full of flirting and sarcastic words a stimulus. The opposite side of the man must be to do it. Sure enough, the man's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Missy, leave this matter alone. It's better to let me solve it. This kid will definitely not be honest without a beating." The middle-aged beautiful woman beside her also seemed to be a little hesitant to stop this strife. But once she saw Li Bo's bland look, she was also a little annoyed. So she didn't care. The man bypassed Du Xiaoye, then walked over towards where Li Bo was, taking off the suit jacket he was wearing, revealing the solid muscle lines inside. At a glance, one could tell that there had to be at least a 10 or 20 years of workout base. The muscles on his body were like iron. "Kid, it's been a while since I've fought someone. Do you know what that was because of?" the middle-aged man asked coldly. Li Bo raised his eyebrows. "Is that because you are afraid of getting beaten up?" Those villagers who were guarding the entrance to watch the fun couldn't help but burst out laughing. On the one hand, they came here to watch the fun, but in fact, they were mainly afraid that Li Bo would be bullied by others. At least here is the Zhao family, and now Li Bo in the villagers' hearts and minds of the weight and status, has long exceeded the village head, will not allow him to let others to the group beating. Only Li Bo has not let the villagers into the courtyard. He wanted to solve the conflict himself. The middle-aged man was so angry that he was about to explode, and coldly returned another sentence. "That's because when I make a move the other party will either die or be maimed. And at my age I won't be as cruel as before. But today is different. Either you honestly kneel here and tell us what happened and apologize. Maybe you can keep your dog's life. Or you will have to suffer today pain and torture that you can't even imagine in your life." Li Bo still raised his eyebrows with a couldn't care less expression. "Man, you're eloquent, but after all is said and done, do you want to fight or not?" Du Xiaoye shouted from the opposite side, holding her voice again. "Fight him, clean up this turtle grandson." I don't know who I was cursing, but this mouthful of local dialect made that middle-aged beautiful woman shiver with anger. The middle-aged man hooked his finger at Li Bo. The joints on his body crackled and popped, manifesting explosive power. "You're letting me make the first move? Then I'll be impolite." Li Bo had a flirtatious smile on his face. "You won't have a chance once I make my move." As he spoke, Li Bo directly rushed forward. The speed was so fast that everyone could not distinguish it clearly. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was experienced in fighting and had decades of experience, he had never thought that this kid in front of him possessed inhuman strength. It was really just one move. The middle-aged man just subconsciously made a defensive stance. Then he felt that his elbow was struck, and his entire body lost its balance and spun around twice before falling to the ground. The crowd was astonished for a moment and could almost be considered dumbfounded. They all knew that this guy was strong and powerful, having won several black market boxing championships, and had never said anything about personal one-on-one combat. But it was such a tough guy who didn't even last a single punch in front of a country boy, and didn't even have a chance to counterattack. This was also too scary. "Hubby, you're too good," Du Xiaoye shouted and jumped. Li Bo's face instantly darkened. That middle-aged beauty's face also darkened. "What did you just shout at him? Do you know what your status is? Do you still want some face?" This was a complete misunderstanding. Li Bo couldn't wait to find a piece of tape to seal Du Xiaoye's pretty little mouth. It was already difficult to get rid of the suspicion, but now it's just like falling down a well. Du Xiaoye was also too lazy to explain, and snorted coldly. "The two of us have nothing. Do you think I will believe that? If this kid really did something to you, I won't spare him." The middle-aged beauty glanced at the henchman who was being helped up from the ground. She picked up the phone, but in the end, she didn't dial the number and just raised her face once more to look at Li Bo. "You still have one last chance to confess, and I'm not an unreasonable person. It's just that what should be punished must be punished." The middle-aged beautiful woman's tone gradually became grave. Perhaps because she was too angry, she suddenly frowned, then reached out to hold her head, threatening to fall at any time. Du Xiaoye immediately became nervous and hurriedly ran over to assist. Li Bo was also very understanding and found a chair from the courtyard and handed it over. The bodyguard brought by the middle-aged beautiful woman took the chair in a hurry and helped the woman to sit down. At the same time, another middle-aged man who was originally standing at the end came up and directly reached out to take her pulse. "Even going out with a doctor? This recipe is big enough." Li Bo sighed in admiration in his heart. In fact, he was able to see that this middle-aged woman's disease was an old one. Once she was angry and on fire. She was prone to migraines, and the pain was more severe than others. "Ma'am, don't get too excited. Take this meditation pill." The middle-aged man pulled out a small medicine bottle from the side of his own bosom, and then took out a blackish pill. a unique medicinal odor immediately came out. The smell was very unpleasant. Li Bo finally couldn't bear to look at it and hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said, "Big sister, this thing can't be eaten more, but it can temporarily alleviate the situation. But eating it for a long time won't do much good to your body." The middle-aged woman raised her head in surprise, and then her eyes carried a bit of annoyance. "What do you call me?" The others around them also looked odd. Li Bo scratched his forehead. He dryly laughed twice. "I also know that if it's according to seniority, I have to call you an aunt, but you're really too young, so it's awkward to call you an aunt." The middle-aged woman seriously suspected that Li Bo's kid was deliberately trying to curry favor with himself, but these words really sounded good to her ears, and even her headache was alleviated by a few points. "You also know medicine?" The middle-aged man who took his pulse looked at Li Bo with some curiosity. Li Bo nodded. "A little bit of knowledge. However, big sister, I can cure this disease." Chapter 69, Come, have a peach. "What did you say?" This time the middle-aged beauty was also surprised. "You're bragging. Do you know what kind of disease the lady has?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly as he looked at Li Bo. It looked like he was originally a pretty good-tempered person as well. If it was someone else, he probably should have opened his mouth directly to reprimand. "Migraine. Looking at this look, it is estimated to have a history of about 10 years. It hurts especially bad when I'm angry. And because the lady was born with a special physique, so it can only be conditioned or alleviated. It can't be cured." Relying on his eyesight and the knowledge he possessed, Li Bo directly described it in a burst. The more he said, the more heart-stricken that middle-aged man became, his mouth wide open. Everything Li Bo said was right. "You were able to judge the condition just by taking a look from afar?" The voice was filled with incredulity. "I've learned this before. It's not difficult for me. And big sister's illness, as long as the right medicine is prescribed, it can be cured immediately," Li Bo said with a mouthful of big sister without blushing. The middle-aged beautiful woman on the opposite side, however, blushed and coughed gently. "You'd better change your name. You haven't finished what's going on between you and Xiao Yu." The middle-aged beautiful woman was somewhat skeptical if Li Bo was deliberately changing the topic. The middle-aged man beside her had a lot of questions to ask, but in the end, he didn't dare to interrupt, nor did he give the medicine in his hand to the other party. This was because he knew that this medicine really had side effects, just as Li Bo said, which the middle-aged beauty woman also knew. "It's easy to make our matter clear, but I'm afraid that you won't believe it." As soon as Li Bo saw that the middle-aged beauty woman's face had eased, he directly turned to the corner position and reached out to pick a peach. "Come, there's nothing to entertain you when you arrive in the village. Have a peach." Li Bo smiled and handed the peach to the middle-aged beauty woman with both hands. "Are you kidding? Our lady hasn't seen anything. Would she care about a broken peach from you?" A bodyguard beside her spoke coldly. However, at this time, when she was originally feeling a bit embarrassed, the middle-aged woman was attracted by the tantalizing fragrance emanating from the peach. She reached out and picked it up. Then in front of everyone, her red lips lightly opened and took a small bite. "Yeah, really fragrant." The middle-aged beauty originally had a dignified and calm demeanor, but after eating the first bite it was completely uncontrollable. Blink of an eye so big, a peach all eaten in. Itching to put the hands of the peach juice are also a piece of suction. Looking at Li Bo are hungry. Du Xiaoye on the side was smiling and teasing. "Mom, don't lick it. If you really want to eat it, I'll let Li Bo pick another one for you." "No, no need." The middle-aged beauty blushed and glared at Du Xiaoye. Her men had already handed over a towel, wiping her hands as well as the corners of her mouth. The middle-aged beauty woman had a look of amazement on her face. At this moment, she was really a bit embarrassed to go back to scold Li Bo for seducing Du Xiaoye. After all, there wasn't much evidence until now. Merely suspicion. "You just said that you can cure my mom's disease. Is that true?" Du Xiaoye looked at Li Bo with a smile, most concerned about this matter. "I said that, and it's already cured." Li Bo had a smile on his face. "What?" The middle-aged beautiful woman was once again surprised, and then realized that her head really didn't hurt anymore, and after eating this peach, she was so refreshed that she didn't have any illnesses anymore. "Madam, let me take your pulse." The Chinese medicine practitioner next to her reached out and put his hand on the wrist of the middle-aged beauty, and a moment later his eyes were wide open. With a stupefied look on his face, he opened his mouth and said, "Ma'am, this body of yours right now can be healthier than a 16 or 17-year-old girl, not to mention the migraine, even that." Said here to stop talking, not to say? But the middle-aged beautiful woman blushed. "Ahem, I can feel that this body of mine is quite light and fast. It really seems like I am back in my teenage years." The two people were talking to themselves. Du Xiaoye quietly blinked at Li Bo, also did not expect things to change like this. "Thanks a lot. No matter what, I can't eat this peach of yours for nothing." The middle-aged beautiful woman turned her face and glanced towards the position in the corner. She wasn't stupid. Of course she knew that this peach wasn't a mortal product, Otherwise how could it be so tasty and cure her chronic illness after eating it? But again, she was too embarrassed to say, spend money to buy it or something like that. After all, she came here to raise an offense. If you want to spend money to buy, I am sure that I will not sell. After all, there is only such a one, and you also saw the long fruit is not much. Li Bo knew what the other party was thinking in his heart, so he immediately jumped the gun. The middle-aged beautiful woman and also the Chinese doctor, both had a disappointed look on their faces. However, immediately after that, Li Bo added, for the sake of my acquaintance with Du Xiaoye, I can send you one, but it's limited to your family members and cannot be transferred to others. The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded her head repeatedly, and expressed her desire to give money. Forget about the money, this thing is priceless if you want to pay for it. Li Bo had a calm and collected face, then striking the iron while it was hot, he added, there is really innocence between Du Xiaoye and I. This kind brother who followed you here, must be good at medicine, and it's not that difficult to tell whether a girl is a virgin or not, right? Li Bo said this sentence. The middle-aged man on the opposite side nodded his head repeatedly. The beautiful woman's face was a little red, not expecting Li Bo to be so direct. Du Xiaoye beamed, none of you believe me? Even if you guys can't trust Li Bo, you shouldn't doubt me. A face of sultriness. Li Bo was about to explode with anger. On what grounds do you suspect me? I'm a righteous man. What have I done to you in the past 2 days? Don't you know? The two were on the verge of quarreling, making it look like a quarrel between two young couples. The middle-aged beautiful woman and the group of bodyguards behind her, each looked oddly. Alright, in order to reassure Grandpa and Madam, you'd better let me take a look. Missy, that Chinese doctor looked at Du Xiaoye very casually. Eventually Du Xiaoye reluctantly stretched out her arm. The herbalist seemed to have come prepared and took out another small jar from her body and then dotted a little bit of red stuff on Du Xiaoye's arm, wiping it with a wet cloth. It was found that the red mark was always as bright as ever. By this moment the Chinese doctor had a satisfied look on his face, then nodded at the middle-aged beauty, who was obviously relieved as well. Even this method, what kind of family is this? Li Bo could see the principle of this technique of the other party, but see through it without saying anything. More and more curious. Du Xiaoye, this bratty little girl, in the end what family this time should always believe me, right? Du Xiaoye was high and mighty, and took this opportunity to slip next to Li Bo again. It looks like she really doesn't intend to leave. Chapter 70. Do you think I lack money? Just let me spend my summer vacation comfortably. There's only 10 more days left. I'll go back after the summer vacation. Du Xiaoye beamed a cute mouth. The middle-aged beautiful woman, very hesitant. However, she was already quite at ease with Li Bo's character. Finally sighing, she spoke to Li Bo. Can I have a word with you? Li Bo nodded, then followed the middle-aged beautiful woman back inside her house. First, she knowingly poured a cup of tea for the other party. This tea of yours is very fragrant. The middle-aged beautiful woman seemed to understand this aspect as well, and didn't dislike the roughness of that teacup, but instead praised the flavor. Of course it smelled good. This tea was picked by Li Bo from the nearby mountains according to the records in the 100 Herb Secret Record, and it was fried with special techniques. There was nothing this good on the market. It's good that you don't mind. Bo stood across from him politely. No matter what, this was an elder. The look on the middle-aged beauty's face eased up quite a bit again. Sit down. At the beginning, we did suspect that Du Xiaoye was hoodwinked by others to come here, and according to the information I got, it says that you are not well regarded in this village. What? Li Bo instantly furrowed his eyebrows. Those who still wanted to say bad things about him in the village nowadays, that couldn't be picked out. If it wasn't that the middle-aged beautiful woman was lying, then it was that someone in the village was trying to trap him. At the risk of asking, where did you get this information from? Li Bo didn't hold back and opened his mouth to inquire. The middle-aged beautiful woman also felt that she was being lied to, so she frowned and didn't say. It seems like it's someone called Zhao Fugue. That's what the people under me said. Li Bo smiled. Should have guessed it was that old man. No wonder he has been smiling sinisterly since yesterday when he saw himself. It turns out that it has been holding bad water for a long time. Today this revenge must be avenged. Li Bo tried his best to suppress the fire in his heart and smiled at the middle-aged beautiful woman. Zhao Fugue is the mayor of our village, and I have always had a conflict with me. I won't say anything else. So that's how it is. This kind of person is really abominable. I almost misunderstood. You and my precious daughter. Turn around, I will let him have a long cure lesson. The middle-aged beautiful woman deliberately said this to Li Bo, wanting to probe Li Bo's meaning. She was able to see that Li Bo was very angry. Li Bo nodded. This kind of person should indeed be taught a good lesson. He then brushed aside the topic. You can rest assured that Xiao Yu is here with me. When the summer vacation is over, I will return her half a hair to your hands. The middle-aged beauty woman also revealed a hint of a smile. I don't know why. Since the first time I saw you, I felt especially kind. I can tell that you are not a bad person. After saying that, the middle-aged beauty woman fished out a check from her body. This is what I just prepared. Feel free to fill in the numbers on it. It was really a big deal. Li Bo, however, frowned, a little unhappy. What do you mean by this? Do you think I lack money? The middle-aged beautiful woman hurriedly explained. I just want to give Xiaoyu living expenses. Besides, I can't let you cure me for nothing. I don't mean anything else. Li Bo waved his hand. I can still afford Xiaoyu's living expenses. We country people are always simple. Not everything needs to be solved with money. This reaction and approach of Li Bo made the middle-aged beauty woman's impression of him a few points better. The woman was able to see that Li Bo was also a smart person. I believe that I know what this check represents, but even so, the person still refused. The middle-aged beautiful woman thought of the peach tree inside her yard. I'm afraid that this kind of superb fruit can be casually picked and sold for $1 million or $800,000. How could there be a lack of money to keep such a peach tree? Moreover, the middle-aged woman just saw, although Li Bo dressed plain, the yard is relatively simple, but the door is parked to hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars, and the villagers seem to be very polite to Li Bo. Combined, all the circumstances show that this Li Bo is not an ordinary person. In the end, the middle-aged beautiful woman took the check back and apologized again and again, then turned around and walked out. In that case, this girl will trouble you to take care of her. The villagers that Li Bo and Du Xiaoye had linked up with sent the middle-aged beauty woman and the others all the way to the entrance of the village. The middle-aged beauty woman pulled Du Xiaoye again and urged her for a long time before she turned around and got into the car. Take this with you. Li Bo handed over a pocket containing peaches. The middle-aged beauty woman thanked her profusely, her face showing a delighted look. Then while Li Bo was approaching over, she whispered, my people will go back later. There are some things that need to be taken care of. Li Bo immediately understood the other party's meaning, and a smile appeared on his face. The car had already taken off. While the villagers were talking and speculating about Du Xiaoye's true identity, some people even directly rumored that it was someone's old mother-in-law who rushed back from the city to see her aunt. Although her face did not look good when she came, she was all smiles when she left. Li Bo didn't bother to explain. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly. Du Xiaoye was the most excited, and had to let Li Bo carry himself back from the village. Li Bo has also gotten used to it. Honestly, carrying Du Xiaoye on his back, with one hand resting on that girl's soft and elastic thighs, walking back step by step. What did my mom just say to you? Du Xiaoye put her small mouth to the side of Li Bo's ear and asked in a soft voice, said, let me watch you do your homework properly. Li Bo casually lied. Asterisk 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 off. It's definitely not about that. Du Xiaoye a mouthful of big ballast flavor, and then tightly strangled Li Bo's neck to open his mouth to threaten. Honestly explain, or auntie will marry your dog's life. I'll destroy you first. Li Bo was furious and directly backhanded Du Xiaoye on his shoulder and ran forward quickly, frightening this girl to yell one by one. In fact, Li Bo really didn't want Du Xiaoye to leave so quickly at this moment. Usually, he was used to being alone, coldly more people inside the courtyard, and also a chirpy and uninteresting type. But instead, life became colorful. Only Li Bo did not say. That night, Zhao Fugue went to the town to drink. Just out of the door of the restaurant, led a group of people dragged to a van. No one knew exactly what happened to Zhao Fugue, but listening to people in the village said, quite miserable. And Zhao Jinlong in the same ward, it is estimated to lie down for a few days. After getting this news, Li Bo's heart also felt quite good. He knew that this was all done by the people under that middle-aged beautiful woman. Zhao Fugue this time can really be a stolen chicken, alive to pit himself in. It was already morning, and the villagers were all going to the vegetable fields in groups. Great harvest. Originally this piece of land covers a large area. Now planted vegetables have all grown fruit, and the size of the head is a little scary. Chapter 71. We were together last night. So many vegetables. When will we finish them? Du Xiaoye has never seen such a scene. Standing at the head of the ground, a burst of emotion. Li Bo despised. You just know to eat. These vegetables are to be taken to the vegetable market for money. But how big is that vegetable market of yours in total? Even if all the people in the town go to your place to buy vegetables every day, they can't consume much, right? Du Xiaoye retorted somewhat unconvincingly. Li Bo had also considered this issue. There was nothing wrong with what Du Xiaoye said. Although the vegetable market already had quite a few people coming to Li Bo's place to order vegetables, at best, they were only being sold politically. Nowadays, a day's production here was already quite substantial. It was completely insufficient to rely on the consumption of just one town. Cart to cart, if you really can't, contact some large vegetable wholesalers. With such good vegetables, there's no need to worry about sales at all. Li Bo comforted himself. The men and women in the village came out to help pick and box the vegetables. The 3 agricultural tricycles simply couldn't pull them over. The fields were full of fresh vegetables that had just been picked. Li Bo, You have to hurry up and solve the problem of selling these vegetables. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. Hiring so many people to work, you'll have to spend tens of thousands of dollars a day. Zhao Dehai was anxious for Li Bo on the side. Li Bo nodded. This matter should have been resolved yesterday. It's just that he didn't expect Du Xiaoya's family to come over all of a sudden. He was about to go to the town to look for sales, or post a message on the internet to attract some wholesalers. Then he saw a police car slowly stop at the village entrance. What's going on? What are the police doing here? The villagers were talking. Li Bo also had a bad feeling. This village had always been peaceful. It was almost rare for a police car to visit, and he seriously suspected that it was coming to look for him, especially when he saw the valiant female police officer walking at the front. Song Xiaofan, dressed in a uniform. It was difficult to hide the perfect figure, but those men in the village didn't dare to show any abnormal emotions. Instead they felt a little nervous. Li Bo, come with me. Song Xiaofan arrived in front of Li Bo, his tone cold, a look of official business. What did Li Bo commit? Why are you arresting him? Zhao Yaro and a few villagers blocked in front of Li Bo. Song Xiaofan frowned. He's related to a case of provoking trouble. I'm just taking him back to investigate. How could such a thing happen? Li Bo is a good person. You guys don't have any evidence. Don't make any wild guesses. Zhao Dehai also came over to protect Li Bo at this time. As soon as Li Bo saw that things were not right, he hurriedly squeezed to the front of the crowd, turned to the crowd and said, "Don't be nervous. Right and wrong will always see the moment. Don't get in the way of people's work. Let her," and he said. Only then did the villagers' emotions calm down. Song Xiaofan looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. It wasn't because of those whole baskets of fresh vegetables that were yard in the fields. Rather, it was because of Li Bo's position in the villagers' hearts. It felt like Li Bo was a very important figure in this village, and such a situation was something Song Xiaofan had never encountered before. "Beauty, what did you just say you were looking for me for?" Li Bo raised his eyebrows at Song Xiaofan, a smile on his face. "Don't be so playful with me. Zhao Fugue from your village was seriously injured last night, and reported it to the police this morning. He suspects that you did it, so I'm taking you back to investigate." Song Xiaofan's tone was still cold. Li Bo frowned, his heart calculating away. That old man Zhao Fugue was clearly intentionally trying to pour dirty water on himself. Last night's incident was simply the work of Du Xiaoya's family. If it was last night's incident, then I really don't know. I stayed in the village all yesterday, Li Bo replied lightly. That's right, all of us big guys can give him proof. Don't just falsely accuse a good person. Zhao Fugue that Cargo let someone beat him up. It must be because he incurred trouble outside. The villagers all followed to help. With Zhao Fugue out of the village, Li Bo was their backbone. What about last night? After 10 o'clock, can you find witnesses? Prove that you were in the village and didn't leave. Song Xiaofan argued with reason, a slight look of annoyance surfacing on his face, feeling that Li Bo was clearly provoking himself. I can prove it. My husband was with me the whole time last night, sleeping with his arms around me. Du Xiaoye stood next to Li Bo, pulling his arm and raising her little face. What are you messing up? Li Bo's face darkened. He knew that Du Xiaoye was trying to do herself a favor, but was there such a favor? Isn't this adding to the mess? The villagers' faces also became very odd. Song Xiaofan was extremely surprised, having long noticed that there was a beautiful girl inside the village who was obviously dressed in the city and had an extraordinary temperament. Never thought that this little girl would actually call this nasty guy Li Bo her husband. Yesterday night also embraced to sleep. Li Bo when so popular with the girls? Song Xiaofan was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to do. Li Bo hurriedly pulled Du Xiaoye behind him and glared at her. Then he spoke to Song Xiaofan. This matter of Zhao Fugue letting someone else beat him up, it really has nothing to do with me. I have the witnesses you asked for, and I can cooperate with you if you have to take me back, but it doesn't mean that I'm admitting my guilt. Li Bo was an understanding person. He also didn't think that Song Xiaofan was deliberately targeting himself. It wouldn't do himself any good if he continued like this. The body was not afraid of the shadow. Song Xiaofan was slightly relieved, and was just about to bring Song Bo to the car, when at this time the entrance of the village came over. Another group of people. Jun, Mayor? The staff member who came with Song Xiaofan had a look of surprise on his face. Then they hurriedly greeted them. Li Bo also felt strange and was slightly nervous in his heart. If this matter had alarmed the town mayor, then it would be troublesome. What happened to you guys here? The town mayor had a slightly puzzled look on his face. After glancing at the staff, he walked towards Li Bo. The colleague that Song Xiaofan had brought with him hurriedly explained in a low voice, and the town mayor frowned. Li Bo, do you have anything to do with this matter? Li Bo hurriedly denied. It has nothing to do with me. Song Xiaofan's colleague took a look at the town mayor and Li Bo seemed to know each other, and immediately explained beside him. In fact, we have only received a report from someone to ask him to go back and investigate. There is no other meaning, and there are also people who can prove that Li Bo didn't leave last night. I think this should be a misunderstanding. Chapter 72, just not bad. Since it's a misunderstanding, then it's best. Turn around and investigate the matter clearly, and return the person's innocence, the town mayor said in a pleasant manner. This matter ended there. Song Xiaofan looked deeply at Li Bo, seemingly about to speak, but in the end, he left with his colleagues. Sorry to trouble you. Li Bo came before the town mayor with a gentle smile on his face. You are the hope of your village now, so don't invite into any trouble or whirlpool. I came to your village this time because I want to make a field trip. There is something about road construction. The mayor nodded at Li Bo. Is this vegetable field the same piece of wasteland that you bagged earlier? Vegetables have already grown so quickly? The mayor was astonished for a moment when he saw those vegetables that were picked. The others who came along with him also stared in wonder. That's right. I developed a new cultivation method myself. It's also inseparable from the villagers' help. Li Bo was humble. Very well. What are your plans next? The mayor asked again. I'm going to build a farm here and expand the range as much as possible. After covering the greenhouses, even in winter, you'll be able to ensure that there are fresh vegetables waiting to be picked every day. If it's possible, it can be developed into a picking paradise to attract tourists from outside the country. Li Bo simply said the idea in his mind and a brain. Really can't see that you have such a business mind at a small age. The idea is very good. If you have any problems in this area in the future, you can come to me and I will provide you with help. The mayor was satisfied and then went around inside the village accompanied by Li Bo. But then he frowned. I'm afraid that your village will have to spend a large sum of money if you want the road surface to be completely hardened and to build a road directly to the town. Your business is just starting out. Can you afford to spend that much money all at once? Do you want me to help you apply for a financial allocation? Li Bo smiled confidently. I've already prepared the money. No matter what, I'm going to build the best road for the villagers. After the road is fixed, these fresh vegetables and also seafood can be sent out at the fastest speed. It will also be much easier for the villagers to travel. The mayor was slightly surprised, but after seeing Li Bo's calm and confident eyes, he didn't try to persuade him too much. Afterwards, he smiled. I have jurisdiction over the place to be able to come out of you so talented is really let me doubly pleased. So that, in the future, the town government cafeteria procurement of vegetables, as well as seafood, are directly from your village to take. How much money to give how much money, as a kind of my support for you. Li Bo naturally agreed with joy. As for the price, there would naturally be a discount. The town mayor left directly with his people without even eating, but before he left, he handed over the approval for the road construction to Li Bo's hand. He told Li Bo that he could break ground at any time. After lunch, Li Bo was ready to go to the town to look for a construction team to finalize the road repair matter as soon as possible. Du Xiaoye and Jia Yaro are excitedly studying the problems of makeup. Li Bo simply drove out by himself. Halfway there, he received a phone call. It was actually Song Xiaofan. Can you come over and meet with me? Song Xiaofan used a consultative tone. Li Bo didn't think much about it and picked her up on the side of the road according to the address Song Xiaofan said. Song Xiaofan looked at Li Bo's high-class SUV, with some complex emotions in her eyes, but in the end, she pulled open the passenger door and sat up. Li Bo realized that Song Xiaofan was wearing civilian clothes. He then snickered. What? You still suspect me, so you're investigating in civilian clothes? Song Xiaofan frowned. The matter has been cleared up, and it indeed has nothing to do with you. What I want to tell you is that I went to the village this morning to look for you purely because of work, without any personal grudges. Then what are you looking for me for now? Li Bo was very puzzled in his heart. There wasn't much camaraderie between him and Song Xiaofan, and there was even a bit of conflict, at least among Song Xiaofan's thoughts it should be like that. I want you to show me the disease. Song Xiaofan blushed red, a little embarrassed. After saying his words, he lowered his head and fiddled with the corner of his clothes in a difficult manner. So it was like this. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and smiled. The last time he saw Song Xiaofan, he could tell that Song Xiaofan had gotten sick due to a long period of irregular work and rest, plus not knowing how to nourish his body. When he was at the police station, it was only a simple relief, and sooner or later it would still strike. Now it looked like Li Bo's speculation wasn't wrong. Song Xiaofan was suffering from the disease and had no choice but to pull his face down and ask for help. I thought you didn't trust me? There's also a hospital in the town. You have to go to the hospital to see a disease. Li Bo was a bit smug. Song Xiaofan pursed her lips, angry, but didn't dare to snap. Not to mention the hospital in the town. Even the hospital in the county has been there. However, the cause of the disease cannot be detected. The medicine aid a lot, but the disease is getting more and more serious. Now every day when I eat, my stomach hurts, and I can't sleep at night. The whole person is almost collapsed. Thinking about it, only lowered his head to find Li Bo help. Now seeing the smug look on Li Bo's face, he could not wait to directly press him down on the ground and ruthlessly repair him. Opened his mouth, but said softly, it was all my fault before. I apologize to you, can't I? This disease of mine, handling can't be seen at all. Can you help? I can give you the consultation fees, not letting you work for nothing. Song Xiaofan's face was already near pleading. Once Li Bo saw that the joke was almost over, he nodded his head and agreed. Song Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around. I'm afraid it's not convenient to see a doctor here, right? Li Bo frowned. It's indeed a bit troublesome. Do you have another quiet place? It actually won't take long very soon. If you really can't, find a hotel, open a bell room or something. Li Bo was just saying it casually, nothing else. However, Song Xiaofan misunderstood and immediately furrowed her eyebrows, looking at Li Bo with a wary face. Warning you, I can give you money to see a doctor, but don't you dare try to take advantage of me. Li Bo grinned and got a little angry again. The disease is growing on you. You love to cure it. Don't think that if you are good looking, all men will hit on you. Li Bo, don't lack women. Song Xiaofan's face instantly turned red, remembering the cute little girl who held Li Bo's arm this morning and called out for her husband in an affectionate and incomparable manner. Opening his mouth, he muttered, then there's no need to go to a hotel. The moment you open your mouth, you open a room. Clock room or something. Is it often? Chapter 73, it's better to get a room. Li Bo scratched his chin. If you have a place, hurry up and say so. I still have things to do here. 10 minutes later, Song Xiaofan brought Li Bo to his dormitory. There's no one in the dormitory right now, so make it quick. It wouldn't be good if others saw it. Song Xiaofan blushed and pulled out the key to open the door. It felt like being a thief. Li Bo's heart was also fluttering, also feeling that Song Xiaofan's two sentences were easy to misunderstand. The dormitory was stated to be very simple, with two small beds that weren't very spacious. There were a few pieces of clothes hanging on the balcony, and there was a faint feminine scent inside the room. How do you heal? Song Xiaofan locked the door, slightly shy. The atmosphere inside the house became a little ambiguous and awkward. Take off your clothes. Li Bo thought nothing of it. Take off your clothes? Song Xiaofan was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, and suddenly had a bit of suspicion that she had led the wolf into the house. How can you cure the disease without taking off your clothes? Haven't you gone to the hospital for a checkup before? If you want to cure your illness in one go, you have to do it like this. If you don't want to forget it, I'm still busy here. Li Bo was full of thoughts about going to the engineering team. He was a bit impatient. What's so fierce about it? You wait for me for a while, I'll get ready. Song Xiaofan gritted her teeth and sat on the edge of the bed. Li Bo was a little annoyed and had to run to the balcony to smoke, when he heard a playful whooshing sound coming from behind him. Good. After a while, Song Xiaofan's voice like a mosquito humming came over. Li Bo also did not think much about putting out the cigarette and turned his face. At once, he blushed. Standing there with his cigarette butt, he stared wide-eyed as if he was being truthful. Song Xiaofan reeled in, took off all his clothes, just the underwear left. At this moment, Jade body lying on that not very spacious cot, eyes closed, little face reddened. What are you waiting for? Song Xiaofan sensed that Li Bo did not move and did not dare to open his eyes, or eyebrows urged a sentence. Cough. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. Just take off your jacket and let me look at the belly. Li Bo a burst of impatience, scratching his ears. Asshole, then you didn't say it earlier. Deliberately taking advantage of me, didn't you? Song Xiaofan, excited in a million ways, hurriedly climbed up and dragged a blanket over his body. That's it. I'll be done soon. Li Bo panicked and came over, rubbing his hands against each other. Suddenly, he felt that his words were not quite right. After dryly coughing twice, he put his rubbed hot palms on Song Xiaofan's belly. As soon as his hand touched it, he was able to feel the operation of the 5 organs and 6 bowels as well as the meridians in Song Xiaofan's body. Just like when he had cured others in the past, that golden-colored airflow in his body automatically began to condition Song Xiaofan according to the method of curing the disease. Song Xiaofan's entire body was red hot at this moment, and her heart was shy and indignant. She even hated to lift her long legs and kick Li Bo over, but as the warm palm touched her body, a strange warm current began to ease her pain. Feeling that his stomach wasn't as bloated, his breathing became much smoother. This guy really has the ability. Song Xiaofan quietly opened one eye, wanting to see if Li Bo had taken the opportunity to take advantage of himself. All of them saw Li Bo slightly squinting his eyes, rubbing his stomach with a face of concentration, and didn't have half a bit of lewd expression showing. Song Xiaofan was more or less grateful and was just about to praise him. Just heard Li Bo rambling. Looks like your unit food is good. You have a small belly. Healing is healing. Which so much nonsense. Song Xiaofan is most afraid of people saying she is fat. Born a little baby fat. Usually when she ate, she didn't dare to eat more. Now not only did she take her clothes almost naked in front of this annoying old classmate Li Bo, but she also had to be mocked by him. It was really a bit unbearable. Li Bo hurriedly shut up, thinking to serve this auntie well and go back. Never cause trouble. Almost. Li Bo sighed with relief. Just ready to stand straight. This time the door of the dormitory was directly pushed open from outside. A big girl in civilian clothes, 25 or 26 years old, winded up and burst in. Little fan, I heard that you're not feeling well and took a vacation. Before the words were finished, they saw an embarrassing scene. Li Bo had a red face and placed his two big hands on Chen Xiaofan's white and tender belly. Xiaofan was similarly red-faced and didn't seem to be wearing any clothes on her body. Ugh, you too. Continue. I didn't see anything. The big girl instantly understood something. Slightly ambiguous, skimmed a glance at Li Bo, then turned around and was ready to go outside. You come back here. Song Xiaofan on the bed almost directly jumped up, wrapping her body in the blanket. First, she glared fiercely at Li Bo, and then she stopped the big girl from earlier. It's not what you think. The two of us are healing. Song Xiaofan stammered an explanation. Don't I know that you guys are healing? We are all young people. We all understand. The big girl had a flirtatious face. Li Bo was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his big hands. Don't talk nonsense. It's really healing. Song Xiaofan stomped her feet, so anxious that she was about to cry. What kind of cure would require stripping like this? No wonder you took a vacation at noon and ran back in a flurry. So it's to meet your lover. But you have a good eye. This kid is quite handsome. The girl who barged in, her eyes darted to Li Bo's face one after another. Li Bo, don't you hurry up and explain? Song Xiaofan spread his fire on Li Bo. Oh, that what? I'm already done. Next time you have a need, let's just open a clock room. How embarrassing is this? With a red face, Li Bo directly brushed past the two women, pulled open the door and ran away. You asshole, what are you saying? Song Xiaofan was so angry that she was about to explode in place, wanting to rush out and beat up Li Bo, but then screamed again and retreated back with her chest tightly covered. Li Bo jumped into the car as fast as he could, thinking about the embarrassing situation inside the house just now. He still couldn't help but feel a burst of hot cheeks. Why is it so hard to do a good deed these days? Muttering under his breath, he intended to look for the construction team, but around and around did not find a place. There is no way. Can only first drive the car to Daffy's internet cafe. Daffy has been in the town, knows a lot of people, should be able to find the construction team. Came to the door. Here is quite lively, surrounded by a lot of people. Ancestral weight loss elixir. Big girls and small daughters-in-law like it. Don't miss it, someone shouted. Chapter 74, Your Pitfalls. Selling diet pills. A small stall with quite a few bottles of various sizes. At first glance, it was the crude kind. A man wearing an undershirt, a big and thick man, was soliciting customers there with his voice, while next to him, there were several other people constantly showing those small glass bottles to the crowd. Some people were inquiring curiously, while some people simply paid for it. Daffy's slanting eyes, holding a cigarette there to see the hilarity. What's doing? Li Bo jumped down from the car and came over to Daffy's side. Yo, do not accompany your little aunt. How free to come to me here? Daffy immediately joked as soon as he saw Li Bo by himself. Go to the side. I've got serious business to find you here. As Li Bo spoke, he glanced at the small stall next to him again. It was discovered that the other party was selling medicine at a very expensive price. A small glass bottle actually sold for $100, and a large bottle sold for $200. The man wearing an undershirt, showing tattoos, is still blowing hard. You can rest assured, after drinking this stuff cannot be used for 10 days and half a month, to ensure that you have a slim figure. And there is also the effect of breast enhancement. Oh. While rushing to the opposite side of a dress, quite demonic women raise eyebrows. Really fake? The woman picked up the small glass bottle. Some skepticism, but also a little eager to try. Absolutely not wrong. This is the ancestral secret recipe. Look, you are a beauty lover. If you do not lack of money, buy a large bottle back to try. If the effect is good, don't forget to recommend friends. Buy more, I give you a discount. The fat man saw that there was a patron, and immediately smiled. Next to the two little girls also followed to speak. I have heard of this kind of medicine. My friend has bought. The effect is quite good. Less than half a month. Small A into big D. I cannot find everywhere. Give me 2 big bottle. After saying this, he took out his money and bought it. A look at someone to pay money to buy, and also said that the effect is good. Those women who love beauty immediately also follow the money. Afraid to give the late will not be able to buy. Li Bo with his knees can also guess. Those 2 women is the trust. Not to mention that this bottle of weight loss pills inside is true or false. Both can lose weight and breast enhancement. That is bull ********. Moreover, this kind of trick of blindfolding people is really detrimental to morality. Can't help but ask a mouthful of questions on the side. Buddy, is your efficacy really that good? Why don't you reduce this big belly? The crowd burst into laughter, their faces showing skepticism. The fat man glared fiercely at Li Bo, and then cracked his mouth to explain. This thing is only effective for women. If you can't afford to send your girlfriend, don't get in the way of my business here. Take a bottle and let me see. Li Bo pulled out $100, got a small glass bottle, unscrewed the lid and put it under his nose and smelled it. His face changed immediately. This is a laxative, but also a crude one. Eat not only no weight loss effect, and may even eat a bad body. The upright Li Bo broke down on the spot. Buddy, your medicine is not right. The ingredients in this not only can make people diarrhea, but also contains hormones. Will eat bad people. UTMD looking for death is not at. The fat man instantly became furious when he heard this. His clenched fist was about to pestle Li Bo's nose. The two men soliciting business beside him also quickly surrounded over, blaring fiercely at Li Bo. Don't give yourself a hard time. You said that my medicine is fake. Do you have any evidence? If you can't produce any evidence, I'll knock your teeth out today. Li Bo didn't panic at all, cleared his throat and said, it's very simple to prove if this medicine has any problems. Didn't you just swear to guarantee that it is purely natural and harmless? You drank 2 big bottles in a row in front of the big guys. If you don't your pants, I'll buy all these medicines at twice the price. Li Bo didn't just say that. According to the ingredients inside this medicine, drinking so much at once is definitely going to be a problem. I think you are really tired of living. The fat man was permeated with weakness. Of course he didn't dare to really drink it. They were setting up stalls all over the place, peddling this kind of fake diet pills, hitting one shot and changing places, just afraid of being caught by others. Seeing that the business could not go on today, he was ready to beat up Li Bo to take out his anger. Picked the wrong person. 3 big men, not even able to hold out for 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, they were all lying on the ground. Each one of them had a swollen nose and a swollen face, and their mouths were crooked and their eyes were slanted. The 2 trustees, once they saw that things were not right, had already slipped out of the crowd. Defay directly came to the side of their small box cargo, reached out and pulled open the tarpaulin. Just now said that only the last dozens of bottles left. The carriage is full of a lot of it. Some of them hadn't even had time to be bottled yet. So it's really a crook. There are all kinds of bad guys these days. The crowd rushed forward to demand a refund. Li Bo retired after his success, pulling Daffy into the internet cafe. Okay brother, you can tell at a glance that the medicine is fake? Daffy had a look of adoration on his face. In the future, don't let these people set up stalls in front of your door to sell things indiscriminately. When the time comes, you a piece of it to get involved. Li Bo returned a sentence without a good mood. It then got down to business. Defay patted his chest after hearing this. This you can find the right person. My object his second uncle's nephew cousin, is the construction team. I'll give you a call. Turn around and you meet, but also give a discount or something. Li Bo all let Defay to round the circle, staring at the eyeballs asked, which object you? The one with the broken shoes? Bah! Daffy reached out to cover Li Bo's mouth. You're the one who's noble, aren't you? Why don't you say that you abducted an underage girl? Li Bo pushed Defay's palm away. Hurry up and give me the phone. If this comes to pass, I'll treat you to a good meal later. That's more like it. Daffy smiled and found the phone number. Li Bo called, but the line was always busy. Eventually, he asked for the address from Daffy and drove straight there. So it's outside the town. No wonder I couldn't find it. Li Bo saw a large compound with the words construction team undertakes various projects written on it, parked the car at the entrance and wandered inside. Doing what? A very nonchalant voice came from a nearby tin room. It was a man in his 30s, looking dressed like a small boss contractor or something like that. Li Bo frowned and opened his mouth to reply. I want to find a construction team to contract some work. The other party looked Li Bo up and down and showed disdain. You've eaten too much, right? Look at your poor look. Can you afford a construction team? It was clear that he didn't look down on Li Bo. Li Bo also lost his good temper and disliked. These eyes of yours? Are they just transplanted from a dog? Chapter 75 Dog eyes look down on people. When the other party heard this, he immediately glared. Opening his mouth, he scolded. Idly looking for a fight, right? Hurry up and get lost, or I'll break your legs. With a loud shout, 7 or 8 more people ran out of the tin room. Look at this situation is ready to strike. Li Bo heart a burst of depression. He is not just a little plainly dressed. Why do you let people look down on you everywhere you go? These days, do you have to put money on your face to be considered rich? In his heart, he was not satisfied, and gave a cold snort to scorn those people in front of him. Looking for death. Throw him out. The man who looked like a contractor reached out and pointed at Li Bo. The men under his hand immediately surrounded him. Li Bo wasn't accustomed to problems either. He gave them a vivid life education lesson. Let them properly understand what is called the profoundness of Chinese martial arts. Do you have to be beaten up to be honest? Li Bo opened his mouth to taunt. That contractor immediately wilted, not realizing that Li Bo, such a skinny lad, actually had such a terrifying fighting strength. Just as he, while backing up, was preparing to call, To call someone, a young man ran in at the door. Entering the door, he shouted, "Which boss owns that bully at the door?" Li Bo glanced at him, and the other person looked up and down before inquiring, "Is this Li Bo? I'm Dafei's object, second uncle's nephew's cousin. My name is Li Gang. Just now I was too busy and didn't receive your call." Li Bo then realized, this young man was not very old, but he was a small leader of the construction team. After learning about the situation just now, he called that foreman over, chopped his head and scolded him, and kicked him in the buttocks, only then smilingly pulled Li Bo to drink tea inside the office. "This group of goons are dog-eyed. You must not take it to heart. I heard that you're going to build a road for the village. Not bad for a big boss." Li Gang has eyesight, although he feels that Li Bo wears shabby clothes, but he can also perceive from the aura that people are really rich. After all, in this countryside place can afford to drive 500,000 to 600,000 Toyota Prado. That is not ordinary people. Li Bo also did not put on the mind. Soon and Li Gang talked. The price agreed to start breaking ground directly tomorrow. However, I definitely don't need that foreman just now. I can't trust such a person. After spending the money, of course I have to build a good road for the villagers. I can't be half sloppy. Li Bo added, "This you rest assured. I'll replace you with the most dedicated contractor under my hand. There will be a quality inspection at that time." Li Gang had been accompanied by a smiling face to personally send Li Bo to the car, but also waved goodbye at the back one after another. When he passed by the entrance of the town hospital, he saw a familiar figure, Liang Yu. Liang Yu was carrying a lunchbox in her hand, standing there listlessly, looking like she was waiting for a ride. Li Bo ghostly stopped the car. Liang Yu looked around, then pulled open the car door and climbed up. Birds of a feather. It's so grand. Liang Yu put her lunchbox down with a little envy on her face. Li Bo smiled awkwardly and asked, "Back to the village?" Liang Yu nodded. "What else can I do if I don't go back? Last night, I stood guard in the hospital room all night. These two masters are more than capable of torturing people. Almost didn't wear me out." Li Bo could see that Liang Yu had a tired face. Obviously she didn't have a good night's rest. "Isn't that Zhao Pingping coming to take care of her husband's father?" casually teased. Liang Yu looked disdainful. "You don't know yet, do you? Zhao Pingping has gone out to work, and it seems that her marriage with Jinlong has blown up." "What?" Li Bo was a bit surprised. "Zhao Pingping? It's not easy to climb the dragon and the phoenix, but she gave up so quickly? See what you're saying. Do you think Xiao Fugue is really capable of anything?" Liang Yu yawned, then said, "Zhao Jinlong's leg is broken, not a few months cannot get out of bed. Zhao Fugue previously from the hands of the big boss took hundreds of thousands of dollars, said to be able to charter the village of that piece of beach. This thing is not yellow? The big boss is not happy. Chasing for money. Yesterday also came to the hospital inside a scene. That Zhao Pingping see things are not right. On the spot, on the go." Li Bo knew that Zhao Fugue's family was so miserable now, all because of himself, but he didn't feel guilty at all. That was surnamed Zhao, asking for it. If he hadn't discovered the Heavenly Realm recycling station inside the cellar, and got the treasure and learned the skills, he probably wouldn't even be able to keep a cellar now, and would have already left his home. Deserved, refers to this kind of person. Then if you leave, won't the two of them have no one to take care of them? Li Bo casually asked. Zhao Fugue's daughter is back. She came back to send money, and by the way, she took over for me. People still don't trust me. Liang Yu returned a sentence without a good mood. Zhao Liangying? Li Bo remembered. The daughter that Zhao Fugue had with his ex-wife. Although her studies were not good, but she was really pretty. She dropped out of junior high school and went out to work, and met a big boss in the city, and did business with color. Usually seldom returned to the village. A little look down on the meaning of the countryside. In the past, when I went to school, I was not happy to look at Li Bo one more time. Is a small pepper quite difficult to deal with? I heard that now mixed well. Li Bo asked again. That's not true. On the side of the big money, driving hundreds of thousands of dollars of cars, big bags of nutrients are strong to the hospital. Liang Yu tone of voice with contempt, seems to be not see Zhao Liangying. Usually, it seems that the relationship is not very cordial. Li Bo didn't ask any further questions. Right, I heard that you have started another farm in the village. Is there a shortage of manpower? I'll go work for you. Liang Yu was excited. Li Bo was at a loss for words. At least Liang Yu is also the village chief's wife, and he is now in such a bad situation with Zhao Fugue's family. If he really got Liang Yu to work on the farm, I'm afraid it wouldn't look good and would be quite embarrassing. So he stammered and didn't agree. What? You look down on me? Liang Yu was a bit unhappy. Raise your pants and don't admit it. Li Bo's face was dark. A moment of weakness, very regretful of developing an unclear relationship with Liang Yu, but it was kinda reminiscent. If you lack money, I can give it to you. Li Bo could only say so. What? Are you trying to adopt me? You are really capable. Liang Yu scowled at Li Bo. You know I don't mean that. Besides, if you work on the farm with this status, who would dare to use you? Li Bo hurriedly explained. Liang Yu sighed. Originally, I heard that those vegetables you planted out were worried about finding a way to sell them, and planned to give you a hand. Now it looks like I made a fool of myself. Li Bo's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. You have a doorway? Liang Yu smiled a little smugly. You have to satisfy me first before I can help you. Chapter 76, I can satisfy you. The atmosphere became awkward once again, and Li Bo blushed and scratched the back of his head. Ahem, where do you want to go? How about in the car? Liang Yu irritatedly pushed Li Bo. Taking advantage isn't enough, is it? I'm talking about the conditions I put forward just now. Where are you thinking? Li Bo was about to die of embarrassment, feeling that he still couldn't understand the woman's temper and thoughts. The corners of this Liang Yu's eyes clearly revealed a sense of flirtation and temptation, and her words were also a little bit like she wanted that first to hang his appetite. Li Bo decided to never think about that stall again to save himself from being humiliated. The problem of work is good to solve. If you really can find me a dealer, I can give you a commission. You give me as a salesman or something, specializing in this aspect of things, better than growing vegetables in the village. Li Bo had an idea. This time Liang Yu was obviously satisfied, nodding her head repeatedly. Worthy of being a young man. The brain turns just as fast. That's indeed what I thought. Send me back to the village first. Wait for my news later. Liang Yu turned around and put her legs together with elegant posture. Her mood was much better. Li Bo pondered while driving. Liang Yu was a smart woman, and she was also pretty. Marrying Zhao Fugue was completely forced, but it was more or less a bit of light. At least Zhao Fugue is the village chief. Every year there is a lot of oil and water. Liang Yu is also respected in the village. True or false? I don't know. Now Zhao Fugue looks like it is going to fall. Liang Yu has long been enough. Was Zhao Fugue as a money-making tool life? It's just right that she can, while Zhao Fugue is burnt out, find a way to get out. It was probably for this reason that she was in a hurry to find a job to make money. Your little daughter-in-law from the city hasn't pestered you in the past 2 days? Exhausted, right? Liang Yu suddenly joked again. Li Bo did not want to dwell on this issue with Liang Yu. Casually, he returned, can the dealer thing be faster? He was in a hurry. After all, things like vegetables were not like those fish and shrimps inside the sea. Once ripe and picked, they are not so fresh. Even the best varieties are the same. See how anxious you are. I'll contact you now. Liang Yu gave Li Bo a blank look, then picked up the phone. As she approached the entrance of the village, she turned her face to Li Bo and said, it just so happens that the dealer I know is in the nearby city and may come this evening. I'll take you to meet him first, and as to whether things will work out or not, that's up to you, but I'll help. Li Bo was bursting with joy. It didn't occur to him that the problem of vegetable sales had actually been solved here in Liang Yu. If I may say so, can you dress up a bit more spiritually? At least you are a big boss now. How can you talk business with others when you are driving a several $100,000 car dressed like a rag collector? Liang Yu complained a little. Li Bo frowned and looked at his outfit. It was indeed a bit sorry for the audience. I'll try to dress a little more spiritually during the night then. Speaking of this, Li Bo was a little embarrassed. Having been used to living a poor life, he really didn't feel so bad in normal times. When he arrived at the village entrance, Liang Yu got off the bus, presumably to avoid suspicion. Hubby, you're back. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Du Xiaoye jumped up and ran out from inside the courtyard. Zhao Yaru also followed. You can cook? Li Bo was skeptical. Looking down on people? Just now I learned from Sister Yaru. You wait for a while and dinner will be ready soon. I'll give you the whole 4 dishes in one soup. Du Xiaoye put up her apron in a decent manner with a confident face. Li Bo was also not in the mood to tease Du Xiaoye, and put the few peach kernels he had collected in his pocket. Since someone is cooking for you, I won't come to deliver it at noon today. Yaru looked a little odd, then turned around and went back to her house. Li Bo took advantage of this time and hurriedly planted those few peach kernels in a row along the periphery of his home's courtyard wall. Now is the time when the weather is hot. Also grow fast. In a few days we'll be able to grow more fruit. Li Bo's only worry is that the quality of the seeds is obviously not as good as the real peach seeds. Will the planted ones be worse? So he was extra careful when planting. To a lot of spiritual liquid on top. After working for almost an hour, just heard Du Xiaoye's sweet call inside the courtyard. Hubby is eating. Now that Li Bo heard Du Xiaoye's name like this, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, his heart is not afraid of a crooked shadow. It sounds quite sweet. Maisie patted the mud on his hands and walked inside the courtyard. As soon as I entered the door, I wrinkled my eyebrows. What is the smell? Ah, you put the kitchen on fire? Li Bo hurried to the kitchen inside to go. Always feel a smoky fire flavor or spicy eyes. What are you saying? Du Xiaoye glared at him and directly pushed Li Bo out of the kitchen doorway. Hurry up and set the table. I'll bring you the food. With light footsteps, she entered the kitchen, and in a short while, Du Xiaoye walked out with 2 plates. What is this? The corner of Li Bo's eyes twitched. The things inside the plates were simply indistinguishable from their original colors. Black and lumpy. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Scrambled pork with green peppers. Du Xiaoye had a smug look on her face. You don't say, I really can't see it. Li Bo's face was black, thinking that he shouldn't have believed the words of this girl Du Xiaoye. How could a $1,000 lady possibly cook? Sure enough, the next 2 dishes and 1 soup on the table were even more excessive. The soup was a little better. At least it didn't look so miserable. But Li Bo, under Du Xiaoye's threat, picked up the spoon and took a sip, and sprayed on the spot. Didn't you pay for this salt? How much did you pour? Taking me for a salted fish? Li Bo complained for a while like a series of beads. He had never eaten such a bad meal in his entire life. Du Xiaoye was even more angry, pinching her waist, pointing at Li Bo's nose, and roaring, be satisfied. Auntie has never cooked for anyone in her entire life. Isn't this my first time here? Somewhat unfamiliar? Let's make do for lunch today. I'll cook for you again tonight. Li Bo Guangdang let out a cry and sat on his butt on the ground, scared out of his wits. Still do it? 10 minutes later, Li Bo walked out from inside the kitchen with 2 bowls of seafood noodles with a black face. Du Xiaoye smiled and took it over, wolfing down her small mouth, saying one after another that it was delicious. I have to go out tonight. I can't take you. Li Bo watched Du Xiaoye eat while reaching out to wipe off the vegetable soup that was sticking to the corners of her mouth. You're going to go out behind my back and engage in broken shoes? Du Xiaoye was annoyed. Chapter 77, Liang Yu's BFF. Li Bo was depressed for a while. Words like screwing broken shoes. This girl had learned. I am looking for someone to talk about business. What kind of broken shoes? You're here all day long. Can't you learn something good? In case you go back with a mouth full of dirty words and big ballast smell, your mom won't strangle me to death? Li Bo turned up his face to reprimand. Don't change the subject. What business are you talking about? Why can't you bring me? Du Xiaoye was not happy. Li Bo raised his eyebrows, pondered a little, and then said meaningfully, it's not that I won't take you. It's mainly because I don't trust this peach tree in our yard. You also know that this peach tree is very precious. What if someone comes to steal it at night? Du Xiaoye's eyes are glowing, patting her small chest. Don't worry. Guarantee that there won't even be a single peach hair missing. I'll look after it for you. Li Bo was secretly happy in his heart, and then added, let's do it this way. I'll let Yarrow come over to accompany you in the evening, so you won't be bored. Du Xiaoye nodded her head and considered it a promise. Li Bo was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and lowered his head to eat the noodles. Right, that weight loss cream you got me. Is it still there? Du Xiaoye finished eating and wiped her small mouth, staring at Li Bo's eyes and asked, what for? Li Bo swept Du Xiaoye's slightly thin body. You don't have much meat left on you. Flirted. It's not me using it. Du Xiaoye raised her eyebrows and took out the phone, then said, it's a few of my classmates, who heard that I have a good weight loss pill here, and it doesn't have hormones. They also want a copy. They said they won't take it for free. They can pay for it. You find time to refine some. Li Bo waved his hand. There's no need to be so petty. I'll go to the vegetable field in a while, and pick some medicine from the mountain on the way before I come back. Just refine some more and go to the town to mail it to them. Du Xiaoye was full of joy, wrapped her arms around Li Bo and thanked him repeatedly. After finishing the meal, Li Bo took Du Xiaoye to the vegetable field. Looking at the fruitful vegetable field, the heart is more and more anxious. Can't wait for the sky to hurry up and darken down now. After saying hello to the villagers, he took Du Xiaoye directly to the mountain. Seeing the sun in the west, with a basket full of medicinal herbs back to the yard, Du Xiaoye never mentioned cooking this time, and diligently helped Li Bo organize the herbs. Half an hour later, a whole large jar of weight loss cream was ready. What are you two taking care of? Zhao Yaro walked in with her meal. Looking at Li Bo and Du Xiaoye, the two of them were pouting and squatting on the ground fiddling with the black ointment. Feeling a little curious, the weight loss pill that Li Bo refined. Sister Yaru, do you want to use it? It's very effective. Xiao Yu's eyes glowed. Really? Zhao Yaru pinched her arm. Her skin was full of elasticity. Not much flab. But women are all like this. Even if they are skinny to the point of skin and bones, they always feel fat. The excitement also divided some. Li Bo just picked up the rice bowl. The phone rang. It was Liang Yu. Do you have something to do now? If there is nothing, come with me. We'll be here soon. The voice was sweet and crispy, and I don't know if it was intentional. This Li Bo heart had itchy, hurriedly whispered a promise, then hung up the phone and stood up. I won't be home for dinner. At night the two of you stay in the yard. Don't wander. After saying that, he headed for the door. The voices of Yaru and Du Xiaoye came from inside the courtyard. Yaru asked, what's he doing going? In a hurry. Du Xiaoye returned. Definitely no good. Maybe it is to engage in broken shoes to go. Li Bo's eyes went black, almost fell to the ground. and finally gritted his teeth, pulled open the car door, and jumped on. Liang Yu was waiting not far from the village entrance, today dressed both sexy and beautiful, package hip skirt black stockings, exposed white smooth shoulders, hair also coiled up, the appearance of the city's beautiful young woman. Li Bo looked at the eyes are a little straight. What are you looking at? Am I pretty tonight? Liang Yu pulled open the car door smiling. Li Bo reluctantly put his eyes back from Liang Yu's long legs wrapped in black stockings. In his heart, he wondered why Liang Yu's legs were so thin and straight when she was living in the village. You just wear this? Liang Yu took a look at the set of clothes on Li Bo, and immediately became a bit unhappy. These are my best clothes, just washed. Li Bo was a little embarrassed. Forget it, let's buy a set in town in a while. This one of yours doesn't go with my beauty. What if people don't want to do business with you once they see you dressed like a bumpkin? People are snobs nowadays, don't you know? Liang Yu rambled and complained. Li Bo grinned, then pointed his hand towards the trunk. Don't worry, I brought freshly picked vegetables. They're here to do business and buy vegetables, not to pick on the princess and young master. Why do they care so much? Bah, you scolded me? Liang Yu was unforgiving, stretching out her pink fists and pounding on Li Bo's shoulders. After getting closer, he could feel the faint scent of Liang Yu's body more and more. Li Bo was impatient for a while, and hurriedly shook off his head, throwing away all those complicated emotions. After arriving at the town, Liang Yu made a phone call and told Li Bo that they had not yet arrived. She directly dragged Li Bo to the clothing store. Liang Yu picked out clothes for Li Bo while complaining that this countryside place is just low grade. There are no good clothes. A few young sales clerks had a painless face, but when they watched Li Bo change into a set of casual clothes and walked out from the dressing room, their eyes lit up. Yo, I didn't see it before. You're quite handsome. Liang Yu's eyes were also glowing. She walked over and reached out to Li Bo to straighten his clothes collar. As virtuous as a little daughter-in-law, Li Bo is a little embarrassed. Hurry to check out, and then go. Not far from the side is the restaurant. Soon arrived. Not a lot of work. The other person came. BMW 5 Series, quite elegant. At least in the countryside place is quite good. A middle-aged man with a medium body slightly obese walked down, next to the arm of a sultry woman of about the same age as Liang Yu. This dress is quite fashionable, and are branded, but the face is with a bone sassy and arrogant. Behind him was the driver who drove the car, but he was tall and burly, and had a whole lot of sunglasses with him in the middle of the night. Xiao Mei. Liang Yu hurriedly won down the steps with a smile on her face. The opposite side of the demonic woman also revealed a hint of a smile. Then her eyes kept sweeping back and forth on Liang Yu's body. After embracing it for a bit, she said, how come what you're wearing here is still an old model from a few years ago? This countryside place just doesn't work. Chapter 78, Pretend What? Liang Yu's face changed slightly, but still sighed and said with a smile, I'm also a country bumpkin now. How can I compare with you? Found such a rich and capable husband. Really envied to death. Xiao Mei then revealed a hint of complacency, reaching out and holding Liang Yu's arm to walk forward. Li Bo also walked down the steps with a modest smile on his face. He noticed that the middle-aged man's eyes had been staring at Liang Yu's breasts, and from time to time, he swept his eyes towards his thighs again. Although Xiao Mei wore fashionable and sexy clothes, but if in terms of face and figure compared to Liang Yu it was still a level behind. This is the Li Bo I told you about on the phone earlier, the big boss farmer of our village. Liang Yu hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced him. Just him and still a big boss? Xiao Mei's face clearly carried a trace of disdain. If she didn't think that Li Bo had a few handsome looks, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be willing to look at him squarely. Li Bo's heart then became a bit unpleasant, but at this time came all the way here, and could only stand aside and not say anything. The smile on his face gradually dissipated. Don't say that. Although Li Bo doesn't go out much in normal times, he has wrapped up a farm in the village, and has also wrapped up a piece of the beach, spending a few $1 million. Liang Yu hurriedly rounded things up on the side. As soon as she heard this, Xiao Mei's eyes towards Li Bo obviously changed a little. Really? Then she glanced at Liang Yu again. I'm doing it for your sake. Otherwise it would be impossible to let my husband come. Turning around, she pulled the man's arm and was about to walk inside the restaurant. Li Bo frowned slightly, never saying anything. He could tell that the man's attention was on Liang Yu's body, and he didn't even look at himself. It really felt a bit annoying. A little impatience is a big plan. Xiao Mei, this person is like this. Knife mouth tofu heart. In fact, people are still good. Then it's not possible for me to make a phone call and people come all the way here. Everything is for the sales of vegetables. Liang Yu came over and also held Li Bo's arm to advise in a small voice. Li Bo nodded. He felt that the other party might not have come because they were giving Liang Yu face. The best hotel in the town. Li Bo made a phone call, and people left the box out, and the manager in charge of the hotel personally came out to meet. Until this moment, Xiao Mei's face color has eased some, and that boss-like man also looked at Li Bo 2 eyes. It seemed that he was surprised that a countryside teenager like Li Bo, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, would actually be treated like this in this kind of place. The two of you have traveled a long way to taste our locally produced vegetables and seafood here. Li Bo eventually suppressed the unpleasantness in his heart and politely said a few words. This kind of countryside place can't make any good flavors, right? Xiao Mei was picky, but after smelling the flavor of the dish, she picked up her chopsticks and tasted it, and immediately widened her eyes. The flavor is really good. This dish is quite fresh, and the texture is especially great. Couldn't help but praise it. The man next to him couldn't resist Xiao Mei's persuasion and also ate a couple bites, then looked at Li Bo and asked, "Are the vegetables you grow also of this quality?" Truth be told, the dishes inside this restaurant are specially supplied by Li Bo's farm, as well as seafood. Liang Yu hurriedly got up and very attentively poured wine for Xiao Mei and the man. Li Bo noticed that the man's eyes lit up, then put his chopsticks down. "I'm a person who has always disliked beating around the bush. Let's talk about the price directly. Straight to the point." Li Bo also couldn't wait for this and gave out the price he had prepared in advance. "You're too expensive. Even the vegetables imported from abroad don't have a price like yours. It's fully 3 times higher than the market." The middle-aged man furrowed his eyebrows in a somewhat mocking manner. "You can already sell at such a price in the town. I know you mainly sell your vegetables to some big city food markets, and supermarkets and such. There's absolutely no problem with such a price, and it also costs me here. After all, it has to be carefully cultivated." Li Bo did not give an inch, not to mention the man's face and demeanor. Everywhere there was a look of looking down on the countryside. The price of this vegetable is also the price that Li Bo has come up with after careful consideration. If it is lowered at this time, then it will only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. At worst, this business will not be done. I say, Li Bo, you can't be so rigid. Look at your place is so remote, and the road is not accessible. The vegetables cannot be sold, can only rot in the ground. That is not the same loss of money? If you ask me, you lower the price by half and consider it as us helping our friends. Xiao Mei was knocking on the side. As soon as she opened her mouth, she lowered the price by half. This is not at all to talk business. It is simply open robbery. Li Bo could no longer sit still. If it wasn't for Liang Yu's face, he would have stood up to check out and leave. In the end, he still frowned, and then shook his head. The price will definitely not change. Although it is true that we do not have sales for our vegetables now, but the quality of these vegetables you have already seen. The big deal is that I will spend more time. The atmosphere at the table became a bit stiff. Liang Yu also did not expect something like this to happen, and was just about to say something to ease the situation. However, the middle-aged man on the opposite side snorted coldly. "Let's put it this way, I'll give you another 10% increase, that's it at best." Truth be told, the vegetables coming out of these towns in your neighborhood are all collected by our company. If you don't sell them to me, I believe that other people won't be able to intervene. Threat, naked threat. Li Bo frowned. "Are you scaring me? What's wrong with scaring you? Do you think our boss is discussing with you?" The driver behind the middle-aged man stared at Li Bo with fierce eyes. None of the few of them had put Li Bo in their eyes. After all, Li Bo looked young and had a gentle smile on his face at the beginning. "Human and animal harmless. Xiao Mei, what are you guys doing?" Liang Yu stood up and also panicked a little. "Liang Yu, don't mind, this is their own business. If this is accomplished, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xiao Mei leaned on the back of the chair and played with her cell phone, seemingly used to such scenes for a long time. Li Bo stood up with a miso. "Since it's a matter of words, you guys go ahead. Who the hell do you think you are? Letting us come all the way here. How do you count the damage?" The driver took a big stride towards Li Bo, reaching out to grab the collar of his shirt. The middle-aged man there coldly watched and did not want to stop the intention. To this moment on the face only showed some vicious color. Chapter 79, I'll give you compensation. In fact, he had long known that there was a village in this town that produced vegetables that were both fresh and had medicinal value, high in nutrients, and at a very good price. He was contemplating to come over to acquire them, but he didn't expect Liang Yu to take the initiative to contact him. On the surface is a big boss, but in fact the previous is also rely on a group of hooligans gangsters hair home, not less do bully enough of the market. He felt, like Li Bo this countryside boy, as long as a few words to scare some, surely honestly signed the contract, the vegetables sold to him. Let him earn a large sum. This driver he brought today was originally the #1 hitter under his hand. He didn't know how many people he had put in the hospital, but today this #1 hitman was held down on the ground by Li Bo twisting his arm, followed by a kick to the face, directly fainted. The middle-aged man was startled, and the teacup he had just picked up shook and directly spilled on his thigh, screaming in pain. "What do you want?" Staring at Li Bo asked. "What kind of place do you TMD think this is? Just come and spread your wildness as you please. You have to be thankful that it's harmonious society that saved you, otherwise I would have broken your legs and thrown you out directly." Li Bo held a bellyful of fire. This moment was finally able to spread it out. Next to her, Xiaomei was also scared out of her wits and didn't dare to say anything. Li Bo, give me face. Forget it. Liang Yu was afraid of making a big deal out of it and hurriedly persuaded from the side. Get lost, Li Bo coldly scolded. Only then did that middle-aged man get up from his seat in a panic, pulling the still dazed henchman and slipping out. Xiaomei lowered her face, didn't even dare to raise her head, and followed out as well. TMD, a bunch of trash, Li Bo cursed hatefully, then sat down on his butt. I'm sorry I didn't expect things to develop into this. This thing today is all my fault. Liang Yu was aggrieved and ashamed. Forget it, you also have a good heart. Li Bo held a cigarette in his mouth and frowned. Originally thought that this evening will be able to solve the matter of vegetable sales. Did not expect the basket to be empty. Li Bo did not feel that the man was casually scaring people just now. If he really controlled the acquisition channels of vegetables in several nearby towns, this matter would still be a bit troublesome. Li Bo has not yet said anything. Next to Liang Yu's mood is very low. A cup after a cup of wine, said he and Xiaomei have known for many years. Usually have contact with each other. Did not think that Xiaomei will actually bring people to pit themselves. Regardless of the many years of friendship, Li Bo was upset and didn't know how to persuade. Seeing that Liang Yuan was already drunk, he hurriedly snatched the glass down and said, don't think about this today. I'll find a way to arrange your job for you. Or hurry back, helping Liang Yu, who was collapsing, to go out. But where to go next is a big problem. Liang Yu was drunk. If she was sent back to the village directly, if people saw her, it would be hard to explain. Go to a room? Li Bo was embarrassed for a while, then comforted himself and left after settling Liang Yu down. Before he could get into the car, he saw two cabs parked directly in front of him. Down came 7 or 8 men with clubs and machetes in their hands, viciously pouncing over. I go? Li Bo raised his eyebrows and hurriedly pulled open the car door, pushing Liang Yu in first. He then turned around, clenched his fists, and knocked out a few teeth of the guy who rushed at the front. The other guy wailed and fell to the ground. The rest of the guys were even more aggressive. They looked like professional fighters, but even so, they were still not enough in front of Li Bo. They were all cleaned up in the blink of an eye, and one by one, they lay on the ground and rolled around. Li Bo frowned, squatted down and grabbed one of them by the hair and threw 2 big slaps. The other person was dazed and rolled his eyes. Who sent you guys? Li Bo asked with a frown. Lu Daong, a boss who specializes in the vegetable wholesale and purchasing business. The beaten man hurriedly told the truth. Li Bo snorted coldly. You really consider yourself a triad? Sending people to clean up old me? Disappear from my presence within 10 seconds. Go back and tell that Lu Daong, if he dares to come to me again, trouble don't blame me for being rude to him. Li Bo viciously cursed. The few thugs on the ground hurriedly climbed eastward to the cab and all ran away. Li Bo took a deep breath and got into the car, only to realize that Liang Yu had already shrunk on the seat and fell asleep. Originally dressed today is quite sexy. This moment thighs are almost exposed. The body of the garter also slipped to the bottom of the chest. Li Bo looked at a burst of heartbeat, and hurriedly bravely reached out to clean up a bit. You take advantage of me? Unexpectedly, Liang Yu actually opened her eyes at this time and grabbed Li Bo's hand. You misunderstood. Li Bo blushed and explained. What did I misunderstand? You dare to say that you don't have that idea? You don't want to see what it's like in here again? Liang Yu's hand, driving Li Bo's hand. Let's go back to that hotel from last time. Tonight things didn't work out. I'll make it up to you. Liang Yu's voice was very soft. After more than an hour, Li Bo was sweating, and Liang Yu next to him was slightly out of breath, slightly angry and pushed Li Bo. You have a bad breath, but you can't all spread it on me. It hurts me. Li Bo grinned. I see that you are quite cooperative. Roll. Liang Yu cursed. Rolling over, she wrapped Li Bo in her arms. Opening her mouth, she said, can you not go back tonight? Li Bo was in a difficult situation. At this moment Du Xiaoye was waiting in the courtyard. Just now, he had already sent 2 consecutive messages to urge. He was even a little worried that if he didn't go back, Du Xiaoye would come to the town with Xiao Yaro to search for people. I have to go back. There are still a lot of things going on in the village. What matters do you have? Isn't it just going back to accompany your little daughter-in-law? Get lost, get lost. Liang Yu frowned and pushed Li Bo off the bed so hard that her face was a little less than pretty. Li Bo hesitated for a while and opened his mouth. Then I'm really leaving. You're alone here and rest well. Don't think about today's matter. I'll find a way to solve the sales later. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left. Recalling what had just happened inside the room, he was still able to feel a burst of heat in his body. Muttering to himself, what exactly did this Liang Yu used to do? How does she know so many tricks? Driving the car and arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, Li Bo didn't rush to enter the door, but ran to the outside of the courtyard wall in a hurry. Once he looked at those chutes that drilled out, he was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 80, The Darkness of the Willow. When they entered the courtyard, Zhao Yara was still there, and the two women were drinking tea while chatting leisurely. The chat was quite beautiful. Yo, back so soon? I thought you were going to spend the night outside. Du Xiaoye Scholar's village head complaining woman talking tone. Li Bo blushed for a while, grinned and said, learn to be good you. It's late, hurry up and go to bed. I'm going to take a shower. The first time rushed into the shower. The heart is weak. Du Xiaoye, who had already taken a shower, didn't rush to sleep. She was waiting for Li Bo in the courtyard. Did you solve the matter of the dishes? After seeing him come out, Du Xiaoye opened her mouth and asked. Li Bo frowned and sighed. The price wasn't negotiated. Have you thought about trying it online? Du Xiaoye came over with her cell phone. 2 days ago I posted some pictures of those vegetables you grew online, and there are already quite a few people asking me if they can mail them. Li Bo immediately slapped his thigh when he heard this, and then immediately picked up Du Xiaoye, the girl, and spun around in place twice. Put me down. Du Xiaoye blushed. He, you're really a child genius. Li Bo put Du Xiaoye down with a face of excitement. We can look for sales on the internet first. There are couriers in town anyway. Cash on delivery. Li Bo said while taking Du Xiaoye's cell phone. Sure enough, there were quite a few people who wanted to buy it, and there were even some who owned restaurants. It's just a pity that they're all ones with less demand. It would be nice if we could contact a bigger wholesaler. Du Xiaoye was beside her with a look of excitement. There's no rush. Open an online store first. More or less there will definitely be sales. If it is not possible, one day I will go to the city to see if there is a wholesale market needs. Li Bo's depression in his heart swept away. The matter of opening an online store is given to me on the line. I'm familiar with these things. Du Xiaoye patted her small chest and assured. Then she said, it just so happens that we are going to the town tomorrow to mail those diet creams. Let's both go and contact the courier first. I will be able to finalize a few orders early tomorrow morning. Li Bo looked at Du Xiaoye's soft and pretty little face, and couldn't wait to get up and kiss it. However, he was afraid that something would happen, so he finally held back. Before Du Xiaoye's mother left, she let the old Chinese doctor leave him a palace sand. The meaning is already quite obvious. It's warning Li Bo not to get any bad ideas, or else he won't be finished with him. On the second morning, Du Xiaoye washed up and urged Li Bo to get up. Hurry up, go to the ground and pick some fresh vegetables. There are a dozen orders. Li Bo washed up as fast as he could, and after eating breakfast, he directly ran to the ground. Due to the vegetables picked in the past 2 days, not a lot of them were sold, so it had accumulated quite a lot. But even so, Li Bo still picked some of the freshest ones and loaded a cart full of them. The vegetable market there had regular sales every day, so a delivery was made along the way. Before he could get out of the village entrance, he watched from afar as quite a few construction vehicles lined up in a line and drove over in a great hurry. Road repairers? Li Bo immediately understood. After stopping the car down, he really saw that relative of Dafei's family. After politely flinging 2 packs of good cigarettes to the other party, Li Bo urged them to work hard, and they went to the village to look for Uncle Zhao. When they came to the town, the sky was completely bright. After delivering a few baskets of vegetables to the market, the regular customers were waiting. After working for a while, the helpers from the village came. Li Bo took Du Xiaoye and went to the express delivery station. Although it is the countryside, but the scale of the receiving and dispatching station is not small. Early in the morning there are people busy. The person in charge of the reception is quite polite, told Li Bo, if the demand for orders in the future is large, they can send special people to the village to collect. Do not have to be so troublesome. Run over to send. Li Bo, naturally happy, left the contact information. The vegetables are sent out. Just in time was the town's once every few days fair. Du Xiaoye has never seen such a scene. Noisy, must stroll around. Li Bo thought. Anyway, now there is no business to do. Simply also satisfy this little girl's wish. Although Du Xiaoye looks thin, but is a real foodie. The market is very long and there are even more stalls selling snacks. Du Xiaoye from this end directly eat to the end of the small mouth did not stop. Li Bo is not paying money. Is worried about Du Xiaoye. This girl's belly is not able to withstand. Du Xiaoye originally looks delicate and cute, plus that a city people dress, so immediately attracted the attention of many people. A few young men with foreign accents rushed through the marketplace. Although they attracted a lot of blank stares, but there were 5 or 6 of them, so they only complained a few times in a low voice at most. Du Xiaoye walked forward carelessly, constantly observing all kinds of strange and bizarre contraptions and delicious snacks. Without noticing, she was bumped head-on by the other party. Little girl, quite pretty looking, play with your brothers? A few male youths were fluffy and reached out to take advantage of them. Li Bo hurriedly moved forward. Du Xiaoye didn't turn off the problem at all. After cursing, she lifted her white tender calf and kicked a male youth hard on his knee. Then she turned around and fell into Li Bo's arms. Complaining, she said, hubby, they bullied me. You beat him up. Little girl, you're looking for death. Several male youths rushed over at once. Li Bo also had a bit of a headache when he saw it and hurriedly pulled Du Xiaoye behind himself to block it. Frowning, he looked at the opposite side of the several male youths, who were wearing overalls, as if they were from an electronics factory. I said, don't cause trouble, or else you will suffer, Li Bo tried his best to say in a gentle tone. However, the other party did not appreciate it, and the tallest among them directly stretched out his hand to shake Li Bo with a big slap, a good hand of death. Almost as a reflex, Li Bo also swung up his arm. Splat! The latter was the first to strike. A big slap was clear and crisp. The tall young man spun in place 2.5 times, then fell to the ground, his cheeks high and swollen, dazed. TMD. Him together. The remaining few people immediately rushed over, punching and kicking. There were many people around. Li Bo simply stood in place without dodging or flashing, raised one arm to block the other party's attack, and then saw a gap. After a few hard punches, the opposite several young men all flew out, one by one. They were all gray in the face. Hubby, you're awesome. Beat the hell out of them. Du Xiaoye muttered as she chewed her snacks at the back. Kid, don't leave if you're capable. This isn't over today. I'll settle the score with you. A few male youths got up from the ground and quickly ran away. Chapter 81. Who are you scaring? Why is it that there are a lot of people who always like to say things like this after they've been beaten up? Li Bo had a disdainful look on his face. Turning his head and reaching out to rest his hand on Du Xiaoye's shoulder, he casually said, are you full yet? Du Xiaoye patted her belly with satisfaction and muttered, almost done. Go back. On the way back, Du Xiaoye kept taking selfies and subsequently sent them to her friend's circle. It appeared to be busy. In just this amount of time, there are quite a few more people placing orders. It's still me, Miss Du, who has high influence. Du Xiaoye was a bit smug, then frowned again and said, a few of my classmates said they want to come here to play in the next 2 days. Do you have any opinions? Li Bo naturally didn't have an opinion, thinking that Du Xiaoye's one goat was put anyway, and a few more classmates, at best, would be a place for them to stay and eat, and a few more pairs of chopsticks. Then I'll tell them, they don't believe that all these vegetables posted in my circle of friends are grown by you. Let them have a good time then. Du Xiaoye excitedly sent the message, don't you brag to people, Li Bo somewhat uneasily urged. Du Xiaoye replied vaguely, and soon the car had arrived at the entrance of the village. At this moment, it was found that there were quite a few people in the village, working with those workers from the construction team on the road repair. The one leading the way was Zhao Dehai, along with a few other respected people in the village. Seeing that Li Bo had arrived, the villagers immediately gathered around with grateful faces. Now that the construction team had arrived in the village, road repair was naturally on the agenda, and the villagers were extremely excited. Before this, Li Bo had said that the villagers would be paid every day for helping out here, but the villagers spontaneously said that they would not take a single penny of benefit from the road repair. That's fine. During the road repair period, lunch and night are managed. Turn around and I'll have someone make it and send it to the village square. Li Bo waved his hand and made a promise in public. The villagers and workers cheered and worked even harder. According to the foreman's estimation, at this rate, the village road would be completely repaired in almost a week. The road outside the village leading to the town only needed to be widened and leveled. Again, not taking long. Since there were already orders for vegetables online, Li Bo planned to go to the vegetable field to have a look and supervise the process of the greenhouses, but just came to the vegetable field suddenly found that not far away there is a group of people, holding tools and sticks, rushed over aggressively. Who is in charge of this place? Hurry up and stand out for me. The ones who came seemed to be from the next village. Usually, the villagers from several nearby villages got along relatively well. Even if there were some small frictions and disputes between each other, they would rarely get to such a point as the one in front of them. The other party came with dozens of people, and the more they gathered. Li Bo hurriedly took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to answer. I am the person in charge of this vegetable field. What do you plan to do? The other party is a man in his 30s, bare-chested and quite strong-looking, grinned at Li Bo, then said, my name is Sun Shengli. I'm the mayor of the next village. You hurry up and plug the gap of the aqueduct, or else don't blame me for being impolite to you. What? Li Bo glanced at the aqueduct that was irrigating the vegetable fields. This water was drawn from the river, and the river flowed through several nearby villages. Since this place was on the seashore and there were no lakes or reservoirs built, the villagers of the several nearby villages relied on this river for water, whether it was for irrigation or for living in normal times. Recently, the weather has been rather dry, and apart from the rain that fell a few days ago, there has hardly been any rain at all. The problem was that the previous rainwater could not be stored at all, and all of it washed into the sea or seeped into the ground. It looked like this group of people felt that Li Bo and the others had used so much water to irrigate the vegetable fields. It was too much of a waste. Can't you hear me talking to you? Sure enough, Sun Shengli on the opposite side roared ferociously again. his attitude somewhat brutal. I heard that this son Xingli had been outside in the early years and had seen the world, and after returning to the village, he was elected village chief, and his methods have always been very tough. Usually even Zhao Fugue, see Sun Xingli also fear a few points. The other party didn't put Li Bo, a country boy, in his eyes at all. How come I heard that your village's orchard uses more water? I can't just stand by and watch these vegetables in my field drought to death. Li Bo argued with reason. Their village agricultural land was not much. There is no orchard or anything, although the wasteland here used a lot of water, but it is not very excessive. Moreover, this river is shared by several villages. What does he Sun Xingli control? Little Yakuza, who do you think you are? Dare to talk to me like this? I told you to block the aqueduct. Just be good and obey. If you don't want to, I'll find someone to plug it for you. Sun Xingli waved his hand in a savage manner. Behind those village immediately swarmed with tools to go to block the water channel. At this moment, the villagers of Zhejiazhuang also surrounded up, looking to make a scene. Li Bo some headache. He does not want to see the chaotic scene. Directly a person from the ground jumped out, blocked the opposite. Sun Xingli brought the group of people, and in order to try to avoid the outbreak of a melee, a few more points of strength, reach out and snatch the shovel in the hands of two villagers across the street, directly across the chest in front of a push forward. The other side is rushing over a dozen people, but even so, still not able to block Li Bo this push. A dozen people screamed, brushed backward, and then sat down on the ground. The scene looked a little spectacular. Don't cause trouble. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of anyone. Li Bo glared up, first leaving the villagers behind himself, then right in front of Sun Xingli. He put two shovels on his hands and raised his knees. Ka-ching! The two shovels just snapped from the center, easily and happily. Sun Xingli is a person who has seen the world. One look at Li Bo this posture, immediately know that this kid is not to be messed with. For a moment some do not know what to do. Originally thought that relying on their own reputation plus bring these people, strong troops, must be able to Zhao those people to clean up the obedience. Wan did not expect, people only out of a person, instantly knocked down their own, under the hands of a large, and this kid looks quite fierce. That is, what words to say properly? Why do you have to do it? Zhao Dahai stood next to Li Bo at this time, calming the situation. Chapter 82, Digging a Well. The villagers in Zhejiazhuang had already been obedient to Li Bo for a long time. After all, most of the villagers were now workers under Li Bo's hands, plus Zhao Dahai usually, in the village also has a little bit of prestige, so the villagers temporarily stopped the action, but one by one also eyeing. Usually the most cowardly of the nearby villages is Zhejiazhuang, always letting others bully them. Today, it is difficult to see Li Bo to earn back some face, the heart more or less some excitement, and even some people calculate that it is best to really be able to fight, and take this opportunity to properly exhale and raise some eyebrows. What else is there to say? Our village people can be more than your village people, immediately can be rushed over, then we really fight a fight. See who in the end said. Sun Xingli didn't dare to fight hard with Li Bo, but their village did have more people. Li Bo heart a burst of depression. The other side at least is also the villagers, and is not what really ruffians and hooligans. The reason why the clamor here, but also just for the river belongs to the problem, but they are worried that if the drought continues, the crops in the ground will not be irrigated, especially the orchard that their village depends on for its survival. Seeing that the villagers of the two parties were about to get entangled in the clamor again, Li Bo shouted, "Stop it, isn't it just a little water? After these few days, we'll just drill a well, and the village's water problem can be completely solved, and the extra water can also be used for irrigation." Are you kidding? If we could drill water, who would still rely on this river to live? Don't forget what kind of place we're in. It's all salty and alkaline land down there. Even if we can make water, it'll be bitter. Sun Xingli immediately sneered from the opposite side. He felt that this was all Li Bo's delaying tactics, and was blindfolded. Those villagers in Zhejiazhuang also felt that Li Bo's words were a bit unreliable. Drinking water in the nearby villages is a big problem. Drilling this kind of thing is not without trying, but the village's efforts to play a number of wells, either there is no water, or simply out of the water is bitter. There is no way to quote. In the end, they just gave up, and the idea in this regard was all about traveling far and wide to fetch water from the river. This is not for you to worry about. In short, give me 3 days, I will immediately be able to beat out the water. In these 3 days, I still need the river water to irrigate this vegetable field. Li Bo looked at Sun Xingli with a calm demeanor. The latter frowned, a little less willing. What if you can't pump out water after 3 days? You irrigate such a large amount every day and there is only so much water in the river. Who will you find to compensate for this loss then? Li Bo took 2 steps forward, lowered his voice and said to Sun Xingli, I'm not discussing with you. If you have to be rough, then I'm not against it. But do you think you guys can fight us? The stern light that flashed out amongst his eyes caused Sun Shengli to involuntarily take 2 steps backward with a slight weakness. If I can't beat out the water after 3 days, from now on I won't use a single drop of water from the river in this vegetable plot, and I'll even make amends to you in front of everyone in your village. Li Bo spoke with conviction. Sun Shengli fixed his mind, frowned and said, okay, I'll follow you today. We'll see what happens after 3 days. If you want to renege on the debt at that time, don't blame us for disregarding the justice of the townspeople. After saying this, he waved his hand and led dozens of villagers to go back with great vigor. Li Bo then wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. Just now if Sun Shengli blindly led the other side and his own village people to fight, Li Bo cannot be able to take care of everything. There will certainly be casualties. If that really happened, things would be troublesome. Li Bo, this tone of voice of yours is getting bigger and bigger now. If you say that you are bringing the villagers to earn money, we are all convinced. But if you say that fresh water wells can be drilled in this saline land, isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? If we can't drill fresh water by then, we'll have to bow down to those guys. It's too humiliating. The villagers were a bit skeptical, feeling that Li Bo was now more capable and spoke in a somewhat exaggerated tone. Everyone don't believe me? Within 3 days I guarantee to drill fresh water wells, and the vegetable field here to play a mouth. The village also for everyone to play a mouth. No, the big guys won't need to run to the river for water for eating and laundry. Li Bo grinned, his face full of confidence. The villagers also put away their skepticism at this moment and looked at Li Bo with bated breath. Although they were still more or less skeptical, they were more hopeful that Li Bo would really be able to do what he said he would do and solve the hard eating problem that the village had been facing for decades. Everyone, let's get busy first. I'll consider the matter of drilling a well. Li Bo waved his hand at the crowd, and the villagers immediately went to work in an organized manner under the leadership of Zhao Dahai. Du Xiaoye, who hadn't said anything, came over and pulled Li Bo's sleeve. I think the villagers are right. Usually this place is so close to the sea. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get a fresh water well. You're bragging a bit too much. This problem has to be changed in the future. The corner of Li Bo's eyes twitched, reaching out and flicking Du Xiaoye's white forehead. Even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm the one who casually brags? Du Xiaoye rubbed her forehead with tears in her eyes. Aggrieved. Am I not worried for you? Good people don't get good rewards. Li Bo really wasn't just bragging. The matter of finding a fresh water source was something he had considered a few days ago, only that he had been busy with the vegetable field for the past 2 days, so he had forgotten about it. It was really hard to find fresh water on the beach, but after reading the contents of the 100 Herbs secret record, and after eating the golden pill, Li Bo's eyes became transparent. It was really easy to find a place where fresh water could be pumped out nearby. Li Bo had already found out that there was a very good location right near the vegetable field when he was talking just now. Just need to get the drilling team over here, and there was absolutely no problem in drilling a well within 3 days. This is it. Li Bo circled around the spot just now several times in a row, and by observing the growth of the plants here as well as the dryness and wetness of the soil, he finally came to a conclusion. After that, he directly moved over a few large stones and piled them together, picking up the phone and preparing to find the drilling team. It was too late to waste any time. 2 hours later, the town's drilling team really did come, each with a flirtatious look on their faces. We only drill and charge by the day. As for whether or not we can produce fresh water, this has nothing to do with us. It's all up to your own luck. The leader of the construction team had a look of contempt on his face. Chapter 83, Sweet Water Well. The reason why they said that was because with their experience, they surmised that it was impossible to hit fresh water within a few dozen meters in this neighborhood. The construction team felt that Li Bo was just spending money to play with water. You guys don't need to worry about this, just work as I say. Be faster. If you can hit water before dark, I'll give you guys a raise. Li Bo simply paid the deposit directly, letting the other party get down to business and start working. The villagers had been watching around the drilling well. Li Bo didn't want to waste time here, and took Du Xiaoye directly back to his own yard. At this moment, a row of peach tree saplings had already grown outside the courtyard wall. According to Li Bo's observation, these peach tree saplings grew faster than the one in the yard. According to his speculation, the main reason why this happened was because that tree was planted from the seeds of a real immortal peach. After all, it was grown on earth, and there was still a gap in quality compared to heaven, so the fruit that came down from the tree was a level behind compared to the immortal peaches. Planting again will definitely grow faster. I just hope that the quality of the peaches that grow out this time won't be too bad. Li Bo squatted there rambling like a psychopath. For Li Bo planted what can grow fast this thing, Du Xiaoye has long been accustomed to, so did not feel surprised. Just think Li Bo must have mastered a high-tech, or it is configured out of the kind of fertilizer is unique. Time flies, it is already dark. Li Bo just finished eating, thinking to go to the vegetable field there to see the situation of drilling wells. That's when he heard a shriek coming from the location of the vegetable field. Oh my god, water is already coming out so quickly. It shouldn't still be salty, right? Li Bo's eyes lit up and he immediately brought Du Xiaoye to quickly run towards the location of the vegetable field. It was also most of the day, and surprisingly, water was really drilled out. But at this moment, the water had just emerged, carrying a little bit of mud. The villagers one by one stretched their necks to look. No one dared. They're first to try, mainly because of the fear of disappointment. In the end, Li Bo calmly walked over, picked up a broken old ladle. The gradually clear water scooped some. Just as he put it to his mouth, he was able to smell the faint spiritual qi contained in it. It really is good water. Li Bo praised it in his heart, then took a big sip in front of the villagers, wrinkling his eyebrows up as if it was hard to bear. The villagers were immediately a little disappointed. At this moment, Du Xiaoye came over and poked Li Bo's waist with her hand. Let me drink a mouthful. What, you are not spared? Li Bo handed the water scoop to the front of the little girl. The latter is not polite, took over and also drank a big mouthful. Then the expression on the face was a little strange. Said, how is this water so cold? Like chilled? How about the flavor? Li Bo asked, with a smile on his face. So sweet, Du Xiaoye replied crisply. What the hell? It's sweet? The villagers immediately gathered around, scrambling for it. Cheers soon followed. It's actually a sweet water well. It's really blessed by our ancestors. A few of the older ones simply knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly at the location of their ancestors' grave, feeling that this was all a gift from the heavens. In fact, Li Bo had long seen through his own knowledge that there was a spiritual vein underneath the ground, which extended from a very far place. Not only was there plenty of water, but the water quality was also quite good. As long as it was not intentionally wasted, it could completely solve the problem of irrigating one's farm, and by drilling another well in the village, it could also ensure that the villagers would have water for drinking. The well drillers were dumbfounded, and said that they had been doing this job for most of their lives, and had never seen such a large well, and had never encountered a water source with such good water quality. Work hard for you guys, and early tomorrow morning, go to our village and dig another well, not a penny less for the money. Li Bo handed a cigarette to the person in charge of drilling the well with a warm smile on his face. The reason why he let these people come back to work during the daytime was mainly because he was afraid of disturbing the villagers' rest during the night. Why wait for tomorrow morning? Why don't we just strike while the iron is hot and start drilling directly in the village tonight by choosing a place? This little commotion is nothing. The villagers immediately rallied. They were afraid that if they missed this great opportunity, they would never have it again. Once Li Bo saw this, he didn't refuse and immediately led the drilling team to the center of the village square. Right here, Li Bo had a relaxed and calm face. Without anyone suspecting anything, the construction team people immediately began to make preparations, and soon the rumbling sound of drilling began to spread out. Almost the entire village came over to watch the fun. Today is destined to be a sleepless night. Li Bo went back to the courtyard early. He knew that he would definitely be able to drill out water before dawn. After all, this place was easier to dig in than the soil in that part of the vegetable field. I can't believe it. You actually have this kind of skill. Where did you learn all this knowledge? Didn't you not go to college? Du Xiaoye surrounded Li Bo and looked left and right, a face full of curiosity. Can't you learn anything without going to college? I call this self-learning. Li Bo was quite a bit smug, saying you're fat, you're really gasping for air. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Du Xiaoye glanced at him and then proposed that she wanted to take a bath and sleep. Li Bo resigned himself to burning hot water, then puffed and puffed as he carried the large wooden bucket into the shower room. Taking advantage of Du Xiaoye's girl taking a shower, Li Bo slipped into the cellar. It had been several days since he had been here. Li Bo felt that he should have accumulated quite a few treasures at this moment. However, what made him feel depressed was that even the number of those bricks and tiles had not increased. It can't be? Could it be that I'm picking up trash here and was discovered by the fairy daughters in the sky, so they don't throw it here anymore? Li Bo was so depressed. After staying here for a while longer and making sure that nothing was thrown in, he hung his head and climbed out. What are you doing? Scared me. Not far from the side of the cellar stood an individual, dressed quite stylishly, who at this moment was covering her chest with a panicked look on her face. It was Liang Yu. It startled Li Bo as well. You don't sleep at night. What are you running here for? As soon as Li Bo looked at Liang Yu, he was a bit weak. If the village people found out that the two of them had met here at this moment, gossip would definitely spread. I'm looking for you for something. You didn't answer your phone. Liang Yu came over, first cautiously looking around, like a thief. It made Li Bo's heart even more nervous. Chapter 84. You have to be careful. I just want to tell you about the vegetables. I've already found you other buyers. This time it's guaranteed to be reliable. I, Liang Yu, still have more or less some connections in the city. Liang Yu had a smug look on her face. It looked like this time was really a sure thing. Can't you find me again during the day for this kind of thing? Li Bo climbed out of the cellar with a gray head. Only then did he remember that he didn't take the phone. Look at you like you don't appreciate it? What good things did you sneak around in the cellar in the middle of the night to hide? It wouldn't be holding it as a safe, right? Leon, you came over. Thanks for taking the trouble for me. If I can really sell the vegetables, your commission is guaranteed to be small. If there's nothing else, hurry back. It's not good to let people see you. Li Bo took the initiative to take 2 steps backward to keep a distance from Liang Yu. Fame was very important in the countryside. The point is, Li Bo doesn't want to get involved in any gossip with Zhao Fugui's family. If he lets Zhao Fugui know about it, that old bastard won't be able to make a mess of it. Look at you. Last night at the hotel, why didn't I see you being timid? And now you're pretending to be a decent person? Liang Yu glared at Li Bo with 1,000 charming glances, but still turned around. That what? Zhao Fugui is coming back tomorrow, and in the hospital these past 2 days. But he swore that he would come back to clean you up. Better be careful. No matter what, he's the head of a village. Liang Yu's voice floated over. Then the person left. Li Bo skimmed his mouth. Zhao Fugui's number was completely out of his mind now. If he really dared to play dirty with the 2 of them again, then he would simply clean him up. Returning to the courtyard, he used the spirit liquid to irrigate those peach tree saplings some more. By the time Du Xiaoye finished her bath, it was already past 10 o'clock. The little girl played with the phone and told Li Bo that the orders for vegetables had been increasing, telling Li Bo to tell the courier in town to just come directly to the village early tomorrow morning to pick up the goods. Give me your bank account. I'll bind your account and turn around and just transfer the money directly to you. Du Xiaoye opened her mouth to inquire. Li Bo was a little embarrassed. Dry smile. Or, you keep a part of the commission, ah? Du Xiaoye skimmed her mouth. I can't look at your 3 melons and 2 dates. If it's not to help you, I won't be interested. Li Bo also did not told Du Xiaoye his bank account. Although the online store had just been opened, it was more or less an income. After all, so far there were no obvious costs other than the courier fees. With such a large piece of vegetable land, and the amount of vegetables produced every day was quite impressive. It was practically equivalent to a no-cost business. The 2 were discussing how they could rapidly expand the scale of the online store in a short period of time. Just then, they heard a burst of cheers from the villagers coming from the location of the village square. Li Bo froze for a moment and immediately understood. It must be that the well water has been pumped out. Sure enough, in a short while someone came running, telling Li Bo that the water had indeed been drilled out, and that the mouth of the well felt the same as the one in the vegetable field, and that the people from the construction team were busy withdrawing their tools and repairing the mouth of the well at this moment. Li Bo promised, also did not go over to see. After all, it is already expected. There is no surprise to speak of. The admiration in Du Xiaoye's heart naturally became deeper. On the morning of the second day, whether the villagers were eating or working, all they talked about was the matter of the 2 sweet water wells. However, Li Bo was mentioned. They all said that Li Bo was simply the savior of their Zhao village, although he was the only person with a foreign surname. But the contribution he had made recently to bring benefits to the villagers was incomparable to anyone else's. The villagers also said that Li Bo was the only person with a foreign surname in the village. Comparatively speaking, the village had Zhao Fugui that simply became a scourge. The scourge came back, lying in the hospital for 2 or 3 days. When he came back to walk with a limp, I do not know whether it is a problem. The villagers were talking and speculating about what Zhao Fugui had done in the town to get beaten up. The first thing Zhao Fugui did when he returned to the village was to run to the well in the plaza and stare intently at the clear water below the wellhead. A decision was then made to open a mineral water factory and immediately be able to attract businessmen who would invest in it. By the time Li Bo found out about this news, the people Zhao Fugui had found had already arrived in the village and had brought quite a few staff members with them, who were testing the water quality there. Zhao Fugui was proudly discussing the profit sharing with the people there. Li Bo frowned and came across to Zhao Fugui and opened his mouth. I paid to drill this well. Who are you to talk to others about cooperation? Zhao Fugui twisted his face and glared at Li Bo, arrogantly saying, I'm the mayor of this village. I have a say in all the resources in the village. And did you drill the well in the village with my consent? I'm building a mineral water plant in the village. That's for the benefit of the villagers. Do you think I'm doing it for myself? Zhao Fugui didn't expect Li Bo to come so quickly, seeing as his contract was about to be signed. As long as the contract was signed, no one could say anything. Get the money in hand first, and the people who came to invest have already tested out that the water quality here is really very good. Much better than most of the mineral water companies on the market. This well is someone Li Bo's own money to fight out. We big guys don't agree to build a water plant here. There were quite a few villagers who came over to support Li Bo. Everyone knew that building a factory in the center of the village, and a mineral water factory at that, not only had the potential to cause pollution, there was even a lot of noise, and the whole village would not be at peace if it worked around the clock. It wasn't as if Li Bo hadn't thought about utilizing such high-quality water to make money before this, but he ultimately gave up for this very reason. You guys TMD, forget who is the one who speaks the truth in this village? Don't forget that as long as I'm the village chief, your fate is always in my hands. Don't you want to open a certificate at the usual time? You have a new member in your family. You don't want to set up a household? Zhao Fugue was in the hospital. These 2 days were really not lying for nothing. He used all his thoughts on how to threaten the villagers. The villagers really have nothing to say. After all, these things have to Zhao Fugue's not to do. If he really crosses there does not say anything who cannot help. Li Bo heart is very upset. Originally this well is for the benefit of the villagers. Did not think Zhao Fugue this old calf actually proceeded. Want to take this well to earn money. This cannot be.